Chapter 1. The Ninth Prince, Jiang Ning. Beyond the capital of the great Xia dynasty, twilight deepened, the heavens lowered, and a cold wind accompanied the drizzling rain. A slender, handsome youth, clad in simple white garments, led a steed through the misty veil of rain, meandering towards the imposing South City Gate. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the youth remained entirely dry, shielded by an imperceptible barrier that kept the raindrops at bay. Beneath the city gate, hundreds of armored soldiers stood vigilant, their ranks impeccably ordered, exuding an air of lethal intent. The long spears adorned in black armor belonged to the Golden Guard. At the forefront stood General Yu Tianhu of the Golden Guard, a mere 27 years of age, yet already a grand master of martial arts. "Welcome back to the capital, Ninth Prince." Yu Tianhu's voice resonated like thunder, an undeniable pressure enveloping the Ninth Prince. "Welcome back to the capital, Ninth Prince," echoed the chorus of hundreds of armored soldiers, their voices a powerful tide. Jiang Ning, the Ninth Prince, led his horse past Yu Tianhu, navigating through the ranks of soldiers without so much as a glance in his direction. His gaze remained fixed ahead, utterly indifferent. Though Yu Tianhu proclaimed his welcome, it was in truth an intimidation tactic. Yu Tianhu was not only the nephew of the Empress, but also Jiang Ning's cousin. In these times, with the aged emperor yet to designate an heir, the 8 princes vied for the throne, engaging in both overt and covert struggles that had reached a stalemate. Alas, the Yu family had but this one son, and the only support they could offer lay with Jiang Ning. Yet, this prince, disregarding the entire Yu clan's objections, had departed the capital to wander the realms. This sojourn had lasted a decade. Throughout the years, the Yu family had inundated him with letters, urging his return, but he remained resolutely indifferent. During this decade, the Yu clan had been systematically stripped of power. Even Yu Tianhu, a prodigy of martial arts, found his position as general of the Golden Guard precariously threatened. He harbored much resentment towards his cousin, whom he had no desire to welcome, yet was compelled to do so by the emperor's command. Thus, he brought along hundreds of fully armed soldiers to assert his authority over Jiang Ning. However, this grand master of martial arts, the pride of the Yu family and its future pillar, was met with utter disregard by Jiang Ning. He simply watched as Jiang Ning entered through the city gate, boarded a carriage, and gradually made his way into the city. Jiang Ning was not originally of this world after a stroke of fortune on Blue Star. He had been reborn here. Throughout his youth, he had never engaged with any peers, always choosing solitude. His sole passion lay in spending endless days within the Hall of Martial Arts, perusing martial texts. Apart from his mother, he exhibited a profound indifference towards all others. As time passed, Jiang Ning's aloofness bred a reciprocal distance, rendering him a peculiar figure in the eyes of others. Yet, what they did not know was that Jiang Ning possessed an extraordinary innate talent. He could master any martial manuscript with but a single reading. A decade ago, at the tender age of 10, Jiang Ning had reached the threshold of transcending to the realm of earth immortals. At that time, several of his elder brothers had already matured, and the competition for the throne had commenced. To distance himself from the whirlpool of strife and safely ascend to the realm of earth immortals, he chose to venture into the world. 7 years prior, he had already achieved that breakthrough. Initially intending to return, he soon discovered that the realm of earth immortals was not the pinnacle of martial arts. Beyond it lay even higher vistas. Thus, 3 years turned into another 3, and before he knew it, a decade had passed. He had long surpassed several realms beyond the terrestrial immortals, achieving an unknown state not even chronicled in ancient texts. Were it not for the increasingly frequent letters from his mother, urging his return to the capital, he would have preferred to continue his secluded cultivation for several more years. Upon contemplating his mother, Jiang Ning's once icy gaze, as unyielding as ancient glaciers, finally glimmered with a hint of longing. It had been a decade since they had last met, and he was uncertain of her current well-being. Entering the imposing yet opulent palace, he navigated effortlessly to Wutong Garden. Despite the passage of 10 years, Wutong Garden remained as elegant and resplendent as ever, though the palace maids and eunuchs had been replaced by new faces. "Ninger, has my Ninger returned?" A familiar voice, almost ethereal, reached Jiang Ning's ears. A tall, graceful woman adorned in imperial garb approached with swift steps. It was his mother, Consort Yu. Jiang Ning's handsome features were a reflection of his mother's beauty. "Son pays his respects to mother," he said, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Quickly, there is no need for formalities." Consort Yu scrutinized Jiang Ning's face with gentle eyes, her affection evident. The bond between mother and son was profound, and after a decade apart, Jiang Ning felt an intense yearning for her presence. When he left all those years ago, his mother had been in her prime, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Great Xia. Now, having crossed into her 40s, traces of time lingered at the corners of her eyes. "My dear Ninger, when you departed, you had barely reached my shoulders. After 10 years apart, you have grown taller than me by half a head. Look at how you are dressed. I have prepared many fine garments for you. Yutsue, please take my son to wash and change." "As you command." After washing, Jiang Ning stood before a bronze mirror, carefully examining his reflection. His features were striking, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding an aura of nobility. Dressed in a white robe adorned with golden patterns, he appeared both dignified and aloof. Having grown accustomed to simple attire, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such finery. "This attire suits you well. My Ninger, it resembles your father in his youth. First, go pay your respects to your father. Upon your return, I shall prepare your favorite delicacies," Consort Yu said, adjusting Jiang Ning's collar as she spoke. "I have much to discuss with you. Mother, other matters can wait until tomorrow," Jiang Ning replied, for in his eyes, nothing was more paramount than his mother. "Very well, but even if you go, you may not see your father." Consort Yu led Jiang Ning to the main hall of Wutong Garden, promptly instructing the palace maids to prepare snacks. Jiang Ning's heart was heavy with unspoken words, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to begin. The two exchanged silence for a considerable time until Consort Yu finally spoke. "5 years ago, your father was bewitched by a sorceress and appointed her as the national advisor. He then constructed the Clear Heart Palace in the northwest of the palace, engaging in day and night cultivation with that enchantress, claiming to seek immortality. For 5 years, your father has not attended court even once. The princes have taken advantage of this to vie for power, forming factions and engaging in mutual accusations, the struggle for succession escalating. Meanwhile, the sorceress has incited chaos, and external enemies have repeatedly invaded, leading to unrest within the court and among the populace. Your maternal family has either experienced subtle degradation or been exiled, leaving only the lone figure of Aunt, who barely maintaining the operations of the Yu clan." With a heavy sigh, Consort Yu concluded her account. "Within the Yu family, there is no pillar of strength. My mother has lost her resolve, and it is out of sheer helplessness that she has called you back to the capital so soon." Jiang Ning observed that only 2 cloud patterns remained on his mother's phoenix hairpin, a sign that she had been stripped of her title as imperial concubine. "Does my mother wish for me to engage in the struggle for the throne? Originally, I intended for you to be a carefree prince, distanced from this whirlpool of contention. But alas, they have pushed their arrogance too far." Yu Fei's eyes blazed with anger, yet her tone was laced with resignation. "I sought a princely marriage for you, but those princes refuted my request, citing your lack of achievements, and even accused me of harboring ambitions to divide the Great Xia. Your father, without discerning right from wrong, has stripped me of my title as imperial concubine and demoted me to a mere concubine." The loss of her title mattered little to her. She had never wished for Jiang Ning to harm his brothers. Yet, these ambitious wolves would stop at nothing to prevent her son from receiving a fief, merely biding their time until the throne was secured, ready to employ various means to persecute her son thereafter. Such a fate was unacceptable to her. "Why should my son not contend for the throne when others do?" Jiang Ning smiled faintly. "If my mother desires me to compete, then I shall. Though my mother may not ascend to the role of empress, I shall ensure she becomes the empress dowager." His tone was calm, as though the throne was within his grasp. Yu Fei gazed at her son, filled with deep appreciation. From the moment he was born, he had exhibited an extraordinary maturity, and after 10 years away, he had become as steady as a mountain. "Did you meet Tian whom I sent to fetch you today?" "I have seen him, Tian, who remains unchanged from years past. Indeed, at 27, he is a grandmaster of martial arts. His temperament is somewhat prideful, but he is still family. He is the only ally we can rely upon." Yu Fei sighed. "My mother should rely not on others, but on me. From this day forth, I shall shield you from the storms and safeguard your journey. My son, moved by the depth and determination in Jiang Ning's gaze, Yu Fei felt a surge of emotion. Despite a decade apart, he remained dutifully filial. I have a small gift for you, mother. This exquisite brocade box is for you to carry with you. Should you find yourself in peril, open it at once. As he spoke, Jiang Ning produced a delicate wooden box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. His travels in the martial world had originally served as a pretext for his self-cultivation. The great Xia dynasty, having weathered 2 millennia of storms, was in decline, resembling a waning dragon. The interference of the imperial relatives had plagued the great Xia for centuries. A decade ago, the Yu family was still in its prime. Had Jiang Ning chosen to remain in the capital at that time, with their assistance, he would likely have already established himself in the Eastern Palace. However, the Yu family's excessive dominance would inevitably blur the lines of authority. The issue of imperial relatives meddling in governance would persist into his generation. Thus, Jiang Ning had chosen to distance himself from the Yu family for 10 years. He would not allow such a situation to unfold. Chapter 2. What of the Grand Master? The following morning dawned dreary and cold, with a fine drizzle weaving through the air, imparting a shiver to the atmosphere. A royal carriage emerged from the palace, halting before the prince's residence. Jiang Ning disembarked, casting his gaze upon the dilapidated abode that had stood vacant for countless years. According to protocol, all princes and princesses were to be conferred titles and granted residences upon reaching adulthood, subsequently vacating the palace. Those who had yet to receive titles were required to inhabit the prince's residence upon maturation. There had never been a precedent in the great Xia dynasty of a prince entering adulthood without being conferred a title. Thus, for a prince, residing in the prince's mansion was akin to being relegated to a cold palace, a profound humiliation. Yet, Jiang Ning remained indifferent to this notion. His sights were set on seizing control of the Eastern Palace. As for this prince's residence, he would not linger long. Numerous maidservants were bustling about, preparing the estate for the 9th prince. Jiang Ning traversed the courtyard and entered the main hall. Within the spacious chamber stood 2 rows of imperial guards, and Yu Tianhu sat prominently at the head of the hall. Having greeted Jiang Ning at the city gates yesterday without offering due respect, he chose today to forego any semblance of deference. Given the precarious situation of Yu Fei and Jiang Ning's status as a newcomer, it was clear that without his assistance, Jiang Ning would struggle to establish a foothold, despite the disparity in their ranks. Yu Tianhu aimed to impart to Jiang Ning the essence of humility and respect for the worthy. Without the support of this martial Grand Master, Jiang Ning, a mere prince without a title, would be nothing in the formidable capital, destined to reside in this prince's mansion and become a source of ridicule for his peers. Jiang Ning's indifferent gaze briefly acknowledged Yu Tianhu, but he displayed no reaction to the latter's presumptuous assumption of the principal seat, nor did he utter a word. He simply turned to leave. Yu Tianhu found himself overlooked once more. Halt! He bellowed, striding towards Jiang Ning's back, his eyes ablaze with fury. What do you mean by this? Jiang Ning paid him no heed. Jiang Ning, do you comprehend your predicament? Are you aware that only I can aid you and your aunt? Do you imagine that without my support, your aunt could maintain her position in the palace? Jiang Ning merely offered a subdued acknowledgement. Yu Tianhu seethed with frustration, nearly overturning the very hall of the prince's residence. The sensation of a punch landing on cotton was intensely vexing. It was then that he recalled how Jiang Ning had never visited Yu Fei's family, and their rare encounters were marked by Jiang Ning's current demeanor, indifferently aloof, sparing with words. Were the Yu family truly destined to serve such a person? If Jiang Ning were to ascend to power in the future, would he even remember the Yu family? Jiang Ning exited the main hall and proceeded towards the back residence. Along the way, several maidservants paused to pay their respects. Upon reaching the sleeping quarters, a maid stood at the threshold and bowed. This servant, Shui'er, pays her respects to His Highness the 9th Prince. From now on, I shall be responsible for attending to your daily needs. As Jiang Ning entered the inner chamber, he found it already arranged. A simple wooden table stood at the center, adorned with a pot of hot tea and several books. The maid, having heard of the 9th Prince's fondness for reading, had thoughtfully prepared a selection of books and a pot of Panglai ginseng tea. Jiang Ning approached the table, seated himself, opened a book, and poured himself a bowl of tea. Regardless of the location or circumstances, as long as there are books, Jiang Ning is always able to immerse himself in reading at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, A pot of tea has been consumed. The room has become bustling with over 10 maids scurrying about. At this moment, one of the maids, named Xuanwu, stands behind Jiang Ning. Her eyes glint with malice as a short dagger slips from her sleeve, stealthily approaching Jiang Ning to strike at the nape of his neck. Jiang Ning remains motionless, as if oblivious to the imminent danger. Yet, the dagger in Xuanwu's hand halts just an inch away from him, unable to advance further. A protective aura? A Grandmaster level? Xuanwu is taken aback. One can condense a protective aura at the 7th stage of the Golden Pill realm, but it requires reaching Grandmaster status to project it outward. Typically, a protective aura is visible to the naked eye, yet the aura surrounding this prince is formless, invisible, and devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Indeed, Jiang Ning replies nonchalantly. He perceives that this maid is an 8th-stage Longmen realm cultivator. A decade ago, he had gleaned a unique method from a technique of divination, which he named the Hollow Mind Mirror. Not only can he discern the realms of others, but he can also perceive the true forms of shape-shifting demons and monsters. This ability was one of the primary reasons for his departure from home. The capital harbors numerous demonic forces. Some are controlled by various princes, executing their nefarious tasks, while others lie in wait, ready to strike at the opportune moment when the great Xia dynasty falters, delivering a fatal blow. Even among the high-ranking officials in the court, there are demons masquerading as humans, including formidable demons above the 12th realm, possibly even those with higher dominion. The saying goes, a tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. If Jiang Ning were to reveal his strength too soon, it would surely lead to his premature demise. He feigned a departure from the Jianghu, distancing himself from the epicenter of turmoil, assuming a false identity, and diligently honing his skills. Rather than squandering time and energy engaging in intrigue with others, it is far wiser to elevate his own power to its utmost limits. Before absolute strength, any scheme or conspiracy can be effortlessly dismantled. A cultivator of the Longmen realm could never be merely a maid. Thus, it must be that upon his return to the capital, one of his well-regarded brothers was the first to place her by his side. Had the maid remained inactive, he would have chosen not to expose her. However, he did not anticipate her eagerness to take his life so soon. After her initial shock, the maid's gaze hardened once more. What of the Grandmaster? You have fallen victim to the ice silkworm's soul-devouring goo. Dare you use even a trace of energy? Your blood will rebel, and your dantian may very well shatter. The other 10 or so maids simultaneously revealed their weapons. So, you are from the Little East Tower. The guests of Prince Qi, Jiang Ning stated coolly. The maid appeared somewhat foolish, despite his display of protective energy. She insisted that he was poisoned and could not dare to harness his energy. The Little East Tower is a Jianghu organization that serves Prince Qi, embedded within the noble houses, gathering intelligence to await the right moment. How could you know of the Little East Tower? But does it matter? You are not far from death. The maid retracted her hand and summoned her energy, thrusting the dagger forward. A resonant chime echoed, crisp and melodious. You are quite foolish, Jiang Ning remarked coolly. Quick, kill him, commanded the maid, prompting the others to launch their attacks simultaneously against Jiang Ning. Could a mere Dragon Gate realm threaten him in the slightest, especially with a throng of insignificant foes? With a mere thought, Jiang Ning unleashed an overwhelming pressure. In an instant, the dozen maids were thrown to the ground. How is this possible? You clearly ingested the poison. The maid, pinned down and unable to move, wore an expression of sheer horror as she gazed upon the figure before her. What manner of being was this? The poison she had administered would incapacitate even a Grandmaster of the 13th realm, necessitating immediate countermeasures to neutralize its effects. Before her thoughts could coalesce, a muffled sound erupted as the pressure Jiang Ning released crushed the maids, silencing their cries before they could escape their lips. Meanwhile, in the front courtyard, Yu Tianhu sensed an inexplicable, disquieting aura. This is bad. There are assassins. He took a single step forward, leaving a fleeting afterimage before vanishing from sight. Upon entering the main hall, he was engulfed by a thick stench of blood. There lay the mangled bodies of the maids, a sight too ghastly to behold. In stark contrast, Jiang Ning sat composedly in the midst of it all, exuding an air of tranquility. Assassins? Yu Tianhu inquired. Did you eliminate them all? Jiang Ning offered no response, as if the answer were self-evident. It was hardly surprising that he possessed formidable skills. After all, every prince was endowed with such abilities. 2 of them were likely nearing the 14th realm. Irritation flickered in Yu Tianhu's eyes as he coldly demanded, "Why did you not spare a captive for interrogation?" It was evident that these assassins were dispatched by rival princes to eliminate Jiang Ning. He should have retained at least one for questioning to uncover the orchestrator behind the attack. Yet, he had left no survivors, clearly indicating a desire to avoid the truth of who had sent them. Why return to the capital if you are so timid? You might as well remain hidden elsewhere. Yu Tianhu thought, his perspective rather sharp. Jiang Ning hesitated momentarily. "The room is dirty. It requires cleaning," he replied with indifference. "What did you say?" Yu Tianhu seemed to find the situation absurdly humorous. This prince, so self-important, not only ignored his queries but also had the audacity to instruct a martial grandmaster to tidy up the courtyard. Did he truly believe himself above his circumstances? At that moment, a soldier approached to deliver tidings. "General, a eunuch from the palace has arrived with an imperial decree for His Highness, the Ninth Prince." Yu Tianhu shot Jiang Ning a displeased glare and coldly stated, "Why are you still standing there?" He turned sharply and departed. In the front courtyard, a eunuch unfurled the imperial edict, his voice high-pitched and piercing. "The Empress commands, the Ninth Prince, Jiang Ning, having reached maturity, shall wed Su Hanwei, the eldest daughter of the Wei Yuan Marquis, and join the Su family." Chapter 3. A minor grandmaster? What is that? Fury gradually ignited in Yu Tianhu's eyes. The emperor, consumed by the pursuit of immortality, had allowed the empress to wield considerable influence over the court. In her relentless ambition to secure the throne for her son, she employed every conceivable tactic. Not only did she meddle in matters of romance, but she also sought to force Jiang Ning into a marriage alliance, disregarding the dignity of the royal lineage. The wretched queen remains as malevolent as ever, and this is clearly a scheme of open conspiracy. The Marquis of Wei Yuan is a relative of the queen. Although he possesses the cultivation of the 10th realm, what does that amount to? The Su family has no substantial heritage whatsoever, merely a pawn in the queen's intricate game of power. Should Jiang Ning accept the imperial edict and marry into the Wei Yuan Marquisate, he would find himself entirely under the scrutiny of the Marquis, losing any opportunity to contend for the throne. If Jiang Ning dares to defy the decree, the queen could charge him with grave disrespect. Yet, with Yu Tianhu by his side, Jiang Ning has the option to refuse the edict. Although Yu Tianhu is also of the 10th realm, the Yu family still wields considerable influence in the court. This is the foundation of the Yu clan. Jiang Ning stepped forward with measured grace, accepting the edict from the eunuch with a single hand. The messenger retreated with a bow, turning to leave. At that moment, Yu Tianhu's ire reached its boiling point. This pitiful coward dared to accept an edict that symbolized disgrace? Yu Tianhu could hardly fathom Jiang Ning's weakness, unable even to utter a word of resistance. Such a spineless individual. Does he deserve the support of the Yu family? Does he merit Yu Tianhu's backing? He has brought shame upon the Yu name. Why did you accept the edict? Yu Tianhu seethed, wishing he could slap this feeble coward into the ground. To the Wei Yuan Marquisate, Jiang Ning replied, unperturbed by Yu Tianhu's words. What business do you have there? Jiang Ning's expression remained stoic, paying no heed to Yu Tianhu's fury. To present gifts, he stated coldly. What? Present gifts? Just after receiving the edict for marriage, you think to offer gifts? Jiang Ning, what of your dignity? So eager to curry favor with the Wei Yuan Marquisate? Do you wish to bow before the queen and prove yourself a compliant subject? Jiang Ning halted momentarily. As a prince, I am not obliged to explain my actions to you. Furthermore, address me as the Ninth Prince or Your Highness, he added, placing a slight emphasis on the word please. Yu Tianhu was nearly driven to laughter by his words. Jiang Ning's choice of humiliation left him feeling utterly stifled. What right do you have to demand I call you Your Highness? You intend to go to the Wei Yuan Marquisate to present gifts? Very well, I shall witness how you grovel. May you swiftly abandon the notion of being a loyal subject. Yu Tianhu promptly ordered preparations for a carriage, personally accompanying Jiang Ning to the Wei Yuan Marquisate. As the carriage came to a gentle stop, Jiang Ning descended and entered through the grand gates of the Marquisate, striding directly into the main hall. The servants within cast curious glances at him. It was no secret in the Su household that the Marquis Su Zhen had conspired with the queen to issue an edict summoning the Ninth Prince to marry into the Su family upon his return to the capital. They were all appraising the future son-in-law of the Marquisate. The Ninth Prince has arrived. A voice boomed throughout the opulent halls of the Wei Yuan Marquisate. Shortly thereafter, Marquis Su Zhen appeared, accompanied by his daughter, Su Hanwei. Clad in resplendent attire and exuding an air of authority, Su Zhan, despite being over 50 and long entrenched in high office, possessed an extraordinary demeanor. He took his seat while Su Hanwei stood beside him. With a name as melodious as her appearance, she was no less than Jiang Ning in height, standing a full 180 centimeters tall, and possessing a figure twice as broad. Draped in an opulent gown adorned with intricate jewels, she appeared even more corpulent. Upon encountering her future father-in-law, why did she not bow? Su Zhan, holding a teacup, did not spare a glance at Jiang Ning, displaying a hint of arrogance. As a relative of the empress, he had long held his head high. Furthermore, he was a formidable master of martial arts, possessing considerable strength, though this was merely his own belief. Seeing Su Zhan's arrogant demeanor, Yu Tianhu felt a surge of indignation. Why did you not bow to His Highness the Ninth Prince? Though he harbored discontent towards Jiang Ning at that moment, Jiang Ning's dignity represented the Yu family's honor. Su Zhan's expression stiffened, his gaze shifting to Yu Tianhu. Who might this lord be? Ah, it is General Yu. Your father has just been promoted, and you are eager to ascend as well? Su Zhan smirked, his lips curling disdainfully. Everyone knew that Yu Guojun had just been elevated to the first rank, yet his power had been stripped clean, rendering him a laughingstock in the court. Su Zhan, what are you? Merely a dog raised by the Zhao family. You are not even worthy to touch the fringes of Zhao. Yu Tianhu's eyes widened in fury. Huh. A waste of space. He and Yu Tianhu were both masters of martial arts, and with the Yu family currently suppressed, why should he feel fear? Even the ninth prince would have to become a son-in-law to the Su family. In a few short years, the Su family would surely rise to prominence among the noble clans. Just as Yu Tianhu was about to further unleash his rage, Jiang Ning raised a hand. He had expected the hot-tempered Yu Tianhu to act physically, yet he was surprised to see him resort to mere words, and even then, Yu Tianhu was no match. Do not be rude. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yu Tianhu felt utterly humiliated. It was clear that Su Zhan was openly mocking him, yet Jiang Ning accused him of impropriety? Was he so eager to curry favor with his future father-in-law? Just as Jiang Ning was about to speak, Su Hanwei gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. I do not believe I have seen you before. You are unexpectedly handsome, quite to my liking. Her voice was low, imbued with a neutral tone. In the future, as you enter the Ho residence, you shall not venture outside without my permission. You must adhere to the duties of a husband, honoring both your parents and the empress. Furthermore, all your earnings will be submitted to me. After all, you will be living in the Ho residence, so you will hardly spend any of your funds. You must remember, being able to enter the Ho residence is a blessing earned from your past life. You should express daily gratitude towards my parents and the empress. Su Hanwei continued, listing a dozen rules in one breath, including the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and everything she could think of. Jiang Ning, expressionless, mused to himself. So she is merely an ordinary woman. Yu Tianhu looked at Jiang Ning, wondering if he would acquiesce to this plump woman's conditions. This was not entering the Ho residence. It was akin to becoming a servant for the family. What sort of entrance was this? It was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Are you finished? Jiang Ning inquired politely, waiting for Su Hanwei to conclude her monologue before speaking. For now, let us adhere to these tenets, and I shall supplement them as you see fit. Now, as for me, Jiang Ning nodded gently. I have heard that the Wei Yuan Ho residence is home to 9 esteemed guardians, all of whom are 9th-tier practitioners. Might I request an audience with them, so I may behold their prowess? Oh, so you wish to pay respects to the guardians of the residence? Very well. Let me introduce you one by one. My esteemed friends, please come forth to greet our guest. With a commanding voice, Su Zhan summoned 9 distinguished masters, each possessing a unique demeanor, to step into the hall. These individuals are longtime friends of mine, and they are your elders. Henceforth, you must pay your respects upon meeting them. One by one, please bow in acknowledgement. The 9 masters stood tall and proud, fully aware that being bowed to by a prince was an honor they could boast about for the next 2.5 years. At this moment, Yu Tianhu began to feel an overwhelming urge to leave. He had never anticipated that Jiang Ning would display such a lack of integrity for the sake of survival. Did he truly summon the Su family as venerable guardians? Was this all? Nothing more? Jiang Ning inquired nonchalantly. Are 9 masters not sufficient for your greeting? Jiang Ning nodded slowly, producing the imperial edict of the queen. As he released it, the edict fluttered down, igniting into a blaze that swiftly turned to ash. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Tianhu and Su Zhan's pupils dilated in shock. Yu Tianhu had thought Jiang Ning might submit to humiliation, but instead, he tore up the queen's edict. What was his intention? Su Zhan was utterly astonished that this ninth prince, who had not dared to return to the capital for a decade, would audaciously shred the queen's decree. It seemed he had not come to pay homage to the Wei Yuan Marquis, but rather to assert his dominance. This was fortuitous, as the queen's aim was to eliminate the ninth prince. He had thus provided a pretext. Jiang Ning, how audacious you are! How dare you destroy the queen's edict? Seize him! Su Zhan roared. The 9 masters were about to close in when Yu Tianhu unsheathed his blade. Who dares? Who dares? You are merely a consummate grandmaster. Do you think you can contend with 9 masters alone? Capture him. At that moment, the air in the hall thickened. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped every corner of the room. The 9 masters, poised to act, found themselves immobilized, as if held down by countless powerful hands. Their inner energies frozen and unable to flow. In that instant, all present were gripped by profound fear. A wave of energy erupted from Jiang Ning. The 9 masters disintegrated in an instant, limbs and fragments floating into the air. Masters? They were still too weak. Without even raising a hand, he had eliminated them in seconds, not a single one able to resist. Jiang Ning felt a twinge of disappointment. Chapter 4. The Formless Demon Technique. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. No one understood what Jiang Ning had done. Yet the 9 masters were reduced to mere remnants. The floating limbs suddenly lost their support and fell to the ground. The rich scent of blood quickly permeating every corner of the hall. This bizarre spectacle left even the 2 grandmasters present trembling in fear. The most alarming aspect was that Jiang Ning had not even made a gesture. The 9 masters had simply shattered. Yu Tianhu swallowed hard, stiffly turning his neck to gaze incredulously at the nearby Jiang Ning. Moments earlier, Jiang Ning had subdued a dozen maidservants, and Yu Tianhu, unsure of Jiang Ning's cultivation level, had presumed him timid and unwilling to leave any survivors for interrogation. However, now, in front of Su Zhan, Jiang Ning had effortlessly dispatched the 9 guardians of the Wei Yuan Marquis. To annihilate 9 masters in an instant was something even he could not achieve. However, Jiang Ning accomplished this with remarkable ease. The terrifying chill that permeated the air rendered even this martial arts grandmaster devoid of any inclination to resist. It is evident that Jiang Ning's martial prowess transcends that of a mere grandmaster, placing him far above himself. In this moment, Yu Tianhu suddenly grasped the reason behind Jiang Ning's nonchalance in the face of his intimidation yesterday, why Jiang Ning casually accepted the imperial decree, and why he now stood before the Marquis of Wei Yuan's estate. What truly constitutes intimidation? This is the essence of intimidation. He had underestimated Jiang Ning, believing he could compel him to revere him as a leader. What a ludicrous jest. Jiang Ning had never regarded him with any seriousness. His face felt as if it had been struck, a sudden flush of pain washing over him. At this juncture, Su Zhan and his daughter appeared ashen, their thoughts undergoing a seismic shift. Just moments ago, they had envisioned a future where Jiang Ning, after marrying into their family, would adhere to their whims, serving them with deference. They even planned to boast to outsiders about how illustrious the Su family had become, with a prince of the Jiang clan reduced to a mere servant. They even contemplated having him pay respects to the 9 esteemed elders. Yet, these 9 elders now seemed like mere trifles before him. The enigmatic prowess of Jiang Ning was something he could scarcely fathom achieving in his lifetime. Could he possibly be at the 11th realm of divine wandering? Surely, he could not have attained the 12th realm of void return. Su Zhan's countenance darkened. As for the first time in over 50 years, he felt an overwhelming chill coursing through him. Supporting himself on the table, he gradually knelt. I pay my respects to His Highness, the 9th Prince, Su Zhan stammered, his voice quivering, cold sweat pouring down his brow. The thought of having openly called Jiang Ning by his name and berated him for his audacity left him feeling utterly shattered. Yu Tianhu, furious, threatened to silence the pair. Jiang Ning said with a calm demeanor, "Enough." Yu Tianhu, infuriated, stepped forward. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? I am a cousin of the Empress. Do you dare to harm me? The Empress will not forgive you." Jiang Ning scoffed coldly and turned to leave the hall. "Stop right there, or I shall make you regret it," Yu Tianhu warned. Bang! Before Su Zhan could finish his sentence, a palpable pressure descended, forcing his head to crash against the floor, rendering his inner energy utterly inert. "That LL teach you to speak carelessly." The hall echoed with the anguished cries of Su Zhan and his daughter as their mouths were indeed torn apart by Yu Tianhu. Yu Tianhu unleashed the pent-up fury he had harbored for 2 days upon the pair. "Old scoundrel, listen well. Go before the Empress and explain yourself. And regarding the affront to His Highness, prepare lavish gifts to the prince's residence for atonement by tomorrow. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." With that, Yu Tianhu stomped on Su Zhan's head before striding away. Exiting the estate, Yu Tianhu approached Jiang Ning from behind, feeling an unusual sense of elation mingled with a hint of shame. He realized he had been overly hasty, having just returned. He had failed to discern the true nature of the Ninth Prince, allowing himself to misjudge him and even speak disrespectfully. Given the Ninth Prince's capabilities, he possessed not only the right to disdain, but also the power to retaliate, if he chose to hold him accountable. He feared he might soon find himself at death's door. After much contemplation, Yu Tianhu bowed respectfully to Jiang Ning and then knelt on one knee. "I, Yu Tianhu, am willing to brave fire and water for His Highness the Ninth Prince." "Brave fire and water? How pathetic," Jiang Ning replied coolly. Yu Tianhu's face flushed crimson. He immediately grasped Jiang Ning's implication. Just moments ago, while at the Su residence, he had contemplated taking action but had hesitated. Yet, he foolishly deemed Jiang Ning as cowardly, when in truth, it was his own cowardice that shone through. For Jiang Ning, the issue was not whether to take action, but rather the absurdity of engaging with such insignificant beings personally. Furthermore, regarding future inquiries, do not ask repeatedly. "I acknowledge my mistake." Jiang Ning cast a glance at the plaque of the Wei Ning Marquis' residence. "Dismantle it." "As you command." Yu Tianhu drew his sword and, with a swift motion, struck the plaque. A wave of sword energy surged towards it. Bang! The plaque shattered, along with the grand entrance. "Your Highness, please mount the carriage." After Jiang Ning boarded, Yu Tianhu took the saddle himself and drove the horses. As he pondered, a nagging doubt surfaced, compelling him to voice it. "Your Highness, what you just demonstrated, could it be the wuxiang art?" Yu Tianhu inquired softly. Jiang Ning replied succinctly. To his surprise, Yu Tianhu displayed some acumen, recognizing such a secretive technique. He omitted a crucial term. It should be called the wuxiang devil art. This sinister technique was crafted by the founder of the devil cult, and those who practiced it became ensnared by a murderous desire. Only through killing could one enhance the wuxiang devil art. Practitioners aspired to reach the 9th level, known as bingjia. Any martial artist within the influence of this devil art, if of a lower realm than the practitioner, would be instantaneously bingjia. This was a literal physical dissolution, akin to those 9 minor masters who had been reduced to mere fragments. The practitioner would then absorb the essence of the dissolved, transforming it into their own nourishment. It was rumored that the founder of the devil cult, upon reaching the 9th level, was consumed by his inner demons, descending into a complete bloodthirsty madness, resulting in devastation across vast lands. Contemplating this, Yu Tianhu felt a surge of dread. Jiang Ning had indeed practiced the devil art. Moreover, he had reached the 9th level, yet he could still maintain himself as a normal person, controlling his mind while wielding this dark power at will. Where had Jiang Ning learned this art? What had transpired during his 10 years away from the capital? To what level had this prince's cultivation ascended? He yearned to seek clarity, yet the thought of Jiang Ning's temperament restrained him from speaking. However, with such inscrutable abilities, the hope for the Yu clan had been rekindled. Chapter 5. Unwilling to marry in, then let him be sent to forge an alliance. After the rain, the sun broke through, illuminating the sky. Within the imposing palace, in the Wutong courtyard, concubine Yu sat on a lounge chair, gazing vacantly at the withered vines. Jiang Ning's return to the capital and the reunion with concubine Yu and her child should have been a joyous occasion. Yet, concubine Yu found it impossible to relax. In just a couple of days, Jiang Ning would be surrounded by spies, under the scrutiny of others. Some individuals might even resort to directly harming Jiang Ning. Currently, among the 9 princes, Jiang Ning wields the least influence. With only Yu Tianhu by his side, the mere thought of Yu Tianhu's temperament fills Yu Fei with melancholy. A palace maid, her face etched with urgency, rushed into the courtyard. "Your Highness, grave news. The Empress has just issued a decree mandating that the 9th prince marry into the Wei Yuan Marquis." The maid exclaimed. "What?" Yu Fei gasped in shock. "To have a prince marry into a Marquis? Has the Empress gone mad? The Wei Yuan Marquis is nothing more than a mere dog, despite the title. To have Jiang Ning enter the Wei Yuan household is akin to a celestial being marrying a beggar from the mortal realm." News from outside the palace confirmed that the 9th prince had received the decree and was en route to the Wei Yuan Marquisate. Could it be that her son was obeying the Empress's command? If Ninger truly chose to marry into that family, he would surely be scorned by the world, his name forever tarnished. She could not permit such a thing to transpire. Yu Fei immediately departed from Wudong Garden, heading towards Xinang Palace. Within the resplendent halls of Xinang Palace, the Empress, draped in a phoenix robe, exuded regal elegance, reclining gracefully upon a couch. Cradling a snow-white kitten, her slender, exquisite fingers gently caressed its soft fur. I thought Jiang Ning would never dare return to the capital after this. Has he come to court death? The Empress chuckled softly, her demeanor languid and self-satisfied, as if everything lay entirely within her control. Your Highness, Yu Fei seeks an audience, a palace maid announced softly. Admit her. Yu Fei hastened into Xinang Palace, forcing a somewhat unnatural smile as she approached the Empress. Sister, I pay my respects. Yes, no need for formalities, the Empress replied, casting a fleeting glance at Yu Fei before quickly averting her gaze. I have heard that you issued a decree for Ninger to marry into the Wei Yuan Marquisate. Sister, this matter concerns the dignity of our royal family. It is absolutely unacceptable. I implore you to retract your command. Yu Fei expressed her intent directly. The Empress smirked, a look of disdain crossing her features. Do you think a single word from you can compel me to rescind my decree? Are you the Empress, or am I? Yu Fei understood that this matter was not easily resolved, especially with her elder brother exiled, and only Yu Tainhu remaining in the capital. She had no recourse but to beseech the Empress. Sister, the Daxia dynasty has stood for 2 millennia. When has there ever been a precedent for a prince marrying into a marquisate? As the maid supported her, the Empress slowly sat up, her expression suddenly darkening. Daxia has no such precedent? Then I shall establish one. What of it? But Ninger is a legitimate prince. Yu Fei protested. How can you, Your Highness, justify this to our ancestors? The Empress's gaze turned icy, her tone cold. The Wei Yuan Marquis is my cousin, a master of martial arts. His daughter is my niece, possessing both beauty and talent beyond reproach. Do you truly believe that Jiang Ning marrying into the Marquisate and becoming Han Wei's husband is unworthy? Yu Fei wanted to retort that she was indeed unworthy. What a farce to claim she possessed both beauty and talent. Who in the capital did not know that Su Han Wei was a gluttonous, 200-pound girl of no ambition? It was not a matter of worthiness. It was simply inappropriate for Ninger to marry into that family. Given the gravity of the situation, should they not seek the Emperor's counsel? Yu Fei suppressed her fury and forced a smile. The Empress's expression darkened further, her tone icy. If you dare to persuade His Majesty to revoke my decree, I shall send Jiang Ning to the northern tribes for a marriage alliance. What? This is utterly shameless, a flagrant affront. A wave of overwhelming helplessness surged within her. Should her royal son endure such humiliation? At that moment, someone entered to announce, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Wei Yuan requests an audience. Why has the Marquis of Wei Yuan come so unexpectedly? Admit him. Soon, the Marquis of Wei Yuan hurriedly entered Xinang Palace, covering his mouth, his attire in tatters. His eyes filled with despair, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. The Empress was somewhat perplexed. What could have happened to the usually dignified Suzhan? He appeared like a wronged little wife. Thud. Suzhan abruptly knelt on the ground. The Empress and Yu Fei were both taken aback. What's wrong? Why are you covering your mouth and remaining silent? The Empress furrowed her brows slightly. Slowly, Suzhan moved his hand away from his mouth, revealing a bloodied visage. His lips torn apart, a large piece of skin hanging down, a truly harrowing sight. The Empress's expression hardened, her eyes blazing with fury. Who did this? A babble of incoherent words escaped Suzhan's lips, unable to articulate clearly. The Empress rose and approached him, peering down intently. What on earth happened? Who has reduced you to this state? A master of martial arts, impervious to blades and spears. How could he sustain such superficial injuries? Suzhan raised his hand, signaling for the Empress to fetch paper and ink. Bring paper and ink for the Marquis. Suzhan received the materials, prostrating himself on the ground, quickly scribbling furiously until he filled an entire page. He then presented it to the Empress. She took it, scanning through the contents, her expression gradually contorting with rage. Just now, I issued a decree, and not only did Jiang Ning defy it, but he also stormed into the Marquis's residence, committing mass slaughter, killing 9 people in total. The Empress gritted her teeth, fury boiling within her. What? Yu Fei felt a chill in her heart. She knew her son had some innate talent for martial arts since childhood, but she was unaware of Jiang Ning's precise level of prowess. Look for yourself. The Empress tossed the paper to Yu Fei, who quickly picked it up to read. The contents detailed how Jiang Ning had acted with arrogance and cruelty, requesting the Empress to punish him severely. Sister, you have truly given birth to a remarkable son, daring to trample upon my authority. The Empress's rage surged. Your Majesty, please forgive him. Ninger is still young and does not understand. I shall summon him to the palace and discipline him properly. Yu Fei urged anxiously. Jiang Ning must not fall into the Empress's hands. Otherwise, he would surely face a fate worse than death. She was acutely aware of the Empress's methods. At that moment, the Marquis of Wei Yuan was frantically kowtowing on the ground, continuously muttering incoherently, defying imperial decrees, acting with barbarity, and wantonly slaughtering the innocent. He is worse than a beast. Where is the dignity of the royal family? Lu Jin, the Empress bellowed. An elderly eunuch stepped forward, bowing in deference. Go, bring me the head of the 9th prince. Jiang Ning, as you command. The old eunuch answered softly before exiting the palace. Your Majesty, please spare me. Ninger has committed a transgression, yet it does not warrant death. Upon hearing this, Lady Yu's face turned ashen. And you? The queen furiously pointed at concubine Yu, exclaiming, You have raised a creature more contemptible than a beast. This is an affront to both man and deity. Summon someone. Strip concubine Yu of her title and cast her into the cold palace to await her fate. Your Majesty. Despite concubine Yu's pleas, the queen remained deaf to her cries. She had just decreed to Jiang Ning, who not only flaunted his authority at the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence, but even had the audacity to tear open her cousin's mouth. Did he presume that the capital belonged to him simply because Yu Tianhu had a grandmaster at his disposal? It was nothing short of ludicrous. She intended to make Jiang Ning understand that in this capital, she was the sovereign. She also sought to convey to the other princes that those who aligned with her would prosper, while those who opposed her would perish. Just as she lamented the lack of a pretext to eliminate Jiang Ning, he unwittingly presented her with one, leaving her no choice but to act with ruthless determination. At that moment, the anxious concubine Yu grasped the small wooden box gifted by Jiang Ning. After a moment of inner turmoil, she ultimately refrained from opening it. Chapter 6. The Beacon Fire and the Feudal Lords. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Jiang Ning unearthed several ancient texts from the long dusty study and settled down in the courtyard to peruse them. Yu Tianhu respectfully presented a bowl of tea, casting a brief glance at Jiang Ning. His composure and ethereal demeanor resembled that of a celestial being seated high above in the heavens, untouched by the trivialities of the mortal realm. He had always been this way, unperturbed throughout his life. Yu Tianhu hoped to extend further apologies to Jiang Ning, aiming to foster a closer bond. Yet, Jiang Ning's aura was as impenetrable as a fortress, rendering him distant and unattainable. Do you comprehend the essence of seizing the throne? Jiang Ning suddenly inquired, his tone nonchalant. Yu Tianhu's heart leapt with joy. Jiang Ning had initiated a conversation with him. It appeared he had not taken offense at Yu Tianhu's recent insolence, which put him at ease. However, Yu Tianhu was soon astonished again. Jiang Ning was indeed fearless. Casually uttering such a sensitive term as seizing the throne, the servants of the prince's residence were not those whom Yu Tianhu had arranged. They had all been cunningly placed there by other princes. Did Jiang Ning not fear that his words might reach the emperor's ears? Instantly, Yu Tianhu released a subtle energy, shielding their conversation from the outside world. The essence of seizing the throne, on the surface, appears to be a struggle for power, yet in reality, it is a contest for cultivation resources, Yu Tianhu whispered in response. Jiang Ning's expression remained impassive, leaving Yu Tianhu unable to discern his thoughts. Nevertheless, Yu Tianhu's answer did not disappoint Jiang Ning. He was correct. The Daxia dynasty was no ordinary secular kingdom. Only by mastering abundant cultivation resources, nurturing martial artists, sustaining unparalleled combat forces, and assembling an army of cultivators could one wield significant influence. The world was rife with cultivation resources, spiritual stone veins, celestial paradises, secret realms, and immortal abodes were the primary resources for cultivation. Within the Daxia dynasty, there existed 18 spiritual stone veins, 36 celestial paradises, 12 secret realms, and 3 immortal abodes. The extensive veins of spiritual stones stretch for thousands of miles, with even the shortest measuring several hundred. The Great Xia boasts an unparalleled environment for cultivation. Had time reversed by 8 centuries, the majority of cultivation resources would have been monopolized by the royal family. However, in the present day, most of these resources have fallen into the hands of outsiders. 800 years ago, during the zenith of the Great Xia dynasty, a notorious tyrant known as the Ling Emperor ascended the throne at the age of 100, reigning for exactly a century. In the first 50 years of his rule, the Ling Emperor engaged in relentless warfare, launching campaigns against numerous neighboring states, followed by conquests against the demon and monster clans. This period of bloodshed resulted in a dramatic population decline, reducing the populace by more than half. In the latter half of his reign, the Ling Emperor ceased hostilities and succumbed to a life of indulgence and extravagant construction projects. In his twilight years, he took a consort renowned as the most beautiful woman in the realm, yet she was devoid of laughter. In a desperate bid to elicit a smile from her, the Ling Emperor squandered the nation's resources and ignited the 9-dragon beacon. This beacon served not as a mere signal to feudal lords, but as an offering to the ancestral spirits of the Great Xia enshrined in temples. During this turbulent time, the populace suffered greatly, with famine rampant and discontent brewing, leading to uprisings across the land. The population plummeted once again by half from its already diminished state. On the eve of his 200th birthday, the Ling Emperor mysteriously vanished, only to be discovered dead the following day atop the 9-dragon beacon. His demise left the Great Xia dynasty in tatters, with his sons embroiled in a fierce struggle for succession. Issues previously unheard of, such as the influence of maternal clans, began to surface. The princes, vying for the throne, enlisted the support of their respective maternal families, promising vast resources for cultivation. This cycle of conflict persisted through generations, escalating in brutality and resulting in a vicious cycle. Power gradually shifted away from the royal family, with cultivation resources being increasingly appropriated by the maternal clans. The royal lineage weakened, while the influence of noble families grew. The emperor had long become a puppet controlled by these families. The current emperor ascended to power through the influence of the Zhaos, the maternal clan of the empress. However, as the current princes reached adulthood, those noble families with significant power, as well as sects on the mountains, began to realign themselves. In the 15 years surrounding Jiang Ning's birth, the empress wielded immense control. Yet now, even her 3 biological sons are embroiled in fierce competition against one another. Consequently, the influence of the Zhao clan has fragmented due to differing allegiances. Jiang Ning's objective is to reclaim cultivation resources, restore imperial authority, and address the burgeoning influence of maternal clans, with the aim of reinstating the greatness of the Great Xia. What remains of the Yu clan? Jiang Ning inquired after a prolonged silence. Half a vein of spiritual stones, Yu Tianhu replied candidly. Initially, the Yu clan possessed an entire vein of spiritual stones, 2 blessed realms, and access rights to a secret location. Within a mere decade, they had lost all access to the blessed realms and secret location, and even the spiritual stone vein had to be shared with another noble family. The Yu clan's losses stemmed from their indecision in choosing sides, while other princes assumed that the Yu clan stood behind the 9th prince, Jiang Ning. Consequently, they faced continuous marginalization and oppression. A 27-year-old grandmaster of martial arts. In the uncertain future, there lies the possibility of entering the 13th realm or even the 14th. Yet, what is the future? At present, Yu Tianhu remains merely a grandmaster of martial arts. Should he align himself with the wrong faction, his future could emerge as a profound threat to others. Jiang Ning, with an expression of indifference, casually uttered 2 words. Is that it? Yu Tianhu was left perplexed, unsure whether Jiang Ning referred to the meager resources remaining with the Yu family or the fact that they controlled only half a mineral vein, while he himself was merely a grandmaster of martial arts, unworthy of such resources. This was a question he hesitated to pose, fearing it might expose his own ignorance. Moreover, this seemingly harmless prince, with an air of extreme aloofness, could effortlessly slay 9 lesser masters in a fleeting moment, indicating a volatile temperament. A sense of frustration inexplicably welled up within him, which he could only suppress. Jiang Ning held no interest in the spiritual stone mine. Even depleting an entire vein would hardly elevate his cultivation significantly. He had visited the realms of caves and paradises, finding them unremarkable. Only secret realms and celestial abodes piqued his interest slightly, though he remained uncertain whether they could assist in enhancing his cultivation. As Yu Tianhu observed Jiang Ning's icy profile, Akin to an ancient glacier, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, an uninvited guest appeared, a venerable eunuch with graying temples. With a cautious smile gracing his lips, he approached with great care, stopping about 10 paces from Jiang Ning. Cradled in the eunuch's arms was a sword case, and he bowed deeply in greeting. This humble servant, Lu Jin, pays his respects to His Highness, the Ninth Prince. The eunuch's tone was imbued with humility. Jiang Ning remained silent, while Yu Tianhu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The visitor was Lu Jin, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Horse Management, a loyal servant of the Empress and one of her most trusted confidants. Not long ago, Jiang Ning had dispatched 9 individuals at the Su residence and had publicly humiliated Su Zhen and his daughter. Lu Jin's arrival was likely to bear ill tidings. Lu Gonggong, what brings you to seek His Highness? Yu Tianhu inquired. The Empress is somewhat displeased and has sent this humble servant to borrow something from the Ninth Prince in hopes of regaining Her Majesty's favor. What? Indeed. It is the Ninth Prince's very head. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianhu instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. The incident had been instigated by the Empress. Yet the Ninth Prince had shown restraint, sparing the entirety of the Su family. However, the Empress's ruthlessness was palpable, as she had audaciously dispatched Lu Jin to eliminate the Ninth Prince. Such blatant intentions were shocking. Yet, with the Ninth Prince newly returned and in a precarious position, he was an easy target. Even if the Empress refrained from acting, the other princes would undoubtedly seek to harm Jiang Ning. What justification was needed? These individuals had already cast aside their dignity. What more reason could be required? General Yu, you are a wise man with great potential for the future. The current Empress rewards merit, and should you procure the Ninth Prince's head, I shall recommend you to Her Majesty. Lu Jin spoke with a humble demeanor, his tone measured as if genuinely offering counsel. Yu Tianhu felt a surge of rage. His continued existence was not merely due to opportunism. You old dog, do you think everyone in this world is like you, a servant of the royal family, betraying your master? Yu Tianhu shouted vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Jin. Lu Jin thrust the sword box into the ground and opened it from the center. In that fleeting moment, a chill pervaded every corner of the courtyard, akin to plunging into an ice cellar during the sweltering heat of summer. Yu Fei had been stripped of her title as imperial consort by the Empress and relegated to the cold palace. Now, Jiang Ning was merely a commoner. The old servant was merely executing orders. Inside the sword box stood 2 swords, one black and one white. One was the soul-wresting sword, and the other was the soul-devouring sword, 2 unparalleled divine weapons. At this moment, Yu Tianhu's thoughts were exceptionally grave. He had always been arrogant, yet now, faced with the oppressive aura of the old eunuch, he felt as if he might falter, and not to mention the ridicule he would face from the world. His ambitious resolve would be irrevocably damaged, and it would be a mere dream to reach the 13th realm in the future. However, this old eunuch was at the 11th realm, the realm of spirit travel. Although the eunuch was only 1 realm above Yu Tianhu, the disparity between realms beyond the 10th was monumental. Most crucially, despite being merely at the spirit travel realm, the eunuch was a prodigy in the sword arts. He had forged the 12th layer of the profound absolute breath sword formation from the Taishu sword sect. He had once slain 5 great cultivators at the 12th realm of returning void. He was renowned as invincible among his peers and was the foremost killer of the spirit travel realm. Perhaps in the future, Yu Tianhu might surpass the old eunuch. But at present, he was undoubtedly no match for him. Yu Tianhu was aware that Jiang Ning possessed some cultivation, possibly above that of a grandmaster. Yet, even if Jiang Ning reached the 12th realm, he could not contend with the eunuch, unless he attained the terrifying 13th realm of Taishan. But was that even possible? Jiang Ning was merely 20 years old. Achieving the spirit travel realm was already an extraordinary feat, an existence beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. You old eunuch, I intend to teach you a lesson. Having been humbled once at the Su residence, he could not allow himself to be cowed again. With a clang, Yu Tianhu drew his blade. A fierce aura suddenly surged forth, pushing back the pervasive chill surrounding him. I, Yu Tianhu, am willing to plunge into fire and water for His Highness, the Ninth Prince. He shouted once more, and in this moment, Yu Tianhu embraced a mindset of fearless devotion to death. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. It would indeed be a pity to slay such a widely recognized martial arts prodigy, and it would be difficult to explain to the Yu family. He decided to spare Yu Tianhu's life for the moment, intending to take Jiang Ning's head instead. The empress had not ordered the death of Yu Tianhu. Lu Jin raised his fingers, and with a thought, the black and white sword shot forth like lightning, almost vanishing into thin air. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with intertwining sword energies, reducing grass and stones to dust wherever they touched. Lu Jin, draped in flowing garments, emanated a murderous aura, resembling a deity of death descending upon the mortal realm. Your Highness, I shall guide you to your destination. The sword energy poured forth like a whirlwind towards Jiang Ning. Yu Tianhu, witnessing the sword energy leap over him and rush towards Jiang Ning, found himself unable to intervene in time. Your Highness, run, Yu Tianhu shouted, swinging his blade towards Lu Jin. Yet, Jiang Ning remained seated, undisturbed, not even lifting his gaze from the book he was engrossed in, appearing entirely oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Two exquisite swords emerged as if from the void, one positioned before and the other behind Jiang Ning's head. The blades trembled violently, producing a melodious clang. Jiang Ning casually turned a page of his book, and a gentle breeze wafted forth. The entangled sword energies within the courtyard instantaneously dissipated, and the chilling aura of death vanished without a trace. With a clatter, the two swords fell feebly to the ground. In that moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Lu Jin's otherwise composed visage. What was happening? His sword formation had been dismantled, and even the sword energies had been suppressed? Was there a formidable figure concealing themselves beside Jiang Ning? However, apart from Jiang Ning and Yu Tianhu, there were only a handful of golden guards and maidservants within the prince's residence. Lu Jin, observing the serene demeanor of Jiang Ning, felt a weight of gravity descend upon him. Who? Lu Jin called out, scanning his surroundings, yet he still could not perceive any hidden master. Disappointment welled within Jiang Ning. It seemed there was little distinction between the realms of ethereal wandering and that of a minor master. The Xianyin Shi sword formation was not meant to be wielded in such a manner. Jiang Ning remarked nonchalantly as the two swords that had fallen beside him suddenly vanished. In the next instant, the sword energies re-emerged. In but a flash, the two swords shimmered with countless glimmers of cold light, interweaving in the air to form a dense web of sword energy. The sword energy materialized, visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Lu Jin found himself ensnared in a cage woven from the very sword energies, utterly immobilized. The terrifying pressure emanating from the sword energies sent chills coursing through Lu Jin's body. It became evident that there was no hidden master nearby. It was none other than the ninth prince, Jiang Ning, who had made his move. Lu Jin was struck with dread, his reaction slightly delayed. Yet he still summoned his protective aura. However, the moment his potent protective energy surged forth, it was immediately shredded by the sword energies that lingered around him. The protective aura of ethereal wandering was utterly incapable of contending with such sword energies. This terrifying sword energy completely transcended the scope of the Xianyin Shi sword formation. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon Jiang Ning, who continued to quietly peruse his book. Fear filled Lu Jin's eyes. The ninth prince must have reached the 13th realm. It was inconceivable that he could suppress him to such a degree in an instant. In that moment, Lu Jin was akin to a pig or dog awaiting slaughter at Jiang Ning's mercy. No, he was even inferior to a mere pig or dog. You are at the Taishan realm, Lu Jin exclaimed in disbelief. Yu Tianhu was about to draw his weapon, but before he could swing his blade, he witnessed the sword energies enveloping Lu Jin. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Yu Tianhu was struck with terror. What? The Taishan realm? The ninth prince has attained the Taishan realm? This was the 13th realm. How could the ninth prince, at merely 20 years of age, have managed to break through an entire major realm in less than 2 years on average? Chapter 8. Offend the ninth prince, and none shall remain. Jiang Ning's page-turning action paused momentarily. The cage of sword energies that had ensnared Lu Jin slowly dissipated into nothingness. In that moment, Lu Jin's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. He had come to kill Jiang Ning. How dared he attempt such a thing? I offer you a chance to pledge your loyalty to this prince, Jiang Ning stated calmly. A person like Lu Jin was but a finger's snap away from annihilation for Jiang Ning. Though of little significance, he was not entirely without value. The fate of Lu Jin rests entirely in Jiang Ning's contemplation. For Lu Jin, reliance on the empress was never a sustainable strategy. He was certain to shift his allegiance. Faced with a formidable figure at the 13th realm, and having just witnessed Jiang Ning's overwhelming aura, which clearly indicated he had attained the pinnacle of the 13th realm, Any thoughts of resistance evaporated. He hastily bowed his head, showing utmost respect. I am grateful to His Highness for sparing my life. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. This time, his sincerity was genuine to the utmost degree. Lu Jin, despite his profound understanding of swordsmanship, had spent a full 90 years in cultivation, achieving only the realm of spiritual wandering. What, then, could be said of a mere 20-year-old in the supreme profound realm? Such a being could not be underestimated. Moreover, he held the potential to become an earthly immortal in the future, eliminate Su Zhen and his entire family, and dispatch the Empress. Accomplish these two tasks, and I shall assist you in entering the Void Realm, Jiang Ning stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, both Lu Jin and Yu Tianhu gazed at Jiang Ning in disbelief. For Lu Jin, having his life spared was already a tremendous favor. Yet Jiang Ning was now asking him to assassinate the Empress? Although the Zhao clan had become factionalized, openly supporting various princes, they had begun to subtly defy the Empress's edicts. The Empress was not an ordinary person. She was a 12th realm cultivator, well within the range Lu Jin could suppress. However, the eunuch faction remained under her control. The head eunuch, Wang Zhong, was a formidable 13th realm master, a looming presence over Lu Jin for the past 50 years. If Lu Jin failed to eliminate the Empress swiftly and alerted Wang Zhong, he would meet his demise. Yet, Jiang Ning claimed that achieving these two tasks would assist him in reaching the 12th realm. Should he attain the 12th realm, with his swordsmanship, he might stand a chance against Wang Zhong. Nevertheless, the condition laid out by Jiang Ning was clear. He must first commit murder. Lu Jin, with no alternatives, realized that refusal was not an option. Jiang Ning could extinguish him in an instant. His only recourse was to ally with the 9th prince. I shall obey, Lu Jin declared, bowing deeply once more before rising to perform the sword control technique, returning 2 treasured swords to their scabbard, taking 3 steps back, and turning to depart. Yu Tianhu remained in a state of profound shock. The Jiang clan had languished for 700 years, yet now emerged a Jiang Ning. So young yet already at the 13th realm. Was Jiang Ning destined to be the rejuvenator of the great Xia dynasty? Your Highness, when did you master the lunar absolute breath sword formation? Yu Tianhu inquired weakly. Master? Jiang Ning chuckled. Isn't it merely a matter of observing once? He replied calmly. He had never practiced the techniques of the Taishu sword sect. He simply replicated them after witnessing Lu Jin's demonstration. All methods ultimately derive from a single source. All variations remain true to their essence. Various sword techniques are propelled by primal energy. Jiang Ning possessed no special affinity for swordsmanship, nor had he ever comprehended it. As the saying goes, sheer strength can overcome countless techniques. As long as the sword energy he wielded was formidable enough, that sufficed. Yu Tianhu swallowed hard, realizing he had posed an exceedingly foolish question. Initially filled with ambition, believing that without his support, Jiang Ning could never accomplish great deeds, he now began to doubt himself. What value did he hold for Jiang Ning? Is it not rather conspicuous for His Highness to order the old eunuch to assassinate the Empress? Yu Tianhu inquired. What purpose does Lu Jin serve? Jiang Ning retorted. Jiang Ning had already slain 9 minor masters at Su Zhen's estate and had torn Su Zhen's mouth. His intent was to send a warning to the Empress, advising her to refrain from provoking him unnecessarily. However, her folly knew no bounds. She failed to repent and even dispatched Lu Jin to subdue him. Was Jiang Ning to engage in reasoned discourse with the Empress? The Empress wielded power with an iron fist, instilling fear in all who would oppose her. This was largely due to the presence of a 13th-tier grand eunuch by her side, and the Zhao clan, to which the Empress belonged, was replete with formidable figures. Thus, the Empress's decree was tantamount to law. Jiang Ning surpassed her in strength, as well as the entire Zhao clan, rendering his edict the true law. Lu Jin might not possess the capacity to eliminate the Empress, Yu Tianhu remarked. It matters not, Jiang Ning replied, fully aware that Lu Jin could not slay the Empress. Keeping her alive served a modicum of purpose. If Lu Jin sought to become his disciple, he must unconditionally adhere to his commands. Should Lu Jin survive, Jiang Ning would honor his promise. If he perished, it was of little consequence, merely a worthless pawn. At that moment, Yu Tianhu recalled Lu Jin's words. My aunt remains imprisoned in the cold palace. Your plan to have Lu Jin assassinate the Empress is unlikely to succeed. The Empress is fierce and bloodthirsty. She may very well send someone to harm my aunt. Yu Tianhu's anxiety surged. Previously, he held himself in high regard, even doubting the authority of his elders. But his aunt had always treated him as her own son. She was his closest confidant. Now, Jiang Ning appeared indifferent to her fate, intent on sending someone to assassinate the empress. Was he truly willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals? Have more books brought to this prince. Jiang Ning ordered dismissively, no longer engaging in discussion with Yu Tianhu. Your Highness, my aunt is in the cold palace and in constant danger, Yu Tianhu implored. Jiang Ning's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. As you command. What was Jiang Ning's true nature? He was, after all, a 13th-tier master. How could he remain so cold-hearted towards his own mother? Would he allow her to perish without intervention? If he revealed his capabilities, even the tyrannical empress would be compelled to negotiate with him. Yet Yu Tianhu felt utterly powerless. The ninth prince seemed even more autocratic than the empress herself. His every word was law, with no tolerance for dissent. After leaving the prince's residence, Lu Jin made his way directly to Wei Yuanho's estate. Su Jun had already exited the palace and was with his family. Both he and his eldest daughter had their mouths torn, unable to articulate a single coherent word, merely babbling in confusion. Father, what did the empress say? Did she send someone to kill that wretched Jiang Ning? One of Su Zhen's sons inquired anxiously, babbling in frustration. Su Zhen nodded emphatically. Excellent. Jiang Ning came to our Su family and wreaked havoc. He deserves to die? Yes, Jiang Ning must perish. Su Zhen and his daughter yearned for Jiang Ning's demise more than anyone else, for they had suffered immensely. The empress had dispatched Lu Jin to kill Jiang Ning. With Lu Jin's prowess, he was more than capable of obliterating a 12th-tier master. Regardless of how formidable Jiang Ning might be, could he truly ascend to the 13th realm? Once Jiang Ning meets his demise, Su Zhen intends to set off firecrackers before the princess residence for 3 consecutive days and nights. As Su Zhen brooded in indignation, the old eunuch Lu Jin made his entrance. This old servant pays his respects to the Marquis of Wei Yuan. Lu Jin bowed deeply. Upon seeing Lu Jin, Su Zhen immediately rose and addressed him. Though the words eluded him, he was likely inquiring whether Jiang Ning had perished. Without a doubt, Su Zhen could surmise that Lu Jin had indeed acted, and Jiang Ning was certainly dead. Lu Jin, unable to comprehend Su Zhen's words, slowly laid down his sword case and opened it. Then, he raised his hand to form a seal. This old servant comes at the behest of the ninth prince to eliminate the entire Su family. The moment these words were uttered, every individual present exhibited a look of sheer horror. Hadn't Lu Jin come to eradicate Jiang Ning by the empress's decree? Why then? Did he suddenly claim to be acting on the ninth prince's orders to annihilate his family? 2 treasured swords emerged from the case, their blades intertwining in a deadly dance. In an instant, Su Zhen, caught completely off guard, was dismembered by the flying swords. The onlookers, witnessing Su Zhen's swift demise, turned pale with terror and fled in all directions. However, none could escape. The ninth prince had commanded the slaughter of the Su family. Lu Jin's murderous intent surged. Were it not for Su Zhen's complaint to the palace, the empress would not have dispatched him to eliminate Jiang Ning. Had he not crossed paths with Jiang Ning, he would not have found himself in this predicament. A mere Marquis of Wei Yuan, his status was simply a byproduct of the empress's rise to power. The Su family, with only one martial grandmaster, was inferior to mere livestock in the eyes of the Zhao clan. When Lu Jin departed the Su estate, the scene was one of carnage, with corpses strewn about and rivers of blood flowing. Over 100 individuals, including the servants, were left without a single survivor. With his initial task accomplished, his next objective was to assassinate the empress. Chapter 9. The Assassination of the Empress. A foiled endeavor. Lu Jin, clutching the sword case at an angle, returned to the palace. Upon arriving at the gates of Xinang Palace, he paused for a moment. The matter of allegiance could not be swayed. He had chosen Jiang Ning, who regarded him as a pawn. Thus, he must accept his fate. When the sovereign demands the death of a subject, the subject has no choice but to comply. Lu Jin's resolve stemmed not from unwavering loyalty, but from Jiang Ning's overwhelming power, which left no room for defiance. Regaining his composure, Lu Jin stepped into the front courtyard of Xinang Palace. With a flick of his wrist, he opened the sword case. The voice of the empress resonated from within the palace. You've returned? Bring forth the head of that little wretch, Jiang Ning. Lu Jin's expression turned grave. As you command. The twin swords unsheathed, enveloped in a whirlwind of sword energy, surged toward the main hall of Xinang Palace. The 2 flying swords interlaced and darted through the entrance. In that fleeting moment, the sword energy swept past, causing the walls of the main hall to collapse and half of the front palace to come crashing down. With a thunderous roar, dust billowed into the air. The few palace maids attending the empress had no time to react, becoming mere fragments as they were engulfed by the debris. Suddenly, a figure broke through the ruins. Hovering in midair, the empress, caught off guard for just a heartbeat, bore several deep gashes from the sword energy across her face, blood gushing forth. Her visage twisted in fury. Lu Jin, have you lost your mind? Lu Jin's silhouette gradually emerged from the dust. His expression was grave as he spoke solemnly. By the order of His Highness, the Ninth Prince, I have come to slay the Empress. I dare not disobey my master's command. Upon hearing this, the Empress was initially taken aback, but her face soon contorted with rage. Was a mere outing for Lu Jin tantamount to treachery? That wretched Lu Jin, having served her as a dog for so many years, now chose to align himself with Jiang Ning, who was supported solely by the Yu clan. What merit did Jiang Ning possess that warranted Lu Jin's loyalty? How dare you, Lu Jin, betray this empress? You seek death. The empress raised her hand, sending a string of jade beads cascading from her wrist. An exquisite magical artifact, the scarlet lotus pearl. Her visage twisted in fury, veins bulging. Her face a mask of ferocity. The pearl instantaneously transformed into 8 blood lotuses, swirling above Lu Jin's head. A fierce crimson light erupted, emanating an overwhelming power. Die for me. The empress pressed down with both hands, and the 8 blood lotuses shot forth like meteors, descending upon Lu Jin. The walls of the Xinaying palace crumbled with a deafening roar, the ground fracturing like a spider's web. The empress had forgotten the prowess of this old servant. Lu Jin remained as immovable as a mountain, casually flicking his fingers. 2 swords buried in the rubble soared into the air, leaving behind trails of condensed air. Sword chi surged forth, rising from below like a vast net cast towards the empress. The profound, absolute silence, sword formation. Yet, having just witnessed Jiang Ning execute this very technique, Lu Jin now wielded his famed skill, feeling it was akin to a mere parlor trick. The empress's face contorted in horror at the sight. Lu Jin's swordsmanship was unmatched amongst his peers. Even against her, a 12th level practitioner, he would not be easily overcome. At this moment, should the empress persist in her assault, the scarlet lotus pearl could easily annihilate Lu Jin. However, she would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by Lu Jin's ensuing attack. With her 12th level protective aura, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand Lu Jin's full force strike. Reluctantly, the empress was compelled to shift from offense to defense. The blood lotuses instantaneously relocated beneath her. With a thunderous boom, the entire palace trembled. The twin swords, infused with relentless sword energy, collided with the blood lotuses. Cracks appeared on the 8 blood lotuses before they shattered, transforming into a torrential downpour of crimson rain. A grave realization dawned upon Lu Jin, who had seemingly gained the upper hand. In that instant, a crimson whip, from an unknown direction, ensnared the twin flying swords. Even the sword energy was shredded by that whip. Lu Jin's internal energy momentarily stagnated, cold sweat cascading down his brow. It felt as if an invisible hand had tightly bound him, rendering him immobile. Failing to eliminate the empress with his first strike, he recognized his defeat. That single strike, capable of breaching the empress's artifact, was already a considerable feat. To slay the empress beneath the watchful eyes of such a figure was no simple task. After all, she was a 13th level cultivator, a master of the Taishan realm, with skills that transcended understanding. Wang Zhong, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Sacrificial Office and the Empress's most loyal hound, was an entity Lu Jin could only look up to. Lu Jin, you dare defy the heavens? Prepare to pay with your life. The voice echoed, though its source remained unseen. A formidable pressure descended from the 13th realm, manifesting as a long whip that lashed toward Lu Jin. Although Lu Jin narrowly evaded the strike, he was still caught in the residual force, sent hurtling backward through several walls before barely regaining his footing. The old adversary was merciless. At that moment, another whip aimed for Lu Jin's landing spot. In a moment of desperation, Lu Jin opened his mouth and expelled a surge of energy, transforming it into a delicate flying sword. With a swift cut, he cleaved through the very fabric of space. Lu Jin leaped into the void, vanishing from sight. Having entered the palace at the age of 6 and commenced his cultivation at 10, he was now a century old, having weathered the blood-soaked storms of court intrigue, How could he not have acquired a few skills for self-preservation? He had once aspired to reach the 12th realm, but instead, he sacrificed his cultivation to forge a personal flying sword, a vital tool for survival in critical moments. Yet, he was acutely aware that while he might evade the initial onslaught, he could not escape the final reckoning. The imperial palace was rife with various prohibitive formations. Activating any one of them could ensnare him within its confines. Xining Palace had become a half-ruin. The empress descended from the air, her face stained with blood, her countenance dark as a storm. She had nearly met her end at the hands of a eunuch, almost becoming a source of ridicule for the world. Just then, a eunuch rushed in, his hair streaked with gray and his corpulent form weighing at least 300 pounds. It was Chief Eunuch Wang Zhong, a formidable cultivator of the 13th realm. Wang Zhong fell prostrate before the empress. "This old servant has arrived too late to your aid. I am guilty of 1,000 deaths." His body trembled violently, his voice quivering with fear. "Where is that eunuch, Lu Jin?" the empress demanded furiously. "He has just slipped into the void, but your majesty need not worry. Lu Jin cannot escape this old servant's grasp. Within 3 days, I shall surely force him out and bring you his head as an offering for your forgiveness. Please, do not be enraged." The empress's chest heaved with rage. Her teeth clenched. Wiping the blood from her face only intensified her fury. "I am exceedingly angered. That wretched spawn born of Yu Ji dares to conspire with Lu Jin to assassinate me? Go, have that vile Yu Ji torn to pieces and cast outside the capital to be fed to wild dogs. This old servant will obey your command. I shall set forth immediately." Wang Zhong crawled backward until he exited the gates of Xining Palace, only then rising to his feet. A few young eunuchs were awaiting him, ready to assist him into a palanquin. As he ascended the ornate vehicle, his respectful demeanor gradually morphed into a sinister expression. To Yeding Palace. The young eunuchs strained under the weight of the palanquin as they wobbled toward Yeding Palace. As a cultivator of the 13th realm, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, Wang Zhong nonetheless relished the use of the palanquin within the palace. In the imperial court, only the royal family was entitled to ride in such opulence, yet he had been granted permission by the empress herself to do so. He was a eunuch, indeed, but also the leader of the eunuch faction. Despite his formidable cultivation, he reveled in flaunting his privilege and never adopted a low profile, allowing his vanity to bask in the fullest measure of satisfaction. Chapter 10. The Enlightenment Before Death. Yeding Palace was the cold palace, a place where any maid or concubine imprisoned there faced a grim fate. The Yeding Palace was under the strict governance of the chief, Eunuch Wang Zhong. The once noble consorts, now reduced to a pitiful existence, found their lives more lamentable than those of the palace maids and eunuchs. Daily chores such as chopping wood, washing clothes, and sweeping floors seemed relatively light in comparison, yet, on average, they could barely manage a single hearty meal each day. The entire Yeding Palace had been polished to a shine by these women, who had long since been tortured into shadows of their former selves. "Sister Yu, what brings you here?" Several anxious women inquired as they approached. "Surely the wicked empress is indiscriminately oppressing even someone as kind-hearted as you." "Silence, my dear sisters," Yu Fei cautioned. "The palace is filled with the empress's loyalists. We must be wary of being overheard." She scrutinized her former companions, her heart wrenching at their desolation. This cold palace was truly no place for human beings. The empress's heart was exceedingly cruel, treating them as though they were less than human. The thought of potentially suffering a similar fate as these sisters, living a life worse than death, plunged her into despair. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her son. Yu Fei jolted to attention. The empress had dispatched Lu Jin to kill Jiang Ning, who was accompanied solely by Yu Tianhu. Would Yu Tianhu be able to fend off Lu Jin? She recalled the small wooden box Jiang Ning had given her and hastily took it out, preparing to open it. At that moment, several young eunuchs entered, carrying a palanquin. The corpulent Wang Zhong lounged upon it, while a young eunuch beside him held a fruit platter, continually feeding him delectable fruits. Wang Zhong's presence filled Yu Fei with a sense of foreboding. Would the empress truly order her execution? He was a formidable figure, a 13th level expert, one of the most powerful in the court. Her former sisters, once close, turned pale at the sight of Wang Zhong, as if confronted by a demon from the depths of hell. This grotesquely overweight eunuch, buoyed by the empress's favor, had likely harmed countless within the palace. By the empress's decree, the traitor Yu Ji is to be executed. Wang Zhong's croaking voice reverberated. Indeed, a chill washed over Yu Fei. The empress had sent Wang Zhong to kill her. Could it be that Ning heir had already fallen victim to the empress's malevolence? Where's my Ning heir? Yu Fei's composure shattered. Despair etched across her face as she screamed at Wang Zhong. Once you are rid of me, I shall send Jiang Ning to join you. Wang Zhong's plump fingers shifted slightly, loosening the crimson whip coiled around his waist. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed the whip, accompanied by a formidable force. In that moment, Yu Fei's eyes widened in realization. Was she truly to perish? Return my son to me, she bellowed, her thoughts consumed by her child. At that instant, two flying swords, one black, one white, suddenly appeared from the shadows. Their sword energies swiftly deflected the whip, causing it to fall impotently to the ground. Wang Zhong, not having expended his full strength, had his strike easily thwarted by Lu Jin, who had anticipated his attack rather than cowering away like a timid turtle. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Jin would rise to defend Consort Yu. It was also an opportunity to eliminate this rebel. Suddenly, the air trembled, parting to reveal a rift. Lu Jin stepped forth from the void, landing before Consort Yu. At this juncture, Lu Jin appeared utterly wretched. His garments were tattered, his body marred with injuries. His complexion ashen, and blood still lingered on his lips. Consort Yu gazed with wide eyes upon the elderly eunuch before her. Wasn't he supposed to be slaying her son? Why had he suddenly appeared in the Yeding Palace, shielding her from Wang Zhong's long whip? In a moment of confusion, Consort Yu questioned, Lu Jin, where's my son? Rest assured, Your Highness, the 9th Prince is safe and sound, Lu Jin replied. With the great cultivation of the 13th realm, how could the 9th Prince possibly come to harm? Upon hearing this, the weight on Consort Yu's heart lifted entirely. Her son was unharmed. It was truly a relief. Lu Jin, Consort Yu did not lower her guard. You must leave the palace immediately, protect Ninger, and send him to Qingzhou to seek the Duke. My Yu family owes you a debt of gratitude. The queen's methods were exceedingly ruthless. Consort Yu felt she should not have summoned Jiang Ning back prematurely. Her own life was of little consequence, but Ninger must survive. At this moment, Lu Jin was the only one who could escape Wang Zhong's grasp. However, Lu Jin shook his head. He was gravely injured. How could he possibly flee? If he could, he would have long since left the palace to warn the 9th Prince. Since he had chosen a side, he would see it through to the end. Jiang Ning's actions had thoroughly awakened him. In the face of death, having acknowledged Jiang Ning as his master, he would rather perish before his master. His cultivation had reached a plateau at the 11th realm. He could expect to live only to around 120 or 30 years. He had already reached the limit. The first half of his life had failed to earn him a good reputation. Now, as the old eunuch in the eyes of the world, he yearned for an honorable existence, though no one would heed his thoughts. Your Highness, I can only strive to hold him off for a moment. How far you can run depends solely on your fortune. Lu Jin's voice was frail. Strive? With your condition? Wang Zhong remained reclined on the palanquin, not even casting a glance at Lu Jin. Wang Gonggong, I advise you, as a servant of the royal family, do not betray your master. Lu Jin maintained his respectful demeanor. You have been favored by Her Majesty, yet you conspire against her. Who, then, is the true traitor? Today, I shall act in the name of justice to eliminate you, this treacherous servant. At that moment, the whip that had fallen to the ground suddenly snapped taut. Within the Yeding Palace, a tempest arose, dust swirling like a storm. The long whip, resembling a sword capable of cleaving the heavens, surged towards Lu Jin with blinding speed. The overwhelming pressure had thoroughly suppressed Lu Jin. The flow of his vital energy had slowed by 2 or 3 times, crossing 2 major realms. He was indeed no match for Wang Zhong. With his grievous injuries, he could not withstand a single strike from Wang Zhong in his prime. In my life, I have done few good deeds. Perhaps after today, I shall be left with a notorious name, Lu Jin thought, forming a sword seal with his hands, enveloping himself in a vortex of sword energy. Before the long whip could strike Lu Jin, the swirling sword energy began to shatter. In less than a breath, Lu Jin was utterly fragmented. At this moment, in the prince's residence, Jiang Ning, who was quietly reading, felt a flicker in his eyes, a subtle glimmer of murderous intent. Yet, in the next instant, that intent dissipated like mist. 9th Prince, my esteemed 9th Prince, if you do nothing now, what will happen to your aunt? There is a formidable figure of the 13th realm in the palace. Yu Tianhu exclaimed in exasperation. Jiang Ning remained as unyielding as a mountain. Do you truly believe Lu Jin would submit to you? Those old eunuchs have lost their very roots. How pure can their thoughts be? Regardless of his reasoning. Jiang Ning feigned indifference. If Jiang Ning were truly so cold-hearted, then this prince was of no need for assistance. Enough, Jiang Ning said, dismissing the matter with two curt words. Chapter 11. Could it be a celestial being? In the Yeding Palace, the front courtyard. With a casual strike, Wang Zhong observed Lu Jin's choice to embrace death with magnanimity. In that fleeting moment, the pressure emanating from Wang Zhong vanished, as did the sword energy released by Lu Jin. A wisp of white smoke rose gracefully from the brocade box in Yu Fei's hands. The smoke coalesced in the air, gradually transforming into an ethereal figure. This apparition hovered mid-air, its garments billowing as if woven from dreams, resembling a celestial being from the heavens. At this moment, the entire Yeding Palace was enveloped in an aura of profound tranquility, radiating from that elusive figure. Lying on the palanquin, Wang Zhong sensed the shift in the atmosphere and finally raised his head. Upon seeing the figure in the air, his eyes, buried within flesh, widened in astonishment. A spiritual avatar. This is a power that can only be comprehended upon reaching the Taishan realm. However, a spiritual avatar at the Taishan level could only communicate with the physical body, unable to draw power from it to manifest abilities. Only upon reaching the Tianren realm could one utilize a spiritual avatar to perform techniques. In essence, using supernatural powers to wield supernatural powers. Although the figure suspended in the air appeared insubstantial, its features were distinctly visible. It was a youthful visage, exuding a serene demeanor and an ethereal grace. A martial celestial? Who are you? Wang Zhong exclaimed in terror. In that instant, Lu Jin felt he had finally made the right choice. He had only known that the ninth prince's martial prowess was unfathomable, yet he had not anticipated that it surpassed even the 13th realm. Merely releasing a strand of his aura had instantaneously neutralized Wang Zhong's and his own techniques. The Tianren realm had achieved a state of unity, capable of directly manifesting a small world wherever it went, becoming the celestial being presiding over it. The illusory figure descended gently from the air, merely a few yards high, as if stepping from the clouds of a celestial realm into the mortal world. Jiang Ning turned, a smile gracing his face. With my son present, there is no need for concern, mother. Jiang Ning's warm voice resonated. Yu Fei felt as though she was on the brink of death, yet now, it was as if she had been reborn. This ethereal figure was none other than her royal son. It was merely a phantom, akin to a towering mountain standing before her, impenetrable by any soul. In that instant, her heart found a profound tranquility. Jiang Ning slowly turned, gazing at Wang Zhong, who remained seated on the palanquin, his enormous head lifted, face awash with disbelief. Lu Jin, your performance has indeed surpassed this prince's expectations, Jiang Ning remarked. Regaining her icy composure, her voice ethereal, resonating in the air. Lu Jin promptly bowed. I am at your service, ninth prince. Ninth prince. Wang Zhong propped himself up with his hands, his eyes fixated on the ethereal figure. The ninth prince, having been absent from the capital for a full decade, had indeed returned, and Lu Jin had immediately aligned himself with him following a visit to the palace. Wang Zhong seemed to grasp the underlying reason. With Lu Jin's strength at the 11th realm, he was but an insect before Jiang Ning, who embodied the 14th realm. Wang Zhong recognized a familiar sensation in the spectral visage. It was undeniably the countenance of the ninth prince, though now matured. Rising from the palanquin, the eunuchs who had been carrying it could no longer bear the weight, collapsing in disarray. Wang Zhong brought the palanquin crashing to the ground, his corpulence quivering, resembling a mountain of flesh before the onlookers. What did it matter if one was of the 14th realm? It was merely an extension of divine consciousness, capable of harnessing but a tenth of the true essence of the body. Could you truly kill me? Wang Zhong summoned his vital energy once more. Unleashing the full force of the 13th realm, he stepped forward, channeling the spiritual energies of the universe, his form expanding rapidly, soaring to over 10 zhang in height. Radiating golden light, his true self lingered behind this colossal manifestation, his Dharma body. In the courtyard, those present appeared as insignificant as ants before Wang Zhong. It seemed he possessed some understanding of the 14th realm. Indeed, a divine consciousness could only mobilize a fraction of the true essence, significantly diminishing its might. Yet, he was evidently oblivious to the true power of the 14th realm. At this moment, he contemplated annihilating all present before reporting to the Empress that the ninth prince had attained the 14th realm. The Zhao clan would never permit a formidable figure of that caliber to participate in the struggle for supremacy. With their strength, eliminating a being of the 14th realm was trivial. Everyone present had to perish, and Jiang Ning must die. At that moment, Wang Zhong raised his colossal hand, casting a shadow over the entire courtyard. As his palm descended, the overwhelming pressure instantly shattered several nearby structures. Lu Jin cast a hurried glance at Jiang Ning. Even the manifestation of his Dharma body at the 13th realm would be futile against Wang Zhong. He had indeed underestimated his adversary's might. Now, all hope rested upon Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had remained in a state of secluded cultivation, never having engaged in combat. Encountering a practitioner of the 13th realm for the first time piqued his interest, albeit only slightly, as it soon dissipated. The 13th realm was far too weak, lacking even the qualification to warrant his attention. Break. Jiang Ning softly uttered a single word. In that instant, the descending giant hand disintegrated like a wisp of smoke, scattered by a sudden gust of wind. Wang Zhong tilted his head, watching in horror as a limb from his divine avatar was severed. Yet, Jiang Ning remained immobile, having merely uttered a single word. How could a mere consciousness clone of the 14 realms possess such miraculous powers? Nevertheless, his divine avatar continued to dissipate, the disintegration flowing from his arm to his grand, imposing figure. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of his colossal divine form vanished into thin air. Wang Zhong stumbled backward, landing heavily on his seat, his soul trembling uncontrollably. The instantaneous destruction of his divine avatar resulted in the shattering of all three of his dantians. Over 140 years of cultivation transformed into streaks of radiant light, dissipating into the cosmos. How could this be? Was he truly a Confucian practitioner? A sage of Confucianism? Just a moment ago, Wang Zhong felt as if he were being suppressed by the heavenly Tao. He had just unleashed his most powerful divine ability, only to be instantly countered. What was even more terrifying was that the one who shattered his divine avatar was merely a fragment of the ninth prince's consciousness. With a mere word, the laws followed, truly a Confucian sage. The Jiang family had been suppressed by external relatives for 7 or 8 centuries. Yet at this moment of impending collapse, a prodigy with terrifying talent emerged. He suddenly recalled the records of the royal genealogy regarding the founding emperor, who, at the age of 20, had reached the realm of terrestrial immortality. In just 50 years, he quelled the chaos and unified the realm. It is said that at the age of 100, this founding emperor even transcended terrestrial immortality, achieving the status of the highest deity among mortals. From that moment, the fortune of the Jiang royal family became solidified, capable of enduring for 2,000 years. Was it possible that the Jiang family was about to produce a mortal deity comparable to the founding emperor? At this moment, Wang Zhong harbored only one thought: flee. Before his cultivation dissipated entirely, he released his soul and fled towards the Xinang palace. With the transcendent abilities of the Zhao family, he believed he could reconstruct his physical form. However, did he still think he could escape before Jiang Ning? As Jiang Ning's will stirred, the sword in Lu Jin's hand flickered and vanished. The escaping soul was consumed into nothingness. The world returned to tranquility. Chapter 12. The Emperor of Longevity. Jiang Daoran on the palanquin. Wang Zhong's rotund head slumped, his pupils dilated, devoid of any sign of life. The young eunuchs gazed at the notorious Grand Eunuch in terror, their faces a mask of disbelief. Wang Zhong, the Grand Eunuch, was dead? Lu Jin's anxious heart finally found solace. Initially, he had thought he underestimated Wang Zhong's strength. But in truth, Wang Zhong was indeed formidable. The reality was that he had profoundly underestimated Jiang Ning's power. He had believed Jiang Ning to be merely at the 13th realm. Yet, just moments ago, Jiang Ning had revealed his extraordinary capabilities at the 14th realm. With words that shaped reality, only a Confucian sage could achieve such feats. He could not discern Jiang Ning's true realm, for Jiang Ning had never unleashed his full strength. Thus, he remained uncertain whether Jiang Ning had reached the level of terrestrial immortality. However, even if Jiang Ning were merely a 14th realm Confucian sage, that was already a cause for alarm. He had only intended to take a gamble, but he was fortunate that he had wagered correctly. A 14th realm prince possessed strength that far surpassed that of his several brothers, sufficient to establish his standing in the imperial city. With a casual gesture, he vanquished a formidable being of the 13th realm. Who could possibly underestimate such power? Yet, this was not even his true form. You have fulfilled your promise. "And so have I," Jiang Ning stated coolly to Lu Jin. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin was overwhelmed with joy. Just when he thought all hope was lost, a glimmer of light appeared. He had presumed that Jiang Ning's words about aiding him to enter the 12th realm were mere empty promises, a common tactic to win over hearts. Little did he realize that Jiang Ning spoke the truth. Jiang Ning gently raised his hand, summoning a delicate, ethereal white orb that slowly drifted towards Lu Jin's brow, merging with him. Lu Jin closed his eyes, and for the first time, he could envision the scenery of the 12th realm. To him, it had always seemed as if he stood atop a mountain, with the 12th realm appearing as an ethereal palace on a peak even higher. It was an unattainable dream. As a mysterious force flowed into him, he felt himself rise from that summit, soaring towards the celestial palace. It was as if he had fused with the very fabric of this world. Every movement he made stirred the energies of heaven and earth, bending them to his will. Suddenly, the heavens darkened. Above the 9 skies, bolts of lightning gathered ominously, crashing down through the clouds toward Lu Jin, who was on the verge of breaking through his realm. The terrifying thunder, akin to a colossal dragon, twisted and coiled menacingly. This is bad, Jiang Ning realized, having forcibly assisted Lu Jin in breaking through, provoking the wrath of the heavens. Lu Jin, at the 11th realm, was ill-equipped to withstand such a calamity. Just as Lu Jin was engulfed in dread, he heard Jiang Ning's authoritative voice command, "Retreat." Miraculously, the bolt of lightning recoiled, vanishing into the clouds above. Lu Jin arrived unscathed at the celestial palace and successfully ascended to the 12th realm. The memory of that thunder still haunted him. As his consciousness returned, he slowly reopened his eyes, gazing once more at the ethereal figure of Jiang Ning, now appearing as a celestial being. Even if he had reached the 14th realm, possessing the power to command the laws of nature, he would have been incapable of simply dismissing the thunderous tribulations sent by the heavens with a mere shout. A terrestrial deity. The 9th prince is undoubtedly a terrestrial deity. At that moment, Lu Jin's heart surged with emotion as he knelt before Jiang Ning's apparition. "I, your humble servant, express my profound gratitude for your divine favor." His voice trembled violently. He was certain his master would ascend to the pinnacle of power. Jiang Ning slowly turned, offering another faint smile to the Empress Dowager Yu. "I have been unfilial, causing you distress." The Empress Dowager shook her head vehemently, overwhelmed with emotion, unsure of what to say, tears cascading down her cheeks. In that instant, Jiang Ning's figure gradually solidified, returning to the small brocade box. His voice resonated within the confines of the Yeding Palace. "Escort mother back to the Wutong Garden, and bring Wang Zhong's head to meet Zhao Chunhua. As you command." Lu Jin approached Wang Zhong's lifeless body, contemplating the unseeing expression on his face, his heart filled with sorrow. Wang Zhong, a formidable being of the 13th realm, had wielded the Empress's influence to wreak havoc in the court for decades. Yet, he met a dismal fate, his spirit extinguished, forever barred from reincarnation. Lu Jin himself had narrowly escaped a similar destiny. His life was not yet meant to end. Meanwhile, in the northwest of the palace, within an imposing Taoist temple, the ground was adorned with a vast 8 trigrams array, inscribed with golden Taoist symbols. In one direction sat a figure, hands resting on his knees, performing the 5 hearts facing heaven gesture. His hair and beard were slightly frosted, draped in a Taoist robe, with his head bowed and eyes lowered. His physique was slender, exuding an ethereal aura. His hair was coiled with a golden dragon hairpin, and his face bore an indelible imperial majesty. Opposite him sat a woman of celestial beauty, a paragon of exquisite grace, clad in a Taoist robe that accentuated her transcendent demeanor, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy. This man was none other than the emperor of the Great Xia, Jiang Daoran. The emperor, originally named otherwise, had unexpectedly appointed the stunning woman as the national master 5 years prior, establishing a temple to pursue the path of immortality. To demonstrate his devotion, he altered the era name he had used for decades from Jingyang to Ichi Sanqing. While there have been emperors who adopted 4-character era names, none had ever chosen such an absurd one. He was undoubtedly unparalleled in history. He renamed himself Jiang Daoran, signifying his quest for immortality and enlightenment. He even adopted the Taoist title of Lingxiao Shangqing Tong, Lei Yuanyang Miao Fei Yuanjun. At this moment, the emperor suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with clarity and an unmistakable excitement. Just now, someone stirred the thunder pool, causing a heavenly tribulation to descend from the 9th heaven. Did the national master witness it? His tone was tinged with fervor, a feeling he had not experienced in decades. As a sovereign, he could communicate with the fate of his dynasty, barely glimpsing the profound mysteries of heaven. The female national master did not open her eyes. Her voice ethereal, Your Majesty's sincere pursuit of truth must have evoked the manifestation of the Tao ancestor, guiding you through the fog. Your words have unraveled the knot in my heart that has troubled me for 5 years. The emperor's excitement intensified. The national master was filled with questions. How did that resolve your inner turmoil? This is the fruit of your quest. Unrelated to me, she replied delicately. Just now, someone defied the heavenly mandate, proving that the restrictions of the heavenly path are not insurmountable. I too shall attain the fruit of immortality in my quest. The emperor stood, flinging his robe. It is done. I shall succeed. I wish to change my Daoist title to Taishang Daluo Tianxian Ziji, Changxing, Xingji Zhaoling Tong Sanyuan, Jingying Yushu, Zhongzhong Wulei Dazhenren, Xuandu Jing Wancho Dijuan. What say you? National Master? Excellent, she replied. Why not cultivate together? Once I attain immortality, I shall take you to traverse the river of time. The national master opened her eyes, revealing a face of sublime beauty, yet her gaze was filled with allure. At that moment, she saw the emperor's eyes aflame with desire. Have you gone astray? Your Majesty has practiced for 5 years, yet still succumbs to the 7 emotions and 6 desires? The emperor approached the national master. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are concepts from Buddhism. In Taoism, we emphasize the harmony of yin and yang. A practitioner must neither suppress nor indulge, allowing the Tao to flow naturally. As he spoke, he tugged at the national master's robe. Chapter 13. Is he a sage of Confucianism and Taoism? Lu Jin escorted concubine Yu back to Wudong Garden, then, carrying Wang Zhong's severed head, made his way to the Xinang Palace. Though his clothes were tattered, he radiated vitality, possessing an air of youthful exuberance despite his aged appearance. The 9th Prince's ability to defy fate was nothing short of astonishing. It is only at the moment he forcefully elevates his realm that he comprehends what it truly means to defy the heavens. Even a mere ascension from the 11th to the 12th realm, outside the laws of the celestial path, could result in instant annihilation by divine retribution. Originally, with around 20 years of life remaining, he now estimates he could live for over 40 more. This is the expected lifespan of a 12th realm cultivator. Approximately 150 years. Lu Jin steadied his mind and entered the Xinang Palace. This old servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Lu Jin bowed respectfully before the Empress's back. The Empress turned, her eyes widening in disbelief as they fell upon the enormous severed head in Lu Jin's hands. Wang Zhong was dead. How could this be? Yet Lu Jin appeared to be in perfect health. How could this be explained? Moments earlier, the Empress had witnessed a divine retribution descending from the heavens, aimed directly at the palace, only to retract midway. Who had summoned that thunderbolt? Could it be Lu Jin? But he was merely at the 11th realm, only capable of spiritual projection. The appearance of divine retribution could stem from 2 possibilities. One must at least attain the celestial realm and use great powers to obscure the heavenly secrets for a moment, forcing a connection with the cosmos to summon such a strike. The second possibility is that one lacks the requisite cultivation level, yet attempts to forcibly break through the realm, defying the natural order, thus incurring the wrath of the heavenly law. Lu Jin did not exhibit any murderous intent, for Jiang Ning had not commanded him to slay the Empress. The 9th Prince instructed this old servant to escort consort Yu back to Wudong Garden, and to deliver Wang Gonggong's head to you, Lu Jin stated respectfully, placing Wang Zhong's head on the ground before turning to leave. Had Jiang Ning just entered the palace? Could that thunderbolt be related to him? From the moment Wang Zhong departed to the return of only his head, no more than half an hour had passed. No sounds of fierce combat had emerged from Yeding Palace, suggesting that Wang Zhong was likely killed instantaneously. At the 13th realm, one can manifest and wield supreme powers. How could he have been killed so swiftly? The only explanation is that Jiang Ning's return had provoked the long-silent Yu clan to act. But to slay a 13th realm cultivator, one must be at least at the 14th realm. When had the Yu clan ever produced a martial celestial of the 14th realm? Immediately investigate what transpired in Yeding Palace. The Empress commanded furiously. Jiang Ning had acted openly, leaving no room for concealment. Numerous witnesses were present, and the Empress's personal maid swiftly uncovered the truth. Your Majesty, it was the 9th Prince who acted personally. It turned out he had left a fragment of his consciousness beside Consort Yu. The maid recounted every detail without omission. Upon hearing this, the Empress's face twisted with rage, revealing a hint of fear. Jiang Ning, a great cultivator of the 14th realm? Is he a sage of Confucianism? This cannot be true. The Empress exclaimed incredulously. A 14th realm Confucian cultivator could be termed a sage, possessing the extraordinary ability to manifest laws with mere words. Jiang Ning was only in his 20s, and the Yu clan, being a lineage of martial generals, had produced many martial celestials of the 14th realm over generations. However, their bloodline bore no trace of Confucian fortune. It was impossible for them to produce a Confucian sage. Your Majesty, it is absolutely true. Many have witnessed it, and their accounts are consistent, the maid whispered. The separation of consciousness, the sage of Confucianism and Taoism, at the tender age of 20. The Empress could hardly believe it. Perhaps it was another formidable practitioner of the 14th realm, masquerading as Jiang Ning to play tricks. Regardless of whether Jiang Ning himself was at the 14th realm, the Empress had no choice but to take him seriously. Ultimately, Jiang Ning was backed by the power of the 14th realm, likely stemming from the resources of the Yu clan. After all, it was only the Yu clan that would come to Jiang Ning's aid. She had underestimated both Jiang Ning and the Yu clan. The demise of the Su family was inconsequential. Yet now, with the death of Wang Zhong, that boy who had been absent from the capital for a decade was conveying to her that he was no longer the naive child of yesteryears. No longer someone she could easily manipulate. The capital had gained another contender for the throne. This individual must not be allowed to remain. The capital was rife with the watchful eyes of various clandestine leaders. Even the slightest disturbance could stir a tide of undercurrents. The residence of Prince Qi was unlike those of other princes. This vast estate had been transformed by Prince Qi into a grand martial arts arena. Prince Qi, Jiang Yu, possessed extraordinary strength. Unlike other practitioners who cultivated vital energy and advanced gradually, he shattered through realms with sheer physical prowess. Your Highness. A plainly dressed middle-aged man saluted Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu slowly lowered the massive stone he had been holding. What is the situation? Is it possible that the prince has ordered an assassination of the 9th prince by our informant? Negative. What has transpired? Prince Qi inquired. The man recounted the events of the day in succession. Very good. My brother has returned and caused quite a stir, even taking down Wang Zhong. He has concealed himself well during his 10 years of wandering the martial world. Jiang Yu replied, his tone somber. Your Highness, individuals from the Eastern Tower have attempted to assassinate the 9th prince without our directive. I suspect someone is trying to incite discord between you and the 9th prince. Might I suggest that you clarify this matter to distance yourself from it? The man proposed. They merely placed informants near Jiang Ning and have not rushed to act. Someone aims to drive a wedge between us, Jiang Yu scoffed. Do you think I should apologize to the 9th prince? Does he deserve it? What has happened. Jiang Yu need not make a fuss about it. I have heard that the 9th prince has refined a separation of consciousness to vanquish Wang Zhong. We are not yet aware of the 9th prince's ties to the Yu clan. I believe we should first clear up any misunderstandings. Jiang Yu remained dismissive. That old eunuch Wang Zhong is dead, and so be it. Should I apologize for the death of a mere eunuch? He was not even my subordinate. The man sighed. Exasperated. The Yu clan must have concealed their strength previously. And so what? When I ascend to the 13th realm, a mere Yu clan will be as nothing, easily extinguished with a wave of my hand. The man hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking further. Jiang Yu completely missed the point. The issue was not merely the death of an old eunuch, but rather that the 9th prince had effortlessly subdued him using a separation of consciousness, a feat only achievable at the 14th realm. In the prince's estate, Yu Tianhu was anxiously pacing, having sent someone to the palace to gather information, but there had been no response. He was on the brink of madness, while Jiang Ning remained composed. If only there were an elder at home in the capital, he would not have to endure the cold demeanor of Jiang Ning here. At this moment, news finally arrived. A soldier hurried to Yu Tihu's side and whispered into his ear for a while. Yu Tihu's expression shifted from anxiety to shock, and then he gazed at Jiang Ning with disbelief. Chapter 14. Does the princess desire to become empress? Lu Jin unexpectedly chose to serve Jiang Ning, which took him by surprise. It turned out that even those eunuchs could possess loyalty to their masters. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in Jiang Ning effortlessly subduing Wang Zhong with a mere fragment of his divine consciousness and forcibly elevating Lu Jin by an entire realm, assisting him in reaching the 12th realm. Was it truly so simple to elevate Lu Jin? No wonder Jiang Ning remained as steady as a mountain, as if nothing had transpired. It was not that he was cold-hearted and indifferent to the fate of his mother. Rather, everything was firmly within his grasp. It became clear that he was not at the 11th realm, nor the 12th, and certainly not the 13th. He was, astonishingly, at the 14th realm, an otherworldly being. No, it was more than that. He could effortlessly dismantle Wang Zhong's Dharma body. Was he a sage of Confucianism? Yet, how could he cultivate demonic arts? The secrets surrounding the 9th prince were manifold. Despite knowing that he could control everything and that his anxiousness was in vain, Jiang Ning remained silent and unmoved. Loyal to the 9th prince, Yutihu felt he might suffocate in his own impatience. Nevertheless, he could not help but inquire, "Your Highness, have you reached the 14th realm?" Yutihu's voice trembled with disbelief. Not just that. Boom. Those two simple words struck Yutihu like a thunderclap. Achieving the 14th realm at the age of 20 was already astonishing enough to place him among the greatest figures throughout history. Yet, to claim there was more. The implication of more was that he was a terrestrial immortal. The founding emperor of the great Xia dynasty, Emperor Gao, reached the realm of terrestrial immortality at 20, ascending even further by the age of 100, suppressing the world for 300 years with an invincible presence. He was truly the greatest prodigy of all time, unmatched by any before or after. Thus, above the terrestrial immortals, there existed a higher realm, the supreme deity of the mortal realm. However, this realm did not refer to the 16th realm above terrestrial immortality, but specifically to Emperor Gao. In that instant, Yutihu was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiang Ning had the potential to stand alongside Emperor Gao, becoming the second supreme deity of the mortal realm. Moreover, half of their bloodline coursed through this person's veins. No wonder he was so aloof, which terrestrial immortal was not. Suddenly, Yutihu realized that he had been fretting over trivial matters. His mind was now consumed by two words: stability. From this moment onward, he would assist a future supreme deity of the mortal realm. He recalled Jiang Ning's earlier request to clean the room. Initially displeased, but now, he would gladly do anything for Jiang Ning, even if it meant cleaning the floors or fetching his shoes. Thud. For reasons unknown, Yutihu's knees buckled, and he knelt beside Jiang Ning. What's wrong? Jiang Ning turned slowly, astonished, and looked at Yutihu. Only a faintly unnatural smile emerged on Yutihu's face. No, it's nothing, just an involuntary reaction. Your Highness, your tea has run out. Allow me to brew another pot for you. With that, Yutihu rose and hurried off to prepare the tea. Soon thereafter, an unexpected guest arrived at the prince's residence, an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youthful countenance, clad in white robes. A maid guided this venerable figure into the courtyard. He had anticipated that the 9th prince would rise to greet him upon his arrival. After all, any other prince would undoubtedly treat him with respect and honor him as a distinguished guest. However, Jiang Ning appeared utterly oblivious to his presence. Having heard tales of this prince's aloofness and pride since childhood, he was now witnessing it firsthand. In the past, upon encountering this elder, Yutihu would have bowed in utmost reverence, for this man was Zhao Qianhe, an elder of the illustrious Hongmeng sword sect, a formidable sword cultivator of the 14th realm, a being often regarded as a half-step sword immortal. While individuals like Lu Jin could be deemed prodigies of the sword path, they paled in comparison to Zhao Qianhe. Yet now, a sword cultivator of the 14th realm seemed insignificant in the presence of a terrestrial immortal. Senior Zhao, what brings you here? Yutihu stood tall, chest out, and inquired solemnly. I have come to pay my respects to the 9th prince and to discuss matters of great importance. Zhao Qianhe replied in a voice that was both aged and resonant. Then why do you not bow in greeting? Yutihu pressed. Zhao Qianhe felt a twinge of displeasure at this. As a half-step sword immortal, he felt as though he was offering his warmth to a cold shoulder. Please, have a seat, Jiang Ning said, his gaze unwavering, gesturing for him to sit. Once seated, Zhao Qianhe addressed Jiang Ning. Your Highness, would you consider joining forces with the eldest princess? Being a favored guest of the eldest princess, he had come to act as her envoy, having heard of recent events. While Jiang Ning was indeed surrounded by capable individuals, it was no secret that all princes had their own formidable allies. The factions of the various princes had already solidified, with Jiang Ning remaining relatively inconsequential. Therefore, Zhao Qianhe believed persuading a 20-year-old prince would not require particularly elaborate rhetoric. He was well aware of the Yu family's heritage. The eldest princess had expressed that the ninth prince, known for his modesty and lofty ambitions since childhood, was unlike other princes who often bore duplicity. If anyone were to inherit the rightful legacy of the great Xia in the future, it ought to be the ninth prince. Thus, the eldest princess wished to lend her strength to facilitate his ascension. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning maintained an expressionless demeanor. He held little impression of his siblings. Yet he recalled that the eldest princess had once joined the Hongmeng sword sect to cultivate the sword path, achieving considerable mastery. However, Zhao Qianhe's proposal seemed rather crude. The eldest princess's intentions were transparent to him. The Yu family still possessed a half-mining vein, and she was evidently eyeing that asset. Your words of modesty and sincerity seem rehearsed, Yu Tianhu remarked, somewhat displeased. These are heartfelt sentiments. The ninth prince has just returned to the capital, and the Yu family has been fragmented, Zhao Qianhe replied. If the ninth prince were to receive the support of the princess, he would undoubtedly ascend with ease. The princess also mentioned that should the ninth prince agree to join forces with her, she would certainly advocate for him to obtain a princely title. Zhao Qianhe remarked. Jiang Ning remained silent. Observing Jiang Ning's expression, Zhao Qianhe suddenly felt a twinge of annoyance. Meanwhile, Yu Tianhu, well acquainted with such sentiments, interjected. Do you take our prince for a fool? The princess wishes to assist him, and yet sends you to solicit his favor? You should temper your arrogance. My visit, continued Yu Tianhu, is a testament to the princess's sincerity. If the ninth prince consents, I would even consider taking you as my disciple and imparting my swordsmanship. Yu Tianhu chuckled. You, at the 14th realm, teaching the techniques of the 15th realm? What a preposterous jest. You are, after all, a formidable cultivator, a half-step sort of mortal. Surely, you cannot be so foolish. Our prince is exceptionally gifted, endowed with extraordinary powers. He has no need to bow to an old man like you. Yu Tianhu taunted. Yu's young scion retorted. You speak with such audacity. My mastery at the 14th realm is unrivaled in this world of swordsmanship. I can count those who surpass me on one hand. How could I not teach the ninth prince? Do you truly believe he would heed your words? Zhao Qianhe glanced at Jiang Ning, who appeared unfazed, as if the very heavens were crumbling around him. Jiang Ning finally spoke. Does the princess aspire to seize the throne? Does she wish to become empress? This question left Zhao Qianhe momentarily dumbfounded. Before he could gather his thoughts, Jiang Ning continued. Tianhu, see them out. Senior Zhao, please. How dare you disregard my courtesy? Zhao Qianhe huffed as he departed in indignation. Chapter 15. The enfeoffment of King Liang and the appointment of Minister of Rights in the afternoon. A decree from the palace summoned Jiang Ning to attend the morning court session the following day. Having returned to the capital discreetly, it was time for the world to know that Jiang Ning had come back. The next morning, civil and military officials entered the Tai Chi Hall in succession. Dressed in a brocade robe adorned with flying pythons and wearing a jade crown, Jiang Ning arrived fashionably late. It was his inaugural attendance at the morning court and his first time entering the Tai Chi Hall. As he traversed through the throng of officials, he approached the front row, gazing at the gilded dragon throne, a symbol of imperial authority, and the 5 dragon screens behind it. At that moment, many eyes fell upon Jiang Ning. Even numerous ministers were witnessing him for the first time. Only a few officials who had guarded had seen Jiang Ning in his youth. The recent massacre of the entire family of Marquis Wei Yuan, Su Zhan, had already spread like wildfire. It was known that the empress had issued a decree the previous day, intending for Jiang Ning to marry into the Wei Yuan residence, after which he had visited them. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jin had exterminated the Su family. The reason behind these events was a well-guarded secret. Those who knew would not speak, and those who did not dare to inquire. The death of a marquis was not shocking at this juncture. Even the demise of several princes would not raise eyebrows. The empress has arrived, a voice announced, as the empress entered from the side of the hall, gracefully ascending the platform and turning to face the assembly. Since the emperor embarked on the path of longevity, the morning court had been presided over by the empress. The queen, lacking the authority to occupy the dragon throne, typically presides over the grand court while standing. The ministers begin by reporting significant events from various provinces. Your Majesty, the report from Qingzhou states that a cult has caused turmoil in Yunnan County, slaughtering over 70,000 civilians. The Ministry of War has ordered the Qingzhou troops to suppress the insurrection. From Yangzhou, we received news that several days ago, the Tianjiang River breached its banks. inundating 11 cities and resulting in countless casualties among the common folk. Reliable sources suggest the involvement of a river demon stirring chaos, and the Demon Suppression Bureau has been dispatched to investigate in Yangzhou. In Yinzhou, a sudden attack occurred from North Mang on the border 2 weeks ago, with the reasons still unclear. A continuous stream of reports reveals nothing but grim tidings. The Queen's expression darkens with each account. "Enough," she exclaims in furious exasperation, casting aside her sleeve. "Is there not a single piece of good news? Every day brings calamities from one place or another. Cannot this palace enjoy a moment of peace?" The ministers, who had intended to continue their reports, fall silent in fear. After a prolonged hush, the Queen surveys her subjects. "Since you bring no good news, allow me to share some. The 9th Prince, Jiang Ning, has returned to the capital a few days ago. Now that he has reached the age of 20, it is time for him to undergo the crowning ceremony and be bestowed the title of prince. According to the Court of Ceremonies decision, Jiang Ning has been elevated to the title of Prince of Liang, granted a princely residence, and appointed as the Minister of Rights. Upon her announcement, a profound silence envelopes the court. Yu Tianhu is the first to break the stillness. "Congratulations, Your Highness, the Prince of Liang." The other ministers echo the congratulations. The elevation to the princely title was a foregone conclusion. However, the appointment does not equate to being merely the Minister of Rights. It signifies that the Queen has effectively brought the Ministry of Rights under Jiang Ning's influence. Henceforth, all matters pertaining to the ministry will require Jiang Ning's oversight. The Ministry of Rights holds substantial power, primarily overseeing sacrifices and ceremonial protocols. Sacrifices are of great significance, as the divine is not merely an abstraction. Especially for the royal family, the spirits of ancestors are very much real. The Queen's intent is crystal clear. Since Jiang Ning cannot be easily removed, she will promote him. Consequently, Jiang Ning will inevitably become the target of collective animosity. After the court disperses, Jiang Ning exits the Taiji Hall. "Old Ninth, congratulations on your elevation to prince. When your residence is completed, do invite me over for a drink." A robust man clad in a python robe strides towards him, casually placing a hand on Jiang Ning's shoulder. "Who are you?" Jiang Ning inquires. "It has been a decade, and you do not even recognize your elder brother? But that is understandable. You were only 10 when you left. I am your second brother, Jiang Yu. So it is Qi Wang Jiang Yu." Jiang Ning glances at his familiar brother, who appears to be in his 40s, exuding a vigorous masculinity. Yet, in that instant, a flicker of battle intent glimmers in Jiang Ning's eyes. His internal energy is barely perceptible, and according to the classification of cultivation realms, he has only just attained the Golden Core stage. He practices the heavenly phenomenon technique, a method focused solely on refining the physical body, capable of reaching the 10th realm of cultivation when perfected. However, his corporeal form has transcended the constraints of worldly laws, possessing at least the strength of the 12th realm. Yet, his capabilities undoubtedly surpass the mere confines of the 12th realm. It appears that he is not the only one in this world unbound by the dictates of fate. This second prince conceals his true power with great cunning. Outsiders are likely oblivious to his true strength. Once he breaks through to the 13th realm, he may be deemed a sage in physical form. At that point, it remains uncertain whether he will possess the strength to challenge me. Initially, I thought this struggle for the throne would be rather tedious, but now, Jiang Ning finds himself filled with anticipation. Observing Jiang Yu's cheerful demeanor, resembling that of an elder brother, Jiang Ning felt no stir of emotion. Only these individuals, wear smiles in public while harboring daggers behind their backs, perpetually scheming, all the while feigning familial affection and brotherly camaraderie. It is utterly uninteresting. I shall take my leave. Jiang Ning directly wrenched his hand free from Jiang Yu's grasp and strode alone towards the inner palace. Jiang Yu's hand hung awkwardly in the air. "This 9th brother is even colder than the eldest," Jiang Yu murmured, his fervent gaze gradually cooling. Upon arriving at Wutong Courtyard, the palace maid promptly announced his presence. Concubine Yu hastened out to greet him. "Ninger has arrived. Your son pays respects to mother. Why do you always keep such distance from me? Come inside, Sueju. Prepare tea and some snacks." "Yes." The two sat across from one another, and Concubine Yu carefully placed a small brocade box on the table. "Ninger, is what is contained within this little box truly you?" "Indeed." Gasp. "Are you at the 14th realm?" Concubine Yu's martial prowess was not particularly high, and in a world where practitioners above the 10th realm abound, she fell short. However, This did not imply that she was entirely ignorant of the path of cultivation. The Yu family was a renowned lineage of practitioners, with ancestors who had once achieved the status of earthly immortals. How could one at the 14th realm possibly subdue a practitioner of the 13th realm with merely a shard of divine consciousness? Unless the true self were to descend. Wait, Ninger, have you perhaps reached the realm of earthly immortals? Concubine Yu inquired, adjusting her question, given the display of power when he forcibly assisted Lu Jin in breaking through. It was evident that such feats were beyond the capabilities of the 14th realm. Mother, to be precise, I am uncertain of my current realm. If we adhere to traditional classifications, I should be around the 20th realm. Jiang Ning revealed without a hint of concealment. He felt no need to hide the truth from his mother. Just as concubine Yu was about to express her astonishment, Jiang Ning added, my realm continues to ascend. It has been approximately a year since I last attained a significant breakthrough. Chapter 16. The 20th realm? Do you truly believe that? Concubine Yu was utterly astonished. Were she to hear such claims from another, she would dismiss them as madness. Yet, her Ninger had never lied to her throughout his life. However, in the world of cultivation, the highest known realm is the 15th, with the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty achieving a unique pinnacle of mortal divinity. But Jiang Ning speaks of the 20th realm? What nonsense is this? Is there truly someone who can cultivate to such a terrifying extent? Indeed, 7 years ago, I had already attained the realm of earthly immortals. Had I not discovered that realms beyond the 15th exist, I would have returned long ago. My imperial son, unique in this world. Concubine Yu felt a surge of excitement, tempered by a flicker of concern. Her royal son has already reached the 20th realm, having long transcended the confines of mortality. What shall be done if one day he loses his humanity? Oh, the Empress has conferred upon you the title of prince and bestowed upon you the position of minister of rights. She must have ulterior motives. During the upcoming royal sacrificial ceremony, Ninger must remain vigilant. Fear not, mother, I have already considered this matter. He is disinclined to engage in the intrigues of others, yet finds delight in playing along. This is your favorite sweet treat, lotus seed and osmanthus pastry, made by mother herself this morning. Do savor it. Exceedingly delectable. At this moment, within the Xinang Palace, the Empress is diligently attending to memorials. A palace maid enters and leans close to the Empress's ear to whisper, the 20th realm? Do you truly believe in such a thing? I see him, Jiang Ning and the Yu clan, merely wielding the power of others. The maid offers no opinion. Her sole duty is to relay what she has heard to the Empress. That night, the lingering chill of late spring is particularly severe, even as summer approaches. The cold is more biting than the winters of years past. Icy rain falls from the heavens, enveloping the imposing capital in a shroud of mist. Outside the city, within a dwelling that shelters the starving, hundreds upon hundreds of destitute souls, clad in tattered rags, resemble beggars. Their eyes, devoid of light, reflect a semblance of the living dead. Though the air within is rife with foul odors, they huddle together, striving to stave off the frost. Throughout these years of calamity and strife, it is the common folk who have borne the brunt of suffering. The impoverished among them can barely find a place to shield themselves from the elements. Occasionally, the court dispatches officials to deliver a bowl of porridge, allowing them to cling to life. The army of the dynasty is composed entirely of cultivators. Even the most desperate commoners lack any possibility of rebellion. They can only hope that, having endured this prolonged winter, the coming year will bring favorable weather. At this juncture, an elderly man enters the dwelling. With a mane of gray-white hair and a gaze filled with compassion, he surveys the scene. Please, sir, grant me a morsel of food. I have not eaten for 3 days. If I do not eat soon, I shall perish, pleads a famished individual, kneeling before the elder, weakly bowing his head as if about to faint. Others crawl forward on their knees, their feeble voices rising like a chorus of whispers. I possess a spiritual herb, known as Changchundan. Consuming one will not only quell your hunger for a month, but will also enable you to ascend to immortality. Would you be willing to partake? The elder inquires. What manner of miraculous elixir is this? It must be quite expensive. We are but starving souls, clinging to what little life we have left. Indeed, how could we possibly afford such a wondrous remedy? The elder smiles gently and shakes his head. I have merely witnessed the daily demise of many among you, and my heart aches. Thus, I employed my mystical arts to procure this elixir from a celestial master. I seek no reward. My only desire is to alleviate the suffering of the masses. Is it truly free? Such a thing could not be. That is indeed the case, he replies. And with a flourish of his wrist, a single pill appears in the palm of his hand. To be precise, it is a mass of fluid, entirely black. And upon closer inspection, one can discern illusory shadows wavering above it, with wisps of imperceptible black mist seeping out. It resembles a small elixir containing something that yearns to break free from its confines. Would you care to partake? The elder casually extended it to an individual. The starving man was assaulted by a repugnant stench. Had his stomach not been empty, he would have surely retched. This is no elixir. It resembles insect eggs. Perhaps you are all delirious from hunger. This is undoubtedly a pill. Look closely, the elder remarked with a faint smile. The starving man peered again and indeed saw a golden pill resting in the elder's hand. If you will not eat, then I shall. After all, I am destined to starve. Even if it is poison, it would be a release. Suddenly, a starving man reached out, snatched the pill from the elder's hand, and swallowed it whole. All eyes turned toward him. At that moment, the gaunt face of the starving man transformed into a shade of ashen blue. He clutched his abdomen. Agony etched across his features as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. It hurts. So painful. Help me, please. After only a few convulsions, the starving man fell still. The gazes of the other starving individuals toward the elder shifted to one of sheer terror, and they began to retreat. The elder's expression hardened. Another failure? Yet, at that moment, the man who had just ingested the pills suddenly regained his normal complexion and rose from the ground unaided. He touched his belly, having just felt countless insects gnawing at his insides. However, that sensation had vanished, replaced by a feeling of satiety. Not only that, his complexion had become remarkably rosy, and a mysterious power coursed through his veins. He gazed at his hands in disbelief. The once emaciated hands were visibly filling out. At that moment, all the starving individuals beheld his transformation. This truly is a miraculous elixir. I no longer feel hunger, and a powerful force is surging within me. The elder, witnessing this, felt a sense of relief wash over him and feigned profundity as he stroked his gray-white beard. The starving crowd erupted in fervor. Give me one. I want one too. The desperate individuals, as if possessed, surged toward the elder. Stand back. The elder bellowed, unleashing a powerful gust that knocked the advancing crowd to the ground. To obtain the divine elixir, one must sincerely seek it. The frenzied, starving individuals fell to their knees. We beseech you, Master, grant us the elixir. The elder nodded in satisfaction, casually waving his hand, and a pill appeared in the palms of everyone present. They swallowed the pills, initially racked with excruciating pain, followed by the revival of their withered bodies. Even the elderly men and women, in their 60s and 70s, seemed to regain their youth. The starving individuals, in a frenzy of excitement, prostrated themselves before the elder. Thank you, Master. Infinite blessings. The elder nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. Someone called out, daring to ask, May I inquire about the esteemed name of the Master? The old man is a Taoist priest from the Taiping sect. If you wish to express gratitude towards him, use these elixirs to aid more souls in need. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of elixirs cascaded down. Surprisingly, the starving populace did not scramble for them. Instead, they bowed their heads in reverence before orderly retrieving the black elixirs. After leaving the makeshift shelter, the old man approached an inconspicuous cart. Young master, heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. These elixirs have indeed come to fruition. Let us depart. A feeble voice emanated from within the cart. The old man took his seat at the front and guided the cart into the curtain of rain. Chapter 17. The unknown malevolent entity. Days later. At the beginning of April, the weather finally improved. The capital, which had been shrouded in a somber chill, began to regain a semblance of life. Within the barracks of the Xuanwu Guard, the soldiers had just completed their drills. This army, comprising 5,000 men, was one of the 12 guards of the capital, primarily tasked with vigilant patrols both day and night. Wang Wu, have you been secretly working hard behind your comrades' backs? In just 10 days, you have ascended from the 5th realm to the 7th. Has the general been giving you special treatment? Not at all. I consumed a remarkable elixir a few days ago. Initially, it caused unbearable pain, as if my very organs were shattering. Yet, in no time, not only did I return to normal, but my cultivation also experienced a significant boost. Wang Wu, the young officer, recounted honestly. Breaking through 2 realms in a matter of days, and you were able to abstain from food? What extravagant elixir did you purchase? One of his comrades inquired. It wasn't purchased, it was a gift. Here, I have an extra one. Since it costs nothing, I'll give it to you, Xuanwu said as he produced the elixir. A faintly pungent odor wafted from his palm. My word, this stinks. Have you been secretly consuming excrement? Get lost. This is a legitimate elixir. The low-grade abstinence elixirs we occasionally use last only a week, while this Changchun elixir can sustain one for an entire month. And you dare to berate me? Never mind. Xuanwu attempted to reclaim the elixir. Of course I want it. How could one refuse such a treasure? The young officer, holding the murky concoction, felt a wave of nausea. Yet, thinking of Xuanwu's progress, he pinched his nose and prepared to swallow it. Who is eating excrement? A sharp voice rang out. YTNH strode over with purpose. Xuanwu, Yang Xiong, are you both indulging in filth? Salutations, General. The group hastily saluted. YTNH took the so-called Changchun elixir, scrutinizing it closely. What on earth is this foul-smelling substance? Xuanwu promptly recounted the origins of the elixir. The Y family also possesses breakthrough elixirs, but those meant for cultivators above the fifth realm are typically exorbitantly priced. There is no reason for something like this to be given away for free. It resembles a mass of slime, black and odorous. It surely cannot be a legitimate elixir. It must be suspicious. Despite his extensive experience, YTNH could not identify this particular elixir. Xuanwu, did you truly consume it? Indeed, many of our brothers have taken it as well. Goodness, you all have quite the audacity, willing to ingest anything. YTNH left the barracks with the elixir, heading towards the new Liangwang mansion. Recently, Jiang Ning found himself with little to occupy his time, spending most of it engrossed in books. Occasionally, he would attend the morning court to make an appearance, primarily to visit his mother and share a few idle conversations. What puzzled him was that it had been over 10 days since he had eliminated Wang Zhong, yet during this interval, none of the other princes had attempted any underhanded tactics against him. It was rather dull. At that moment, Yu Tianhu arrived. He placed a black pill before Jiang Ning. Your Highness, I have just acquired this from a military officer. He claims it is called the Everlasting Pill, a gift from the followers of the Taiping sect. It is said to forcibly elevate one's cultivation and can also allow one to fast. I suspect the matter is not as straightforward as it seems. But I could not identify its nature, hence I brought it for your Highness's examination. Jiang Ning glanced at the Everlasting Pill, and a flicker of unusual expression appeared in his calm eyes. It is not a pill, he concluded immediately. I share your thoughts, your Highness. It is indeed not a pill, Yu Tianhu replied, his lips curling into a smug smile. He possessed an insight akin to that of a terrestrial deity. Jiang Ning lightly touched the black orb, channeling a thread of energy to probe its essence. To his surprise, within the orb existed an irregularly shaped fluid, seemingly imbued with an incredibly tenacious vitality and formidable aggression. It appeared to have countless sharp mouths that devoured the energy he had sent forth in an instant. He meticulously recalled the ancient texts he had perused, yet could not identify any life form that corresponded with this one. Its life and power surpassed Jiang Ning's comprehension. He had recently encountered the Prince of Qi, discovering his extraordinary divine strength, and now he was faced with a life form unrestrained by the heavenly laws of this world. He activated his hollow spirit mirror, yet still could not glimpse the essence of this life form. Intriguing, he mused. The orb harbored an immensely potent aura, dark and sinister. Yet it did not emanate the essence of demons or malevolent spirits. Rather, it was peculiar. It has likely been refined by someone and can be controlled, Jiang Ning remarked softly. Is there danger if soldiers in the camp consume this? Yu Tianhu inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. To hear the words immensely powerful from a terrestrial deity indicated that the situation was far from simple. Moreover, it was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Ning display any emotional fluctuation. All unknowns carry the potential for danger, Jiang Ning replied calmly. Is there a solution, Your Highness? Yu Tianhu pressed urgently. One must understand its origin, principles, and patterns to counter it. I cannot fathom nor predict its nature, Jiang Ning stated plainly. He was indeed formidable, but not omnipotent. Unless he could discern the essence of this life form, there was but one course of action. One must strike it down with a single blow. What shall we do then? Yu Tianhu's anxiety intensified at these words. If even a terrestrial deity regarded the situation as perilous, how could he, a mere grandmaster, manage it? First, we must confine the soldiers who have ingested this substance for close observation. Additionally, We need to investigate the Taiping sect's background and the origin of this so-called everlasting pill. Understood. Yu Tianhu turned to leave. This marked the most extensive conversation Jiang Ning had engaged in with Yu Tianhu since his return to the capital 2 weeks ago. He discovered that Jiang Ning was not merely a taciturn individual. Rather, it was that Yu Tianhu had been unable to find topics of interest for Jiang Ning in their usual conversations. However, now that Jiang Ning finally showed interest, Yu Tianhu found himself utterly uninformed. Alas, had he known, he would have read more books. Yu Tianhu swiftly returned to the military camp and barked an order: summon all soldiers of the Golden Guard. Within half an hour, all soldiers who had been out on patrol returned. Those who consumed the Changchun pill stepped forward. Yu Tianhu commanded fiercely. Wang Wu was the first to step out, followed by a large group of soldiers who lined up. Upon seeing this, Yu Tianhu felt an overwhelming headache. There were not merely a few. There were at least 500 who had taken the Changchun pill. What a predicament you all have gotten yourselves into. Yu Tianhu scolded, exasperated. Wang Wu hurriedly stepped forward. General, what is the matter with the Changchun pill? It is a sinister substance. I warned you against consuming indiscriminately. Yu Tianhu responded angrily. The soldiers gasped in shock. The Changchun pill was known for its remarkable effects. One could gain immense strength and even make progress in their abilities. How could it possibly be deemed sinister? Wang Wu stammered in a whisper. A bunch of fools. You have all attracted calamity upon yourselves. From this moment forth, everyone who has consumed the Changchun pill is forbidden to leave the military camp. They will be under the supervision of the vice commander. Understood. The vice commander replied promptly. Adjutant, immediately investigate the origins of the Taiping sect and the Changchun pill. Oh, and find out how many people have consumed the Changchun pill. Understood. The adjutant clasped his hands and swiftly departed with a contingent of soldiers. Chapter 18. Who, besides him, could rival the Grand Ancestor? In the city, at the Qinhuang mansion, in a dimly lit underground chamber, the atmosphere was cold and foreboding, filled with an eerie presence. Skulls were scattered throughout the room, their hollow eye sockets oozing black mist. The walls were adorned with bizarre paintings depicting demons and malevolent spirits in chaotic revelry. In the center of the room sat a solitary figure, emaciated to the point of being skeletal, with deep-set eyes that seemed to be nothing but skin stretched over bone, draped in a golden silk python robe. When he opened his eyes, despite his gaunt appearance, he exuded an unmistakable royal aura. He was the crown prince, Jiang Shui of the Qin dynasty. In his youth, he had been robust and handsome, but over time, he had become increasingly frail. The world believed he was afflicted by a mysterious illness that had reduced him to this state. Only he understood the true cause of his transformation. Not far from him, the floor was cracked, and a dark object protruded from the fissure, pulsating irregularly and appearing quite ominous. Young master. An elderly man entered the underground chamber and bowed to Jiang Shui. In private, Jiang Shui preferred not to be addressed as Your Highness, so everyone in the Qinhuang mansion referred to him as Young Master. The Golden Guard is currently investigating the Taiping sect and the Changchun pill. The elder said solemnly. I had thought that old Jiao was above worldly affairs and uninterested in such matters. I did not expect him to be concerned about this. Let him investigate. Let us see if he has the ability to trace it back to me. Jiang Shui replied with a gentle smile, his tone soft. Rest assured, young master, he will not discover anything regarding you. The elder paused momentarily before continuing. His return is evidently aimed at seizing the crown. One more person does not make a difference. I am curious, however, whether he has truly entered the 14th realm. Jiang Shui spoke softly. It is most likely the Yu clan exerting its influence through deception, the elder replied. This would be for the best. If the 9th brother has indeed entered the 14th realm, I would be somewhat reluctant to eliminate him. Jiang Shui gradually rose and walked over to the crack, his gaze descending to focus on the pulsating dark mass. My father, along with my younger siblings, is more adept at masquerading than the last. If my intuition serves me right, the 2nd brother will soon attain a corporeal sanctity. As for the 3rd, 5th, and 6th brothers, they too are likely to reach the 13th realm. Oh, and there is also Jiang Xiyu, who perpetually feigns a docile and amiable demeanor, always eager to assist this and that. Jiang Shui turned to the elder, his smile growing increasingly gentle. You see, our Jiang royal family possesses considerable depth, yet alas, there is but one dragon throne and a singular emperor. At present, aside from myself, they remain oblivious to the true significance of that throne. Jiang Shui slowly clasped his hands behind his back and raised his gaze to the pitch-black ceiling. That throne signifies the dwindling fortunes of a dynasty, barely 2 centuries remaining. However, despite their immense talents, who among them can extend the life of the great Xia dynasty? Unless, of course, another grand ancestor were to arise. Who, apart from him, could possibly stand shoulder to shoulder with the grand ancestor? Jiang Shui silently pondered. After a brief pause, he continued, "Let us observe how many will attend the royal sacrificial ceremony. Furthermore, we shall discern whether it is the 9th brother who has reached the 14th realm or the Yu family who has produced one. Prepare accordingly." Yes, in the evening, at the cool king's residence, within the tranquil courtyard, Yu Tianhu entered swiftly. "Your Highness, based on the information currently gathered, nearly all who have consumed the Changchun pill vehemently deny it. I have only uncovered a fragment of information. Over 10 days ago, an elder with white eyebrows preached outside the city within a gathering of famished citizens, disseminating the Changchun pill. Those impoverished individuals who ingested the pill appeared radiant, full of vitality, and nearly all exhibited terrifying physical strength. According to my estimation, the Taiping sect has infiltrated the city, with no fewer than 30,000 having consumed the Changchun pill. As for that white-browed elder, his origins and current whereabouts remain unknown," Yu Tianhu reported. He suddenly felt that the term terrifying was somewhat inappropriate. Only a terrestrial immortal can defeat another terrestrial immortal. A band of cultists cannot possibly be deemed terrifying to the 9th prince. "Your Highness, the royal sacrificial ceremony is but 3 days away. At this critical juncture, the emergence of the Taiping sect and their ominous Changchun pill seems aimed at the royal ceremony," Yu Tianhu expressed with concern. "Jiang Ning is currently appointed as the Minister of Rites. Should any mishap occur during the royal sacrificial ceremony, he would bear the primary responsibility." Yu Tianhu continued, "It could very well be the Empress's conspiracy, intentionally placing His Highness in the position of Minister of Rites, only to ensnare him in peril during the ceremony." Jiang Ning, however, did not regard this conspiracy or threat with much seriousness. If such a plot remains concealed, he would find it rather uninteresting. Proclamation to the entire city. The dissemination of the Taiping sect is strictly forbidden, and those who contravene this order shall face dire consequences. All individuals known to have consumed the Changchun pill shall be detained. Jiang Ning spoke solemnly. "Understood. If the source of this menace is not severed, this decree will likely bear little impact, merely serving as a declaration from the Liang Wangfu that the Taiping sect is deemed a heretical cult." Over the course of his 10 years of travel, Jiang Ning has encountered a myriad of sects preaching various doctrines, charms claiming to cure all ailments, and promises of eternal life for the faithful. In this world, the spread of heretical teachings can proliferate with the ferocity of an epidemic. The destitute, with no other recourse, consume these insidious elixirs, driven by desperation and, indeed, pity. They exist in a realm where practitioners monopolize all resources, regarded as mere ants in the eyes of the powerful. At least these concoctions offer them a fleeting reprieve from starvation. However, some are simply indulging in fanciful delusions, naively believing that fortune will simply descend from the heavens. As for the Taiping sect's audacious maneuvers within the capital, whether they are orchestrated by the empress or the prominent princes remains uncertain to Jiang Ning. On the following day, the Emperor of the Three Pure Ones personally issued a sacred edict, announcing a fast beginning the next day, culminating in a grand royal sacrificial ceremony 3 days hence. The city was placed under martial law, with gates sealed, prohibiting ingress and egress. Jiang Ning should have been responsible for arranging the sacrificial venue and preparing the necessary offerings. However, since his appointment as Minister of Rites, not a single official from the ministry had come to pay their respects to him. Not even a modicum of consultation regarding the royal sacrificial ceremony was sought from Jiang Ning. The ministry, being the stronghold of the 6th prince, rendered Jiang Ning merely a figurehead. It was evident to all that the officials of the ministry held him in utter disdain, until the day of the sacrificial ceremony arrived. Chapter 19. An ominous turn at the sacrificial ceremony in the heart of the capital, within a vast city encircled by walls, stood a grand platform. Resplendent in its white jade hue, ancient golden inscriptions adorned its 4 walls. At the center of this spirit jade platform rose a towering structure, 9 zhang high, seamlessly integrated with its base. 9 dragon motifs spiraled upward upon this structure, exuding an aura of antiquity and solemnity. This was the 9 Dragon Beacon Tower. where the ancestral tablets of all emperors of the Daxia dynasty were enshrined, serving as a sacred site for the royal family to honor the spirits of their forebears. According to ancestral customs, a grand sacrificial ceremony was held annually in mid-April. The Emperor of the Three Pure Ones, fervently pursuing the path to immortality, would also make his appearance at this ceremony. 9 azure steeds drew a mobile small Taoist temple, entering through the northern gate of the walled city. Clad in a dark black robe, the emperor exuded an ethereal presence as he stood before the dragon carriage. Beside him stood the enchanting female national master. As the dragon carriage halted, the assembled ministers bowed in reverence. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Rise." The female national master gently assisted the emperor down from the dragon carriage. The princes and princesses stood to either side, while the empress led the concubines, standing beside the dragon carriage. Upon catching sight of the alluring figure of the national master, the empress's eyes gleamed with envy. "Cursed vixen," she thought. "What seductive arts have you employed to ensnare his majesty thus? Even I, the reigning empress, find it difficult to gain an audience with him at the Qingxin Palace." Like everyone else, she could only catch a glimpse of his majesty during the annual royal sacrificial ceremony. The emperor, having surveyed his children in succession, finally rested his gaze upon the youngest, Jiang Ning. "The 9th?" he inquired. Jiang Ning nodded. The emperor approached her side, scrutinizing her closely. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother in her youth. 10 years of travel have indeed bestowed upon you a unique aura. Your majesty is too kind," she replied modestly. The emperor chuckled softly and then ascended the 9-dragon beacon tower. The civil and military officials, along with the imperial consorts, stood in solemn reverence. The emperor, tall and regal, raised his hands. "The 15th sovereign of the Great Xia, Jiang Daoran, respectfully invites the illustrious Taizu, the esteemed Taizong, the revered Gaozong, and the formidable Xuanzong." The Great Xia dynasty boasts a lineage of 2,000 years, yet under Jiang Daoran's reign, it is merely the 15th generation. This is not a mundane dynasty. It is a celestial martial dynasty. The 4 emperors, Taizu, Taizong, Gaozong, and Xuanzong, accounted for 1,200 years of the Great Yan's legacy. The venerable Ling Emperor, who ignited the 9-dragon beacon tower and reigned for a full century, was but the 5th monarch. In the following 7 centuries, the Great Xia saw 10 sovereigns ascend the throne. If one were to consider the lifespans of the first 4 emperors, this generation might extend to only 6 or 7. Presently, the emperor has reigned for 60 years. If one were to base it on the lifespans of the last 10, his reign is nearing its twilight. Yet he has not yet surpassed 80 years of age. Beyond the 10th realm, each tier can transcend the shackles of mortal lifespan. The 11th realm allows for a lifespan of 120 years, the 12th 150, the 13th 200, the 14th 300, and the 15th realm grants over 500 years. The Jiang royal family possesses commendable roots and cultivation, with emperors above the 13th realm being commonplace. Even the universally acknowledged first fool of the Great Xia, Emperor Ling, possessed the prowess of the 14th realm. Yet, he met an untimely demise upon reaching 200 years, marking the onset of a period where the emperors of Great Xia could no longer enjoy the longevity that came with transcending realms. At that moment, ethereal energies began to radiate from the 9-dragon beacon tower. A gentle breeze enveloped the entire realm, shifting the clouds and altering the atmosphere. The dark clouds shrouding the white jade capital dissipated, revealing a clear sky. The emperor slowly lifted his gaze towards the beacon tower. Despite the annual sacrifices, this 9-dragon beacon tower could never truly contain the fortunes of the Great Xia. Year after year, the spiritual essence waned. Could it be that the fate of Great Xia is truly limited to just 3 generations? The emperor's expression grew grave. Jiang Ning's eyes wandered, intrigued by the 9-dragon beacon tower and the energies emanating from it. The formidable legacy left by their ancestors seemed to be dwindling. At that moment, Jiang Ning's gaze shifted to the base of the city wall, landing upon a soldier clad in dark armor. How intriguing. It seems action is imminent, she thought. Her peripheral vision swept across all the princes and princesses, pondering who it might be. In the corner, a soldier suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation, his heart racing as if it were about to burst. A prickling sensation enveloped his body. Despite channeling all his energy to suppress it, the feeling intensified. He found it increasingly difficult to endure, his body beginning to twist involuntarily. "Do not move recklessly, or you shall face dire consequences upon your return," warned the soldier through clenched teeth. I do not know why, but I suddenly feel an intense itch. The soldier's voice quivered in trepidation. Upon hearing the voice of his comrade, the soldier was struck by a wave of chaos and could not resist the urge to turn his head. In that moment, his eyes widened in terror. What is happening to you? He gasped, as he witnessed the flesh on his comrade's face begin to crack and peel away. Almost instantaneously, new skin emerged, only to crack and shed once more. In the blink of an eye, the soldier's visage had undergone several transformations, rendering him unrecognizable. His eyes turned crimson, and within their depths, a flicker of humanity struggled. Yet it was being consumed by the blood-red tide. The soldier's voice trembled. I cannot endure this any longer. Someone else must take my place. Yet his comrade could scarcely comprehend his words, hearing only garbled sounds emanating from his throat. The soldier turned to flee, staggering before collapsing to the ground, crawling forward. As he crawled, his form began to swell grotesquely. In an instant, the armor he wore burst asunder, revealing layer upon layer of blackened flesh, oozing with a viscous, dark slime. Black smoke poured from his mouth and nostrils, a foul stench spreading swiftly through the air. At this moment, several soldiers noticed the unsettling transformation. A dozen or so turned to witness the horrifying spectacle behind them, their expressions filled with dread. What in the world is happening? How can a person suddenly transform into such a ghastly creature? The abomination slowly rose from its crawling position, its shape defying the human form. With limbs and features that were grotesquely irregular, it was a disturbing amalgamation of layered blackened flesh. What is going on? Hurry, informed the general. The creature abruptly halted, pausing for a moment before it turned and advanced toward the soldiers. In a frenzy of fear, the soldiers raised their pikes, thrusting them at the monstrosity. With a sickening sound, several pikes pierced its body, yet they offered no resistance. It moved forward as if endowed with divine strength, impervious to their attempts to halt its advance. The creature's head split open, and it savagely tore away the upper half of a soldier's torso, chewing briefly before swallowing. The remaining portion of the corpse was consumed in one swift motion. The surrounding soldiers stood frozen, paralyzed by horror. What manner of beast is this? Chapter 20. The pure martial artist of the 12 realms, Prince Jiang Ning. The creature seemed to awaken suddenly, manifesting an arm that ensnared a soldier attempting to flee. Help! A heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the solemn sacrificial square, reverberating within the city walls. Yet in the next instant, the soldier was wholly devoured by the beast. Run! The monster! The soldiers, all accomplished martial artists, were rendered helpless as the creature consumed two of them as if they were mere morsels. Their pikes proved utterly ineffective against the monstrosity. A dozen soldiers swiftly turned and dashed towards the central 9-dragon beacon tower. The monstrous entity, utilizing both its limbs, moved with astonishing speed, catching up to several soldiers in the blink of an eye. Its irregularly shaped head continuously opened up gaping slits, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, devouring the fleeing soldiers one by one. This creature had grown to an imposing height of nearly 5 zhang. All present at the 9-dragon beacon tower witnessed the unfolding chaos at the corner of the city wall. Initially, most spectators dismissed it, assuming it to be mere demons attempting to disrupt the royal sacrificial ceremony. Such disturbances from malevolent forces were not uncommon within the capital. With so many armored guards present, it was inconceivable that a monster could approach the 9-dragon beacon tower, even if it managed to breach their defenses. The numerous high-ranking practitioners on site could easily subdue a mere creature. The armored guards reacted swiftly. A commanding officer led dozens of soldiers to encircle the beast. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected calamity struck. An increasing number of soldiers began to itch uncontrollably, their skin peeling away. Layers of blackened flesh erupted from within, bursting through their armor as their bodies grotesquely expanded. Nearby soldiers were caught off guard and were instantly swallowed whole by the creature. Those who managed to react initiated an assault on the transformed soldiers. A junior officer of the 6th realm brandished a long spear and charged at one monster. However, the creature did not evade. It withstood the spear's thrust head-on. The spear pierced through its body, only for a massive fissure to open up along the creature's form. The junior officer was seized by terror, hastily discarding his spear in a desperate attempt to leap back. Yet, a thick arm shot forth from the monster, ensnaring him and dragging him into its gaping maw. As for the ordinary soldiers, They stood no chance against the monstrous foes and were relentlessly devoured. At that moment, nearly 200 soldiers had transformed into monsters, voraciously consuming their comrades and growing ever larger. The armored guards, numbering in the dozens or hundreds, surrounded a single creature, inadvertently providing it with sustenance. The monsters continued to multiply, with the largest exceeding 20 zhang in height. At this juncture, the imposing second prince, Jiang Ning, stepped forward. Eldest brother, you take the men to protect father and the national master. Fourth brother, you escort Lu Jin to safeguard mother and the concubines. The remaining practitioners of the 10th realm and above, follow me to vanquish these monsters. As his words resonated, Jiang Ning leaped forward, covering an impressive distance of several dozen zhang in a single bound. He soared into the air, delivering a mighty punch towards the largest creature. The monster's head split open as it attempted to swallow Jiang Ning whole. A resounding crash echoed, shaking the very ground. Jiang Yang's fist, propelled by formidable strength, obliterated half of the creature's mass. In that moment, the crown prince glanced at the emperor standing atop the 9-dragon beacon tower, then surveyed the others, ultimately fixing his gaze on Jiang Yang's retreating figure. The second prince could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his prowess before the emperor. Who might be next? Unless one ascends to the 13th realm at this very moment, what can one do against these monstrous beings? As for his father, the emperor did not require his protection. The first prince's tactics were merely tests for all, and he would never resort to lethal force against his own father. Of course, with his current abilities, he couldn't even manage that. The emperor observed in astonishment as Jiang Ning shattered a colossal creature with a single punch, revealing a faint ripple of energy and terrifying divine power. Had the second prince, a mere martial artist, truly breached the 12th realm? The emperor's gaze then swept across every prince and concubine present, noticing 7 or 8 formidable individuals above the 10th realm who had joined Jiang Ning in the fray. In mere moments, Jiang Ning personally obliterated 7 or 8 creatures. The other high-level cultivators unleashed their own formidable techniques, slaying 2 to 3 dozen more monsters. What left the princes most astounded was the second prince's seemingly unreserved display of power. Their thoughts mirrored those of the emperor. The second prince might genuinely be on the brink of achieving sanctity in physical form. Jiang Ning observed with keen interest. These creatures were aberrations formed from those who had ingested the eternal spring pill. Yet their strength surpassed his initial estimations, intensifying his curiosity. Before long, Jiang Ning, accompanied by a host of experts, vanquished all the creatures on the battlefield. He wiped off the foul, sticky residue clinging to him and solemnly commanded, "Clean up these remnants. The sacrificial ceremony shall proceed." Just as Jiang Ning turned away, a chilling aura assaulted him from behind. "Be careful, Prince Qi." Jiang Ning spun around and unleashed a punch that instantly shattered the space before him, unleashing a cataclysmic force. Before him loomed an even larger creature, towering nearly 30 zhang, rendering the central 9-dragon beacon insignificant by comparison. Jiang Yang's fist struck the creature's lower body, creating a massive breach. The creature, destabilized, toppled towards Jiang Ning while opening a gaping maw, intent on consuming him. With a furrowed brow and alarmed expression, Jiang Ning faced imminent peril. Just as the fissure threatened to engulf him, a figure collided with him, propelling him away. This individual, an 11th realm martial artist, instantly summoned protective energy while preparing to leap aside. Yet, in a heartbeat, the creature swallowed the 11th realm cultivator whole, along with his protective aura. Scanning the surroundings, Jiang Ning noted that the remnants of the creatures he had obliterated were rapidly coalescing into flesh chunks. Could these beings revive even after being slain? Was their resilience such that even the might of the 12th realm could not extinguish them? His mind wrestled with this revelation for but a fleeting moment before he dashed towards the 9-dragon beacon. "Father, please take the others and flee," he called out, then addressed the crowd. "All below the 11th realm, leave immediately. Those above the 12th realm, stay." This prince, who had physically entered the 12th realm, undoubtedly surpassed those of the 13th realm. All present witnessed Jiang Yang's display, realizing that even he was powerless against these monsters. Most of the people present were utterly helpless against those monstrous creatures. Chaos erupted as the officials and concubines of lesser status hurriedly surged towards the city gates, fearing that lingering too long would render them fodder for the beasts. Chapter 21. A half-step sword immortal. "Is this all? Father, you must go first," Jiang Ning exclaimed anxiously as the emperor remained unmoved. The emperor stood atop the nine-dragon beacon tower, his expression betraying a flicker of anger. I wish to witness what kind of fiends dare to cause turmoil beneath the sovereign's feet. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Yu ascended the tower, positioning himself before the emperor. Father, I shall protect you, he declared. Where are the others? Where have they all gone? Half of the panicked crowd had already fled, leaving behind those who stood resolutely, individuals of hidden prowess. The stark contrast between the anxious Jiang Yu and the immovable princes was evident. The reason for their stillness was simple. Although the grand sacrificial ceremony was organized by the Ministry of Rites, it was nominally under the purview of the ninth prince. The greater the calamity, the graver the consequences for him. Recently, rumors had spread that the ninth prince had attained the 14th realm, prompting curiosity among the other princes and princesses. As some hastened to leave the city, a multitude of soldiers surged in through the gates. Thousands encircled the nine-dragon beacon tower, armed with long spears, prepared for battle. At the forefront was Yu Tianhu. Upon witnessing the scene, a chill washed over him. The gigantic monsters were relentlessly pursuing and devouring the Xuanwu guards. The vast square bore witness to an unknown number of casualties, the ground soaked in blood. Yet not a single limb remained. All had been consumed by the creatures. Could it be that these monsters were transformed from those who had ingested the everlasting spring pill? This thought struck Yu Tianhu, recalling that several hundred under his command had partaken of it as well. Among the 2,000 remaining Xuanwu guards, over 1,000 had been devoured, while the survivors had retreated to the center, joining the ranks of the genie guards. Although the number of monsters had dwindled, each was still immensely formidable. At that moment, with no soldiers left to pursue, the creatures began to advance toward the nine-dragon beacon tower. Form ranks, Yu Tianhu bellowed. The soldiers raised their long spears, unleashing a thunderous battle cry. Retreat. Jiang Ning suddenly interjected, his voice ringing clear. A gentle breeze emanated from him, sweeping towards the approaching monsters. His words resonated distinctly in the ears of all the royal heirs present. They felt a soothing power penetrating their bodies, instilling in them an instinctual urge to withdraw. Is this indeed the power of spoken command? The eldest princess, sensing the unique aura of Confucian magic, felt her beautiful eyes widen in shock. Could it be that the ninth truly is a 14th realm Confucian cultivator? A sage of Confucianism? But he is merely 20. How could this be possible? The gentle breeze wafted by, yet it failed to affect the monstrous beings in the slightest. They continued their advance, and in the blink of an eye, the monsters had reached the front of the military formation. At this moment, everyone comprehended the truth. How could Jiang Ning wield such profound Confucian and Taoist arts? It was merely a display of illusion. Youngster, do you believe that if you simply command them to retreat, they will obey? Jiang Ning inquired, unfazed by the derision from the individual beside him. The notion of words manifesting reality was ineffective against these creatures. It was not that it was futile, but rather that Jiang Ning's aura was comparatively feeble. Moreover, these monsters seemed to be under someone else's control. After all, it was merely a technique of the 14th realm, lacking any earth-shattering power. Youngster, watch well as I demonstrate how to slay them. The speaker was Zhao Qianhe, a retainer of the princess. Having recently been humiliated in front of Jiang Ning, he was determined to showcase his prowess today and demonstrate what it meant to be a half-step sword immortal. Zhao Qianhe leapt into the air, hovering gracefully. Sword arise. A thunderous roar resounded, accompanied by a formidable sword intent that spread like a tumultuous wave, engulfing the entire city. The monsters, under the weight of this sound and overwhelming sword pressure, faltered in their movements. A sword cultivator of the 14th realm was about to take action. Suddenly, every sword sheathed at the waists of those present unsheathed without warning, soaring into the air. Hundreds of swords layered upon each other, swirling with successive waves of sword energy. It was the elder of the Hongmeng sword sect, a half-step sword immortal. What a potent sword intent. Surely, this elder's mastery of the sword had reached the level of a terrestrial deity. Witnessing this scene, everyone could not help but marvel at the prowess of a 14th realm sword cultivator. Zhao Qianhe formed a sword seal with his fingers and casually flicked his wrist. Hundreds of swords spread out in a fan shape, immediately enveloping the entire city with sword intent. Hongmeng opens the heaven's sword. Hundreds of flying swords transformed into streaks of flowing light, carrying the might to shatter mountains and raise cities, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of the dozens of monsters. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were reduced to mere fragments by the flying swords. It seems the old man must take action. Zhao Qianhe swung his arm, brimming with self-satisfaction. The hundreds of flying swords returned to their sheaths in perfect unison. At that moment, the soldiers appeared to have forgotten their original purpose. To witness a 14th Realm Grand Sword Cultivator in action was an extraordinary honor. Just moments ago, King Qi had struggled for an extended period to merely shatter the monsters. Yet Zhao Qianhe, in an instant, had obliterated them all. The disparity in strength between the two realms was astonishingly vast. Zhao Qianhe, filled with pride, directed his gaze toward Jiang Ning. Noticing Jiang Ning's attention fixated upon him, he smirked coldly. Youngster, do you now understand what it means to be a 14th Realm Sword Cultivator? What it means to be a half-step Sword Immortal? I extend you a chance, yet you spurn it. In the future, should you seek my guidance in the sword path, I shall not teach you. Jiang Ning, witnessing a 14th Realm Cultivator in action for the first time, felt a spark of interest. The 14th Realm was indeed a formidable presence in the current world. However, just then, the shattered fragments began to coalesce in the air once more. A colossal hand descended, forcefully striking towards Zhao Qianhe, who was striking a pose in midair. Sensing impending danger, Zhao Qianhe turned his head to look. Swiftly drawing his sword from his waist, he executed a horizontal slash. A surge of sword energy cleaved the massive hand in two, sending the blade's essence soaring into the heavens. Yet, the severed hand suddenly converged with ferocity. With a thunderous crash, Zhao Qianhe found his upper body ensnared by the creature, waves of pressure cascading around him. In this dire moment, he instantly summoned his Dharma body. He raised his hand to press against the creature that had ensnared him, but fragments of the monster clung to his Dharma body, gnawing at it with relentless fervor. Soon, gaping wounds appeared on Zhao Qianhe's Dharma form, his true essence spilling forth. The soldiers in the front ranks gazed up at this spectacle, utterly dumbfounded. A sword cultivator of the 14th Realm was unable to vanquish these beasts and was instead being countered by them. With no other choice, Zhao Qianhe hastily retracted his Dharma body and summoned his life-protecting flying sword, creating an opening in the monster-esque form before fleeing in haste. As he retreated, he cast another glance at the creatures, his gaze now filled with dread. Your Highness, the Princess, these entities are formidable. They can consume one's true essence. Zhao Qianhe was covered in wounds. It seemed he had yet to unleash his ultimate abilities, but he preferred to maintain an air of mystery rather than reveal his full prowess. Was a cultivator of the 14th Realm truly this powerless? Chapter 22. The sword that cuts through the void. The speaker was Jiang Ning, his tone as consistently indifferent as ever, tinged with a hint of mockery. Zhao Qianhe had indeed put on a show, but it lasted only a fleeting moment. Flashy yet ineffective, devoid of any real threat or dignity. Youngster, if you're capable, step forward. Zhao Qianhe's face flushed with indignation. Hadn't Jiang Ning just uttered the word retreat? One might mistake him for a sage of Confucianism. If you can slay those monsters, I shall offer you my shoes. Zhao Qianhe retorted angrily. What could a mere 20-year-old accomplish against creatures that even a 14th Realm sword cultivator could not defeat? How dare he mock him? Who granted him such audacity? You are unworthy, Jiang Ning replied coolly. What did you say, young one? Jiang Ning had a knack for riling others without fear of consequence, and his mere 3 words had utterly shattered the composure of a 14th Realm sword cultivator. Enraged, Zhao Qianhe was on the verge of exploding. Were it not for Jiang Ning's royal lineage, he would have made him pay dearly for such insolence. At that moment, all the royal heirs, witnessing Zhao Qianhe's failed attempt, abandoned their voyeuristic tendencies and began to take the situation seriously. How should they confront monsters that even a 14th Realm sword cultivator could not vanquish? To engage or not to engage, this was indeed a dilemma. Despite Old Second's bravado, it was evident that he too had hidden depths. They could all perform as he did, yet the significance of taking action was minimal. However, revealing their true capabilities could also spell disaster. The colossal creature crashed violently to the ground, creating a massive fissure that lunged toward the military formation. Shaking the earth to its core, the chasm threatened to swallow several soldiers whole. Change formations, Yu Tianhu bellowed. Though the soldiers were gripped by fear at the sight of the monster, they obediently followed orders. The elite warriors swiftly repositioned, encircling the beast, their long spears piercing into its flesh, effectively ensnaring it. It appeared as though the monster was under control. However, the creature's massive body trembled, sending a multitude of soldiers soaring into the air. The monster then unfurled, revealing countless fissures, seemingly intent on swallowing the descending soldier's whole. At that moment, without any forewarning, the sword at Zhao Qianhe's waist unsheathed itself. The blade flew forward with remarkable swiftness, leaving a palpable aura of sword energy in its wake. Suddenly, a pitch-black rift manifested in the air. The solidified sword energy abruptly dissipated, transforming into a fierce gale that wreaked havoc. The monstrous beings were drawn into the rift by the tempestuous winds, which then vanished without a trace. The only remnants of the recent battle lingered in the air as a metallic scent of blood. Clang! The sword re-entered Zhao Qianhe's scabbard. The soldiers, flung into the air by the monster, fell to the ground like dumplings. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Zhao Qianhe. In that fleeting instant, everyone sensed an overwhelmingly potent sword intent. A strike that cleaved through the void, utilizing sword energy to draw the monsters into the abyss. What remarkable skills Zhao displayed. Is this the prowess of a half-step sword immortal? Impressive. Zhao Qianhe had not actively engaged. Aside from sword cultivators, ordinary practitioners would need to reach the 14th realm to comprehend the ability to break through the void. Yet, this ability is not one that everyone can grasp. Sword cultivators possess the greatest affinity for cleaving through the void, as long as they can refine their innate flying sword, even at the 11th realm. They might achieve such feats. However, this requires the invocation of their innate flying sword. Lu Jin possessed this ability, albeit at the cost of being unable to elevate his cultivation level. Moreover, Lu Jin could only barely create a small opening to conceal himself within. The rift that had just opened spanned the entirety of the city, a truly astonishing spectacle. Furthermore, even if Zhao Qianhe could slice through the void, he would be incapable of creating such a significant aperture. Most critically, the recent rift was not formed by his innate flying sword. Coupled with the sword energy that had momentarily materialized in the air, the ensuing force was executed with remarkable precision, drawing only the monsters into the void while sparing all present from harm. If Zhao Qianhe possessed such capability, he would have long attained enlightenment, reached the 15th realm, and become a grand sword immortal. Feeling the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, Zhao Qianhe found himself in a rather awkward position. His sword had been manipulated by an unknown force, leaving him utterly bewildered. Ridiculous. At this juncture, Jiang Ning spoke up. Though these beings are feeble, they possess some intrigue. I shall take them back for further study. Jiang Ning directed this statement towards a certain prince present. He had not employed the hollow spirit mirror and was unaware of who had been orchestrating these monsters. However, he was confident that this individual was among them. Undoubtedly one of his siblings. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted to Jiang Ning. Was it not Zhao Qianhe who had just acted? What did Jiang Ning mean by this? Had he cleaved through the void himself? Furthermore, how could he deem these creatures weak? Just moments ago, Zhao Qianhe had shattered a monster with a single strike, yet failed to extinguish its life. It is evidently an exceedingly formidable entity, impervious to conventional methods of attack. Old Nine, was it you who acted just now? You are, astonishingly, a sword cultivator? It wasn't Zhao Lao who intervened? The princes were momentarily bewildered. Judging by the potency of the recently unleashed sword qi, Old Nine might indeed possess the prowess of the 14th realm. Even if he does not, he surely stands at least at the 13th realm. How else could he have cleaved through the void? Zhao Qianhe gazed at Jiang Ning in disbelief. It was he? How could it possibly be him? Only Zhao Qianhe, a half-step sword immortal, could comprehend the implications of that sword strike that traversed the void. Without resorting to his life-bound flying sword, he effortlessly carved a fissure in the void spanning several miles, precisely manipulating the sword qi to draw the monstrous entity away. Could he be at the 15th realm, a grand sword immortal? Suddenly, Zhao Qianhe felt a flush of warmth on his face, his countenance reddening. Merely from the display Jiang Ning had just exhibited, how could Zhao Qianhe dare to consider himself his master? The depth of Jiang Ning's swordsmanship surpassed him by several tiers. Yet, he had foolishly assumed that Jiang Ning was reverently admiring his sword technique. It felt as though he had shared a jest with Jiang Ning, one that was far from amusing. Father, the ancestral rites may proceed as usual, Jiang Ning intoned solemnly to the emperor upon the high platform. So it was my old Nine who acted? How splendid. My son possesses the talent of a sword immortal. The moment Jiang Ning made his move, the emperor immediately detected the aura of at least the 13th realm. His face lit up with joy, though his gaze remained profoundly contemplative. Old Nine, at merely 20 years of age, was at least of the 13th realm, possibly even the 14th. Such talent is a rarity in a millennium. Yet, While the other princes concealed their abilities, Old Nine exposed himself without reservation. He was overly eager to showcase his capabilities, too youthful to recognize that revealing his strength prematurely might not bode well. Very well, the ancestral rites shall continue. The crown prince diverted his gaze from Jiang Ning. He had intended to draw out a few more individuals to discern their hidden capabilities. However, only the second and ninth princes revealed their prowess. One nearing the threshold of ascendance, the other exceeding the 13th realm. This suggested that Jiang Ning's earlier slaying of Wang Zhong was not merely a fabrication by the Yu clan. Thus, the crown prince could ascertain that Jiang Ning had now reached the 14th realm. Yet, what was this 14th realm? Was he not a Confucian cultivator? How had he become a sword cultivator? It seemed he still had not fully grasped Old Nine's background. Nevertheless, it was likely that Old Nine would not have another opportunity to showcase his strength. Time would reveal his true realm. Now, it was time to scrutinize his father, who pursued the path of longevity, to uncover the depths of his concealment. At that moment, a wisp of azure smoke emerged from the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower. In the next instant, a golden flame surged into the sky, resembling a blooming lotus, radiant and resplendent. The Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower was ablaze. Chapter 23. Impeach me? Slap your mouth. For majestic, ethereal divine statues descended from the heavens, standing in the center of the city, facing all directions. Jiang Ning lifted his gaze toward one of the statues. Clad in armor, with a sword in hand, the statue bore an imposing visage, stern and commanding as it gazed toward the imperial city, like a guardian deity, poised to unsheath its sword at any moment, to protect the great Xia dynasty that has languished for 2 millennia. Great ancestor? Jiang Ning murmured. It seemed as though the statue had heard Jiang Ning's voice, a glimmer of humanity flickering in its eyes. These towering statues, standing resolutely in the world, were rapidly depleting the dwindling spiritual energy of the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower, which had begun to crack internally. At that moment, the emperor was taken aback. He was unaware of who had ignited the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower and had no time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, the emperor leaped into action, conjuring his golden Dharma body, astonishingly as tall as the statues themselves. The emperor's golden form raised its hand, pressing down upon the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower, forcibly suppressing the golden flames. Yet, countless rays of golden light still burst forth from the gaps between his fingers, dazzling and resplendent. Let the ancestors return to their rightful place. The emperor's voice resonated ethereally throughout heaven and earth. Moments later, the colossal statues slowly vanished. The golden flames of the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower gradually extinguished. The emperor's figure appeared in midair, slowly descending and prostrating himself upon the ground. At this moment, the emperor's frosted hair turned a brilliant white, transforming him into a figure of celestial grace. Your Majesty, the female national sorceress hurried forward, attempting to lift the emperor. Yet, he remained prostrate, unmoving. All of you step back. Await my command outside the Taiji Hall. I shall return to the palace momentarily. The national sorceress turned to the crowd. His Majesty has decreed that everyone depart and await orders outside the Taiji Hall. One by one, the crowd withdrew, leaving only the emperor alone within the city walls. He slowly rose, gazing up at the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower, his expression filled with sorrow. His visage had aged remarkably. Each time the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower was ignited, it consumed a significant portion of the national fortune of the Xia dynasty, as well as the fate of the Jiang imperial clan. 7 centuries ago, the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower burned for a day and a night, depleting nearly 3,000 years of royal fortune. After Emperor Ling of Xia, the royal line no longer possessed the means to ignite the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower, only to extinguish it. Furthermore, the unparalleled divine skill created by the great ancestor was sealed by Emperor Ren of Xia, preventing its transmission to future generations. As multiple generations of emperors had not cultivated this skill, most were oblivious to the reasons behind it. The current emperor, having secretly studied this divine skill for the past 20 years, had made remarkable progress. The divine emperor's revelation. Over these 2 decades, the emperor's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. 5 years ago, he mastered the 12th level of the divine emperor's revelation, ascending to the 14th realm. At last, he uncovered the reason why Emperor Ren of Xia had prohibited this transcendent skill. The 12th level was the sole method to ignite the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower and summon the ancestral spirits. Should the Xia dynasty face calamity, The ancestral spirits could rescue it from peril. Yet, each time the ancestors descended, it would deplete the national fortune and the Jiang clan's own fate. The great ancestor constructed the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower, leaving a double-edged sword for his descendants. The Nine Dragons Beacon Tower could no longer endure such severe depletion. This was the fundamental reason behind Emperor Ren's prohibition of the Divine Emperor's revelation. He perceived the dwindling spiritual energy within the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower. He recognized that the Xia dynasty had but 2 centuries of fortune remaining. Even with the prohibition of the Divine Emperor's revelation, the fragmented fate of the nation remains unrecovered, gradually spiraling into decline. The actions of Emperor Xiaoran can only be deemed a temporary measure rather than a fundamental solution. 2 centuries have passed in the blink of an eye, and the great Xia dynasty has reached the twilight of its existence. Recently, someone ignited the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower, indicating that within the royal family, aside from him, another individual has surreptitiously cultivated the Divine Emperor's revelation to the 12th tier. If one has indeed reached such a level, they ought to discern the issues surrounding the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower. Why, then, would they choose to ignite it? Could it be that they wish to bring about the immediate downfall of the dynasty, thus becoming a king of a fallen state? The emperor bowed 3 times and knocked his head 9 times in reverence towards the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower, forcefully channeling a portion of his own fate before rising and departing the city of the urn. Upon returning to the palace, a eunuch's voice rang out in the plaza before the Taiji Hall. All the heirs and civil and military officials gathered in the square promptly paid their respects. The emperor ascended the lengthy white jade steps and turned to face the assembly. Following the recent events, the emperor's visage had transformed from that of a middle-aged man to one resembling an elderly individual, white-haired and gently swaying. For a cultivator at the 14th realm, being 78 years of age and appearing so aged is indeed unimaginable. The emperor had only made appearances at ceremonial rites in previous years. This was the first time in 5 years he had formally met with officials outside the Taiji Hall. Although he donned a Taoist robe and bore the marks of age, his regal demeanor remained as commanding as in his youth. The emperor's expression was solemn, his thoughts heavy. From whence did these monstrosities emerge, and who could possibly know? The emperor's authoritative voice resonated. "Present your report, my subjects." Yu Tianshu stepped forward. Recently, a cult known as the Taiping sect has emerged in the capital, disseminating a malevolent elixir called the Everlasting Spring Pill. Most of those monsters are likely transformed by consuming this pill. The emperor fell silent for a moment. 2 matters must be addressed. First, investigate the Taiping sect. Second, seal off the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower and the city of the urn. No one is to approach. Those who defy this edict shall face the extermination of their entire clan. With a flick of his sleeve, the emperor turned to leave. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." A minister stepped forward. This royal sacrificial rite, which was to be overseen entirely by Prince Liang, has encountered such a grave incident, an unprecedented occurrence. I accuse Prince Liang of deliberately sabotaging the royal sacrificial rite, an act not only of dereliction of duty but also of treason against the sovereign. I implore your Majesty to investigate thoroughly. The accuser was the right capital inspector, a third-rank official. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianshu leaped forth. "This is utterly absurd. The sacrificial rite has always been arranged by the Ministry of Rites, and none of its officials have ever reported any progress to His Highness the Prince of Liang. If an investigation is to be conducted, it should focus on all the officials of the Ministry of Rites." Several ministers from the Ministry of Rites, hearing this, immediately knelt down, rendered speechless. They had never anticipated such a significant calamity would occur during the sacrificial rite, even leading to the ignition of the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower. Should the emperor seek accountability, none of them would escape culpability. Jiang Ning sighed inwardly, observing that while Yu Tianshu seemed to have made some progress, he appeared to have learned nothing at all. "Tianshu, you shall be reprimanded," Jiang Ning stated flatly. At this pronouncement, the entire assembly was taken aback. Reprimanded? The courtiers questioned their own ears in disbelief. Did Jiang Ning intend to admonish the right capital inspector before the entire court? His Majesty has yet to utter a word. On what grounds does he presume? The king of Liang's brazen and unreasonable demeanor incited the ire of the right minister of the imperial censorate. At that moment, Yu Tianhu had already approached. "Yu Tianhu, you a mere military official, do you dare?" With a swift motion, Yu Tianhu struck, but the right minister caught his wrist. In retaliation, Yu Tianhu kicked fiercely, landing squarely in the minister's abdomen. sending him hurtling backward through the throng and crashing onto the square. Yu Tianhu advanced with purpose, seizing the right minister by the collar and delivering several resounding slaps, who bestowed upon Yu the audacity to strike back. No one anticipated that Yu Tianhu would indeed dare to lay hands upon a court official. The once diminished Yu family, having lost their standing in the court, was poised for resurgence. Is there anyone else who wishes to impeach this king? Chapter 24. You claim the ninth prince is the least suited to be the crown prince? Then he must be the most fitting. Jiang Ning's cold voice resonated among all present. Those who had intended to echo the right minister's sentiments promptly abandoned such thoughts. This seemingly aloof king of Liang was perhaps excessively tyrannical. Having just been conferred noble status, he resorted to violence against a courtier. Such an occurrence had not transpired since the founding of the Great Xia. By what right do you strike a man? The right minister, humiliated, rose and pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Ning, his irritation palpable. Jiang Ning did not even spare him a glance, responding coolly. You were the one who branded this king as tyrannical and unreasonable. How can I allow such slander to go unchallenged? You are utterly brazen, devoid of respect for authority, and blind to the law. I am the right minister of the imperial censorate, endowed with the power to impeach. My accusations are not baseless. It is you who, out of guilt, seeks to suppress me through violence. You shall not succeed unless you expel me from the court. The right minister's fury was evident. Oh, then let us fulfill your wish, Jiang Ning replied calmly. Lu Jin, Your Highness, I am here, Lu Jin responded, standing respectfully nearby. Throw the right minister out of the Xuanwu Gate, Jiang Ning commanded. At once, the assembled ministers were utterly aghast. The right minister was a member of the esteemed Lu family of Lingzhou, a lineage with a legacy spanning millennia. Jiang Ning's public humiliation of him was one matter. But to order his expulsion from the Xuanwu Gate, this was a blatant affront to the entirety of the Lu family. The current state of the Great Xia was well understood by the ministers. Were it not for the support of these noble families, the realm would have long since unraveled. Jiang Ning's brazen actions, issuing commands in the presence of His Majesty, seemed to signal a desire to sever all ties with the Lu family. As Lu Jin approached, the right minister pointed an accusatory finger at him, exclaiming with rage, You eunuch, do you dare? I regret the necessity, but I act under the orders of His Highness the Ninth Prince. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The right minister suddenly cried out to the emperor in desperation. Old Shun has served two sovereigns. You cannot treat an elder statesman with such indignity. Otherwise, you may as well allow me to perish. The tyrannical and unreasonable actions of the emperor raise concerns about who would dare to speak candidly in the court in the future. I beseech Your Majesty to discern the truth and advocate for the old minister. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent and gazing sternly. Such an old fool. So verbose. Seizing the moment when the right minister was unguarded, Yu Tianhu delivered a punch, knocking him to the ground. Lu Jin grasped one of the right minister's legs and dragged him toward the square outside the Tai Chi Hall. The right minister's cries of injustice echoed throughout the square until they faded away. The emperor continued to show no sign of response. At this juncture, Jiang Ning spoke up, asserting, I do not oppose impeachment. However, any impeachment lacking evidence is mere slander. His cold tone brooked no dissent. The civil and military officials were witnessing Jiang Ning for the first time, and considering his previous actions against Wang Zhong, they recognized this as characteristic of his approach. Even the princes were taken aback by Jiang Ning's conduct. Had he become arrogant after successfully eliminating Wang Zhong? The eunuchs, as the imperial family's watchdogs, wielded power at the expense of their own lineage. Although Wang Zhong was a formidable practitioner of the 13th realm, he was merely a eunuch, incomparable to the illustrious Lu clan of Lingzhou. Observing the silence among the officials, the emperor turned his gaze to Jiang Ning, saying, Old Ninth, you bear some responsibility for the sacrificial ceremony. You are entrusted with the full investigation to redeem your past mistakes. I shall obey, Jiang Ning replied. After the emperor's pronouncement, he turned to leave, offering no further commentary on Jiang Ning's actions. This son of his possessed a cultivation level of at least the 14th realm. Without absolute strength, one must rely on the support of the imperial relatives or noble families to establish a firm footing. In the face of overwhelming power, everything else is but a fleeting illusion. Most concerning was the fact that this son of his was merely 20 years of age. Contemplating this, the emperor's anxiety resurfaced. Old Ninth, you still do not grasp the essence of forbearance. Your brilliance has been revealed too soon. Even with your 14th realm, There are many stronger than you in this world. As the emperor made his way toward the Qingxin Hall, the empress hurriedly followed behind. She observed the emperor's white hair and aged visage, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. "Empress," the emperor initiated the conversation. The empress was taken aback. "Your Majesty, I am here. Please command me. I intend to establish an heir and appoint them as regent. Who do you believe is most suitable?" The emperor inquired casually. The inner palace must not interfere with governmental matters, and I shall not meddle in your Majesty's decision regarding the heir," the empress replied softly. "Must not interfere?" The emperor couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle at her words. Yet, who could truly blame her for intervening when he, the emperor, had chosen to abdicate his responsibilities? "What of the eldest?" the emperor asked, disregarding the empress's previous remarks. "The eldest is humble, respectful of the virtuous, and possesses the potential to be a wise ruler," the empress answered directly. "Oh, and what about the other princes?" the emperor continued. "The second son is assertive and decisive, with a vigorous approach, having forged his own path in martial arts. If he were to serve as regent, he would surely command respect from all quarters," the empress replied. The emperor nodded thoughtfully. The queen remarked, "The fourth prince possesses considerable strategy and unique insights when faced with challenges, excelling in the art of balance. Should he oversee the state, the court shall undoubtedly gain greater stability, and the nation's fortunes shall flourish. Is that not so? You have presented your 3 cherished sons. Who among them is unfit to be the crown prince? These 3 princes are all the queen's own flesh and blood. Is that all?" the emperor inquired. "The third prince is affable and compassionate towards the common folk, deeply understanding the sentiments of the people. He shares in their joys and sorrows, adhering to the principle of placing the ruler beneath the people, embodying the path of benevolence, thus possessing the qualities of a virtuous monarch." The queen paused before continuing. "The fifth prince harbors innovative ideas and is always inclined towards reform. If he were to become the heir apparent, he could usher in a new era for the dynasty." The queen enumerated the merits of each prince. The emperor inwardly scoffed. "The eldest prince, a perfectly respectable crown prince, possesses commendable talents in various aspects. Yet, I wonder what nefarious practices he has engaged in to cultivate such an ominous aura, which you term as humility. The second prince is valiant, a pure warrior who has reached the 12th realm. However, his mind seems singularly focused, fixated on outsmarting others, as if he could suppress the world with mere cleverness. As for the fourth prince, a master of strategy, what unique insights does he possess but the age-old doctrines of our ancestors? The great Xia dynasty is not what it was 8 centuries ago. We do not require a ruler steeped in mediocrity and conservatism. As for the third prince, his thoughts are consumed by matters of romance, incessantly scouring the realm for beauty. The number of beauties in his residence far exceeds that of my own harem. How can this be called sharing in the people's joys? Who, then, is most unfit?" the emperor suddenly queried. "The 9th prince is the most unfit," the queen asserted with unwavering conviction. "You have witnessed his ruthlessness and tyranny. He is impervious to any dissenting voice. Just recently, he returned to the capital, not only executing Wang Zhong, but also annihilating the entire Wei Yuanhou family. Without regard for the Liu family's honor, he cast the right minister out of the imperial city. Should the 9th ascend to power, he would undoubtedly become a tyrant of unparalleled folly. In truth, the emperor himself harbored little profound knowledge of this youngest prince. He merely recalled that the 9th had exhibited extraordinary maturity from a young age. Before the age of 10, he was either at the royal armory or on the way to it, seemingly untouched by the frivolities that delighted his peers. Given the queen's words, the emperor understood. The 9th prince is indeed the most suitable to serve as the crown prince. Chapter 25. Your Highness is ambitious. The incident at the Jilong Beacon Tower swiftly spread throughout the city. Subsequently, the Liang Wang issued a notice warning of the risks associated with consuming the Changchun pill, instructing all who had partaken to report themselves. A wave of anxiety swept through the populace. Yet, the clearer the instructions, the less inclined individuals were to report themselves. They feared transformation into monsters or, worse yet, annihilation before such a change could occur. The courtiers lingered for a moment in the Taiji Hall Square before gradually dispersing. This 9th prince, who had previously remained inconspicuous during court sessions, today left a remarkably domineering impression on the officials. He was impervious to any unsettling opinions. "Tianhu, follow me," he commanded. As Jiang Ning walked through the square, he spoke softly. Before the gaze of the assembled crowd, a rift in the void appeared not far in front of him. Jiang Ning stepped into the void with unhurried grace, and Yu Tianhu promptly followed, causing the rift to vanish. Some officials had not witnessed the earlier spectacle in the city of Wang, where Jiang Ning had cleaved the void with a single sword. Now, upon witnessing this scene, they were utterly astounded. What manner of sorcery was this? The king of Liang could effortlessly tear apart the fabric of reality? Did they not see that he had severed a rift that spanned the entirety of Wang City, drawing in all the monsters that had emerged within? What? A single sword strike cleaving the void, and across the expanse of Wang City? The city stretched for several miles. Could it be that the king of Liang was a master swordsman? Wasn't the act of tearing the void supposed to require the invocation of divine powers? Yet, it seemed the king had done nothing at all. Jiang Ning and Yu Tianhu stood back to back in the midst of the void. All around them, the deep, eerie azure enveloped them, causing a shiver of trepidation to rise within Yu Tianhu. It felt as though monsters could materialize from the depths of this void at any moment and swallow him whole. Not far from them, several irregularly shaped entities shifted ominously. These were the very monsters they had encountered. The moment the two appeared, the monsters surged forth in a torrential wave, their bodies tearing open with fissures as they vied to devour the two men. "Be careful, Your Highness," Yu Tianhu instinctively warned. "Break," Jiang Ning uttered in a low voice. A torrent of force erupted forth, and one massive monster dissolved like dust in the void in an instant. Jiang Ning had initially believed that these beings, born beyond the constraints of the heavenly laws, could not be easily slain by mere words. It turned out that the might he had unleashed was insufficient. He had merely sought to test their resilience, but had inadvertently exerted excessive force. Yu Tianhu, witnessing this, swallowed hard. "Your Highness, how formidable!" The strength of a land-bound immortal was simply astonishing. What could not be easily vanquished by the 14th realm was effortlessly dispatched by a single blow. The other monsters were not entirely fearless, however. Upon witnessing the demise of one of their own, their movements momentarily faltered, and they began to flee desperately, terrified that lingering too long would result in a fate akin to that of their fallen companion. Yet, it was as if an invisible wall barred their escape within this void. They dashed to and fro, continuously colliding with barriers, yet they dared not approach Jiang Ning. "Your Highness, what exactly are these creatures?" Yu Tianhu inquired softly. "They are manifestations of a malevolent force, devoid of intelligence. They can consume flesh and spirit, exponentially augmenting their own power. Though they can be controlled, in this isolated void, they are left with nothing but their insatiable hunger," Jiang Ning replied, probing the atmosphere with his own energy. "This is not their true form. If I am not mistaken, they must have been consumed by someone, transforming into their current state." "And what did they originally look like?" Yu Tianhu questioned, perplexed. "Observe," Jiang Ning commanded, summoning a small orb of black flame that soared toward one of the monsters. The monstrous entity evidently sensed the impending danger, its movements becoming even more frantic. Soon, black flames enveloped the creature, and from its massive form, a fierce black fire erupted. Although these creatures themselves were also black, Yu Tianhu could effortlessly distinguish between them and the ominous flames. The monster began to shrink, gradually transforming into a mass of black substance, which then slowly drifted before Jiang Ning and Yu Tianhu. This mass, no larger than a fist, resembled a piece of flesh, coated in a layer of viscous slime and exuding a pungent odor akin to rotten eggs. Yu Tianhu could not fathom the extraordinary power concealed within Jiang Ning's actions. He merely sensed an ineffable strength. "Your Highness, what is this?" he inquired, scrutinizing the black mass. "I do not know," Jiang Ning replied. The texts he had perused over the past 20 years primarily consisted of various martial arts manuals, leaving him unfamiliar with this particular phenomenon. While he possessed the divine power to restore the monster, its origins eluded him. It should have posed no threat, but if consumed by a person, it became perilous. This entity bore a resemblance to a virus in that it could not harm a living organism externally. Only upon entering a host's body would it wreak havoc. Once refined by a person, it transformed into a weapon in their hands. "I see," Yu Tianhu nodded, only partially grasping the concept. "Go fetch a soldier who has ingested the Changchun pill to meet with me," Jiang Ning instructed, and a rift to the outside world materialized before them. The two stepped through and found themselves in the residence of the king of Liang. Yu Tianhu marveled at the profound nature of their spatial traversal. Just moments ago, they were within the imperial palace, Yet now they stood in the king's abode. Yu Tianshu felt as though he too had become a figure capable of traversing the void like an earthly immortal. Shortly thereafter, Yu Tianshu brought Wang Wu to the residence of the king of Liang. "I pay my respects to His Highness the King of Liang." Wang Wu saluted solemnly. Jiang Ning merely cast a glance at Wang Wu before voicing his inquiry. Within Wang Wu's body lay a surge of malevolent energy, poised to erupt at any moment. Jiang Ning initially contemplated employing a subtle technique to extract this sinister force. While it posed no threat to him, it could be deadly for martial artists below the 10th realm and ordinary folk. If consumed, they would be instantaneously assimilated. Moreover, this malevolent energy had already fused with Wang Wu's consciousness. Should Jiang Ning forcibly remove it, he would simultaneously obliterate Wang Wu's consciousness, rendering him a mere shell of a man. The situation was dire, as countless citizens had fallen prey, indicating that the capital harbored innumerable ticking time bombs. Should an adversary press the detonation button, a storm of bloodshed would sweep through the capital. Tianhu immediately summoned all the commanders of the 12 guards to the king's residence. Jiang Ning commanded, "As you wish. Remember, it is an invitation." Jiang Ning intended to secure the capital before eliminating the threat, while also eradicating a faction. Chapter 26. Let him come personally to apologize. After the morning court session, Right Chief Censor Lu Zhonglin seethed with anger. The Lu clan has endured for a millennium within the Great Xia dynasty, possessing both stature and reputation. When have they ever been subjected to such indignities? Even if Jiang Ning belongs to the imperial family, he must consider the standing of the Lu clan. Lu Zhonglin approached a stately residence. His countenance darkened as he entered. "The imperial censor has arrived. Is your general at home?" "Yes, please follow me, sir." Lu Zhonglin entered a spacious courtyard where a robust middle-aged man wielding a simple broadsword was instructing several young men in martial arts. This man was Lu Zhongchun, holding the esteemed title of Grand General of the Longxiang Guard, ranked second among officials. The 12 guards of the capital, excluding the palace's inner guards, are categorized by rank. The Longxiang Guard is classified as the foremost guard, commanding 20,000 soldiers, with authority extending beyond the imperial city to other jurisdictions of the capital. The power of the Longxiang Guard surpasses that of the other 11 guards. In contrast, the Xuanwu Guard, overseen by Yu Tianhu, is the weakest among the 12. Yu Tianhu's official rank is merely third, placing him 1.5 ranks below that of the Grand General of the Longxiang Guard. Lu Zhongchun and Lu Zhonglin are not direct siblings, but rather cousins of the same generation. They are not outsiders, but belong to the gentry class. To a certain extent, the threat posed by the gentry to the Jiang imperial authority is not lesser than that of the consort families. "Father, Uncle Zhonglin has arrived," a young man reminded. "Zhonglin, what happened to your face?" Lu Zhongchun immediately turned around to see his cousin's grim visage, marked by evident bruises, likely the result of a beating. An incident occurred during today's imperial sacrificial ceremony. Lu Zhonglin began to recount the events at the Jiulong Beacon Tower. His expression filled with indignation. "When His Majesty summoned the officials outside the Taiji Hall, I accused Prince Jiang Ning of deliberately sabotaging the sacrificial ceremony, raising suspicions of treason. That scoundrel Jiang Ning, in front of all the civil and military officials, had the audacity to have Yu Tianhu slap me. He even commanded Lu Jin, that eunuch, to throw me out of the imperial city." Lu Zhonglin was beside himself with rage. "Is that a slap at me, Lu Zhonglin? It is a slap at the Lu clan of Lingzhou. That wretched Jiang Ning has completely disregarded our clan." Lu Zhongchun had heard of some matters concerning the king of Liang, Jiang Ning. For instance, Jiang Ning had killed Wang Zhong. Yet, Lu Zhongchun dismissed this. He was merely a 13th rank eunuch, and the fate that awaited those discarded by the imperial family was death. It was likely that the Yu clan, having endured prolonged suppression, sought to elevate Jiang Ning back to the court to regain some influence. However, what is the current state of the Yu clan? They are continually oppressed. And once they lose that half a spiritual stone mine, the entire Yu clan will be like fish on the chopping block of the consort families and gentry. How utterly outrageous. Lu Zhongchun thrust his simple broadsword forcefully into the ground, producing a resounding impact. It is evident that the Yu clan is desperate for power and intends to strike at the Lu clan. With their meager foundation, they stand no chance against us, let alone contend with even a branch of the Zhao clan. Lu Zhongchun was filled with righteous fury. How dare that king of Liang be so arrogant? He has the audacity to slap Uncle Zhonglin's face? Does he not realize that Uncle Zhenglin is the right imperial censor? Does he not know that Uncle Zhenglin is a member of the Lu clan? A young man exclaimed indignantly. I believe Jiang Ning has lost his mind. Having ascended to princely status, he is eager to flaunt his authority. Another young man declared with anger. At this moment, a servant entered the courtyard to report. General, Yu Tianhu requests an audience. Yu Tianhu? Let him in, Lu Zhengchun coldly commanded. Why has Yu Tianhu come at this time? Lu Zhenglin pondered in confusion. Huh. Lu Zhengchun let out a derisive laugh. Today, Jiang Ning allowed Yu Tianhu to slap your face. He must be intimidated by the authority of the Lu family. Hence, he sent Yu Tianhu to come and offer apologies. Lu Zhengchun spoke icily. What has Jiang Ning done? He merely conferred the title of Prince of Liang. What does he have besides Yu Tianhu? To publicly humiliate the Lu family, yet secretly seek forgiveness? Not a chance. Lu Zhengchun thought, seething with indignation. Father is right. Jiang Ning must have realized the might of our Lu family after returning. Hence he sent someone to bow down and admit fault, a young man remarked. Indeed, that must be the case, another young man concurred earnestly. Upon hearing this, a proud expression spread across Lu Zhengchun's face. Is there any other possibility? Just then, Yu Tianhu entered the courtyard. The members of the Lu family regarded him with scornful glares. Yu Tianhu cast a glance at Lu Zhenglin, who immediately recalled the painful kick and several stinging slaps he had received from Yu Tianhu. Sensing the animosity in their gazes, Yu Tianhu casually clasped his hands in greeting. General Lu, His Highness the Prince of Liang requests your presence at the royal residence for a discussion, Yu Tianhu announced. Lu Zhengchun thought to himself that his initial estimation was indeed correct. That little rascal Jiang Ning merely sought to display his authority in front of the civil and military officials. Now recognizing his error, he specifically dispatched Yu Tianhu to invite him to the Liang prince's residence, intending to serve him tea and apologize in person. Yet, after the humiliation suffered by the Lu family, how could he so easily comply? You wish for this general to attend a discussion at the royal residence? Lu Zhengchun's countenance darkened. Indeed, Yu Tianhu replied after a moment's thought. The prince emphasized that it is a request. If the Liang prince wishes to apologize to our Lu family, he may do so by coming personally to my residence, serving tea and acknowledging his mistake. To summon me to the royal residence? Not a chance, Lu Zhengchun declared coldly. Yu Tianhu was taken aback. Do you truly not fear offending His Highness the Liang prince? The prince has requested your presence at the royal residence for a discussion. How did it become an apology to you? Do you expect the Liang prince to personally visit you and serve tea as a form of contrition? Surely, you must have lost your mind, Yu Tianhu silently criticized. The prince said. Yu Tianhu began to speak, but was immediately interrupted. What are you babbling about? I have made my stance abundantly clear. Leave at once, or I shall personally escort you out. Lu Zhengchun barked. Are you not afraid of offending His Highness the Liang prince? Yu Tianhu's eyes narrowed slightly. Afraid of a 20-year-old prince? What nonsense! Moreover, who has truly offended whom? You expect the Liang prince to apologize to our Lu family and want me to scurry to the royal residence, repaying grievance with kindness? Is that even plausible? Don't overestimate your importance. Get out, Lu Zhengchun furiously retorted. Yu Tianhu contemplated, realizing that the old man had surely lost his wits. Unable to persuade Lu Zhengchun, Yu Tianhu found himself at an impasse. Who decreed that Yu Tianhu should remain at the 10th realm while his adversary has ascended to the 13th? Otherwise, he would have forcefully led Lu Zhengchun to the Liang Wangfu. I shall return to report to His Highness, the Liang Wang. With that, Yu Tianhu turned and departed. If the Liang Wang were indeed to grace your Lu Zhengchun's residence, can you, Lu Zhengchun, withstand the presence of the Liang Wang? Uncle Zhenglin, rest assured. My son and I shall ensure justice is served on your behalf. Indeed, Uncle Zhenglin, we shall make Jiang Ning bow and concede in the future. Lu Zhengchun, witnessing his son's promising ambitions, contentedly stroked his beard. Subsequently, Yu Tianhu made his rounds to the other generals' residences. Surprisingly, none of these esteemed generals exhibited fear of the Liang Wang, all resolutely declining his invitation. Some, with more formidable backing, declined rather curtly. Others, with less robust support, did so in a more circumspect manner. Upon reflection, Yu Tianhu could comprehend the underlying reasons. At this juncture, should the generals of the 12 guards visit the Liang Wangfu, even if they harbor no intentions of joining the Liang Wang's faction, others would inevitably categorize them within his sphere of influence. Despite the empress having conferred a princely title upon Jiang Ning, it was common knowledge that she harbored no desire for his prosperity. Each of them was hesitant to position themselves against her, as they believed that one of her 3 sons was the most likely candidate to ascend the throne. Regardless of who ultimately claimed the crown, the empress would assuredly become the empress dowager. By the time Yu Tianhu returned from his rounds, night had fallen. Upon arriving at the Liang he discovered Jiang Ning was absent. It was only after darkness enveloped the sky that Jiang Ning returned. "Your Highness, this humble soldier ventured out this afternoon to extend invitations, yet not a soul was willing to visit the Liang. Moreover, the Grand General of the Longxiang Guard, Lu Zhengchun, displayed an air of arrogance, even suggesting that Your Highness should personally visit his residence to serve him tea and apologize." He also embellished his words regarding Yu Tianhu. Jiang Ning's expression remained unchanged. The outcome had been anticipated. Those individuals were unwilling to align themselves with him for fear of incurring the empress's wrath. Thus, he did not spend the afternoon idly waiting at the residence, but instead ventured into the palace to peruse ancient texts. To the Lu residence, Jiang Ning commanded with a calm demeanor. "As you wish." Chapter 27. You possess an audacious spirit. Seeking death, Yu Tianhu had spent the afternoon wearing a cold expression, harboring a tumult of anger within. As the head of the 12 guards, Lu Zhengchun, bolstered by the Lu family of Lingzhou, exhibited an arrogance that incensed him further. Could a 13th realm, emerging from an esteemed lineage, act with impunity? Now, as the 9th prince approaches your Lu residence, let us observe how this old rogue responds. The royal carriage halted before the gates of the Lu residence, and Jiang Ning dismounted, stepping into the courtyard. "The Liang Wang has arrived. Lu Zhengchun, do not delay in welcoming him." Yu Tianhu's voice boomed, resonating throughout the grand estate. Shortly thereafter, Lu Zhengchun appeared, bare-chested and wielding a simple blade, standing upon the steps. The blade struck the ground with a dull thud as his hawkish gaze fixated upon Jiang Ning, exuding an air of authority. He stood there, elevated, with no intention of offering his respects. Jiang Ning's visit to his estate was undoubtedly prompted by the incident involving Lu Jinglin, seeking to offer his apologies. Daring to offend the Lu family, he would surely receive a stern lesson from Lu Zhengchun today. "Why do you not bow before the king of cool?" Yu Tianhu exclaimed loudly. "Humph," Lu Zhengchun scoffed derisively. "Bow to you? Do you deem yourself worthy? Merely a callow youth, you are not deserving of my reverence. To belittle the stature of the Lu family and expect me to pay homage? Do you think the Lu family is just a mere dog that anyone can trample upon?" Lu Zhengchun retorted coldly. This old fool was clearly deranged, his madness profoundly severe. The last individual who summoned the king of cool met with complete destruction. How dare he show such disrespect to a royal prince? "Lu Zhengchun, what audacity you possess." With a frown, Lu Zhengchun emanated a formidable aura. Yu Tianhu instinctively drew his blade, pointing it at Lu Zhengchun in anger. "What do you intend to do, rebel? A mere child with no wisdom cannot utter such insolence. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of the elders of the Yu family." Jiang Ning, being of royal blood, rendered it inappropriate for Lu Zhengchun to confront him directly. However, he could certainly take the opportunity to teach Jiang Ning, this sycophant, a lesson in front of him. This was akin to defecating on Jiang Ning's head. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the earth to its core. Dust billowed, engulfing Lu Zhengchun entirely. Caught off guard, he swallowed a mouthful of dirt. With a swing of his blade, he unleashed a wave of energy, sending dust soaring into the sky. Turning to assess the situation, he grasped the enormity of what had transpired. A colossal estate had been reduced to rubble. It was not merely a collapse. The structure had been utterly flattened. The entirety of the estate, including its walls, had been crushed. Gazing around, the outlines of the estate remained unchanged, yet it had become a mere aerial blueprint. However, prior to Jiang Ning's action, Lu Zhengchun had not sensed a thing. Moreover, he was oblivious to who had executed this act. He was entirely unaware that he was now the sole survivor of the estate. His wife, concubines, and children had all been rendered flat by Jiang Ning's strike. Upon witnessing this, Lu Zhengchun erupted with fury. In an instant, his entire household had been dismantled before his eyes. Who possessed such audacity? Step forward. Lu Zhengchun shook his blade, his face contorted with rage, appearing as if he were a helpless figure consumed by fury. Yu Tianhu gazed at Lu Zhengchun in disbelief. How dare he still speak such arrogance, insulting the prince? Was it you? Lu Zhengchun fixed a piercing gaze on Jiang Ning. Indeed, You possess audacity beyond measure. Seeking death. Lu Jingchun was thoroughly incensed, raising his blade recklessly towards Jiang Ning. Yet, Jiang Ning did not flinch or evade. However, as Lu Jingchun observed Jiang Ning's unyielding stance, a sudden clarity washed over him. As a peak practitioner of the 13th realm, what would he do if he were to sever the king of Cool in two? The political enemies of the Lu family would undoubtedly seize upon such an event to their advantage. However, Lu Jingchun could no longer restrain his blade. First, a fierce wave of sword energy descended upon Jiang Ning like a mountain pressing down, followed by a heavy strike from Lu Jingchun's sword, aimed precisely at the crown of Jiang Ning's head. To be exact, it landed 3 inches above his head. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, yet Jiang Ning remained utterly unmoved. In stark contrast, Yu Tianhu, standing behind Jiang Ning, was unable to maintain his composure and was forced to retreat several steps under the pressure of Lu Jingchun's formidable sword energy. It was not that he did not wish to step in and shield Jiang Ning, but the disparity between him and Lu Jingchun was far too great. However, reflecting on the matter, who was the prince? He was a terrestrial immortal. How could a mere 13th realm opponent pose any threat to the king of Liang? Surely, he could not even inflict harm upon a single hair of the king. At that moment, Lu Jingchun's eyes widened in disbelief. The edge of his blade hovered several inches away from Jiang Ning's head, halted by a protective aura. Lu Jingchun suddenly felt that his prior concerns were unwarranted. How could he, a distinguished 13th realm cultivator, fail to breach Jiang Ning's protective barrier? What did this signify? If both parties were of equal cultivation, a single stroke from him would have been fatal, yet he had failed to even ruffle Jiang Ning. This indicated that Jiang Ning's realm surpassed his own. He fixated on Jiang Ning's gaze, noticing what seemed to be a flicker of disappointment within those eyes, as if mocking the inadequacy of his strike. Jiang Ning remained motionless. Yet an inexplicable fear began to creep into Lu Jingchun's heart. In that moment, a torrent of thoughts raced through his mind. Initially, he believed Jiang Ning had summoned him to the royal residence to negotiate peace and offer an apology. Now, with Jiang Ning personally visiting, he had intended to retaliate with a sharp tongue. He realized he was a complete fool. Yet, this youngest prince of the great Xia dynasty, merely 20 years old, had he truly attained the 14th realm? You dare to kill me? The Lu family will not let you off lightly. We have a terrestrial immortal on our side. Although he failed to perceive any murderous intent in Jiang Ning's eyes, he was engulfed in sheer terror, prompting him to utter threats in desperation. Just as he began to utter the final word, immortal, his head was severed from his body. Lu Jingchun's consciousness soared into the heavens, completely unprepared for the fact that Jiang Ning would dare to kill him, showing no fear even of terrestrial immortals. Yet, his fear only intensified, for he had no inkling of what Jiang Ning had done to cause his head to relocate. Such a method was utterly unfathomable, leaving one defenseless against it. In the next moment, Lu Jingchun's consciousness dissipated into the void. Initially, Jiang Ning had no intention of killing. Lu Jingchun's character, strength, and background were of no concern to him. Even if he were a terrestrial immortal, it would suffice to pin him down and render him an obedient dog. If he issued baseless threats, he would not stand idly by. Let us see if I dare to kill you, he mused. Your Highness, how did you manage that just now? Yu Tianhu asked, utterly astonished. Chapter 28. Who agrees, who disagrees? Yu Tianhu had witnessed Jiang Ning's prowess. Recalling the first time at the Su residence when he effortlessly deployed the Wuxiang demon technique to disassemble 9 small masters with a mere thought. The second occurrence transpired during the royal sacrificial ceremony, where a single stroke cleaved through a fissure in the void that spanned several miles. In the previous instances, Yu Tianhu had discerned some clues, yet this time, he was utterly perplexed. What had Jiang Ning just done? When one kills, there must be some action taken, mustn't there? Surely, one must at least utilize their vital energy, correct? However, there had been no discernible fluctuation of vital energy from Jiang Ning throughout the encounter. He merely employed his protective barrier to deflect Lu Jingchun's strike. And then, Lu Jingchun's head was severed. Did he truly require to exert himself against such insignificant adversaries? Yu Tianhu suddenly experienced an epiphany. He recalled that despite Jiang Ning having intervened in prior confrontations, he had merely stood there, not even lifting a finger. Could this be what it means to be a terrestrial immortal? Jiang Ning slowly turned, presenting Lu Jingchun's severed head to the leaders of the other 10 guards. This humble officer shall comply. After Jiang Ning departed, Yu Tianhu picked up Lu Jingchun's head. Just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him. The old fellow had 3 wives and 4 concubines, with over 100 people residing in his household. So many individuals. Thus, Yu turned back once more. At this moment, he noticed that the ground was as smooth as if it had been meticulously chiseled, and walking upon it felt somewhat slippery. Lu Jingquan's residence had transformed into a lifelike painting. The roof, treetops, walls, ornamental rocks, and even the pond remained unchanged in size. As he wandered further, Yu encountered the inhabitants of the estate. These individuals appeared as though they were affixed to a canvas, not quite resembling humans, but rather vividly lifelike. Some, however, were conspicuously reduced to mere skulls and shoulders. It seemed as though if they stood beneath him, a change in perspective would reveal their faces. He also observed several individuals practicing martial arts and the household pets. The more he looked, the more absurd it became. How could these figures resemble painted images so closely? What manner of sorcery was this? It was utterly unprecedented, never before seen. Yu could not fathom it, nor dared to dwell on it further. He hurriedly grasped Lu Jingquan's head and exited the estate. Arriving at the entrance of another residence, he strode directly into the courtyard. His Highness the Cool King summons General Zhong to the palace for deliberation. Did you not come here previously? I have declined your invitation, so please take your leave. General Zhong's expression darkened. What was the matter with the Cool King? Was it not sufficient to have Yu who summoned him once? Must he be invited twice? At that moment, General Zhong caught sight of the object in Yu Tiaohu's hand. It was a severed head, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than the head of General Lu Zhengquan. Upon witnessing this, General Zhong's complexion changed drastically, and he hurried over to Yu Tiaohu. General Yu, what has happened to General Lu? General Zhong's demeanor grew considerably more favorable. Yu Tiaohu's presentation of Lu Jingquan's head was evidently a final ultimatum. The fool, Lu Jingquan, had insisted that the prince personally summon him. The prince had complied, albeit with some irritation, resulting in Lu Jingquan's decapitation and the annihilation of his entire family. Hiss! General Zhong gasped in astonishment. Not to mention that Lu Jingquan was a formidable practitioner at the 13th realm, merely considering his backing from the Lu family of Lingzhou. With such a prominent lineage, he was not a figure that the court could easily manipulate. However, Yu Tianhu remarked that the prince appeared somewhat irate and had even executed Lu Jingquan's entire family. The critical question remains, did the prince truly take matters into his own hands? The rumors surrounding the Liang Wang being on par with the 14th realm have proven to be true. If Jiang Ning could so easily declare the death of Lu Jingquan, it is no surprise that others are equally expendable. General Zhong, overwhelmed by fear, quickly donned a conciliatory smile and said, I shall visit the Liang Wang at once. General Yu, please convey to the prince that my absence today was due to pressing matters that delayed me. Understood. Yu Tianhu turned and departed. Recognizing that some form of leverage was necessary to maintain order, he swiftly made his rounds, and one by one, the commanders of the 12 guards arrived at the Liang Wang's residence. In the main hall of the Wangfu, Jiang Ning sat in the central position, with Lu Jingquan's severed head placed conspicuously at his feet. Yu Tianhu, hand resting on his saber, stood proudly beside Jiang Ning, exuding an air of authority. The commanders were decidedly reluctant to be present at the Liang Wang's residence. Entering the gates tonight would imply an allegiance to the Liang Wang, rendering them vulnerable to political rivals. While those aligned with other princes might find some justification upon returning, the neutral factions faced insurmountable challenges. Yet for them, the choice was clear. They preferred not to be crushed under the Liang Wang's hand. All eyes covertly scrutinized the nearly unrecognized prince. He sat poised, devoid of any overt intimidation, yet an inherent nobility permeated his presence, as if it were etched into his very being. A single glance at his indifferent countenance conveyed the essence of aristocratic superiority. Understand this, Jiang Ning began, his tone measured. The power you wield originates from imperial authority. Should anyone dare to defy it, I shall seize their authority without hesitation. Who stands in favor, and who against? With Lu Jingquan's bloody head lying at Jiang Ning's feet, who would dare oppose him? Even those with dissenting thoughts would be foolish to voice them in his presence. Have you all fallen silent? No response. Yu Tianhu's cold voice broke the tension. The prince speaks with utmost clarity. We have never forgotten the grace of the heavens. The assembly responded in a chorus of agreement. As the murmurs faded, Jiang Ning continued, From this moment forth, the 12 guards of the capital shall heed my command. Those of you with masters, inform them accordingly. Those unwilling to serve me may rise and depart. I shall not compel you. However, know that from this day forward, I will revoke all your privileges." The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. The Liang Wang intended to command the 12 guards with a mere word? Under ordinary circumstances, this would seem a ludicrous claim. He was a prince, not the heir to the throne. Other princes might vie for power, forming alliances and offering favors. Yet, the Liang Wang's nonchalant demeanor was imbued with an undeniable authority, rendering the ambitions of the other princes akin to child's play. Furthermore, since the establishment of the state, there had never been a precedent for the 12 guards to be unified under a single prince's command. Jiang Ning's statements and demeanor effectively placed him in a sovereign position. For him, this was simply the way it had always been. He now intends to utilize these individuals, who must heed his commands. The intricacies of scheming hold no interest for him. As for his current identity and status, they are of little consequence. Even if he were merely an inconspicuous commoner, his extraordinary capabilities would render cunning machinations unnecessary. Who would desire to languish in idleness? If that is the case, I shall promptly send you on your way. What? Must His Highness the Cool King repeat himself twice? Yu Tianhu interjected. We, the ministers, are willing to follow the directives of His Highness the Cool King. Chapter 29. Securing the capital from this moment forth. You 10 shall each guard one of the 36 city gates of the capital. No one is permitted to enter or exit. Those who defy this order shall be executed. Understood, the crowd responded in unison. Dismissed. The group rose, saluted, and exited the royal hall. Jiang Ning summoned them solely for this matter. My lord, these individuals harbor ulterior motives. They may appear compliant, but they undoubtedly practice hypocrisy behind our backs. Yu Tianhu expressed his concerns. I am aware, Jiang Ning replied coolly. Issue a proclamation. All who have consumed the Changchun pill shall be deemed cultists, and the Cool King's residents will eradicate them without mercy. Shall we mobilize the Xuanwu Guard to apprehend these cultists? Yu Tianhu inquired. Only issue the proclamation. Patrols may be conducted, but no force shall be employed, Jiang Ning clarified. Understood. At present, it appears the adversary possesses considerable power, yet they have refrained from instigating acts of terror within the city, having only employed such tactics during the royal sacrificial rites. This indicates their intentions are decidedly focused. They do not believe they concocted this elixir to foster a cult or execute terroristic acts. Thus far, tens of thousands have ingested the Changchun pill, and Jiang Ning could not bring himself to harm innocent lives. If salvation is possible, that would be ideal to prevent widespread suffering. If not, then those lives are fated as such. Jiang Ning raised his palm. A silvery orb of light ascended, piercing the dome and soaring into the heavens. The orb transformed into shimmering motes, dissipating into the ether. The entire capital had been enveloped in several layers of restrictions. Subsequently, Jiang Ning journeyed to the palace under the cover of night, entering the library to peruse ancient texts. Time flowed slowly until dawn approached. At last, he uncovered a crucial lead within the ancient records. The texts recount that during times of turmoil, when yin and yang are out of balance, an imperceptible chasm forms, concentrating all malevolent forces in the world. This malevolent energy, when it permeates the soil, gives rise to a dark, viscous flesh known as chui in ancient writings. This entity transcends the constraints of the heavenly order. It possesses life but lacks self-awareness. Consuming chui flesh can alleviate hunger and thirst, bolster vitality, and even induce transformations, granting supernatural abilities. Those who partake of chui flesh no longer belong to the realm of humanity. The texts refer to them as chui spirits. The appearance of chui often heralds great chaos. The last emergence of chui occurred 3 millennia ago, amidst a time of disarray and rampant evil, when countless individuals endured prolonged hunger, leading them to consume chui flesh and transform into chui spirits. This initiated an era of turmoil lasting a millennium, until the illustrious Emperor Gao ascended to prominence. In the year when the founder quelled the chaos, the world was still plagued by countless malevolent spirits. The founder discerned the source of these spirits and, wielding divine power, eradicated them, allowing those spirits to regain their consciousness and revert to their original forms. Jiang Ning managed to restore a fragment of the malevolent flesh, which bore a striking resemblance to that described in ancient texts. Consequently, malevolent spirits have once again emerged in the world. Furthermore, Some have refined this flesh into elixirs that can be controlled by their users. Even more intriguingly, the adversary possesses methods to command these spirits, as if a switch had been installed within certain individuals. Those who consume the malevolent flesh appear no different from ordinary people. But once the mastermind activates the switch, they transform into malevolent spirits. Analyzing the Founder's methods, it seems that the way to eliminate the malevolent power within the consumers must be to eradicate the source of the malevolence. Jiang Ning felt a flicker of interest regarding the adversaries' intentions. Why would they ignite the Nine-Dragon Beacon? Once the national fortune is depleted, chaos will ensue in the Great Xia dynasty. Do they aspire to control the malevolent spirits and establish a new Great Xia dynasty, seeking to become a figure akin to the founder? Yet, what significance would a dynasty built through such sinister means hold? Jiang Ning perused the annals of the Great Xia dynasty once more. Throughout history, each ruler has generally been wise. Yet only the Summer Spirit Emperor was branded as a foolish monarch, even receiving a notorious posthumous title. Compared to other sovereigns, the actions of the Summer Spirit Emperor were indeed peculiar. During his century-long reign, all he seemed to accomplish was the depletion of national fortune, culminating in the fateful ignition of the Nine-Dragon Beacon. The historical records state that the Summer Spirit Emperor acted thus to elicit a smile from a beautiful woman. The Nine-Dragon Beacon symbolizes the national fortune of the Great Xia dynasty. Even a foolish emperor would not be oblivious to this truth. There must be another reason. Another question arises. What method was employed to ignite the Nine-Dragon Beacon? Just as Jiang Ning contemplated these matters while poring over ancient texts, a fragment of divine consciousness began to coalesce beside him. Clad in a Taoist robe and with hair as white as snow, he resembled an immortal. Son pays respects to father. No need for formalities. The father and son stood, one ethereal and the other corporeal, before a bookshelf laden with ancient tomes. When did you reach the 14th realm? The emperor inquired. Perhaps 10 years ago, or maybe 12. I cannot recall, Jiang Ning replied candidly. This response nearly caused the ethereal emperor to wince. You attained the 14th realm a decade ago? How could I have received no word of a martial prodigy emerging from the royal family? The emperor turned to regard Jiang Ning, who did not appear to be lying. Jiang Ning's revelation momentarily distracted the emperor from his original purpose for visiting. I have a question, Jiang Ning initiated. What is it? How is the Nine-Dragon Beacon ignited? He asked directly. The ignition of the Nine-Dragon Beacon was prohibited by Emperor Ren of Xia centuries ago. Is this a matter for a mere young prince to inquire about? Before the emperor could respond, Jiang Ning continued. The remaining fortune of the Nine-Dragon Beacon is scant, insufficient for even 200 years. The last ignition consumed even more. Father, at the pinnacle of the 14th realm, you could enjoy a lifespan of 300 years. If the emperor could pass away peacefully, without witnessing the day of the Great Xia's demise, he would become the sovereign of a fallen nation. It appears that neither the emperor nor the Great Xia dynasty is destined to endure until that fateful day. Indeed, this young son speaks with remarkable audacity, suggesting he may be the harbinger of the dynasty's downfall. One must exercise caution in such conversations, lest one become a fatherless child. Were I, Jiang Daoran, several decades younger, I would surely stage a grand display of paternal affection. However, his demeanor is strikingly aged, while Jiang Ning's composure is equally rare in this world. Jiang Ning is neither jesting nor cursing him or the Great Xia. He merely speaks the truth. Jiang Daoran is well aware of this truth and must confront it. While it is common knowledge that the Nine Dragons Beacon is intertwined with the nation's fate, few can discern the dwindling fortunes it signifies. Aside from those who have cultivated the Divine Emperor's revelation, it is challenging to grasp the heavenly secrets without reaching the terrestrial, immortal realm. Wait, could Jiang Ning have practiced the Divine Emperor's revelation? Yet, upon further reflection, the Emperor finds this unlikely. If he had, his cultivation at the 14th realm would not be so lacking. Attaining the final layer would naturally reveal the method to ignite the Nine Dragons Beacon. Jiang Daoran remained silent. Throughout his reign, the emperor has been diligent and has achieved considerable political success, yet fate has not favored him. As Jiang Ning speaks, he sets aside the ancient text and slowly departs. Chapter 30. The Deception of the Nine Dragons Beacon. The incident involving Jiang Ning's suppression of Lu Zhengchun has reached Lu Zhenglen. He hastens to Lu Zhengchuan's residence. Upon arrival, he is struck by horror. The entire estate has been reduced to a flat expanse, with a headless corpse lying in the courtyard, its blood long drained. The scene resembles a grim topographical map, causing cold sweat to break out across Lu Zhengling's brow. The destruction of a residence is not an extraordinary feat, but the terror lies in the fact that the entire estate has become smoother than a mirror. Has Lu Zhengquan's entire family perished in this manner? As he contemplates this, Lu Zhengling's legs begin to tremble. Jiang Ning is ruthlessly merciless, not only tyrannical, but also bloodthirsty. This madness will surely herald the beginning of chaos within the great Xia dynasty. Jiang Ning's disregard for familial ties compels Lu Zhenglin, lacking the strength to avenge Lu Zhengquan, to seek the intervention of his clan in this matter. He must promptly dispatch a message back to Lingzhou. In the morning court assembly, Jiang Ning strides through the ranks of ministers to the front. The court is already aware of Lu Zhengquan's demise. Previously, the death of the 13th realm Wang Zhong was met with approval. He was a loyal dog of the empress, and his passing lessened the threat to the ministers, who paid it little mind. Jiang Ning's execution of Wang Zhong was merely a royal act against a household servant. However, with Jiang Ning's recent slaying of another 13th realm figure, specifically the Grand General of the Longxiang Guard and a member of the Lu clan from Lingzhou, the rift between the royal family and the gentry is set to widen further. Nevertheless, the gentry members present in the court maintain their silence, unable to gauge the true nature of this young prince. Dare you to stand forth and impeach him? You might very well slap your face right there in the court. At this crucial juncture, the prominent clans are reluctant to confront the 9th prince head-on. Who can tell if this is not a ploy by His Majesty to purge the aristocracy? From the surface, one cannot discern the extent of Jiang Ning's murderous intent. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the great Xia dynasty has not witnessed such a formidable prince in many years. Just then, the empress arrived. The morning court had yet to commence when Jiang Ning spoke first. From this moment forth, I hereby dismiss Lu Zhengquan from all official positions and revoke his titles. The 20,000 troops of the Longxiang Guard shall be merged into the Xuanwu Guard. Jiang Ning's cold voice resonated throughout the Taiji Hall. Was he issuing commands in the court? Indeed, his strength was palpable. Even the other princes were taken aback by Jiang Ning's sudden proclamation. Did he truly believe he could command the 20,000 troops of the Longxiang Guard under his banner with a mere utterance? Was that not exceedingly ambitious? Your Highness, regarding the changes to the 12 guards of the capital, such matters should be deliberated by the Minister of War and the Cabinet, followed by His Majesty's decree. One official interjected. I am merely informing you, not seeking your counsel, Jiang Ning replied coolly. With those words, he silenced all dissent. To simply notify them in the court was indeed tyrannical. When did the court become the sole domain of the Liang prince's authority? Some wished to retort, but ultimately held their tongues. Prior to the Liang prince's arrival, the court was under the empress's singular influence. Now, with Jiang Ning's presence, the empress might find her position increasingly uncomfortable. Standing beside the dragon throne, the empress's expression fluctuated between dark and light. For now, she would allow him his moment of grandeur. After all, his actions against Lu Zhengquan would not go unanswered by the Lu clan of Lingzhou. Notices from the Liang prince's residence had been plastered throughout the city. The soldiers of the Xuanwu Guard, fully armed, patrolled the streets. This instilled a sense of unease among those who had consumed the Changchun pill. They did not suspect any ill regarding the pill, even believing it to be a divine remedy bestowed by celestial beings for the salvation of the populace. Yet, how unreasonable was the Liang prince? He had declared the Taiping sect a heretical cult and sought to eradicate its followers entirely. Without the Taiping sect, these famished people would be left to starve. They had no strength left to seek sustenance within the city. Yet, confronted by the formidable Xuanwu Guard, those who identified as members of the Taiping sect could only seethe in silence. In the morning, at the Qin prince's residence, Jiang Shui sat in the dim underground chamber, his sickly eyes brimming with fervor. He felt he could fully harness this indescribable power. He was destined to become a figure of equal stature to the founding ancestor. Young master, the Liang prince has sealed off the entire city and dispatched the Xuanwu Guard to hunt down the Taiping sect followers. Should we not advise those people to leave the city for a time? The elder inquired. The Taiping sect lacks a rigid structure. It disseminates its teachings subtly, making it difficult for the 9th prince to trace us. If we were to organize suddenly, any hint of disturbance could expose us. Regardless of what the 9th prince does, we remain inactive. Our task is to continue spreading our teachings. For every individual he captures, we shall disseminate the teachings to 10 more. Let us see who prevails, his captures or our teachings. Jiang Shui gazed at the pulsating mass of dark flesh on the ground. I am eager to discern how meddlesome my dear brother truly is, and whether his meddling holds any merit. By the way, my lord, there are rumors within the palace that His Majesty intends to establish a successor, the old man remarked. Do you know why His Majesty has suddenly sought longevity? Jiang Shui inquired abruptly. I do not know, the old man replied. As one of the pivotal figures of the Zhao clan, he was privy to many matters. Yet his response stemmed not from ignorance, but from the awareness that Jiang Shui possessed greater clarity on the subject. In truth, the emperor's aspirations do not conflict with mine. However, his principles stand in stark contrast to my own. The emperor, cognizant of the dwindling fortunes of the great Xia, having reigned for 60 years, desires to transcend the constraints of mortality, striving to extend the life of the great Xia dynasty. The pursuit of immortality is not a trivial endeavor. Even if he were to attain it, it would not necessarily reverse the decline of the great Xia dynasty. The Nine Dragons Beacon Tower is merely a ruse left behind by our forefather. The last to uncover this deception was Emperor Ling of Xia, whose vision mirrored mine, seeking to dismantle the old to establish a new. Regrettably, he possessed grand ambitions but lacked the means to alter the course of destiny, Jiang Shui mused. A ruse, you say, regarding the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower? The old man expressed surprise. The Nine Dragons Beacon Tower siphons the very fortune of the great Xia sovereign to fortify its own existence, Jiang Shui elucidated. Yet, the longevity and fortune of the four ancestors have remained unaffected, the old man countered, perplexed. That is because those four individuals are all above the 15th realm. Jiang Shui clarified. Above the 15th realm? The old man was increasingly bewildered. The terrestrial immortals are impervious to the siphoning of fortune by the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower. Thus, our forefather orchestrated a grand scheme from the outset, one that devoured the resources of the future. As the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower failed to draw any fortune from those four, their descendants have borne the brunt of this folly. Otherwise, why would Emperor Ling have sought to destroy the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower? Because he could not ascend to the 15th realm, and his fortune was at risk of being consumed by it. Why, since Emperor Ling, have so many rulers of the 13th and 14th realms lived no longer than a century? Hence, the Nine Dragons Beacon Tower is a deception that must be eradicated. Chapter 31. Driving the tiger and consuming the wolf within the palace. The Empress entered the imperial study, diligently attending to state affairs. Yet her mind remained preoccupied with the matter of Lu Jingquan's demise. Lu Jingquan had several offspring, two of whom displayed remarkable martial prowess, garnering the favor of the Lu clan in Lingzhou. The Lu clan of Lingzhou wielded considerable power and acted with considerable audacity. The Empress contemplated the strategy of driving the tiger and consuming the wolf. Summon the right minister to meet with me, she decreed. After a considerable wait, Lu Zhonglin hurriedly entered the imperial study, his steps laden with urgency. I pay my respects to the Empress. This morning, Lu Zhonglin was so frightened that he dared not attend the morning court. He had dispatched a servant out of the city to return to Lingzhou with a letter, but the capital had already been sealed off, and his servant could not escape. Right Minister, you and General Longxiang are both esteemed ministers of this dynasty. I am exceedingly incensed regarding the matter of Lu Zhongchun, the Empress proclaimed, striking the imperial table decisively. Prince Liang is exceedingly audacious, daring to slay General Lu and sparing not even his family. With a sigh, the Empress continued, reflecting on the grave situation. Alas, I am but a queen, while Jiang Ning holds the title of prince. Thus, I possess no authority to deal with him. Furthermore, Your Majesty. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhenglin comprehended that the queen harbored intentions to assist Lu Zhongchun in avenging his grievances. The rationale was quite simple. Jiang Ning was not born of the queen. Now that rumors of the emperor's impending establishment of a successor circulated within the palace, the queen sought to eliminate potential rivals for her son. Your Majesty, I implore you to render justice for my kin, to impose severe punishment on the murderer and restore honor to my family. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhenglin knelt before her. The queen swiftly rose to her feet, helping Lu Zhenglin to stand. There is no need for such grand gestures, dear Lu. I genuinely wish to aid your family in upholding justice. However, my capabilities are somewhat limited. Nonetheless, I possess a letter that you may deliver back to Lingzhou. Once it has been reviewed by your elders, they will undoubtedly make a decision, the queen declared. But the king of Liang has sealed the entire city, preventing any ingress or egress. I cannot leave. This matter is not insurmountable. Take this token and seek out General Chun of the Qianyu Wei at the city gate. Present this token, and he shall surely grant you passage. Additionally, I bestow upon you a cloud sprinter steed, which will ensure the letter reaches Lingzhou within a day." The queen continued, producing the letter and the token and placing them into Lu Zhenglin's hands. "Meower, accompany the right deputy censor to retrieve a cloud sprinter steed," the queen commanded. "As you wish," a palace maid promptly replied. The cloud sprinter, a magnificent horse descended from ancient mythical beasts, could traverse vast distances with ease. The expanse of the Great Xia stretched over 8,000 miles from the capital to Lingzhou. With the queen's gifted steed, Lu Zhenglin was assured that the letter would reach its destination in a single day. "I humbly thank your majesty for your immense grace." "Go forth," the queen replied. After receiving the cloud sprinter, Lu Zhenglin returned to his residence. He bound Lu Jingquan's headless corpse to the horse's back and entrusted the token to a servant. "This is my letter, and this is the queen's personal correspondence. You must immediately seek out the city gate guarded by the Qianyu Wei and exit the city. You can return to Lingzhou by noon tomorrow." The servant mounted his horse and set off toward the city gates. Upon reaching several gates, he finally found the one guarded by the Qianyu Wei. By order of the king of Liang, no one is permitted to enter or exit the capital. "Retreat at once," a soldier shouted at the approaching servant. The servant quickly dismounted, retrieved the token, and presented it to the soldier. "I beseech you to inform General Chun of my urgent need to exit the city," he said with utmost respect. "Wait here." The soldier mounted his horse and soon returned, tossing the token back to the servant. "Open the gates." As the gates creaked open, the servant expressed his gratitude and swiftly mounted his steed. The moment he galloped through the city gates, he cracked the whip, and the majestic horse sprang into action, moving with astonishing speed. However, the cloud sprinter barely traveled half a mile before it collided with an invisible barrier. The servant was instantly thrown from the horse, crashing against the unseen shield and tumbling over the steed. Fortunately, the horse's speed had not yet reached its peak, and the servant possessed some modest martial prowess. Otherwise, that collision would have sealed his fate. Dazed and disoriented from the fall, the servant took a moment to regain his senses. He raised his hand and felt the invisible barrier before him. Is this a formation? The servant groped along the invisible barrier and soon discovered that he was trapped within a space of approximately 50 paces in circumference. Even the direction of the city gate was obstructed by this barrier, with no apparent breach. Could this be the city's protective formation? What was to be done? He bore a heavy responsibility to deliver a letter back to Lingzhou. If the king of Liang were to patrol, would he not uncover the servant's disobedience to the royal command and his unauthorized departure from the capital? It was not only this servant of the Lu family who was isolated by the unseen barrier. Several other city gates also had soldiers who had allowed individuals to exit the city unlawfully. Those who ventured outside soon realized they were ensnared, unable to breach the invisible barrier no matter how fervently they struck it. As dusk approached, Jiang Ning rode in a carriage to inspect the city gates. He was aware that some commanders would likely act in defiance of orders, so he had deliberately set up a formation as a precaution. Upon reaching one of the gates, Jiang Ning dismounted. "Open the gate and allow those outside to enter," he instructed the guarding soldiers. The soldiers, upon hearing his words, immediately flushed with embarrassment and hastily opened the gate. "Come back," one soldier called out to notify those trapped within the barrier, who could only return to the city with resignation. "Yenhu, conduct a thorough search." "As you command," Yenhu replied, promptly leading the soldiers to investigate those who had attempted to leave the city. "My lord, we are not followers of the Taiping sect. We are merely farmers residing outside the city, wishing to return home. Please do not equate us with commoners," the people pleaded with Jiang Ning. "Reporting to my lord, no suspicious individuals have been found. Should we detain them for now?" Yu Yenhu inquired respectfully. "There is no need. Let them go. On to the next location," Jiang Ning replied before reboarding the carriage. The common folk were well aware of the royal edict issued by the king of Liang, intending to capture all members of the Taiping sect. They genuinely feared that the king would treat them as such. Upon witnessing the king depart in his carriage, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, there are those who are not compliant and act in defiance of your orders," Yu Yenhu remarked while driving the carriage. He had initially thought that only he had considered the possibility of these commanders acting insincerely. It turned out Jiang Ning had anticipated this, having set up the formation outside the city to ensure that those who exited the gates could not escape its confines. Indeed, Jiang Ning acknowledged, His remark merely signified his stance. He had no expectation that these high-ranking generals would submit to him immediately. They must be properly disciplined. Yu Yin, who declared indignantly. Upon reaching the next city gate, Jiang Ning paused momentarily before instructing Yu Yin who to continue onward. There was no need to linger at this gate, as it was unguarded. After passing through several gates, Jiang Ning halted the carriage once more. "Open the gate and call the people back," he instructed calmly. The soldiers immediately complied. At this gate, there was only one individual present, the servant of Lu Jinglin. Upon seeing the horse he led and the items upon its back, Yu Yin, whose interest was piqued. "Ah, it appears to be a cloud-stepping horse. A splendid steed indeed. My golden guard possesses only 3 such magnificent creatures." Yu Tianhua praised the servant, whose attire unmistakably marked him as a subordinate. "What lies upon the horse's back?" he inquired, moving to examine the burlap sack. The servant trembled in fear, noticing Yu Tianhua's intent to unveil the corpse of Lu Jingchun, and hastily exclaimed, "You mustn't look, mustn't look." With a swift motion, Yu Tianhua drew his blade and sliced open the burlap, revealing the lifeless form. "Search him," he commanded, gesturing for several soldiers to pin the servant to the ground. "Your Highness, this is what we found on him for your perusal." The soldiers presented 2 letters, a waist token and a handful of silver coins to Jiang Ning. "No wonder you can ride the cloud steed. It appears you are in the service of the Empress." Yu Tianhua instantly recognized the waist token. Jiang Ning took the letters, tore them open, and skimmed through their contents. The servant was oblivious to what was written within, yet he was certain it contained information detrimental to the Liang King. Now that the Liang King had intercepted him, would he face execution? "Did the Empress instruct you to deliver these letters to Lingzhou?" Jiang Ning inquired coolly. The servant shivered, unable to utter a word, unsure of how to respond. "The Empress commanded you to deliver messages to Lingzhou, to the Lu family?" Yu Tianhua's fury ignited. Having just slain Lu Jingchun, Jiang Ning realized the Empress intended to incite enmity from the Lu family against the prince. Using another's blade to kill, Jiang Ning handed the letters directly to Yu Tianhua, who, upon reading, was consumed by rage. "Bring him down," he bellowed. The missives conveyed a dire message. The Lu family in Lingzhou was to act against Jiang Ning, and should they succeed, the half-mineral vein owned by the Yu family would be offered as a bargaining chip. The Empress truly dares to plot. The servant, sensing his imminent capture, felt despair wash over him. "Wait." Jiang Ning reclaimed the letters, casually inserting them into an envelope, along with the waist token, which he handed back to the servant. "Return the cloud steed to him and let him depart the city," Jiang Ning stated calmly. "What?" Yu Tianhua was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized Jiang Ning's words were not to be repeated. "Return the cloud steed," Yu Tianhua hurriedly affirmed. The soldiers promptly complied. As the servant received the envelope and waist token from Jiang Ning, he stood in stunned silence. He had expected death, yet the Liang King unexpectedly permitted his escape and even instructed him to deliver the letters to Lingzhou. "When you return, inform the Lu family to bring more men," Jiang Ning softly urged. "Hurry and be gone," Yu Tianhua barked. The servant swiftly mounted his horse, cracking the whip and galloping out of the city. This time, no invisible barrier obstructed him, as if nothing existed between heaven and earth. "Onward, to the next location," Jiang Ning proclaimed, turning to board the carriage. "Your Highness, why did you let him go?" The Lu family in Lingzhou possesses formidable powers. Jiang Ning's intent was unmistakable. He awaited the Lu family's arrival in the capital. Yet, even if Jiang Ning held the strength of a terrestrial immortal, could he truly confront an entire aristocratic clan alone? The might of the Yu family was absent from the capital, and the royal family would not extend a helping hand to Jiang Ning. Was he perhaps overestimating his confidence? What awaited was the immortal of the land. Jiang Ning replied coolly, intrigued to see if the immortal could engage him in a worthy contest. After the inspection, it became clear that more than 10 city gates had individuals ensnared within the intricate net he had woven. Among them were 5 commanders. "Shall we summon everyone, Your Highness?" "Not tonight. We shall address this matter tomorrow morning," Jiang Ning responded. "As you command." After the inspection, the commanders realized that they had been ensnared by Jiang Ning's stratagem. Their decision to open the gates stemmed from either accepting bribes or providing convenience to others. Now, all understood that even if they had opened the gates, Jiang Ning's formations lay beyond, preventing anyone from escaping the confines of the city. The night passed without incident. The following morning, in the front hall of the Liang King's residence, the commanders arrived one by one. Jiang Ning sat at the head, observing the varied expressions of the commanders. "Do you recall my words, that those who defy orders shall be executed?" His calm voice resonated among them. The commanders exchanged glances. The 5 who had secretly released prisoners merely hoped for luck, never anticipating Jiang Ning's cunning deployment of formations. It was a blatant trap set for them. Chen Bo of the Qian Guard, Chu Zhonglin of the Monitoring Guard, Fan Bin of the Tonghu Guard, Yang Wanli of the Baima Guard, and Song Jiantao of the Zhenchuan Guard. As Jiang Ning called each name, a shudder coursed through each man. They knew their misdeeds were exposed. Yet could Jiang Ning truly execute all 5 of them? "Had you come to confess last night, I would have shown leniency. But now, do you comprehend the consequences of my inquiry?" Jiang Ning stated, casting a dispassionate glance around the room. The previous day, he had boldly presented Lu Jingquan's severed head as a form of greeting. "Self-execution as an apology," Jiang Ning pronounced, sending a chill of dread through the 5 commanders. "Your Highness, we have not committed any heinous crimes. Surely, our offenses do not warrant death?" One of them ventured. Jiang Ning merely shot a glance in his direction. A forceful energy struck the man's crown. With a dull thud, he collapsed, reduced to a pool of blood, akin to a mosquito crushed underfoot. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 4 swallowed hard, their fear magnifying in an instant. Who could have imagined that he would so readily resort to murder? Among them, who lacked status or background. Each was a prodigy of martial arts, their powers exceeding the 10th realm, often courted by other princes. Yet here, they faced imminent annihilation at Jiang Ning's whim. Gazing at the bloodied ground, they finally grasped why Jiang Ning had so easily dispatched Lu Jingquan. If he desired to kill, he could do so without raising a finger, leaving no time for reaction. "Gentlemen, self-execution may allow for a complete corpse. Please proceed. It is truly challenging for me to control my strength should I take matters into my own hands." The oppressive weight bore down upon the 4, as heavy as a mountain. Escape? Could they flee? Over a trivial matter, they were to meet their end? Their faces were all extremely grim. "Your Highness, I am a member of the Yang family. My great-grandfather once shed blood for the great Xia dynasty. You cannot let..." Before he could finish his words, he became a pool of blood. Jiang Ning murmured to himself, "My ancestors include the great founding emperor. Am I not entitled to pride?" The remaining 3 were utterly terrified. Despite their anger and resentment, they found themselves with no path to survival. Rather than being reduced to a mere puddle by Jiang Ning, they preferred to end it swiftly and retain their corpses intact. "Jiang Ning." One person suddenly leaped up, pointing furiously at Jiang Ning's face. "You arrogant brat. Relying on your royal lineage to act so imperiously? Let me tell you, if I die today, my family will undoubtedly avenge me." After declaring this, he self-destructed, dying on the spot. Another person jumped up, cursing Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, to hell with your ancestors." He too chose to self-destruct. "Jiang Ning, your Jiang royal family will soon face days of reckoning. With your ruthless disregard for human life, you shall suffer a fate 1,000 times worse than ours. I curse you to hell, never to be reborn." After uttering the most venomous curse, he also self-destructed. Chapter 33. Not a whole corpse in sight. The main hall of the Wangfu fell into silence. Those who had not been involved in the altercation were left trembling, afraid to even breathe. This was a true display of killing without hesitation, leaving no room for compassion. The king of Liang wielded such an iron fist. Did he truly fear the ancestors of others coming to exact vengeance upon him? Jiang Ning's gaze swept over the assembled individuals. "Those who do not wish to serve this king may lay down their military tokens and resign. I shall not compel anyone," Jiang Ning stated nonchalantly. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain whether to stay or leave. However, Jiang Ning's next words caused a seismic shift in their mindset. "For those willing to remain, the 5 legions will be integrated under your command, to be directed by you." Initially, they thought Jiang Ning regarded them merely as pawns to be manipulated. Yet, this command would effectively double their strength. This implied a substantial increase in their future military pay, presenting tangible benefits. Those who had not yet pledged allegiance immediately stood to bow. "I, Wen Kai of the Tianlang Guard, am willing to serve His Highness the King of Liang." Regardless of how the future unfolded, they resolved to accept this newly acquired military force. Even if the King of Liang were to falter, possessing an army of thousands would provide them with leverage. The other 4 hesitated briefly before also choosing to accept the military authority. "I, Xiong Wenjing of the Jingchuan Guard, pledge my loyalty to His Highness the King of Liang." I shall return the bodies of these men to their respective homes. We await your command and take our leave." Yu Tianhu felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Ning had just conferred benefits upon the commanders of the other 5 guards, and knowing Jiang Ning's approach, they realized that having accepted his favor, they could no longer openly defy him. The 12 guards boasted a total of 80,000 soldiers, all practitioners, devoid of commoners. "Bring forth the mops and cleanse the floor," commanded Yu Tianhu. "Escort Chen Bo and Yang Wanli back," Jiang Ning added. Yu Tianhu was momentarily taken aback. Both men had been shattered beyond recognition, and merely announcing their deaths would suffice. To return them, was it not an act of cruelty that pierced the heart? "Bring forth the mops and cleanse the floor," Yu Tianhu revised his order. The soldiers, preparing to clean, felt a sense of trepidation at the sight of the 2 pools of blood. The remnants of their garments lay scattered, nearly fused with the ground. Thus, the soldiers procured 2 storage bags, collecting the bloodied fragments of clothing and placing them within. With the storage bags in hand, they first delivered them to the Chun residence. Chen Bo defied the royal edict at the front lines and was executed by the northern Liang king. "This is the remains of Chen Bo, delivered in the name of the prince," the soldiers stated before departing. The entire Chun household emerged, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the storage bag. Chen Bo's remains? Just this single bag? Upon opening it, the family was struck as if by lightning. What remains were mere scraps of bloodied cloth. Such an affront. It was utterly intolerable. "Come, assist this old man with his garments. I must attend the morning court," an elderly man exclaimed, his anger palpable. The Chen family had once served the Zhao clan, earning great merit. Chen Bo, as the eldest son, had been well just this morning. But now there were only tattered rags left behind. The soldier then delivered another storage bag to the Yang residence. Upon seeing the remnants of clothing within, the Yang family reacted similarly to the Chens. "This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. My family has served as generals for generations. To think that my heir has met such a tragic fate, leaving no remains behind? I shall go to the palace and demand an explanation from His Majesty." The elder declared, "My lord, please temper your anger. The northern Liang king is merciless. He recently slaughtered the entire family of Marquis Wei Yuan and Lu Jingchun. If you dare to accuse him, he may turn his wrath upon us. Shall my grandson die in vain? Prepare the carriage. I must go to the palace." Outside the Taiji Hall, as the morning court had yet to commence, the ministers awaited entry. Suddenly, a few retired elders arrived. "Elder Yang, what brings you here personally? Have you been summoned by the Empress?" One elder, clad in ancient, simple armor, though gray-haired and frail, still bore traces of the martial spirit from his youth. "Humph. The northern Liang king has gone too far, killing my grandson. I demand justice from His Majesty." Another elder stepped forward. "Elder Yang, your grandson was also slain by the northern Liang king? My family has faced the same fate." He lamented. "My family has served the great Xia dynasty for generations. Yet this morning, my son's corpse was returned to us." Hearing this, Elder Yang mournfully replied, "My grandson, too, has not even been left with a complete body, only tattered scraps." "Mere scraps. Elder Yang, my grandson's fate mirrors yours. Only tattered rags remain. What wrong have we ever done to the court? What have we done to His Majesty? Why must my grandson be slain? Why was he not even afforded a proper burial?" Elder Chun wept bitterly, overwhelmed by grief. 2 individuals entered, each more indignant than the last. In the plaza outside the Tai Chi Hall, the ministers listened to the harrowing tales of these men, their hearts ablaze with righteous indignation. They had all witnessed the tyrannical nature of the cool king, but they were utterly astounded to learn that he had taken so many lives earlier that very day. These men were largely descendants of military families, whose forebears had shed blood for the great Xia dynasty. Their persecution evoked a sense of outrage that resonated with both mortals and deities alike. "I shall seek justice from His Majesty," one elder proclaimed. "I too shall confront the emperor. Come, let us go to the Qingxin Hall to find His Majesty." The ministers surged forth like a tide of fury, moving from the Tai Chi Hall towards the Qingxin Hall. The emperor, seated in meditation at the center of the Tai Chi Bagua array, was suddenly disturbed by the commotion outside, which displeased him greatly. He had previously issued an edict forbidding anyone from entering the Qingxin Hall without a divine summons. Yet, it seemed that a considerable number of people had gathered outside. What transpires out there? The emperor furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, the civil and military officials have arrived, and they appear to be quite enraged," the female national advisor replied softly. The emperor sighed, remaining immobile. He was well aware that this was not the first instance of trouble arising. He had no inclination to meddle in court affairs. He understood that no matter how well the court was governed, it could not reverse the decline of the great Xia dynasty. He sought not a fleeting peace, but rather the longevity of the dynasty itself. Let them make a ruckus, but they shall not be permitted to enter, the emperor declared in a solemn tone. As you command, came the reply. Jiang Ning entered the palace to attend the morning assembly. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Tai Chi Hall and peering inside, he found it utterly deserted. Is there no grand assembly today, Your Highness? Lu Jin bowed humbly as he approached Jiang Ning. Where is everyone? They have all gone to the Qingxin Hall. Understood. Jiang Ning promptly made his way to the Qingxin Hall. Chapter 34. The Governor of Lingzhou, the Celestial on Land, Your Majesty. Elder Yang suddenly knelt before the Grand Hall with a thud. I, the old minister Yang Hua, pay my respects to Your Majesty. No response came from within the hall. Your Majesty, I have grievances of the utmost magnitude. I beseech you to act on my behalf. The Yang family has served as generals for generations. 6 of my forebears followed Emperor Su on the battlefield, all sacrificing their lives for the nation. Now, only Yang Wanli remains to carry on our lineage. Yet he has fallen victim to the treacherous hand of the cool king, Jiang Ning. I am wronged. I implore you, Your Majesty, to seek justice for me. Otherwise, I shall take my own life against the hall's entrance. Yang Hua's voice was filled with profound sorrow, moving all who heard it to tears, evoking a sense of heartbreak that seemed to pierce the heavens. Your Majesty, Elder Chen also knelt down. This old minister has served you faithfully for over 50 years, without ever seeking a reward. Yet, my grandson, Chen Bo, has also been slain by that cool King Jiang Ning, with no remains to be found. Our family has always been cautious. What wrong did my grandson commit to deserve such a fate? I implore you, Your Majesty, to act on my behalf. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The cries of injustice echoed one after another. The ministers were filled with righteous fury, wishing to see Jiang Ning torn to pieces. The emperor listened to the collective lamentations outside, his brow furrowed deeply. And where is the empress? The emperor asked impatiently. I do not know. Is she not usually so keen on managing state affairs? Where could she have gone at this time? And what of the princes? Is it not true that everyone enjoys showcasing themselves? Why is it that in this moment, no one has stepped forward? Jiang Ning arrived outside the Qingxin Hall, weaving through the crowd to the forefront. The previously bustling assembly of ministers fell into an immediate silence upon his arrival. The god of death has arrived. I have heard you wish to meet your demise. So be it. It would spare you the burden of drawing a salary from the court while alive. Jiang Ning stated nonchalantly. Yang Hua turned and glared at Jiang Ning with fierce intensity. This remark nearly ruptured his lungs with rage. He felt profoundly insulted by Jiang Ning. What wrong had he, Yang Hua, committed? He had served diligently until retirement, with nary a fault. Yet Jiang Ning chose to humiliate him in front of the other ministers? Old man, I shall no longer endure this. Yang Hua rose and, with defiance, attempted to throw himself against the stone pedestal beside the white jade steps. Old Yang, do not act impulsively. Why put yourself through this? Please, calm down. Calm down. How can you expect an old fool like me to remain calm? Yang Hua struggled desperately to reach the pedestal, while other ministers clung to him for dear life. The scene outside Qingxin Hall resembled a bustling market. The younger ones feigned compliance while defying military orders. The elders flaunted their seniority, throwing fits. At the mere sound of Jiang Ning's voice, the crowd ceased their commotion, turning their gazes toward him. You have brought disgrace upon the Yang family with your actions. The Liang king so openly humiliates this old man. I can no longer live. Yang Hua continued to writhe in protest. Let go of me. Jiang Ning suddenly raised his voice, an invisible aura emanating from him. Several officials holding Yang Hua reluctantly released their grip. Go ahead, no one is stopping you now. Perhaps others might join in the act as well. Jiang Ning's tone returned to its icy calm. Seeing that no one restrained him, Yang Hua promptly knelt again. Your Majesty, you have heard it. The Liang king has shamed this old man publicly. What face do I have left to continue existing in this world? The ministers proceeded to the Taiji Hall for the morning court. Jiang Ning surveyed the room, his voice cold. This prince does not appreciate having to repeat himself. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Jiang Ning, several ministers quietly withdrew. They were all too aware of this prince's approach to matters. With the emperor absent and the empress nowhere to be seen, and no other princes making an appearance, disobedience would lead to dire consequences. The prince's absence was a tacit agreement among them, merely to witness the emperor's severe reprimand of Jiang Ning. Lu Jin, present, my lord. Arrest these obstinate old fools who have disturbed His Majesty's tranquility and administer 50 strokes of the cane, banishing them from the imperial city. Should anyone dare to make a ruckus before the imperial city again, they shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Jiang Ning delivered his decree and turned to leave. Yang Hua, intending to continue his outcry, swallowed his words with great effort. If Jiang Ning could so easily declare the execution of Yang Wanli, what hope did he have as an old man? Yet Yang Wanli had perished without so much as an explanation for their family. How could the royal family treat the descendants of the Yang family with such cruelty? At that moment, the emperor's voice echoed from within the Qingxin Hall. The corporal punishment is hereby rescinded. All of you may leave. Esteemed ministers, you are all veterans of this court. Return home and do not trouble me further. Lu Jin humbly remarked. Inside the Qingxin Hall, the emperor finally sighed with relief, unexpectedly finding that, at a critical moment, the 9th prince was the one brave enough to step forward. The emperor was acutely aware of the predicaments faced by the great Xia dynasty. In this tumultuous period, the dynasty required a formidable individual to reverse its fortunes. The 9th prince indeed possessed the responsibility and resolve, making him exceedingly suitable for the role of regent. Yet, could he truly become the savior of Great Xia? In the afternoon, the cloud steed galloped like a streak of crimson lightning, traversing mountains and rivers with ease. Racing toward Lingzhou City. Lingzhou, one of the 108 states of the Great Xia dynasty, lies in the south and is one of the 3 major southern states, with its capital situated in Lingzhou City. Within the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, Lingzhou boasts a unique geographical location and abundant resources, including a mystical mineral vein stretching 1,600 li, a celestial paradise, and a secret realm. All these resources belong to the Lu family of Lingzhou. The expansive Lingzhou city was constructed around the small Feng Mountain, possessing a history even more ancient than that of the Great Xia dynasty. Small Feng Mountain is one of the 36 celestial paradises of Great Xia. The servant, having entered the city, hastened toward the small Feng Mountain. After presenting the Lu family's passage permit, he finally entered the domain of the small Feng Mountain's celestial realm. When he reached the summit and arrived before the grand entrance of the Lu residence, resembling a celestial palace, he tumbled off his horse. After riding for nearly 20 hours on a steed with the bloodline of an ancient mythical beast, he was utterly exhausted and coughed up blood. The square outside the Lu residence was bustling with activity. As soon as the servant fell from his horse, he was quickly noticed by onlookers. I am the steward of Lord Lu Zhenglin, right supervisor of the capital. Here are 2 letters to deliver to the master, he managed to utter, tightly clutching the 2 envelopes, before finally collapsing. Quickly, carry him inside. The Lu residence was adorned with lights and decorations, exuding an extraordinary liveliness. All the dignitaries and martial experts from Lingzhou flocked to the scene. Congratulations, Governor. You have successfully ascended to the 15th realm, becoming another terrestrial immortal of Lingzhou. Governor, when you were merely at the 14th realm, you were already unmatched among your peers across Lingzhou. Now, having reached the 15th realm, you shall undoubtedly become the preeminent martial figure of Lingzhou. Master Xiao, you have misjudged. The governor is now truly invincible in the world. Indeed, the governor is a martial prodigy. In less than half a month of seclusion, he has achieved a breakthrough. We can only look on in awe. Seated at the head of the hall was a man clad in a crimson official robe, exuding joy. Though over a century old, he appeared no older than a man in his 40s or 50s. This was Lu Zhengxian, the governor of Lingzhou. The Lu family of Lingzhou has thrived for over 1,500 years, establishing their residence within the celestial paradise, blessed with profound fortune. They have produced countless strong individuals, with at least 1 elder and 1 younger terrestrial immortal presiding over every era. They stand as one of the most powerful clans in the entire South. In this generation, another terrestrial immortal has emerged. Though Lu Zhengxian is over 100 years old, in the realm of cultivation, he is akin to a mortal in his 30s. At the zenith of his vigor, the grand banquet held by the Lu residents was to celebrate Lu Zhengxian's ascension to terrestrial immortal status. Now, the Lu family boasts 2 terrestrial immortals concurrently. To be precise, it is 3 deities. In the front yard of the Lu residence, an ancient tree stands tall, where an elderly ape reclines on a branch, dozing peacefully. The old ape measures a height of 1.5 zhang, possessing a remarkably robust physique. its snow-white fur adorned with delicate blue patterns. Despite its closed eyes, the heavy breaths it exhales exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. A millennium ago, the ancestral figure of the Lu clan ventured out for cultivation and returned with this young ape, raising it within the estate. This young ape is no ordinary creature. It is not merely a monkey nor a demon, but rather a spiritual beast. Born from the essence of heaven and earth, it possesses innate wisdom and divine abilities. Enjoying a long lifespan inherent to spiritual beasts, the ape has transcended physical realms, reaching the 13th stage after over 1,000 years. Not only has the old ape attained physical sanctity, but it also wields the innate power to summon thunder and lightning, making it a formidable opponent even against terrestrial immortals. Renowned for its strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas, it is affectionately referred to as the mountain-moving ape. This guardian has protected the Lu family for generations, earning the title of the Mountain Protector. Suddenly, the old ape opened its eyes, leaping down from the branch with a force that created a shockwave, sending several martial artists of the 6th and 7th realms flying. It approached a cloud-stepping steed, bending its stout body to sniff the lifeless form draped over the horse's back. With a thunderous roar, the old ape pounded its chest in an earth-shattering display of fury, its enormous eyes flashing with ferocity. Those nearby had never witnessed such a spectacle. Knowing the old ape's might, they hurriedly retreated, sensing its impending wrath, which was fueled by the scent of Lu Jingchun. The Master's household had suffered a loss, igniting the ape's extraordinary anger. "Dear ancestor, please calm your spirit and have some fruit," cried one individual, rushing over to soothe the old ape's emotions. Inside the front hall, another person hastened to Lu Zhengxian's side, whispering urgently in his ear. The jubilant expression on Lu Zhengxian's face suddenly shifted to one of gravity. "Please, enjoy your drinks. Esteemed guests, I must excuse myself for a moment," he declared, retreating to a side chamber where he reviewed letters delivered by his servants. His expression grew increasingly severe. At that moment, the old ape entered the courtyard. As Lu Zhengxian emerged from the door, he observed the old ape carefully placing a headless corpse onto the ground. The ape sat beside the body, its powerful fingers probing the remains before emitting a series of mournful breaths towards Lu Zhengxian, conveying the message that Lu Jingchun had been slain. "I understand," Lu Zhengxian replied solemnly, nodding. "Bring the messenger to me." The servant who bore the news was carried in, still in a state of unconsciousness. "Revive him," Lu Zhengxian commanded. Immediately, someone placed 2 medicinal pills into the servant's mouth, and he slowly regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he immediately knelt down, exclaiming, "Master, I am fortunate to see you alive. General Lu Zhengchun and the entire household have been slaughtered by the Liang King. Even General Lu's head has been taken as a trophy. His death was utterly tragic." The servant burst into tears. By this time, many key figures of the Lu clan had already arrived. Is this Jingchuan's body? He had already reached the 13th stage. Was he slain without the chance to recover his consciousness? Could it be that his soul has perished entirely? You say it was the Liang King? When did the court acquire a Liang King? Voices rose in a cacophony as the crowd engaged in heated discussion, leaving Lu Zhengxian somewhat overwhelmed. "Silence," he commanded his servant in a low voice. "Clarify your words." The servant replied hastily, "I only know this much. Oh, and when I left the city, I was ensnared by an invisible formation. It was then that the king of Liang discovered me. He had already perused the contents of these 2 letters. I feared for my life, thinking he would take my life. Yet he set me free, instructing me to let the Lu family summon more people." "Who is this king of Liang?" Lu Zhengxian inquired, having been in seclusion for half a month and thus unaware of recent court affairs. "He is the 9th prince, Jiang Ning, born of concubine Yu," the servant answered. "Ah, so it is he?" The letter mentions that the Zheng family was personally slain by the king of Liang. Lu Zhengxian pressed on. "Indeed," came the reply. The letter explicitly stated that Jiang Ning's cultivation level was approximately the 14th realm. However, Lu Zhengxian recalled vividly that the 9th prince was merely around 20 years of age this year. Thus, the letter was not mistaken. It truly was Jiang Ning who acted. A prodigy of the Jiang clan at merely 20, it seems another talent has emerged. Old Yuan, summon the ancestor. With a leap, old Yuan vanished into the courtyard. Lu Zhengxian flipped his palm, sending a flash of light soaring into the sky, bursting forth into a spectacular display of fireworks, twinkling like stars that lingered in the heavens. This was the call to a symbol from the Liu family. The Liu family summons. What momentous event has transpired? Someone questioned with a chuckle. Governor Liu has only just ascended to the earthly immortal realm, and with old Yuan overseeing Little Wind Mountain, what could possibly happen? Each time the Liu family summoned, it heralded significant occurrences. Within the Grand Council Hall of the Liu residence, all heads of the Liu family branches from Lingzhou had gathered. Elder brother, is the atmosphere at home still not lively enough? Have you called us back to join in? One asked with a smile. We shall wait for the ancestor to arrive before discussing further, Liu Zhongxian replied solemnly. Observing his grave demeanor, the others understood that their return was not for celebration, but rather due to some grave matter. What could possibly be serious enough to warrant the ancestor's attention? After a brief wait, two exquisitely featured young girls assisted a frail, stooped elder into the hall. The elder was diminutive, clad in coarse linen garments, leaning on a gnarled wooden staff as he walked unsteadily. The assembly rose and bowed in respect. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The elder, Liu Xianfeng, was the patriarch of the Liu clan. Having surpassed 3 centuries in age, he was also Liu Zhongxian's great-grandfather and a formidable earthly immortal. No need for such formality. Please take your seats, he said, as Liu Zhongxian personally assisted him to the main seat. Zhongxian, my good great-grandson, you've swiftly broken through to the earthly immortal realm. Commendable indeed. You summoned me over for a drink? The ancestor's voice was aged and hoarse. This trivial matter hardly warrants your attention. Please take a look, Liu Zhongxian said, respectfully presenting the 2 letters to the elder. The latter took them, scanning the pages swiftly, having read them entirely with but a glance. The deeply wrinkled face of the elder revealed no emotional upheaval. Let everyone read these letters, he declared. I am old now, and some matters should be decided by you younger generations. Understood. Liu Zhongxian picked up 2 letters. Everyone, please circulate these, and then we shall deliberate. Chapter 36. The Queen's Treachery. How outrageous. That so-called Liang King dares to indiscriminately slaughter my Liu clan members? Zhongchun is of our direct lineage, and his 2 sons have received high praise from our ancestors, destined to reach at least the 14th realm. The Jiang royal family is simply overstepping. After perusing the letters, the members of the Liu clan were filled with indignation. It was no wonder that Liu Zhongxian had summoned them all. Indeed, a grave crisis had befallen the Liu clan. Since our ancestors established themselves in Lingzhou over a millennium ago, who has ever dared to show such disrespect to the Liu clan? Do they think that just because the Liu clan is not in the capital, the Jiang royal family can slaughter our members at will? We are not like the declining Jiang clan. The Liu clan is flourishing, experiencing its most prosperous period in 1500 years. In Lingzhou, we are the true sovereigns. These 2 letters have already been viewed by that young Jiang, who audaciously declared that we should send more people to create trouble for him. Liu Zhongxian spoke solemnly. What? That young Jiang is so brazen. After killing Zhongchun, he openly provokes the Liu clan? A gentleman can endure much, but this is intolerable. We, the Liu clan, shall ensure that the Jiang youth pays with blood for his crimes. What do you all think of the Queen's proposal? Liu Zhongxian inquired. The content of the Queen's letter suggested that the Liu clan initiate a coup under the pretext of clearing the court of corrupt officials, rallying a group to remove Jiang Ning from power. In turn, Empress Zhao would act as an insider, inciting the court ministers to pressure Jiang Ning to leave the city. If successful, the Empress would offer half of the Yu clan's mine as a reward. The Liu clan now possesses the strength to carry this out. Even without the Queen's proposal, we must avenge Jingchun. Yes, I shall feast upon the flesh and blood of that Jiang youth, shattering his bones. I will ensure he is torn apart, never to be reborn. As the crowd expressed their escalating fury, it became clear that the Liu clan had long harbored ambitions. For 7 centuries, since the upheaval at the 9-Dragon Beacon, the great Xia dynasty's strength has waned. The imperial edicts can no longer sway the Liu clan of Lingzhou. Through meticulous management over these centuries, the Liu clan has eradicated those unwilling to submit and supported those who would. All sects, large and small within Lingzhou, are effectively the Liu clan's vassals. Even without the incident involving Liu Zhongchun, the great Xia dynasty is not far from its demise. The Liu clan will inevitably partake in the forthcoming grand struggle. Today, even if the fragmented Zhao clan were to reunite, they would not pose a threat to us. Everyone, please remain calm. Liu Zhongxian took his seat. The Queen evidently seeks to use us as pawns against the Yu clan. The half-mine she promised belongs to the Yu clan, Without eliminating them, how can we claim it? Lu Zhengxian furrowed his brow. Cousin, I believe that if the queen intends to use us, we shall turn her ploy to our advantage. Under the banner of clearing the court, let us invade the white jade capital and force the emperor of the three pure ones to abdicate. One individual declared passionately. Indeed, with our current prowess, it would be more than sufficient to overthrow the great Xia and establish a new dynasty. Another individual echoed this sentiment. The fate of the great Xia has reached its end. It is time for a new mandate of heaven to emerge. Coincidentally, our clan brother has broken through to the realm of terrestrial immortals, and he is indeed the one destined by heaven. Yes, our clan brother is the chosen one. To establish a new dynasty, numerous conditions must be met. Firstly, the old dynasty has lost its momentum, and its mandate has expired. In this light, the mandate will favor new hunters of fortune. Secondly, the longevity of the new dynasty is intricately linked to the martial prowess of its founding sovereign. Those of the 14th realm can only establish small, barbaric nations in remote areas, their fortunes waning and easily crushed. To create a great nation in the Central Plains, one must possess a terrestrial immortal as the founding monarch. Only through the favor of heaven can the nation's fortune endure through the ages. Lu Zhengxian naturally harbored grand ambitions to forge a new world, yet he was not a reckless youth. While it is true that the fortunes of the great Xia are in decline, the Jiang clan cannot be devoid of any foundation. After all, our revered ancestor is a supreme deity among mortals. It is said that within the Nine-Dragon Beacon, a remnant of our ancestor's soul still lingers. If Lu Zhengxian were to establish a new dynasty, he would undoubtedly leave behind a few life-saving talismans for his descendants. Should the Lu clan succeed in the future, it would be a testament to our ancestor ascending to the pinnacle of power. Our ancestor is but 300 years old. How could I, Lu Zhengxian, overshadow him? Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted slightly. To become a founding emperor? He had thought that he would never see such a day. Yet now it appeared that there might be a glimmer of hope. I have grown old and am of little use now. Having lived for 3 centuries, I have long since become indifferent to worldly matters. I do not aspire to be an emperor. Once you, my descendants, achieve greatness, do not forget to bring me into the ancestral temple, so my years of protection for you will not have been in vain, the elder rasped. In my view, we must not act in haste. The Jiang clan certainly has some hidden cards. We can seize this opportunity to avenge Jingchun while simultaneously probing into the true nature of Baiyujing. If Baiyujing cannot be easily breached, once we achieve our goals, we shall retreat to Lingzhou. However, if Baiyujing is indeed on the verge of collapse, we shall give it a nudge. Lu Zhengxian spoke solemnly. Indeed, our clan brother's thoughts are astute. Yes, what our clan brother says holds merit. Regardless, we are justified in our actions to clear the court of corrupt officials. Let us follow our clan brother's plan. First eliminate the Jiang offspring, then observe the situation in Baiyujing to determine our next course of action. I am in agreement. I concur as well. Yet, Lu Zhengxian harbored another notion. Following the purge of the Jiang clan, a complete rupture with the Jiang royal family would be inevitable. He yearned to govern alongside the Jiang clan, establishing a balance of power, thus allowing the Lu clan to claim a fair share of the territory. However, after further contemplation, he dismissed this idea. Should 2 dynasties emerge in the Central Plains, other regions would surely follow suit, fracturing into warring factions. At that point, the entire realm would descend into chaos, making unification a daunting challenge. Moreover, the Lu clan would inevitably become the prime target for all. Therefore, we must either decisively overthrow the great Xia dynasty, seize control of Baiyujing, and become the rightful sovereign of the realm, or we shall continue to recuperate and bide our time until the moment is ripe to topple the great Xia dynasty. Ancestor, what do you think of the discussions among the descendants? Lu Zhengxian inquired of the elder. Indeed, quite commendable, possessing both courage and wisdom. Very good. The elder nodded with satisfaction. Now that we have your approval, shall we proceed? Lu Zhengxian asked once more. I have heard that there exists a formidable city defense array in Baiyujing. Take the old ape with you to investigate its strengths and weaknesses. With the old ape by your side, you can also exert pressure on them. As for who should go, I shall not interfere. I am old now. My mind not as sharp as yours. The elder spoke, his head gradually drooping as he succumbed to slumber. Chapter 37. The Art of Provocation. A call to arms. The 2 young maidens cast spells to levitate the elder, carrying him away. The assembly rose, bowing in farewell. Brother, I wish to journey to the capital to avenge Xingqian. I too wish to go. We all wish to go. Our numbers are far too few, Lu Zhengxian declared. Do not worry, brother. I have a guest of the 14th realm and 6 guests of the 13th realm at home. Below the 10th realm, I have over 1,000 followers. My estate also boasts a master of the 14th realm. Me as well. The various factions of the Lu family could easily muster an army of over 10,000 cultivators to restore the rightful order. The support of the Lu family and their guests would suffice. Lu Zhengxian personally led the group toward the capital, with the old ape providing a formidable presence to pressure Baiyu Jing, ensuring they would not hesitate to surrender Jiang Ning. As they prepared to venture into Baiyu Jing, it was essential to gauge the true state of affairs there before taking action. Lu Zhengxian believed that one must always keep a contingency plan. Silence. Lu Zhengxian raised his hand to quiet the assembly. Zhenghong, brother, what are your orders? The old ape and I will exert pressure on Baiyu Jing with our sect and martial forces, while you bring the clan members to the rear. Should a battle ensue, I will signal you, and you shall bring forth our forces. If not, you need not reveal yourselves. In any case, I will personally take the head of the Jiang family's servant. Avenging Zhengqian, Lu Zhengxian declared with fierce determination. Your considerations are indeed thorough, brother. We shall proceed as you suggest. You intend to bring the sect and martial forces to Baiyu Jing and directly proclaim our intentions to restore the rightful rule? I have my own clever strategies to ensure everyone willingly joins us in the capital. Lu Zhengxian rose and exited the council hall. Old ape, take Xingqian's body and follow me to the main hall. As they approached the front courtyard, the number of guests attending the celebration grew increasingly crowded. Lu Zhengxian and the old ape arrived at the front courtyard, where the old ape gently placed Lu Xingqian's body down. Lu Zhengxian then gracefully leaped onto the old ape's shoulder. Lu Zhengxian surveyed the assembly and spoke. Esteemed friends, I sincerely appreciate the presence of both new and old acquaintances, as well as the valiant heroes from afar. With an air of elegance and charm, Lu Zhengxian exuded warmth. Devoid of the arrogance typically associated with a high-ranking official or a top-tier cultivator, he resembled a longtime friend among the crowd. The gathering admired Lu Zhengxian's amiable demeanor. Had they been in his position as a formidable figure of the 15th realm, they would have already elevated their status. However, today, he regrettably had to issue a farewell decree, asking for their understanding. Today, all who have come to my door, I, Lu Zhengxian, shall personally visit to offer my sincere apologies on another day. As Lu Zhengxian spoke, he again clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Your Excellency, what is the reason for this? Indeed, your successful breakthrough should be a cause for universal celebration, should it not? Those standing in the back clearly did not see the headless corpse lying on the ground. However, those in the front row were all too aware of it. May I ask if anyone here knows Lu Zhengqian? He is the eldest son of my second uncle, my own cousin, a member of the Lu clan. As Lu Zhengxian spoke, a look of anguish spread across his face. Lu Zhengqian was no obscure figure. He had gained considerable renown in Lingzhou. A prodigy who reached the 10th realm of martial arts by the age of 30, he now stood at the 13th realm, a general of the Longxiang Guard, holding the second rank in officialdom. Among all martial officials in the capital, there were scarcely a handful whose rank surpassed that of Lu Zhengqian. Could it be that the deceased is Lu Zhengqian? My cousin has been murdered, and today, the joyous occasion at the Lu residence has turned into a funeral. I cannot partake in merriment with you all. Indeed, it was confirmed that Lu Zhengqian had met his untimely demise. This was a direct descendant of the Lu family, one who had great potential to break into the 14th realm, destined to become a pillar of strength for the Lu clan. But how could Lu Zhengqian have died so suddenly? The festive atmosphere was immediately extinguished, replaced by a tide of fury. What? Brother Zhengqian has been slain? Who is responsible for this? Who dares to lay hands on Brother Zhengqian? What kind of person would not recognize that he is a member of the Lu clan? Such audacity. Please, allow me to finish. Lu Zhengxian raised his hand to calm the crowd, his expression growing more pained. My cousin has not only been killed, but his very soul has been obliterated, condemned to never be reborn. My dear brother. Lu Zhengxian sighed heavenward, his eyes reddening, tears streaming down his cheeks in profound sorrow. In an instant, the crowd was swept up in Lu Zhengxian's emotional turmoil, their indignation intensifying. This is intolerable. Your Excellency, who has slain General Lu, name this villain, and we shall surely avenge him. Yes, Your Excellency, just name the culprit. You need not even lift a finger. These individuals were not jesting. They were genuinely eager to seek retribution for Lu Jingchun. If they could accomplish this, it would amount to a monumental favor to the Lu clan, positioning them as the closest allies of the Lu family, elevating their status immensely. It is the ninth prince, King Liang Jiang Ning. Upon this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. The royal Jiang family? The difficulty of avenging Lu Jingchun had increased significantly. Clearly, none present possessed the means to confront the royal family alone. How audacious of the Jiang family to dare strike at a member of the Lu clan. Did the waning Dian dynasty now grow weary of its own existence? What manner of King Liang is this, of whom we have never before heard? How infuriating! Lu Jingxian sighed deeply. Since our family's inception, the Lu clan has served the court with unwavering loyalty. Yet now, my cousin has fallen victim to treachery. If this scoundrel continues to sow discord within the court, our great dynasty shall face dire peril. Thus, I resolve to eradicate King Liang, to cleanse the court of treachery, and restore clarity to our realm. Cleanse the court, cleanse the court, cleanse the court. Upon hearing Lu Jingxian's decision, the crowd became fervent once more. The imperial court lay in utter decay, and the Jiang royal family was exceedingly foolish. The world had long since become overburdened, and their clan was no longer deemed the rightful rulers by the heavens. Governor, why not issue a proclamation to subdue Bai Yujing and topple the great Xia dynasty? This would be an act in accordance with the will of heaven. Indeed, with two terrestrial immortals from the Lu family and the ancient spirit beast, the ape elder. This is fate's decree. Everyone, please remain calm. Lu Jingxian raised his hand to quell the excitement. My family is loyal to the court and shall not become treacherous rebels. Our march to the capital is not an act of rebellion, but rather an endeavor to eliminate the scourge threatening the great Xia country. Lu Jingxian solemnly clasped his hands. Should anyone wish to accompany me northward to uphold justice for the Lu family, I would be eternally grateful. We are willing to follow the governor. We too shall uphold justice for the Lu family. Uphold justice. At this moment, to issue a proclamation of rebellion, one must march from Lingzhou Strait to Bai Yujing. Most cities along the way would likely yield without resistance. However, there was no assurance of being able to breach Bai Yujing directly. Only after thoroughly understanding Bai Yujing's circumstances and having absolute confidence in ascending to the throne would Lu Jingxian consider rebellion. Otherwise, before any concrete plans were in place, he was unwilling to bear the infamy of a rebel and become the target of public scorn. I, Lu Jingxian, on behalf of my deceased cousin, express my heartfelt gratitude to all for your righteousness. Lu Jingxian bowed deeply, his eyes ablaze with undeniable fervor. Chapter 38. What if they truly initiate a coup? In the afternoon, within the imperial palace, the imperial garden, by the moon lake, Jiang Ning followed concubine Yu along the water corridor, stopping at a pavilion in the lake's center. The sky remained shrouded in gray, casting an oppressive atmosphere. There have been rumors in the palace that His Majesty may appoint a successor. Have you heard? Concubine Yu stood at the railing, gazing at the lake's surface reflecting the somber sky, her thoughts weighed down. Her son, unexpectedly assertive, had made a swift return to the capital and had already taken ruthless actions, even eliminating members of the Lu family. Concubine Yu had recently been troubled, fearing her maternal clan might choose to abandon Jiang Ning as the relatives by marriage disfavored overly dominant princes. She was even concerned that the proud disposition of Yu Tianhu might lead to conflict with Jiang Ning. Yet she was unaware that her worries were unfounded. Jiang Ning had never laid a hand on Yu Tianhu, who had long since become devoted to Jiang Ning. Ninger for now. Outsiders know you to be at the 14th realm, unaware that you have surpassed the 15th realm. Before ascending to power, remember to conceal your strength. Otherwise, the current Great Xia dynasty will not permit a being of greater than 15th realm to inherit the throne. Concubine Yu expressed her concerns. Jiang Ning had previously claimed to be at the 20th realm. She was uncertain of the true strength at that level. Nevertheless, she understood that once Jiang Ning's power became known, the number of those seeking to thwart him would surely increase. Even if Jiang Ning were incredibly strong, could he truly surpass the entirety of the world? Mother need not worry. I shall exercise prudence, Jiang Ning replied. You have always been composed. When the time comes to demonstrate your prowess, do so, but when it is necessary to temper your ambition, do temper it. I shall heed your teachings, mother. By the way, as the Empress Dowager contemplated a joyful matter, a serene and gentle smile graced her features. You have reached the age of maturity. According to tradition, it is time to select a consort. Given your esteemed status, you should be wed to the daughter of a noble family. However, it is prudent not to be overly ostentatious at this juncture. Thus, after much deliberation, I have chosen a suitable match for you, she said warmly. All shall be as you decree, mother. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. Indeed, all parents share the same concerns. As their children come of age, matters of marriage become a paramount consideration. The Empress Dowager's intentions were not solely to hasten Jiang Ning's nuptials. Firstly, the selection of a bride would alleviate the apprehensions of the princes, as her choice was not a noble's daughter, but rather the daughter of a fifth-rank official. This implies that Jiang Ning would not leverage the union with a princess to curry favor with the aristocracy. Secondly, Jiang Ning possessed a rather reserved disposition, only able to express himself freely in the presence of his mother. She wished for him to become more vivacious. Lastly, in times of need, it would be beneficial for Jiang Ning to have a confidant to discuss matters with, and should he act impulsively, there would be someone to intercede on his behalf. The young woman chosen for him was 18, lively and cheerful, possessing an attractive appearance and commendable talents. When I personally escort her to the palace tomorrow, I am certain you will find her agreeable, the Empress Dowager remarked with a smile. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, mother, Jiang Ning replied. Xuanwu, the Empress Dowager called out. The maid, Xuanwu, approached carrying a brocade box. Your Highness, these are the pastries personally prepared by Her Majesty. Ninger, you have matters to attend to. Do not feel obligated to spend all your time with your idle mother. A visit every 10 days or so is more than sufficient to satisfy me. With that, Jiang Ning took the brocade box and departed the palace. The prince is truly handsome, a testament to the Empress Dowager's lineage. In the entirety of Baoyu, there is no young man as striking as him, Xuanwu whispered with a giggle. Young lady, are you feeling a flutter of affection? The Empress Dowager chided with a playful glare. Xuanwu, realizing her impropriety, hastily knelt. Your Majesty, I meant no offense. My humble status affords me no right to harbor such thoughts regarding the prince. Do not be frightened. Rise, the Empress Dowager reassured her. You have been with me since you were 10. Surely I know you well enough. Thank you, Your Majesty. Upon returning to the royal residence, Jiang Ning entered his quarters and seated himself on a stone bench in the courtyard. He opened the brocade box, carefully arranging the exquisite pastries upon the stone table, a peach blossom pastry, a jade dewdream sculpture, and a small magnolia cake. Jiang Ning had long been absorbed in martial pursuits, attaining a celestial state that allowed him to sustain himself without food, nurturing his body with the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, the cravings of the palate are not easily forsaken. Thus, he relished these delicacies, particularly his mother's pastry-making skills, which rivaled even those of the imperial chefs. Not only were they visually appealing, but their flavors were exceptional, making them ideally suited for afternoon tea. Your Highness, Yu Tianhu greeted as he entered the courtyard with a bow. Please, no need for formalities. Come, sit and enjoy a bite with me, Jiang Ning beckoned. Yu Tianhu hesitated, feeling both honored and surprised at Jiang Ning's invitation, recalling the latter's typically aloof demeanor. Ah, Your Highness, you indulge yourself. How could I dare to partake in such a privilege? Yu Tianhu took a step back, standing at attention. The 5 commanders appeared to be subdued, refraining from any underhanded actions today. However, it struck me as peculiar that His Highness commands 80,000 imperial guards while the other princes remain utterly inactive, remarked Yu Tanhua in a low voice. Their sentiments align closely with yours. They merely perceive that the 12 guards feign loyalty to this prince. Moreover, you have overlooked a detail. Among those I have eliminated, there was a member of the Liu family from Lingzhou. Perhaps they are all awaiting a move from the Liu clan, said Jiang Ning nonchalantly, delicately bringing a piece of peach blossom pastry to his lips. The fragrant aroma of peach blossoms mingled with the rich creaminess unfolded in his mouth, offering a delicate texture and delightful sweetness. A faint smile graced Jiang Ning's face. Indeed, if you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten about the Liu family of Lingzhou, said Yu Tanhua, taken aback to witness a flicker of emotion on Jiang Ning's otherwise impassive visage, realizing that Jiang Ning was not merely a deadpan figure. That attendant rides the cloud steed, suggesting he has likely already reached Lingzhou City. At this moment, the Liu family must certainly be aware of Liu Jingquan's demise. The Liu family has amassed power over the years, establishing themselves as a formidable force, possessing significant strength. Furthermore, they harbor a legendary guardian beast, having existed for a millennium, effectively granting the Liu family 2 terrestrial immortals. As Yu Tanhua spoke, a sudden sense of the insignificance of the Yu clan washed over him. The Empress has urged the Liu family to cleanse the court. Should they truly incite a rebellion? He pondered, the contents of the letter sending chills down his spine. If the Liu family were to march north, the 80,000 imperial guards might not be inclined to fight for Jiang Ning. Their arrival would be most welcome. Jiang Ning remarked coolly. As Yu Tanhua observed Jiang Ning elegantly savoring his delicacies, he mused whether this confidence stemmed from the essence of terrestrial immortals. Chapter 39. Eliminate the king of Liang and purge the court. The following morning, en route from Lingzhou to the capital, a dark cloud obscured the sun. The people below looked up in astonishment to witness a multitude soaring through the sky, resembling a shower of meteors, moving with remarkable speed. Look, celestial beings are flying by. So many immortals. What could they be doing? Do not just stand there in awe. Hurry and pay homage to the immortals, beseeching them for blessings. Among the nobility, a lord observed the vast congregation of cultivators heading northward, their presence devoid of any discernible aura. Father, look, the flying vessel ahead. That is the guardian ape of the Liu family from Lingzhou. No wonder they can muster such a grand display. Father, there must be at least 50,000 of them. What could their purpose be? Do not speculate on this matter. Let us observe the unfolding events, came the response. Jiang Ning, having opted out of the morning court session, donned a purple-gold dragon robe. The deep purple silk, embroidered with golden serpent patterns, lent him an air of dignified maturity, enhancing his already handsome features. He stood in the courtyard for a moment, awaiting the arrival of the carriage, and upon hearing it approach, he stepped forward to greet it. Suiyu assisted the concubine Yu as she descended from the carriage, followed closely by a young woman. Jiang Ning scrutinized her closely. She appeared to be around 18. In alignment with what his mother had described, her countenance exuding a lively and spirited temperament. Draped in a delicate crimson smoking gown, her exquisite features were accentuated with a certain vivacity. Your son pays his respects to Mother Empress, Jiang Ning declared, bowing. Ning always so formal. In the future, you need not bow when you see Mother, she replied. Please, enter, Mother Empress. Jiang Ning welcomed Consort Yu into the grand hall of the palace, assisting her to a seat of honor. The young woman followed, curiously observing Jiang Ning's retreating figure. This tea is brewed personally by your son. With so many maidservants in the residence, why must you do it yourself? Consort Yu inquired. It is merely a small token of my regard, he replied modestly. Very well. Consort Yu lifted her teacup, gently tapping the lid against the rim. Ning this is the legitimate granddaughter of the Vice Minister of Justice, Ruolan. What do you think? Are you satisfied? I am Ruolan, paying my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Liang, she said, performing a graceful curtsy. There is no need for excessive formality. Please have a seat, Jiang Ning responded. Thank you, Your Highness. Ruolan gracefully took her seat. The young woman possessed an acceptable beauty, yet failed to elicit any sense of awe from Jiang Ning. As the Vice Minister of Justice, her family was of a mere fifth-rank status, considered rather humble in Jiang Ning's eyes. Nevertheless, he held no prejudices regarding social standing. Should he take a liking to a woman, even a farmer's daughter would not deter him. During this initial encounter, it was hardly a matter of satisfaction or dissatisfaction. As Jiang Ning spoke bluntly, Ruolan exhibited a lively personality and strong opinions, her character undoubtedly admirable. If you have no objections, Mother will personally deliver the formal proposals to the Ruo family, Consort Yu smiled. Jiang Ning hesitated momentarily. He understood his mother's sentiments completely. She wished to avoid ostentation by selecting a woman of modest background for him. Yet, should such a significant matter as marriage be hastily resolved? Previously indifferent, he now found himself in a quandary. It was not that he could not refuse, but he was reluctant to disappoint his mother's intentions. His status allowed for some degree of selection prior to marriage, unlike in ordinary families where parental commands and matchmakers' words dictated such unions. Only on the wedding day would the couple truly learn of each other's appearances. Ning is usually decisive. Why the hesitation today? Consort Yu pondered with mild confusion. Ruolan, sensing Jiang Ning's uncertainty, felt a pang of disappointment, fearing she had not captured the prince's favor. After all, not only was the prince esteemed in rank, but he was also extraordinarily handsome. Which young maiden could remain unaffected in the presence of such a paragon? Just as Ruolan began to feel disheartened, Jiang Ning spoke. "I shall fully comply with Mother Empress's arrangements." "Very well, let us settle this matter for now," Consort Yu replied with joy. Ruolan's heart soared at this news. At the same time, outside the southern gate of the capital, a flying vessel streaked through the air like lightning, halting abruptly 2 miles from the city gate. Standing at the forefront of the vessel was a figure clad in a scarlet official robe, a jeweled sword hanging at his waist. Lu Zhengxian, the governor of Lingzhou. Beside him stood a massive old ape, hunched over, its arms dangling over the ship's deck, gazing toward the magnificent jade city shrouded in misty rain. A flicker of restlessness danced in Lu Zhengxian's eyes. At that moment, countless figures surged forth like a tide, each employing spells to ride swords or beasts, arriving successively at the outskirts of the capital. The soldiers atop the southern wall were nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight before them. Countless cultivators and various exotic beasts hovered in the air or stood firmly on the ground, each wielding formidable magical artifacts, exuding an aura of impending violence, poised for battle. What was happening? So many cultivators? From where did they come? Hurry and inform the general. Inquire if there has been any report of tens of thousands of cultivators entering the capital. Before long, the Sky Wolf Guards Wen Kai rushed to the city wall upon receiving the news. As he beheld the scene, his expression turned grave. Tens of thousands of cultivators, each armed with magical weapons, accompanied by a multitude of spirit beasts. Yet, he had received no notification regarding the large-scale influx of cultivators into the capital. It seemed that treachery was afoot. "Who approaches?" Wen Kai bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully. At that moment, a figure appeared on a flying vessel, clad in scarlet official robes. The distance obscured the figure's features, but Wen Kai discerned a massive spirit beast accompanying them, a snow-white elder ape adorned with pale blue patterns. It was the guardian ape of the Lu clan from Lingzhou. Thus, these cultivators had come all the way from 8,000 miles away. The purpose of their arrival quickly dawned on Wen Kai. Not long ago, Jiang Ning had annihilated the entire Lu family, leaving no survivors. Lu Zhengxian was a direct descendant of the Lu clan in Lingzhou, having reached the 13th realm before the age of 80, a testament to his remarkable talent. Now, the Lu clan, accompanied by tens of thousands of cultivators, had undoubtedly come to seek vengeance for Lu Zhengxian. They might even use revenge as a pretext for rebellion. Such a formidable force of cultivators, many of whom were of high rank, posed a significant threat. If they were to launch an assault, it would require the emperor to activate the city's defensive array. The wall itself would be no more than a mere obstacle against those capable of flight and earth traversal. Indeed, Jiang Ning had unwittingly drawn the attention of some restless elements. "I am Lu Zhengxian, the governor of Lingzhou." Lu Zhengxian's voice thundered in Wen Kai's ears. It was none other than the current head of the Lu clan, the second most powerful figure in Lingzhou. "Punish the king of Liang, cleanse the court of traitors." At this moment, the thousands of cultivators echoed in unison, "Punish the king of Liang, cleanse the court of traitors. Punish the king of Liang, cleanse the court of traitors." Their shouts reverberated through the heavens, brimming with fervor. Yet, Wen Kai overlooked a crucial detail. The overwhelming aura emanating from the multitude of cultivators did not faze him in the slightest. His mind was clouded with gravity, causing him to disregard the protective array set by Jiang Ning. Even if Lu Zhengxian commanded the cultivators to storm the city at that very moment, they would be unable to breach Jiang Ning's formidable array. Moreover, they remained entirely oblivious to the existence of such a powerful barrier before them. Chapter 40. The court pressures Jiang Ning to exit the city. There are traitors within the court. We seek only to eliminate these treacherous individuals, to restore clarity to the realm, and to deliver justice for the members of the Lu clan. Let Jiang Ning come forth to face his demise. Upon claiming his head, we shall withdraw. You must report this promptly. Lu Zhengxian's voice was earth-shattering. Facing the white jade capital, he exhibited unparalleled arrogance. Otherwise, do not blame me for acting without prior notice. Wen Kai felt an immense pressure, yet upon noticing that the other party had no intention of immediate aggression, he proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Governor Lu, please wait a moment. I shall promptly convey your message." Wen Kai hurried to the imperial palace, disregarding the obstruction of the palace guards, and rushed directly into the Tai Chi hall. Report. Wen Kai burst into the grand hall, kneeling on one knee. "I respectfully inform Her Majesty the Empress that Governor Lu Zhengxian of Lingzhou, accompanied by tens of thousands of cultivators, is outside the Vermilion Bird Gate." demanding the execution of the Liang king and the purification of the court. He added, Governor Lu stated that if the court does not surrender the Liang king, he shall execute first and report later. This proclamation echoed throughout the Tai Chi Hall, silencing those officials who had intended to reprimand Wen Kai for breaching decorum and disrupting the court assembly. Governor Lu Jingxian besieging the palace, demanding the execution of the Liang king and the purification of the court. As the chief official of Lingzhou, he was not permitted to depart from his jurisdiction without the court's order. His presence outside the capital could be construed as an act of rebellion. Yet, considering Lu Jingxian's motive was directed towards Jiang Ning, the situation seemed somewhat justifiable. After all, Jiang Ning had acted with such arrogance as to annihilate Lu Zhengquan's entire family. Lu Zhengquan and Lu Zhengxian were indeed close cousins, and the Lu family was among the most united of all the noble clans across the realm. The ministers were acutely aware that the governance over vast territories south of Lingzhou had long ceased to reside with the court and was firmly in the hands of the Lu clan. Lu Zhengxian was practically in rebellion. To venture beyond Lingzhou without a court edict, and to bring tens of thousands of cultivators to the gates of the city, demonstrated a blatant disregard for the authority of the court. Initially, a few individuals fervently expressed their righteous indignation, but soon the discourse shifted. However, the root of this matter lies in the Liang King's unwarranted execution of General Lu Zhengquan of the Dragon Cavalry. The Liang King had executed Lu Zhengquan without providing any explanation to the court, which was already a violation of the laws of our great Xia. Indeed, had it not been for the Liang King's reckless and indiscriminate slaughter, how could Lu Zhengxian have mustered the courage to march his troops to the capital's outskirts? Are you suggesting that I should hand over the prince? The empress's countenance darkened, her voice rising in anger. Lu Zhengxian's choice not to assault the city signifies his lack of treasonous intent. Please perceive this clearly. If not for the Liang King's self-disruption of the court's order and his disregard for human life, how could Lu Zhengxian have been driven to such extremes? The Lu family had always served faithfully in Lingzhou, adhering to the court's decrees without any ulterior motives. At this juncture, those who dared not criticize Jiang Ning began to step forward. They believed that should Lu Zhengxian demand the princess surrender, and if Jiang Ning were to be dealt with accordingly, their troubles would be alleviated. Moreover, with Lu Zhengxian arriving with tens of thousands of cultivators, it was evident that should the court refuse to comply, an assault would ensue. As for the empress's thoughts, those in the court were well aware. No one desired Jiang Ning's demise more than she did. Thus, they united in their pressure upon Jiang Ning to venture forth to meet his fate. Rather than seeking counsel from His Majesty, who should have activated the city's protective array as a precaution. Though Lu Zhengxian's actions were decidedly treasonous, they could be understood in context. However, I shall never force any royal prince to his death, especially not one of my own blood. The empress stood resolutely in her sense of justice. Lu Jin, you shall notify the Liang King, if he is willing to sacrifice his life for righteousness. This palace shall commend him greatly, solely to amend the family genealogy and secure a place in the royal ancestral hall. Should the king of Liang refuse to exit the city, I shall naturally protect the offspring of our imperial lineage. You may convey this to Lu Jingxian, urging him to proceed with his assault on the capital. Upon receiving the command, Lu Jin exited the Tai Chi Hall, forming a sword gesture with his hand. Not far away, a precious sword soared toward him. Lu Jin leapt into the air, soaring on the sword, heading straight for the residence of the king of Liang. He landed in the courtyard, disregarding formalities, and charged in directly. Old servant has committed a breach of etiquette, he announced. Jiang Ning responded coolly, my lord. The governor of Lingzhou, Lu Zhengxian, leads tens of thousands of cultivators, shouting slogans against the king of Liang and demanding your exit from the city. A medley of emotions swirled within Lu Jin's heart. He had only just acknowledged his allegiance, and now he was confronted with such a dilemma. Should his master perish, Lu Jin would be nothing but a stray dog, awaiting a fate far worse than 1,000 cuts. My lord, this matter is of utmost significance. In my humble opinion, we must first report to His Majesty and have him activate the city's protective array. Even if Lu Zhengxian gathers tens of thousands of cultivators, it may not suffice to breach the city, Lu Jin continued. Jiang Ning's expression remained unperturbed, yet upon hearing his words, consort, you turned pale with fear. Ninger, do not be afraid. I shall go to the palace to meet His Majesty at once. Jiang Ning pressed down on consort Yu's shoulder, urging her to sit back down. Do not worry, mother. I shall return shortly, Jiang Ning declared as he prepared to turn away. However, consort Yu seized his hand. Absolutely not. With tens of thousands of cultivators outside the city, how can you stand against them alone? Mother will inform your father. He will surely not abandon us in our time of need. Consort Yu was resolute in her refusal to let Jiang Ning depart. Such a journey could very well mean eternal separation. The empress was indeed cruel. Upon learning of this matter, she did not promptly inform His Majesty. The officials of the court were all ambitious wolves. There were hardly any virtuous souls among them. Did they wish for Lu Zhengxian to kill Jiang Ning before departing? What would become of the Jiang royal family? If Lu Zhengxian truly initiated this, the fate of the great Xia dynasty would be sealed. Mother, trust in your son. I shall not come to harm. Perhaps in just a quarter of an hour, or maybe 2, I will return, Jiang Ning reassured, channeling a surge of energy into consort Yu. In that moment, her anxious heart was instantly calmed. In the next instant, Jiang Ning left behind only a fleeting shadow. Vanishing from sight, Lu Jin dashed out of the hall, leaping into the air, pursuing Jiang Ning toward the Vermilion Bird Gate. If Jiang Ning were to perish, he too would find no reason to live. If death were to come, he would at least die alongside his master. Not long after Jiang Ning's departure, an official rushed into the main hall of the royal mansion, his face etched with urgency. The newcomer was none other than Ruo Yu, the vice minister of the Dali Temple. He had never wished to forge a union with the king of Liang's residence, for it had fallen out of favor with the people. Having just learned of the situation, he could no longer afford to offend consort Yu or the king of Liang. He needed to take his granddaughter back. With tens of thousands of cultivators besieging the palace and no one among the court willing to protect Jiang Ning, he felt compelled to act. Who stood by Jiang Ning's side? Only Yu Tianhu, a mere 10th-tier cultivator, of little use in this dire situation. He was unwilling to suffer repercussions from an alliance with the king of Liang. Your servant pays respects to you, consort Yu. Ruo Yu quickly bowed. Vice Minister, what troubles you? Consort Yu inquired. It is as follows. After much contemplation, I am but a mere 5th-rank official. My granddaughter has always been headstrong and does not comprehend the distinctions of rank and status. If I am unworthy of His Highness the Liang Wang, then my granddaughter is even less so. Therefore, I beseech the esteemed Empress Yu to rescind the decree. Upon hearing this, Empress Yu's expression turned icy. Empowered by the aura of Jiang Ning, she found herself in a state of profound complexity. You, yesterday, conferred with me, and the Liang Wang also consented to this union. Why, then, do you seek to retract your words? Empress Yu spoke coldly. I am truly at a loss. I cannot aspire to the Liang Wang station. I humbly request your mercy, your highness. Punish me as you see fit. Begone. With that, Ruo Yu seized Ruo Lan and began to depart. Grandfather, we had an agreement. How can you go back on your word? Enough chatter. Hasten to follow your grandfather. You foolish old man. Empress Yu scolded furiously. At that moment, Chui Yu, who was attending nearby, turned pale as a ghost. Your Highness, the Wang, he. Chapter 41. Though a million stand against me, I shall press on. At the North City Gate, Yu Tianhu was personally leading the soldiers on patrol. General, grave news. The governor of Lingzhou, Lu Zhengxian, is staging a coup, intending to execute the Wang under the pretense of purging the court. What? Yu Tianhu was taken aback. That old scoundrel Lu has arrived so swiftly? How many men has he brought? As he mounted his horse, he inquired urgently. The exact number is unknown. It is said to be in the tens of thousands. Relay the command. Assemble all 12 guards immediately. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Tianhu bellowed at the soldier. Where are you directing us? To the Xuanwu Gate. Send word to the 12 guards. Gather at the Xuanwu Gate within a quarter of an hour. No, within 15 minutes. Anyone who arrives late shall be executed. With that, Yu Tianhu galloped towards the Xuanwu Gate. The great Xuanwu Gate slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in a robe of purple and gold, strolling leisurely into view. Jiang Ning surveyed the scene, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Above, countless avian creatures soared, wielding various weapons amidst the practitioners suspended in the air. Below, innumerable beasts and practitioners thronged the ground. Jiang Ning estimated the numbers to be around 60,000, and when including the aerial and ground creatures, the total approached 100,000. Expanding his perceptive range slightly, he detected an additional 2,000 men about 10 miles to the rear. The spectacle was grand and imposing, with everyone poised as if ready to surge forth and topple the entire city of Baiyujing. Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon an ancient flying vessel suspended in the air. This craft, over 100 feet long and several dozen feet wide, was a premier spiritual artifact capable of traversing the heavens and earth. However, his attention was drawn not to the vessel, but rather to an old ape. This spiritual beast was fascinating, nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, and, like the second prince, had attained the sanctified realm of physical existence, making it a true darling of the cosmos. Taming it as a spiritual companion would indeed be a splendid endeavor. At this moment, the soldiers stationed atop the city wall watched as Jiang Ning ventured out alone. That gaunt figure faced an army composed of tens of thousands of practitioners, embodying the resolve that spoke to them all. Though a million stand against me, I shall press on. At this moment, an inexplicable intuition arose within them, a conviction that Jiang Ning would not succumb to defeat. Although they had always perceived Jiang Ning's demeanor as excessively domineering and even ruthlessly cold-hearted, what the great Xia truly lacked was precisely this unwavering spirit embodied by Jiang Ning. The one leaving the city was the treacherous Jiang Ning. Upon seeing that violet figure, Lu Zhengxian unleashed a formidable pressure. Jiang Ning gradually lowered his head, stating, "I prefer not to converse while looking up at others. Either you descend, or I shall ascend." Lu Zhengxian was entirely unprepared for Jiang Ning's reaction. Instead of cowering in fear, Jiang Ning flaunted the majesty of his royal lineage. "Come up? Do you even have the life to ascend? You are merely at the 14th realm, while I possess dozens of cultivators at the same level. Even if each one were to spit upon you, you would be drowned." Aside from the lone figure on the flying vessel, the rest departed, and Jiang Ning declared, "I shall grant you a chance at survival." His voice, calm yet resonant, reached the ears of every individual present. In such a grave scenario, Jiang Ning's words shattered the tension, inciting laughter. What is this little thief saying? He wishes for us to depart and offers us a path to survival? Is he claiming to encircle tens of thousands alone? Does he believe himself an earthly deity? Even if he were a supreme being among mortals, he would still be led to slaughter. This young prince, not yet 20, truly embodied the audacity of youth. Did he think he could slay tens of thousands single-handedly? Did he possess such might? Even a supreme deity would find such a feat improbable. They had come with vengeance for Lu Zhengchun. And if Lu Zhengxian sought to attack Bai Yujing, it would be even more fortuitous. All of them would become loyal subjects of the dragon. As for this youthful prince, he evidently lacked any self-awareness. Why was he the only one exiting Bai Yujing, if not because he had been utterly forsaken by it? Lu Zhengxian could not deny that he had never encountered such a spirited young man in his life. Yet, what did that matter? Bravery without strength would still lead to death. Kill this treacherous villain, and 10 exquisite elixirs shall be rewarded, with the entire clan relocated to the Xiaofeng cave heaven. Lu Zhengxian's voice echoed across the heavens. Whoever killed Jiang Ning would be rewarded handsomely, with the prospect of their entire clan entering a realm of fortune. Such blessings were the result of 8 generations of virtue, a chance that might only occur once in a lifetime. In that instant, tens of thousands of cultivators unleashed their magical artifacts, clamoring to strike first. A dazzling array of spells, divine weapons, talismans, and creatures surged toward Jiang Ning's head. The brilliance of the spells was so overwhelming that the entire expanse was engulfed in a blinding radiance, rendering visibility impossible. Jiang Ning stood motionless, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Though their assault was chaotic, it was undeniably powerful. One at the 15th realm would struggle to withstand it. At that moment, 2 figures leaped in front of Jiang Ning. The first was Lu Jin, arriving with the intent that a disgraced subject must die. He was fully aware that, given his own strength, he would be reduced to ashes in an instant under such a fierce assault. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he positioned himself defiantly in front of Jiang Ning. Following him was Yu Tianhu, who leaped down from the city wall. When they landed before Jiang Ning, their vision was utterly blinded. Yu Tianhu shouted hoarsely, "The 12 guards are mobilizing for battle." However, the two braced themselves for imminent demise. Strangely, nothing occurred. A series of deafening explosions resonated, causing excruciating pain to the eardrums of these 2 high-ranking cultivators. Amidst violent tremors, the blinding light soon dissipated. There lay a vast, bottomless pit where the ground once stood. The walls of the pit on the side of Bai Yujing were perfectly straight and smooth, as if carved by a knife. 3 figures stood at the edge of the pit, one wielding a sword, another holding a blade, and the third simply standing still. The excitement on Jiang Ning's face flickered and was swiftly replaced by profound disappointment. The combined might of tens of thousands was indeed cataclysmic. Without the protection of the formation, half of Baiyujing would have surely been reduced to ruins. Yet, even the formation he had meticulously set up remained unshaken. At that moment, others were relentlessly assaulting Jiang Ning's position. Brilliant blossoms of light erupted in the air, creating a picturesque scene. Suddenly, everyone realized it was the city's protective formation. Tens of thousands struck together, and it failed to breach the city's defenses? What level of formation was this? Even a terrestrial immortal could not possibly deploy such a formidable array, could they? Yet, the most astonished were not the foot soldiers, but Lu Zhengxian aboard the flying vessel. He had just witnessed countless spells striking mere steps away from Jiang Ning, where a resplendent flower had manifested. It was akin to splattering ink on a sheet of rice paper. At this moment, Lu Zhengxian's expression shifted. Initially eager to see Jiang Ning obliterated, he suddenly grew solemn. Clearly, the protective formation had been activated. However, the robustness of this formation was utterly astonishing. Even more unfathomable was the fact that he seemed unable to perceive the existence of the protective formation. Was this the contingency left by the founding emperor? That emperor, who pursued the path of immortality, chose to activate the protective formation to safeguard Jiang Ning. It appeared Baiyujing's fortitude exceeded his expectations. Yet what of it? With tens of thousands present, no matter how resilient this protective formation was, how long could it endure merely on the luck bestowed by the founding emperor from 2 millennia ago? Surely, that recent strike was sufficient to destabilize the very foundation of this formation. With a grave expression, Lu Zhengxian suddenly felt a surge of excitement. If he could breach Baiyujing's defenses today, would he not be able to strike directly at the heart of the enemy? Lu Zhengxian's gaze turned towards the northern palace of Baiyujing. Perhaps today would mark the moment of the Lu clan's defiance against fate. Chapter 42. Manifesting divine power before the people. A sword splits the heavens. The emperor has activated the protective formation. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jin was filled with elation. The protective formation? Yu Tianshu had yet to recover from the relief of surviving the calamity when his thoughts turned to a more terrifying possibility. Jiang Ning had previously set up a formation outside Baiyujing, using this method to eliminate 5 commanders. Therefore, this formation might not be the city's defensive array, but rather the one laid down by Jiang Ning. Good heavens! Jiang Ning at the 15th realm could withstand such a formidable assault. Indeed, it had to be the city's protective formation. Lu Jin was overjoyed. What else could possibly fend off such a strike? But then, Lu Jin's expression grew grave. What is it? Yu Tianshu asked, taken aback. That Lu Zhengxian has already broken into the 15th realm. He is also a terrestrial immortal. If this formation fails to withstand their attacks and a breach occurs, I fear, Your Highness, you should leave. Lu Jin sensed an overwhelming surge of primal energy emanating from Lu Zhengxian. Oh, Jiang Ning responded with a sound of acknowledgement and stepped forward. Lu Jin was left speechless. I did not mean for you to move ahead. Stepping beyond the city's protective formation is akin to courting death. The Lu Zhengxian on the flying vessel. Along with that ancient ape, one a terrestrial immortal and the other a being of great sanctity, combined with tens of thousands of cultivators, how could one possibly contend with them? At that moment, Jiang Ning had already crossed the boundary of the formation, hovering over the pit, and continued onward. He has emerged. Kill him. The rogue has come forth to meet his demise. Spells surged forth, hurtling toward Jiang Ning. Yu Tianshu and Lu Jin lunged forward simultaneously, only to collide with an invisible barrier, helplessly observing the unfolding scene. Could it be that His Highness truly intends to sacrifice himself to protect Baiyujing? The two stared in disbelief at Jiang Ning's retreating figure, witnessing spells striking him while various beasts prepared to pounce. However, Jiang Ning remained utterly unperturbed. They were astounded. These individuals lack the 15th realm. They are powerless against His Highness, who is a terrestrial immortal. Yu Tianshu murmured. Lu Jin swallowed hard. No, this terrestrial immortal is far too powerful. The cultivators desperately assaulting Jiang Ning gradually found themselves bewildered. Why is this happening? Was he not limited to the 14th realm? Why can they not inflict any damage? Jiang Ning, calm and unhurried, bent down to pick up a withered branch. With a flick of his wrist, an invisible wave surged forth. All nearby cultivators felt an irresistible force and were simultaneously thrust away. In that instant, the heavens changed color. Above, the low-hanging sky split open, revealing a chasm that stretched across the horizon, from which a luminous veil descended. A sword cleaved the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy erupted, enveloping all. This force instilled terror in the hearts of all cultivators, leaving them with no inclination to marvel at the ruptured sky. This is dire. It is a terrestrial immortal. Terrestrial immortals are indeed fearsome. Such potent sword energy, retreat at once. Even cultivators of the 14th realm lacked confidence in their ability to withstand this sword energy capable of annihilating all. Yet, at the very moment they turned to flee, the sword energy consumed them whole. Over 60,000 cultivators, including many formidable 14th realm experts and numerous high-tier spirit beasts, were engulfed. In the blink of an eye, the hearts of over 100,000 beings were seized by a fleeting moment of terror, only to crumble and disintegrate into chaos. Limbs and severed bodies fell like a torrential downpour, stirring forth a horrific storm of blood and carnage. At that moment, silence enveloped the world. The heavens were hushed. Only the flying vessel remained in the air, amidst the desolation. Lu Zhengxian had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Corpses littered the ground, and the earth was drenched in the blood of the fallen. His senses were overwhelmed by an unprecedented shock. With a single stroke, a sword cleaved the heavens, annihilating 100,000 souls. Just moments before, 6,000 cultivators had rallied behind him, shouting for the execution of the Liang King, yet in an instant, they were reduced to nothingness. Astonishingly, the prince wielded not a sword, but merely a piece of withered wood picked up from the ground. His eyes widened in horror as an abyss of fear engulfed him. This 20-year-old prince, was he a terrestrial immortal? Could a terrestrial immortal's sword possess such cataclysmic power? Who exactly was the Liang King? Why was his lethality boundless? Those behind him, witnessing the deluge of blood and chaos, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. Yu Tianhu knew that Jiang Ning was a terrestrial immortal, but which immortal could slay 100,000 beings with a single strike? This terrestrial immortal could not be genuine. Could he? Was the prince's realm even higher than that of a terrestrial immortal? No wonder he could remain so composed while confronting the traitors from Lingzhou. He possessed a power beyond comprehension. Jiang Ning stepped forth, appearing atop the flying vessel. I hear you wish to cleanse the court? He spoke with an air of indifference. Lu Zhengxian, experiencing Jiang Ning up close for the first time, felt no trace of murderous intent emanating from him. Not even a hint of energy fluctuation was perceived. His expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any turmoil. Yet, he was acutely aware of the peril this individual posed, a terrifying existence capable of taking his life. Lu Zhengxian grasped the arm of the old ape and retreated, simultaneously manifesting his Dharmakaya. Before him stood a colossal Dharmakaya, towering over the realm. In the 13th realm, the Dharmakaya could reach a maximum height of 100 feet. In the 14th realm, it could soar to 1,000, and for a terrestrial immortal, it could reach 10,000 feet. As Lu Zhengxian moved, a tempest brewed, and a violent force surged forth. Just as he intended to strike at Jiang Ning, his Dharmakaya could barely sustain itself for a moment, merely a gesture of raising his hand. In an instant, the 10,000-foot Dharmakaya shattered as if scattered by the wind, dissolving into streams of light that vanished into the cosmos. What? Lu Zhengxian gasped in horror. His Dharmakaya had been dismantled by a mere utterance of divine will. He had not even been afforded the time to retaliate, let alone raise a hand. Even if Jiang Ning were a sage of the Confucian Tao, it should have been impossible to dismantle his Dharmakaya so effortlessly. Thus, Jiang Ning had transcended the 15th realm, achieving a status akin to that of the founding emperor, existing in the 16th realm, the supreme deity of the mortal realm. Retreat. With Jiang Ning's calm command, Lu Zhengxian felt a force so formidable that it sent a chilling tremor through his chest. Only the silhouette of Lu Zhengxian vanished into thin air. During the process of being repelled, Lu Zhengxian desperately circulated his vital energy to resist, yet he could not dissipate the terrifying force of impact. Observing from a distance, Lu Zhenghong and over 20,000 high-ranking cultivators were utterly exhilarated by the sight of the gate to the heavens flung wide open. A sword that cleaves the heavens. What formidable sword energy! This must be the handiwork of the governor. The terrestrial immortal truly lives up to his reputation. Look, the towering golden body of the Dharma. The Dharma body? Where is it? Huh? Did my eyes just deceive me? The crowd believed that the rift in the firmament was cleaved by Lu Zhengxian's sword. Having followed the Lu clan of Lingzhou to exert pressure on the palace, they thought that with such prowess, Lu Zhengxian would surely conquer by Yujing today, and they would all ascend as loyal subjects, soaring into the skies. Just as the crowd was caught up in their excitement, boom! A thunderous roar shook the earth and mountains. A nearby mountain exploded, shattering into countless fragments and leaving a massive pit in its wake. Debris flew out for miles. Chapter 43. Do you even deserve this? The sudden commotion startled everyone. What tremendous force! It must be the governor's divine might that sent someone flying here. By heavens! It leveled an entire mountain. The crowd hurried to the edge of the pit, peering in, nearly having their eyes pop out. At the center of the enormous pit lay a figure, his crimson official robes tattered yet conspicuous. It was none other than the governor of Lingzhou, Lu Zhengxian. Brother! Lu Zhenghong exclaimed, leaping to Lu Zhengxian's side. There lay Lu Zhengxian, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, pallid and in excruciating agony, his face etched with boundless terror. The vital energy within him was dissipating outward. His dantian had been shattered. Lu Zhenghong gazed in disbelief at the nearly immobile Lu Zhengxian. He could not fathom how Lu Zhengxian had been sent flying and left in such a dire state. One by one, others descended into the pit, and upon witnessing Lu Zhengxian's plight, a chill swept through their hearts. Wasn't Lu Zhengxian the one who sent someone flying? He had barely ascended before being struck down. What sort of attack could so swiftly reduce Lu Zhengxian to this? Brother, what has happened? Where are the others? Where's the old monkey? Leave quickly. Lu Zhengxian coughed, blood spewing forth. Recalling Jiang Ning's earth-shattering sword strike, where none among the 100,000 souls survived, he felt only regret. To slay King Liang? To purify the court? What an absurd joke. With such a prodigy emerging from the Jiang clan, who would dare to purify the court? No. It wasn't merely regret over his ambitions. He regretted ever being born. Brother, what is happening? Lu Zhengxian gasped, his organs shattered, his dantian ruptured. Realizing that escape today seemed impossible, with the heavens above and the earth below sealed off. He could only hope that those who had accompanied him to pressure the palace could return safely. At the very least, it could preserve a semblance of strength for Lingzhou. To restore the sovereign? Do not entertain such thoughts. They are no longer feasible. It seems that even if reinforcements were doubled, they would still be unable to contend with that youthful prince. Upon hearing this, a chill swept through everyone's hearts, clearly indicating that the battle ahead was dire. The fact that only Lu Zhengxian had returned raised unsettling questions. Did it imply that the tens of thousands before him had perished? Surely, this was too swift a demise. Monkey, you are all that remains. Jiang Ning hovered in midair, solitary and resolute, gazing at the aged primate. The old ape's immense eyes reflected confusion and fury. It struggled to comprehend why Lu Zhengxian had been sent flying, despite Jiang Ning's inaction. This fiercely protective creature glared with a ferocious light. It thumped its chest and emitted a thunderous roar. Suddenly, the old ape surged forward, its form crackling with electricity. Born with the power of nature? Truly a favored child of heaven and earth, Jiang Ning mused, feeling increasingly pleased with his companion. The old ape, propelled by lightning, accelerated as the electric sparks surrounding it intensified. In that moment, it leaped forward, its colossal hands aimed at Jiang Ning. From the rift in the sky, bolts of lightning streaked through. With a resounding crash, thunder converged from all directions, coalescing into the old ape's fists. The electric brilliance surged, a force of nature. At that instant, all those behind witnessed the spectacle, their hearts tinged with apprehension. Just moments ago, they had beheld Lu Zhengxian's towering divine form. Yet even that terrestrial deity was powerless before Jiang Ning's utterance. However, this old ape, with its boundless ferocity, summoned the thunder, potentially surpassing even the terrestrial immortal in lethality. Boom! The old ape's fist struck the crown of Jiang Ning's head, the violent thunderous force coursing down and spreading across the earth like countless serpents. The ground erupted into a resplendent blossom of lightning. Monkey, your strike cannot even breach this king's protective aura, Jiang Ning remarked with a calm smile. The old ape, endowed with extraordinary gifts, could commune with the heavens and wield the power of thunder at will. This punch, one that even terrestrial immortals would hesitate to meet head-on, could spell doom or injury. The old ape's massive eyes flashed with a human-like astonishment. With a fierce roar, it charged at Jiang Ning, raising its fists in a desperate attempt to strike. Bang! Bang! The sounds reverberated like the dawn of creation as the power of thunder erupted incessantly. Yet, Jiang Ning remained unscathed, standing motionless, hands clasped behind his back, observing the old ape's fury with an unruffled smile. Monkey, you are indeed a favored child of heaven and earth, and now your flesh has ascended to sanctity. Why not follow this king and seek deeper realms of existence? Should you ascend to immortality, you could transform into a human form, acquiring the wisdom of humankind, and become the true king of all beasts, Jiang Ning suggested softly. The old ape circled around him, launching relentless attacks, seemingly intent on avenging Lu Jingxian. Since reason fails to persuade you, I shall employ love to sway you. Jiang Ning raised his hand, reaching out into the void. The elder ape behind him felt an instantaneous tightening around its neck, lifting it slowly into the air. It clutched at the invisible pressure constraining its throat with both hands, yet it could not break free from this shackle. Its legs flailed wildly, and the fury in its eyes gradually morphed into fear. Although this human appeared diminutive, his power was formidable. Monkey, by following this king in your cultivation, you shall surely achieve fruition. As Jiang Ning's words fell, he gently waved his hand downward. The binding force around the elder ape's neck slammed it down to the ground. Bang! It was as though the elder ape had used its own body to create a massive crater in the earth. In that moment, blood streamed from its mouth and nose. It thrashed desperately, yet dizziness overcame it, preventing any attempt to rise. Its body convulsed as if suffering from a short circuit, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not harness the power of thunder. At that moment, Jiang Ning's figure vanished, leaving only his voice reverberating in the air. Monkey, you possess sentience. You must have comprehended my words. The Lu family has committed treason and shall meet their demise. Henceforth, you shall remain in Baiyu Jing. Meanwhile, behind him, Lu Zhenghong and the others remained baffled by Lu Zhengxian's current state. However, the seeds of fear had already taken root in their hearts. Lu Zhengxian urging them to flee could not possibly be a jest. All were immediately inclined to retreat. Just then, a figure seemingly materialized from thin air, blocking their path. To slay the king of Liang and cleanse the court? Do you believe you are worthy? Jiang Ning's cold voice echoed through the heavens and the earth. All gazes turned towards him. He hovered in the air, solitary and poised, draped in a purple python robe, bathed in the luminescence streaming through the rifts of the sky, resembling the most revered being in existence. Is this the king of Liang? Could it be that just moments ago, he shattered Lu Jingxian's organs and ruptured his dantian with a single strike? This is inconceivable. Surely, some hidden power from Baiyu Jing intervened. Or perhaps it was a life-preserving technique left by our forebear that inflicted such injury upon Lu Zhengxian. There are still over 20,000 people here, along with more than 10,000 various spirit beasts and extraordinary creatures, totaling over 30,000 beings. How could one man stand against 20,000 cultivators? Even if he were a terrestrial immortal, what of it? He stands alone. Let us slay him. He is the king of Liang, Jiang Ning, the very killer of Zhengshan. Let us avenge Zhengshan. Attack. Jiang Ning had already tasted the sensation of facing tens of thousands uniting in a single strike. It was too feeble, devoid of any challenge, leaving him disappointed. Not only did they fail to injure him, but they could not even breach a sliver of the formation he had laid with his aura. Thus, he lost all interest in showcasing his abilities to them. Before these individuals could raise their hands, Jiang Ning unleashed a wave of oppressive energy. In an instant, over 30,000 beings were crushed to the ground by an overwhelming force that was impossible to resist, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed upon them. Bang! In that fleeting moment, all were obliterated, akin to mere mosquitoes, leaving behind a pool of blood that spanned several miles. Even their very souls were utterly crushed. Chapter 44. Subduing the old ape between heaven and earth, an eerie silence reigned. Jiang Ning did not annihilate everyone in an instant. He spared one life, that of Lu Zhenghong. Suspended in the air, he witnessed his fellow cultivators from Lingzhou, who had previously fought alongside him, now contemplating the prospect of slaying Jiang Ning before his reinforcements could arrive. Yet now they were all gone. Over 20,000 lives extinguished, reduced to mere puddles, uncollectible even with a shovel. He had never encountered such a scene. In that moment, he suddenly comprehended why Lu Zhengxian had met such a fate. This king of Liang, a mere 20 years of age, possessed an incomprehensible might. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at the purple figure, paralyzed with fear. This was a being far beyond his capabilities, one that even the entire Lu family of Lingzhou could not hope to contend with. Jiang Ning extended his hand, grasping the air, and Lu Zhengxian was drawn forth from the pit. However, during his ascent, his body shattered, scattering equipment everywhere. Ultimately, only his head remained, soaring into Jiang Ning's grasp. Under the intense gaze of Lu Zhenghong, filled with dread, Jiang Ning carried Lu Zhengxian's severed head towards the direction of Bai Yujing. He uttered not a word, entirely dismissing the notion of conversing with Lu Zhenghong, leaving him abandoned. Yet, in that silence, it felt as though he had said everything. Even Lu Zhengxian had been dismembered before Jiang Ning's casual strike, which had obliterated over 20,000 souls. One could only ponder the fate of the more than 80,000 ahead. Would there be a single survivor? Was he even human? Lu Zhenghong turned swiftly, fleeing towards the horizon in a state of sheer panic. Upon returning to the entrance of Xuanwu Gate, Jiang Ning observed the old ape still struggling in the pit. However, it had regained much of its strength and was now clambering out, shaking its head vigorously. Upon seeing the head Jiang Ning held, its fangs bared like a colossal sword. Roar! The old ape pounded its chest furiously, its form suddenly swelling. In its rage, it unleashed a latent potential. In the blink of an eye, the beast grew to over 1,000 feet tall. Its massive fists rose high, reaching towards the clouds. Monkey, my patience is exceedingly limited. Follow closely behind me, or I shall reduce you to ashes. The old ape struggled momentarily, as if something in the heavens had firmly grasped its fist, rendering it immobile. This was the power of that individual. In the next instant, the old ape's immense body was pressed to the ground, yet that colossal hand remained suspended in the air. At that moment, the old ape truly grasped the meaning of fear. It rose, trembling, gazing in terror at Jiang Ning's back and the familiar head he held. Its body began to diminish, eventually reverting to its original form of 15 feet. An indescribable aura emanated from Jiang Ning, igniting a fierce struggle within the old ape's eyes. It shook its head vigorously, saliva flying. Yet, in the next moment, its expression quickly turned crystal clear. An instinct compelled it to follow in Jiang Ning's wake. Jiang Ning casually tossed Lu Zhengxian's severed head behind him, where it was deftly caught by the old monkey, who followed Jiang Ning forward, casting a complex gaze upon the diminutive head resting in his palm. Upon reaching the grand pit outside the city, Jiang Ning halted and looked ahead, revealing a wall brimming with soldiers. Yu Tianhu and Lu Jin stood outside the city gates, flanked by thousands of Jinwu guards. The recent skirmish, if it could even be deemed such, was merely a flick of Jiang Ning's hand. A single stroke of sword energy had annihilated countless souls, an awe-inspiring spectacle that could rend the heavens and weep before the spirits. How formidable was the king of Liang, Jiang Ning. They now comprehended why he could so nonchalantly execute members of the Lu clan in Lingzhou, not to mention the trifling Lu Zhengxian. Even the ancestral patriarch of the Lu clan would be naught but a mere flick of Jiang Ning's wrist. A voice echoed incessantly in Yu Tianhu's mind, a realization dawning upon him that this was not merely a matter of surpassing the 14 realms, but rather transcending 15 realms. Jiang Ning might very well be a transcendent being of the 16th realm. Yet, the founding ancestor had only broken through to the 16th realm at the age of 100. But Jiang Ning was merely 20. He was an existence even more extraordinary than the founding ancestor. The battered Xia dynasty, it seemed, had found its salvation. Yu Tianhu now understood the immense strength of the allegiance he had forged. However, what he perceived as a sturdy ally was, in truth, far more robust than he had ever imagined, an unyielding pillar of strength. The indomitable figure crossed the chasm and approached the city gates, followed by the guardian old monkey of the Lu clan. The soldiers arrayed before Jiang Ning parted to form a pathway, and then all knelt on one knee. Long live the king of Liang! Long live Xia! The chant surged forth from the crowd, echoing through the air. On the walls and below, soldiers joined in unison, their voices resounding. Long live the king of Liang! Long live Xia! Amidst the stirring emotions, Yu Tianhu felt a tinge of embarrassment, questioning what role he could possibly play beside the king of Liang. But he too could join in the chant. Long live the king of Liang! Fill that pit! Jiang Ning spoke nonchalantly, and soon thereafter, he entered the city alongside the old monkey. With a light leap, Jiang Ning settled upon the monkey's shoulder. Monkey, do you have a name? He inquired. The old monkey shook his head, exhaling a heavy breath, uncertain if it meant yes or no. Since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall bestow upon you a name of grandeur. with your majestic white cloak. You shall be called Little Black. The old monkey neither rejected nor accepted the name, merely shaking his head once more. From the moment Jiang Ning stepped out of the city, countless eyes scrutinized him from the shadows. Those aware of Bai Yujing's secrets were unperturbed by Lu Zhengxian's attempts to cleanse the court or even to besiege Bai Yujing. Although the fortunes of the Xia dynasty were waning, the frail camel is still larger than the horse. Should the Lu clan of Lingzhou claim sovereignty and govern alongside the Xia dynasty, the imperial Jiang clan would find themselves powerless against them. Yet, to think they could usurp Bai Yujing? Such notions were the fabrications of dreamers. The young master, upon witnessing the scene, was rendered speechless, his expression a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. In stark contrast, the ailing crown prince Jiang Shui exhibited an exuberance that was palpable. I had initially assumed that the old ninth was at the ninth realm. However, I was astounded to discover that he possessed the formidable strength of the 15th realm. With such prowess, I truly hesitated to contemplate his demise, Jiang Shui remarked, striving to temper his excitement. This is likely beyond the capabilities of a terrestrial deity. The old man murmured. If not at the 15th realm, could it be the 16th realm, perhaps an exalted god among mortals? That is utterly inconceivable. Should I attain the 15th realm, I too could effortlessly obliterate countless lives with a mere gesture. Jiang Shui asserted. How could that be possible? The elder questioned, his face a canvas of confusion. The 15th realm should not possess such cataclysmic power. Suddenly, it dawned on me why the old ninth had chosen to depart the capital a decade prior. It appeared he had clandestinely practiced the divine emperor's revelation. Drawing upon the residual soul power left by our forebear, how could he not vanquish those treacherous rebels? The Lu clan of Lingzhou had lost their senses to challenge the throne. If the Jiang family were truly reduced to such a state of vulnerability, would the imperial seat not have been usurped by the external relatives long ago? Nevertheless, the foundation left by our forebear was indeed dwindling. Had the ninth prince just harnessed the residual soul power of our ancestor? The old man could hardly believe it. More likely than not, with the sumptuous feast that old ninth has provided, within 3 days, I shall ascend to the 15th realm. If I can completely refine the old ninth, I shall become the supreme deity among mortals, restoring the glory of our great Xia. Ha ha. Chapter 45. All perished. What sorcery is this, your highness? Came the incredulous inquiry from one individual directed towards Prince Qi, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu merely wished to discern what means Jiang Ning possessed, or perhaps witness how he would meet his end today. With one less Jiang Ning, there would be one less rival for the throne. Yet, the events that had just transpired were undeniably extraordinary. Jiang Yu, in a state of perplexity, could not fathom how Lu Zhengxian brought forth over 60,000 men only to suffer such a defeat. However, with 2 terrestrial deities and an additional 60,000 practitioners alongside 40,000 spirit beasts, it appeared as if these forces had never set foot upon the battlefield. Were it not for the vast sea of blood outside the city and the countless severed limbs scattered about. Yet, Jiang Ning had merely unsheathed a single sword. Following that, in a mere flurry of movements, he had brought the ancient ape, loyal to the Lu clan for a millennium, to his knees. What realm did Old Ninth truly inhabit? To extinguish an entire province's practitioners with but a single stroke? At the foundational level of the 15th realm, with a potential upper limit of the 16th realm. A supreme being among mortals. Should Old Ninth engage in the contest for the crown, how could he possibly prevail? If Old Ninth truly possessed the strength of the 16th realm, to contend with him, Jiang Yu would need to elevate himself to the 14th realm in a short span, achieving a higher physical level. Otherwise, he could not conceive a path to victory. Within the Tai Chi Hall, court officials had yet to disperse, congregating in groups to engage in fervent discussions. At that moment, a young eunuch came tumbling into the hall, panic-stricken, as though the heavens had collapsed. They are dead. All dead, the eunuch exclaimed, rolling about before finally collapsing to the ground, trembling and stuttering. What on earth has perished? The queen's tone was laced with anger, yet her face betrayed an undeniable excitement. The young eunuch reported that they were all dead, surely meaning that Jiang Ning and Yu Tianhu had perished. To his surprise, it seemed Jiang Ning possessed a certain bravery, daring to venture outside the city to meet his fate. The men from Lingzhou were all dead. The young eunuch had yet to finish his explanation when a thunderous crash echoed from outside the hall, shaking the very ground. Standing outside was a venerable old ape that had landed at the foot of the jade steps, with a figure clad in purple perched upon its shoulder. Who else could it be but the ninth prince? The young eunuch hurried into the grand hall, announcing, "Your Majesty, the ninth prince has returned." Returned? A look of astonishment spread across the faces within the Tai Chi hall. Hadn't they just said everyone was dead? How could Jiang Ning be back? Surely, the king of coolness, too afraid to face the consequences of his actions, had come to the palace to hide. How shamelessly audacious. Let us go outside and take a look. The queen descended from the high platform, leading her ministers out of the Tai Chi hall. As they focused their gaze, each expression morphed into one of incredulity. Could that old ape be the guardian of the Liu family from Lingzhou? Why had the old ape come to the city? And why was Jiang Ning standing upon its shoulder? "Throw it away," Jiang Ning spoke calmly. The old ape swung its robust arm, and a severed head flew forth from its palm. The head landed on the white jade steps, rolling for a few moments before coming to a stop at the feet of a minister. "Liu Zhengxian, the governor of Lingzhou, has committed rebellion and has been slain by this king. His head is here." Jiang Ning's composed voice resonated clearly in every ear. Boom. The crowd was struck as if by a bolt of lightning. Liu Zhengxian had been slain by Jiang Ning? Wasn't he the one who had brought tens of thousands of cultivators to the city? Had Jiang Ning truly emerged from the city and taken Liu Zhengxian's head amidst the throngs of warriors? What, then, had those tens of thousands of cultivators been doing? Surely, they could not have merely stood by and watched. It became clear that when the young eunuch had said they were all dead, he was referring to Liu Zhengxian, not Jiang Ning. Before the queen could celebrate, she was confronted with this incomprehensible twist of fate. "I hear that the entire court has pressured this king to leave the city and face death. Just moments ago, some claimed I lacked the courage to face the consequences and fled to the palace for refuge." A sardonic smile lingered on Jiang Ning's lips as his gaze lingered on the queen. Such folly. The old ape turned its powerful body, leaping into the air, completely disregarding the palace's restrictions as it soared away like thunder. The ministers stared blankly at Liu Zhengxian's severed head. Even the queen believed Jiang Ning would surely meet his demise today. Yet, unexpectedly, not only had he returned, but he had also slain Liu Zhengxian. Moreover, he had subdued the Liu family's guardian ape. This old ape, a being of remarkable strength, was akin to a terrestrial deity. Now, Jiang Ning had an additional formidable ally by his side. The last time the queen had conferred a title upon Jiang Ning, she had intended to elevate him, placing him at the center of attention. A prince without firm footing, accompanied only by Yu Tianhu, could achieve nothing of significance. What terrifying secrets did Jiang Ning still harbor? Who could enlighten this palace on the true events that had transpired? The queen's face fell, her joy extinguished. Not long after, the news of Jiang Ning's massacre of 100,000 souls outside the city reached the ears of the empress and the officials. It was said that the Liu family of Lingzhou had accumulated a profound heritage and an enormous foundation over a millennium. However, no one anticipated that Liu Zhengxian, leading tens of thousands of cultivators to the capital to cleanse the court, would instead deliver a multitude of severed heads. Not only did they fail to inflict the slightest harm on Jiang Ning, but they also lost a guardian mountain ape in the process. Is the Liu family of Lingzhou truly so inept? Wasn't he their ancestral figure a terrestrial immortal? Why did he not personally come to command the situation? The old ape landed in the courtyard of the royal residence, stooping low. Jiang Ning leaped lightly from the shoulder of the ape, landing gracefully on the ground. "Mother, your son has returned," Jiang Ning called out towards the main hall. Upon hearing his voice, Consort Yu and the maid to Yu hurriedly stepped out. At that moment, a sudden haze clouded Consort Yu's mind. Her emotions shifted back to normal, and her face paled, a wave of suppressed dread surging forth. Yet, upon seeing Jiang Ning return unscathed, her anxious heart finally found solace. At this juncture, Yu Tianhu also arrived. Nephew pays respects to his aunt. Yu Tianhu bowed towards the grand hall. "There is no need for such formalities, Tianhu," Consort Yu replied, hastening down the steps to look at Jiang Ning with deep concern. "My Ning, do not worry your mother," Jiang Ning reassured her with a warm smile. Although Consort Yu was unaware of the exact events that had transpired, she was astonished to hear his words. "You eradicated the traitors? Were there not tens of thousands of them?" Consort Yu expressed disbelief. Surely, Liu Zhengxian must have gathered the might of all Lingzhou. Otherwise, how could he dare to threaten the palace? They were merely a bunch of incompetent rabble, hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Ning chuckled. "Did Tianhu lend a hand?" Consort Yu inquired of Yu Tianhu. Yu Tianhu's face flushed, and he scratched the back of his head. He wished to assist. Yet their only contribution was to cheer for Jiang Ning's triumph by shouting praises for the king. As for my aunt's words, I did not provide any help. He admitted awkwardly. What? Consort Yu's disbelief deepened. Noticing her confusion, Jiang Ning understood that she harbored misconceptions about his capabilities. Mother, though I do not possess omnipotent abilities, there is absolutely no one in this realm who can stand against me. Henceforth, should similar matters arise, you need not worry. The traders from Lingzhou were effortlessly crushed by me alone, Jiang Ning explained. Consort Yu was taken aback. Alone? You crushed tens of thousands of cultivators from Lingzhou. She suddenly recalled Jiang Ning's earlier mention of the 20th realm, having never witnessed such a level. How could she fathom that one in the 20th realm could topple all of Lingzhou? Her son, it seemed, had become invincible in the world. Yu Tianhu, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk. Had he heard such words before, he would have undoubtedly scoffed at Jiang Ning's pretensions. Yet now, having witnessed Jiang Ning's prowess firsthand, he felt that Jiang Ning was rather modest. This royal prince was indeed unmatched. It is a relief that you are unscathed. Is this old ape perhaps the guardian beast of the Lu family? Yu Fei noticed the old monkey and after observing it for a while, asked in astonishment. Indeed, it was the guardian monkey of the Lu clan, but it had already been subdued by my son and had become his spiritual companion. The guardian monkey of the Lu clan had now become Jiang Ning's spiritual pet? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Yu Fei would hardly have believed it. It was no surprise that her royal son had achieved such great success. This old monkey had safeguarded the Lu clan in Lingzhou for a millennium, attaining a near-sacred physical form and gaining widespread renown. Little did she expect that the fruits of the Lu clan's century-long cultivation would be willingly bestowed upon him. My son named it Xiao He. By the way, does Mother Fei like this spiritual pet? If you do, I can have it stay by your side and dance for you daily, bringing you joy. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Yu Tianhu glanced at the old monkey and saw it raise its robust arm, curling its fingers as it scratched its head. Yu Tianhu remarked, to have a near-sacred spiritual beast dance for entertainment, do you truly think that is sensible? Chapter 46. The Empress is already deceased. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei couldn't help but smile. She had always thought Jiang Ning too reserved, yet she was pleasantly surprised by his subtle humor. It was amusing that he named a snow-white monkey with blue patterns Xiao He, a name quite unbefitting. Xiao Bai would have been more appropriate, she jested. Then let it be as you say, it shall be called Xiao Bai. The old monkey, whether understanding or not, emitted a heavy snort. There is no need for it to remain by your side, mother. The small wooden box gifted by Ninger is sufficient. This Xiao Bai possesses strength comparable to a 15th-tier terrestrial immortal. It is best to keep it by Ninger's side to maximize its potential. Otherwise, it may merely serve to dance for you. Yu Fei laughed. Jiang Ning had no intentions of using it as a combatant. He merely found the old monkey intelligent. Having lived in a paradise for years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, a rarity indeed. Thus, he thought to keep it as a pet, pondering whether it could eventually transform into a human form. He had encountered many demons who had taken on human forms among the human race, but he had yet to see a spiritual beast achieve such a transformation. A mundane life needed some amusement. At that moment, Yu Fei suddenly recalled the matter concerning Ruoyu, and her expression grew serious. That Shaoqing of the Taichung Temple dared to offend us mother and son. Such audacity is utterly disrespectful. Mother, how should we deal with Ruoyu? Sighing, Yu Fei lamented, I initially intended to find you a more ordinary princess. But Ruoyu's sudden change of heart, while rude, stems from her ignorance of your true nature, fearing entanglement with fate. She has forfeited this opportunity herself. She can only blame her short-sightedness. Let this matter rest. Indeed, without Yu Fei's compassion, Jiang Ning might have eliminated Ruoyu for causing distress to his mother. However, Yu Fei was right. Ruoyu's reversal was indeed a matter of self-preservation. Such minor characters, in their pursuit of safety, could not be faulted too heavily. Jiang Ning would not hold it against her. Ninger, next time I will surely find you someone better, Yu Fei smiled. Jiang Ning's display of power would undoubtedly attract many who sought to ally with him. Without the proactive efforts of the imperial consort, top-ranking nobles would still seek various means to arrange a marriage with Jiang Ning. For someone of Ruojia's stature, the consort would no longer deign to acknowledge her in the future. Mother, may I stay at the residence for lunch? Jiang Ning inquired. No, I must return to the palace immediately to see what countenance the empress has assumed, the consort replied, her face aglow with delight. Should there be any matters in the palace, please do not hesitate to instruct Lu Jin. If the empress causes you distress again, you may do as you wish. I shall bear the burdens for you, my dear mother. Hearing these words, the consort was deeply moved. Her son was indeed filial. Yet, she would not resort to such drastic measures, for to eliminate the empress would unjustly embroil Ninger in peril. She felt powerless to assist, but wished to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble upon her son. While she would not permit Lu Jin to harm the empress, she could certainly teach her a lesson. However, in Jiang Ning's heart, the empress had already been sentenced to death. It was merely a matter of whether it would come 2 days sooner or later. As the consort departed the residence, she suddenly gazed upward at the heavens. The somber sky was rent by a fissure that sliced through the firmament, a beam of light cascading down like a golden barrier, cleaving the world in twain. What a magnificent spectacle! After her departure, the ancient ape surveyed the courtyard. With a gait that seemed indifferent to kinship, it approached a tree in the yard. It raised its arm to examine the tree, then gestured toward its own head. Clearly, this tree, standing only 3 to 4 zhang high, could not fulfill the ape's needs. Dejected, the ancient ape slumped to the ground, lowering its massive head as it began to rummage through its own fur. "Xiaobai," Jiang Ning called. The ape glanced at Jiang Ning, pointed at the tree, then lay down on the ground, one arm resting on its belly, occasionally toying with its own abdomen. "Your Highness, what troubles you?" Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Although the ancient ape had lived for a millennium, its nature remained unchanged. When not angered, it exhibited the ordinary habits of a monkey, dissatisfied with the tree's diminutive size, unfit for its play and rest. Jiang Ning chuckled softly. "I have heard that there exists a 5,000-year-old locust tree in the Xiaofeng cave, nearly 300 zhang tall. I shall transplant that tree here for you to climb and reside upon. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the ancient ape instantly sprang up, pounding its chest with its fists. It then spun around twice in the relatively confined courtyard, emitting a hoarse sound. "Your Highness, it seems this creature has truly accepted you as its master," exclaimed Yu Tianhu in wonder. "Indeed," Jiang Ning remarked to the ape, "Xiaobai. Apart from this main hall of the palace, feel free to dismantle anything else within the estate as you see fit. Create as large a space for activity as you desire." Roar, roar. The ancient ape appeared quite exhilarated. The tale of Jiang Ning displaying his prowess before the Vermilion Bird Gate swiftly spread throughout the city. Just as Ruoyu returned home with his granddaughter, his son hurried back from outside. "Father, has the cool king taken a liking to Lanner?" The man exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "I have already sought the favor of Lady Yu, and the matter of the arranged marriage has not progressed." "What do you mean, father?" The man was momentarily taken aback. "The Liang king has entangled himself with the Lu family of Lingzhou. At this juncture, how long can Lianer possibly remain as the Liang king's consort? Are you not aware that the governor of Lingzhou, Lu Zhengxian, has brought tens of thousands of cultivators to eliminate the Liang king? So, you have decided to go back on your word?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed, I cannot recklessly push my own granddaughter into the flames of peril. This would not only jeopardize Lianer, but also our Ru family." The man clenched his fists in frustration. "Father, you are being foolish. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is foolish? It is you who is foolish. Do you not comprehend the fate that awaits those tens of thousands of rebel forces outside the city? They were utterly vanquished by the Liang king himself. Even that old monkey from the Lu family has been subdued by him." The man was filled with indignation. "What did you say?" "The Liang king is a formidable cultivator of the 15th realm, a terrestrial immortal." "What?" Ruyu felt a momentary blurring of vision. "The Liang king is a terrestrial immortal? And he has annihilated the tens of thousands of cultivators from Lingzhou? Is that even possible? Surely, you must be dreaming. Alas! The virtues accumulated by our ancestors over 18 generations have been wholly squandered by you, old man. Our family was poised to ascend to greatness, yet you, in your folly, have thwarted that." The one most distressed was Ru Lan, for that charming prince had indeed promised Lady Yu that he would take her as his wife. Had it not been for the grandfather's meddling, she would have already entered the royal residence. Unbeknownst to her, the husband who had nearly crossed her path was, in fact, a terrestrial immortal. This cannot be true. It must be a fabrication. The man pointed skyward, indicating the rift created by the Liang king's sword, a sword that cleaved the heavens. This is not the mark of a terrestrial immortal? Thousands have witnessed this spectacle. How could it be false? Ruyu raised her gaze to the rift suspended in the sky and suddenly sank to the ground, her face etched with despair. Chapter 47. That old ape is dismantling your royal residence. Jiang Ning, with a single stroke of his sword, opened the heavens, subduing tens of thousands of cultivators and taming the mountain-protecting ape of the Lu family. creating a tremendous uproar in Beijing. Who could have anticipated that a prince, merely 20 years of age, who had vanished for a decade, would emerge in such a world-shattering manner? However, the final recipient of this news was none other than the current emperor. It was not until a young eunuch called out outside the Qingxin Palace, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." The emperor, troubled by the prospect of the Jiulong beacon tower being reignited, was prompted by the eunuch's urgency to summon the royal aura and remotely inspect the Jiulong beacon tower. Finding it unlit, the emperor felt a modicum of relief. For him, as long as the Jiulong beacon tower remained extinguished, all other matters were trivial. Silence. The emperor's authoritative voice resounded. "Your Majesty, the governor of Lingzhou has led tens of thousands of cultivators to invade." Clang. The young eunuch's words were abruptly cut off as the doors of Qingxin Palace swung open, and the emperor's figure vanished in an instant. "Baihe," the emperor called out, and from a garden within the palace, a spirit crane adorned with brilliant crimson feathers soared into the sky. At this moment, the emperor hovered in the air as the ethereal bird named Biha soared beneath him, leaving behind a fiery afterimage before vanishing into thin air. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, I haven't finished speaking." The female national master hurriedly stepped out, immediately noticing a resplendent light curtain standing between heaven and earth. The emperor, clad in a white Taoist robe, his hair flowing like clouds, exuding an aura of celestial elegance, stood upon the back of the crimson spirit crane, truly resembling an immortal. Suddenly, he recalled the thunderous sounds that had emanated from the southern part of the city not long ago. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a skirmish among practitioners outside the city, but it turned out that an enemy had invaded. "Governor of Lingzhou, Lu Jingxian, do you truly believe that your Lu family, entrenched in Lingzhou for centuries, possesses the strength to overthrow my great Xia dynasty? As long as I draw breath, this great Xia shall remain the great Xia of the Jiang family." In an instant, the spirit crane soared above the vermilion bird gate. The emperor gazed outside the city and beheld a massive pit 2 li away, where numerous soldiers were busily filling it in. Didn't Lu Jingxian summon tens of thousands of practitioners to invade? He pondered. Where are those tens of thousands? His aged eyes widened as he looked further afield. Behind the enormous pit lay a sea of crimson, the ground littered with dismembered limbs. Some belonged to humans, others to beasts, stretching as far as the eye could see. The spirit crane descended slowly, and the emperor lightly leaped down to the city walls. "Your subjects pay their respects to your Majesty." The gathered generals, including Wen Kai, bowed deeply upon the emperor's arrival. "There is no need for such formality," the emperor replied, turning his gaze outward. "Wen Kai, what transpired?" "In response to your Majesty, Governor Lu Jingxian led over 60,000 practitioners, claiming to seek revenge against the Liang King and cleanse the court of corrupt officials. Yet, they were all slain by the Liang King's single-sword strike," Wen Kai reported with palpable excitement. The emperor paused for a moment, taken aback. "All of them slain?" Wen Kai reflected carefully, realizing that this indeed seemed to be the case. "Oh, and the Liang King has subdued the Lu family's guardian mountain ape, which has been brought into the city," he added. The emperor was taken aback. A single sword strike to slay tens of thousands of practitioners? And then subdued the guardian ape of the Lu family? Despite the vast power of the Lu family, even if they brought an army of 300,000 to 500,000, the emperor felt confident in defending the white jade capital. Yet, he was acutely aware of the Lu family's ambitious nature and refrained from launching a preemptive strike, primarily due to the presence of a terrestrial deity and the formidable guardian ape. "Please repeat that," the emperor said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lu Jingxian led an army of no less than 60,000, all practitioners, and they were slain by the Liang King's sword, while the old ape was subdued. "Oh, and your Majesty, Lu Jingxian has broken through to the realm of a terrestrial deity," Wen Kai added simply, recounting what he knew. The emperor was indeed shocked, but a smile soon crept across his aged features. Could it be that Jiang Ning had slain tens of thousands of practitioners with a single strike, perhaps having previously concealed his cultivation of the divine emperor's revelation, and thus understood how to wield the power hidden within the Nine-Dragon Beacon? Wait, did you just say that Lu Jingxian has attained the 15th realm? Indeed, Lu Jingxian had previously manifested an imposing golden body of the Dharma, a power exclusive to terrestrial immortals, yet it was effortlessly shattered by the words of His Highness the Cool King. Could his royal son so easily dismantle the golden body of a terrestrial immortal? This ability does not stem from the divine edicts of the emperor's revelations. Again, it is the phenomenon of words becoming law. Is it possible that the ninth prince is a sage of Confucianism and Taoism? The emperor suddenly recalled that Jiang Ning had mentioned he ascended to the 14th realm over a decade ago. Now, when Kai reports that Jiang Ning single-handedly annihilated tens of thousands of cultivators, effortlessly dismantling the golden body of a terrestrial immortal, is he then a sword immortal? Or a Confucian immortal? Or perhaps a synthesis of both? How could such strength be possible otherwise? The emperor had previously thought the ninth prince too ostentatious in his actions. But upon reflection, if he is indeed a dual-cultivating terrestrial immortal, then his current prowess must surpass all imperial heirs. He recognized that every heir concealed their strength to varying degrees. The second son might be the strongest, possibly having attained the sanctity of physical form. However, the old ape from the Liu clan has also achieved such sanctity, augmented by the might of thunder. He glanced again at the scattered remnants of limbs. While he did not fear external foes, he felt assured in repelling rebels, yet he harbored no confidence in effortlessly slaying tens of thousands of cultivators. It appeared that the ninth prince did not lack the art of concealment due to youth, but rather possessed the formidable strength of dual 15th realms, rendering concealment unnecessary. He, to the palace of the cool king, commanded the emperor, gracefully leaping onto the back of the spirit crane. In an instant, a fiery red shadow flitted past, and the emperor vanished from sight. It seems the crown prince is indeed a viable candidate. What the current Great Xia requires most is a formidable individual. Moments later, the spirit crane bore the emperor above the royal residence. Looking down, he beheld a gigantic snow-white ape wreaking havoc upon the estate, having reduced a significant portion of it to ruins. At that moment, the old ape abruptly turned its massive head, fixating its gaze on the approaching spirit crane. Ceasing all motion, the crane alighted upon the apex of the main hall, and the emperor gently leaped into the courtyard. The spirit crane tilted its head, elegantly preening its resplendent red feathers. The old ape rose, emitting a series of peculiar calls directed at the spirit crane, which merely cast a glance at the ape before turning away, entirely disregarding it. Jiang Ning emerged from the main hall, respectfully bowing. "I pay my respects to father. Isn't that old ape demolishing your palace? Did you not see?" The emperor felt a profound shock within, yet maintained an air of calm. "It was I who instructed it to dismantle." "Oh." The emperor fell silent for a protracted moment. Having lived so long and endured the brutal struggles for succession, he was experiencing a sense of unreality for the first time. He could hardly believe that his youngest son possessed such extraordinary capabilities. "Did you not wish to learn how to ignite the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower? Come alone to the palace tonight, to the Imperial Ancestral Hall, and I shall impart this knowledge to you." "I shall obey." The emperor leaped into the air, and the spirit crane, shaking its brilliant feathers, flew beneath his feet. With a meaningful glance at the old ape, the emperor vanished from sight. Chapter 48. Diligence and governance cannot save the Great Xia. A maid timidly approached Jiang Ning from behind and softly remarked, "It is still being dismantled." "That is of no concern," Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. "But it has also torn down the chambers where your highness resides." Upon soaring to the rooftop, Jiang Ning could not help but feel a blend of amusement and exasperation. In the brief time he had spent conversing with the emperor, the old monkey had managed to reduce a quarter of the royal mansion to ruins. With its comical gait, it dashed about, at times crashing through walls and disappearing within the structure, only to emerge from the other side moments later. After a swift turn, it resumed its chaotic onslaught against the building. Jiang Ning surmised that such a vast space would indeed suffice for the monkey's daily frolics. "That is enough," Jiang Ning called out, and the old monkey immediately halted, turning its gaze toward him while gesturing at the half-demolished house behind it. "The last one," it howled, pounding its fists against its chest before flattening the final structure. It then took off in a wild sprint through the debris, stirring up a cloud of dust. The adaptability of the old monkey surpassed Jiang Ning's expectations. It seemed to have truly embraced the ruins as its new abode. Gently descending back to the ground, a maid inquired in a hushed tone, "My lord, given its size, what should we feed it?" Strictly speaking, a spiritual beast that has attained corporeal sanctity can automatically absorb the essence of heaven and earth and no longer require sustenance. However, this old monkey, being a beast, possessed an exceptionally strong desire for food. Judging by its habits, it was evident that it had never undergone the process of fasting. Thus, provisions must certainly be prepared for it. Not to mention, Jiang Ning himself still retained a hearty appetite. Daily, 200 pounds of fresh berries mixed with honey, and an additional 10 pounds of meat, Jiang Ning instructed. If that proves insufficient, we shall simply augment it according to this ratio. Such a quantity, my lord. Your stipend has yet to be disbursed, and recently, all expenses of the manor have been covered by General Yu. Procuring such a massive quantity of berries daily may require 400 to 500 taels of silver, the maid whispered. The annual salary of a prince amounts to 10,000 taels, a considerable sum for an ordinary person. Yet, for a prince, it is but a drop in the ocean. Which prince does not engage in martial training? Which does not maintain a cadre of warriors? Such practices necessitate the consumption of vast resources. Take Jiang Ning, for example. Having reached the 13th realm of corporeal strength, he had long since depleted a fortune. Relying solely on his stipend, he could never have attained his current standing. Moreover, princes receive an additional income surpassing their salary, derived from the taxes of their fiefs. However, even this revenue is insufficient to support their ambitions in the struggle for succession. Most possess their own avenues for generating wealth and receive robust backing from their maternal clans. This constitutes the primary financial source for the various royal princes. Jiang Ning had overlooked the fact that he currently found himself devoid of resources. Following his recent elevation, many believed the empress was orchestrating his downfall. Consequently, the Ministry of Revenue had not promptly allocated funds. First, we shall seek assistance from Tianhu, after which I shall devise a solution, Jiang Ning stated calmly. Understood. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning instructed the maid to tidy up a chamber once more. He then settled in, reading while enjoying some snacks. As night fell, Jiang Ning divided his consciousness, soaring into the palace and entering the royal ancestral hall. His form materialized as he surveyed the sacred space. Within the ancestral temple, there were no altars. Instead, the walls were adorned with portraits of several monarchs, spanning from the founding emperor to the reigning emperor. A fleeting glance at the portrait of the founding emperor revealed a figure both valiant and majestic, remarkably lifelike, reminiscent of the statue witnessed earlier at the city gate. At that moment, the emperor arrived quietly, in person. Draped in a white Taoist robe, he appeared aged and weary under the dim light. I pay my respects to your majesty, Jiang Ning greeted, bowing. The emperor, upon seeing this ethereal figure, spoke in a solemn tone, "It is I who should be here. We are one and the same. Since I have arrived, so be it." First, the emperor offered a profound bow to his ancestors, while Jiang Ning stood behind him, mirroring the gesture of reverence. Then, with a sweep of his robe, the portrait of the founding emperor slowly receded a few inches. At that moment, the ground at the center of the ancestral temple revealed a hidden mechanism, unveiling an entrance to an underground passage. "Follow me," the emperor commanded as he stepped into the passageway, with Jiang Ning promptly trailing behind. The portrait returned to its original position, and the entrance sealed shut. Silence enveloped the ancestral temple, as if no one had ever visited. Upon reaching the subterranean chamber, the spirit stones embedded in the walls gradually emitted a gentle glow. To clarify, this was not merely a basement. It resembled a grand sepulchre. The vast chamber was strikingly spacious, its walls adorned with vivid relief sculptures. Several intricately carved dragon columns reached up to the dome, imbuing the space with an aura of antiquity and solemnity. The two proceeded forward, one following the other, as the emperor briefly elucidated the significance of the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower. On the occasion of the founding emperor's 400th year of reign, he sacrificed his remaining fortune to construct the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower, thereby ensuring the stability of the Great Xia's destiny. In the center of the chamber lay an oddly shaped pedestal upon which rested a copper box, tarnished and inscribed with faded engravings. The emperor gently brushed his hand over the box, causing the engravings to shimmer momentarily. He lifted the lid to reveal a scroll within, the Divine Emperor's Revelation. This was a unique martial art created by the founding emperor, named the Divine Emperor's Revelation. When the Spirit Emperor ignited the Nine-Dragon Beacon Tower, the years of national fortune consumed were known only to the benevolent emperor. Since my ascension to the throne until 5 years ago, I have diligently sought to prolong the legacy of the Great Xia. It was only on the day I reached the 14th realm that I comprehended the true nature of power struggles, the incessant rebellions akin to scattered embers, and the feudal lords asserting their dominance, none of which were the primary causes of the Great Xia's decline. In the grand scheme of a vast nation, stability among the factions is crucial, yet it pales in comparison to the fortune of the dynasty. I have clearly observed that the Great Xia's fortune has dwindled to less than 200 years, and I foresee a chaotic future akin to the turmoil of 2 millennia past. Thus, my diligent efforts alone cannot salvage the Great Xia. At best, they may only guide it along its predetermined path to oblivion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning began to grasp the essence of the matter. The Great Xia dynasty resembled an individual with a malfunctioning immune system, beset by both internal and external troubles, akin to a person perpetually plagued by colds. Treating the cold merely addresses the symptoms, not the underlying ailment. Ultimately, the emperor had identified this most critical issue. The emperor paused for a moment, extending his hand to retrieve the ancient tome, from which a primitive yet domineering force began to emanate slowly. Having cultivated the divine emperor's revelation to the 12th level, he naturally comprehended the method to ignite the nine-dragon beacon. Now having ascended to the 13th level, he realized that the nine-dragon beacon draws fortune from the monarch. Consequently, every emperor following the spirit emperor could not enjoy the longevity bestowed by martial prowess. The fortune of a sovereign is akin to a drop in the ocean for the fortune of a dynasty. Thus, the benevolent emperor feared the exposure of this secret, apprehensive that future monarchs might become unsettled, leading him to prohibit the divine emperor's revelation. The nine-dragon beacon is like an insatiable lake, forever unfilled. Nevertheless, I have conceived a method to perpetuate the destiny of the Great Xia, and that is through immortality. Chapter 49. A simple lesson for His Majesty. The Emperor held the divine emperor's revelation with both hands, his gaze reverent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning began to grasp the situation. The nine-dragon beacon requires immense fortune to stabilize the destiny of Great Xia. However, the emperor's lifespan is insufficient to remedy the deficiencies of the nine-dragon beacon. Thus, the emperor seeks the path of immortality to possess boundless longevity, allowing the nine-dragon beacon to draw upon it freely. As long as the emperor remains alive and the nine-dragon beacon endures, he shall be the legitimate ruler of Great Xia, the rightful sovereign of the Central Plains. This elucidates the emperor's sudden neglect of state affairs in favor of pursuing the path of immortality. Why are you hesitating? Jiang Ning mused inwardly. Although the emperor had discovered a potential solution, he had yet to attain it, for he was merely at the 14th realm. And after utilizing his own fortune to nourish the nine-dragon beacon, his remaining lifespan was likely less than 20 years. The myriad paths of the Tao are not confined solely to martial arts. If I could indeed cultivate the path of immortality, it would ensure the eternal glory of Great Xia. The emperor's expression suddenly grew fervent. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ning surmised that theoretically, the emperor's idea might be viable. Yet, could anyone truly achieve the path of immortality? His own lifespan undoubtedly exceeded the 500 years of terrestrial immortals. Even with his current level, he could not fathom the essence of immortality. He might live for several millennia, yet in the grand tapestry of time, whether it be thousands or tens of thousands of years, it is but a mere speck in the vast ocean. However, the emperor was merely at the 14th realm, and the path of immortality he aspired to was indeed as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Jiang Ning felt this perspective was somewhat flawed. For one at the 14th realm, ascending to the heavens could be as effortless as flipping a hand. Perhaps the divine emperor's revelation holds the answers. The emperor turned to Jiang Ning. External forces incessantly gnaw at the destiny of Great Xia, and I have had no intention of managing so much. Yet now, with your dual 15th realm prowess, you can certainly intimidate all corners. Great Xia currently requires a formidable individual like you to govern the state. Therefore, I intend to designate you as the crown prince. With you overseeing state affairs, I can devote myself to the pursuit of immortality. The endurance of the Great Xia dynasty for millennia hinges upon whether you and I can unite our hearts. The emperor's countenance became increasingly animated. Given the capabilities Jiang Ning has displayed thus far, maintaining stability both internally and externally should pose no challenge. Jiang Ning frowned slightly. Without the support of fortune, a strong man's governance can only stabilize for a generation. The emperor confided in him, evidently intending to use him as a mere tool. However, whether by fortune or fate, he was unaware if the Great Xia could endure for millennia, but for the several thousand years he had lived, it could only bear the surname Jiang. As for whether the emperor could cultivate the path to immortality, the convergence of the three flowers atop the head was merely an illusion. The emperor observed Jiang Ning's profound gaze, devoid of any hint of excitement, and felt a sense of astonishment. Today, he had revealed his innermost thoughts to Jiang Ning, intending to establish him as the crown prince. Yet Jiang Ning displayed no signs of enthusiasm. This was a coveted aspiration that other princes had yearned for over many years. Yet Jiang Ning appeared as if he had heard something utterly mundane. At merely 20 years of age, his composure seemed excessively profound. Old Ninth, when did you enter the 15th realm? And you have achieved dual cultivation in the 15th realm? The emperor inquired. 7 years ago, Jiang Ning replied candidly. 7 years ago. At 13? The emperor was filled with astonishment, realizing that Jiang Ning had surpassed even the founding emperor in reaching the 15th realm. Now, the emperor was convinced that the formidable figure needed by the great Xia was indeed Jiang Ning. The divine emperor's revelation, you may take it back for cultivation. It was through this divine skill that the founding emperor attained the highest divine realm among mortals. With such a skill, perhaps you could become the first existence to surpass the founding emperor in 1600 years. However, remember to keep it concealed, the emperor cautioned. Father, Jiang Ning took the divine emperor's revelation. You mentioned that one must cultivate it to the 12th level to learn the method of igniting the 9-dragon beacon. If the 9-dragon beacon was not ignited by you, then aside from you, someone else must have cultivated this divine skill. Jiang Ning spoke with a tranquil gaze. Indeed. Do you know what the creature that appeared in Wing City is? Jiang Ning asked. The emperor shook his head. It is a calamity. A calamity? The emperor's expression grew grave. He understood well what a calamity represented. It was a symbol of chaos. Yet, as the Jiang family still upheld the great order, and the world had not fallen into turmoil, why would such a calamity arise? Someone has refined the flesh of the calamity into what is called the everlasting pill, and is using it to propagate their teachings. Those who consume the everlasting pill gain an indescribable power. The puppeteer behind this can manipulate the consumers to transform into calamity spirits, which can be perfectly controlled, Jiang Ning stated solemnly. Are you implying that the one cultivating the divine emperor's revelation and the one controlling the calamity spirits are the same person? Clearly so. During that chaotic millennium, calamity spirits had always been a thorn in the side of various factions. Ancient texts have never recorded that calamities could be controlled by men. Yet now, such sinister power can be wielded by someone. Who exactly is refining the flesh of calamity, and what is their true intention? We must not allow the calamity spirits to spread, the emperor said with utmost gravity. Rest assured, Father, I have already set up a great formation to seal off the capital. As long as we eliminate the source of the calamity flesh, the calamity power lurking within the consumers will dissipate, Jiang Ning assured him. The pressing matter is to identify this individual and eliminate them without mercy. The emperor was acutely aware that it must be one of the princes. Though he was reluctant to take action against his own flesh and blood, he could not ignore the fact that one among them sought to see him as the king of a fallen nation. Regardless of who this individual may be, even if he is the emperor's most cherished prince, he cannot be retained. Clarity will soon emerge. That is well. The emperor waved his hand. Return, and diligently cultivate the divine emperor's revelation. No need. My son shall leave the divine art behind after merely reading it, Jiang Ning declared, already perusing the text. Could it be that Jiang Ning implies he only needs a single reading to master it? Undoubtedly, Jiang Ning possesses exceptional talent. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the dual 15th realm at such a young age. Yet, is his aptitude truly so astonishing? To learn after just a single glance? Almost certainly. Jiang Ning has studied an extensive array of martial arts, more than even he can recall. He has yet to encounter anything that necessitated a second reading. When Jiang Ning stated he would read it once, he indeed only read it once. In less than 3/4 of an hour, he returned the divine emperor's revelation to its original place. Throughout the process, the emperor remained present, witnessing Jiang Ning's swift page-turning. Even when perusing a storybook, such speed is unprecedented. He could not help but express his astonishment. Have you finished reading? Indeed. Then have you mastered it? Admittedly, it is somewhat more challenging than the martial arts my son has previously studied, Jiang Ning replied candidly. To what level can you cultivate? The emperor's voice grew increasingly subdued. Currently, I have reached the 15th level. However, the divine emperor's revelation is remarkably unique. It rightfully deserves to be called the supreme martial art. Jiang Ning rarely displayed a hint of a smile. What? The emperor stood utterly dumbfounded, clad in a Taoist robe. His ethereal demeanor rendered him somewhat comical in his state of shock. While he comprehended Jiang Ning's words, when pieced together, they formed a perplexing narrative. What did he mean by currently at the 15th level? The 15th level represents the pinnacle of the divine emperor's revelation. After decades of practice, I have only attained the 13th level. You merely skimmed through it and achieved the 15th level? Is this reasonable? Before the 10th level, the divine emperor's revelation is indeed manageable. With a solid foundation in martial arts, one can readily grasp it. However, beyond the 10th level, each subsequent tier presents greater challenges. The emperor deliberated for a considerable time on whether to allow Jiang Ning to cultivate the divine emperor's revelation. The resolution was straightforward. He recalled the empress's claim that Jiang Ning was the least suitable candidate for the crown prince. If he harbored intentions of making Jiang Ning the heir, he ought to enlighten him about matters concerning the 9-dragon beacon. Currently at the 15th level? What does that entail? The emperor was utterly bewildered. The divine emperor's revelation is a type of open-source martial art, Jiang Ning elucidated. What do you mean by open source? The emperor was entirely unfamiliar with this term. The divine emperor's revelation indeed possesses profound intricacies. The initial layers focus on fundamental practices like body refinement, energy cultivation, and spirit honing. Beyond the 10th level, the difficulty escalates progressively. It is akin to a building. The 1st through 15th floors are fully adorned, yet the 16th floor and above remain barren, devoid of decoration or furnishings, requiring the practitioner to explore and embellish it independently. This is not merely a martial art. It is a paradigm that guides individuals to transcend the limits of martial prowess. Thus, it is neither called the divine emperor's art nor the divine emperor's formula, but rather the divine emperor's revelation, Jiang Ning explained. Chapter 50. That person is profoundly unfathomable. The emperor slightly parted his lips, craning his neck to gaze intently at Jiang Ning. Summoning him to the palace was intended to impart a lesson, to elucidate the divine emperor's revelation and the 9 dragons beacon tower, so that he might grasp the extraordinary nature of the divine emperor's revelation left by the founding ancestor. However, Jiang Ning merely perused the divine emperor's revelation and, in doing so, attained a deeper understanding than the emperor himself, effectively turning the tables to teach him a lesson instead. He had comprehended the essence of open source. Was this the unparalleled divine skill conceived by the ancestors? How astonishingly profound it was. The emperor suddenly felt that Renzong should not have prohibited this school of thought. Hadn't a prodigy capable of fully comprehending the divine emperor's revelation emerged? Observing Jiang Ning's calm demeanor, the emperor was struck by the realization that the seemingly fragile fate of the great Xia did not appear as daunting as it once had. Father, is there anything else you wish to convey? Jiang Ning inquired. None. You may go at your leisure. I take my leave, he replied. Wait. The emperor hesitated for a moment, a flicker of struggle appearing in his expression. After determining who was clandestinely opposing the great Xia, do inform me. Understood, Jiang Ning responded, his figure dissipating like a wisp of blue smoke. In the early hours of the morning, a figure stumbled through the night sky, speeding towards Shaofeng Mountain in Lingzhou City. Hurry, someone! Someone! Lu Zhenghong's voice shattered the tranquility of the Lu residence. A few maidservants hurried out, only to witness Lu Zhenghong, disheveled, with bloodshot eyes and a face etched with sheer terror, as if he had encountered a specter. Third master, you have returned. Quickly, gather all members of the Lu clan, summon the ancestor at once. Hurry, hurry, go! Lu Zhenghong bellowed at the maidservants, as though their slightest delay would incite his wrath. The maidservants, trembling with fear, dashed away. A commotion erupted within the Lu residence. The day prior, Lu Zhengxian had led a large contingent to the capital to eliminate the corrupt officials, yet around half of the Lu clan's mainstay had not accompanied him. Awakened from their slumber, several key figures of the Lu clan were informed of Lu Zhenghong's return and hastily donned their garments to make their way to the front hall. Upon arrival, they found Lu Zhenghong seated on the floor, leaning against a chair, utterly disheveled, as if he had just returned from the depths of hell. Brother, did you not go to Baiyu capital? What brings you back so suddenly? Lu Zhenghong recalled the harrowing scene of 20,000 being obliterated, his lips quivering uncontrollably. He had not witnessed how the 60,000 met their demise, but he was certain it was far more terrifying than the annihilation of the 20,000. With such figures stationed in Baiyu capital, who would dare to confront the corrupt officials? To do so would be akin to courting death. Brother? Why are you sitting on the ground? Others entering the room soon noticed Lu Zhenghong's abnormal demeanor. Was it possible that something grave had transpired in Baiyu capital? Yet, the Lu clan had dispatched over 80,000 cultivators, not to mention the various beasts accompanying them, totaling over 100,000 troops. Not only did they have Lu Zhengxian, who had just stepped into the realm of terrestrial immortals, but even the Lu clan's most formidable combat force, the mountain guardian apes, had joined the expedition. How could anything have gone awry? Lu Zhenghong stood there, lost in thought, completely disregarding those around him. It was not until 2 young girls assisted the venerable ancestor of the Lu family into the hall, traversing the grand space to take their seats at the head of the table, that he stirred. Upon greeting the ancestor, everyone bowed in reverence. Good, Good. No need for excessive formality. The ancestor smiled benevolently, his gaze settling upon Lu Zhenghong as he inquired, "What troubles you, Zhenghong?" Suddenly, Lu Zhenghong sprang to his feet. His expression contorted with profound agony as he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Then, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. "What is the matter?" the ancestor asked, a sense of foreboding creeping into the hearts of those present. "Do not rush. Take your time," the ancestor reassured him. "My brother, and everyone else, they cannot return." Lu Zhenghong crawled to the ancestor's feet, crying out in despair. The crowd's hearts tightened at his words, though they still could not fathom the gravity of the situation. "Brother, what do you mean, they cannot return? Have they suffered a defeat in battle, scattered? Or has my brother been captured by Yujing?" Someone ventured to ask. "No, it is not that he has been captured. It is that they are all dead. Every last one of them." The hall fell silent for a moment as Lu Zhenghong's voice grew increasingly anguished. "That man, he instantly annihilated over 20,000 cultivators." "What?" The ancestor of the Lu family trembled violently at the revelation, slowly rising to his feet. He had suspected that Lu Zhengxian's attempt to breach by Yujing would be fraught with difficulty. However, Lu Zhengxian's purpose was primarily exploratory. If he discovered that Bai Yujing still possessed resources, they would not launch an assault, but rather pressure them into surrendering Jiang Ning. 80,000 cultivators, merely positioned outside the city, would exert immense pressure on Bai Yujing. Could it be that Bai Yujing was willing to go to such lengths to protect the Liang King Jiang Ning? "Zhenghong, clarify your statement." The ancestor's aged voice trembled. "My brother led 60,000 towards Bai Yujing while I remained behind with 20,000. I witnessed my brother's golden Dharma form appear for but a moment before it vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, he was struck back. At that moment, not only were his internal organs shattered, but his dantian was destroyed as well. My brother urged us to flee quickly, but before we could escape, that man appeared. He merely used a single strand of his aura, without even lifting a finger, and all 20,000 of us were annihilated. All dead, all gone. I am the only one left, the only one." As Lu Zhenghong recounted this, tears streamed down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. The gaze of the Lu ancestor, once clouded, transformed into a complex expression of emotions. The others, upon hearing Lu Zhenghong's account, felt a chill run down their spines. They understood the implication of his words. Lu Zhengxian, with 60,000, had approached Bai Yujing, only to be met with the destruction of his golden Dharma form and subsequently cast aside. Then, that man had appeared, instantly slaughtering 20,000. Thus, the 60,000 who had accompanied Lu Zhengxian to Bai Yujing had also been eradicated, more than 80,000 lives extinguished, leaving Lu Zhenghong as the sole survivor. What unfathomable power could so effortlessly decimate so many in an instant? They felt as though they were listening to a ghost story, suddenly relieved that Lu Zhengxian had not taken them along. Otherwise, they feared they might never return. "Who is that person you mentioned? Could it be that the Jiang royal family harbors some formidable power? Or perhaps Bai Yujing, in a bid to protect the cool king, has resorted to utilizing its deep resources? Did they summon the remnants of Emperor Gaozu's spirit to descend upon the world?" The patriarch of the Lu clan, stooping with urgency, inquired. Little did he know the true extent of the Jiang family's capabilities. Aside from the soon-to-be collapsed Nine-Dragon Beacon, what else could the Jiang family possess? If such a person existed within the Jiang clan, would they still be subject to the influence of outside relatives? Could it be that an external faction has intervened? Yet, even the most powerful external faction, the Zhao clan, would be incapable of such a feat, or perhaps a new aristocratic family has entered the fray for the throne. Lu Zhenghong, however, vigorously shook his head. "No, that person is none other than Jiang Ning, the very individual we seek to eliminate." Throughout, Bai Yujing has only seen Jiang Ning leave the city. No one else has acted. What? The patriarch grasped Lu Zhenghong's collar. "What level of power does Jiang Ning possess? Deep, unfathomable. My brother was instantaneously torn apart." Chapter 51. The patriarch of the Lu clan seeks audience. Recalling the scene of Lu Zhengxian being effortlessly dismembered, Lu Zhenghong trembled violently, his expression one of excruciating anguish. He clutched his hair desperately, yet could not silence the haunting image in his mind. Over 20,000 people were annihilated in an instant. A terrestrial deity was brutally torn apart. That was a 15th realm being, not an ordinary individual. The patriarch of the Lu clan slowly sank back into his chair, his gaze a tangle of emotions. Others around him turned pale. The opulent main hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Jiang Ning's subjugation of Lu Zhengchun led the entire Lu clan to believe that the Jiang royal family had produced a fool, one who would humiliate them before the Lu clan. If this plan were to succeed, even if they did not conquer by Yujing this time, merely delivering a blow to the Jiang royal family's pride and uncovering their final resources would justify the death of one Lu Zhengchun. Yet, who could have anticipated that out of 80,000, only Lu Zhenghong would return? Why were you able to come back? The patriarch asked. He did not kill me. He left only me alive, Lu Zhenghong stammered. What did Jiang Ning say to you? The patriarch pressed. He said nothing. He merely left me behind and departed. Zhenghong, what of the old ape? The patriarch suddenly inquired. No, I don't know. He may also be dead, Lu Zhenghong replied. The patriarch leaned back slowly in his chair, his thoughts plummeting to despair. A terrestrial deity, a millennium-old spiritual beast. Jiang Ning allowed Lu Zhenghong to return yet said nothing. The patriarch was acutely aware that matters had gone terribly awry. The problem lay in the fact that the person they sought to kill was beyond their reach. Thus, Jiang Ning's act of releasing Lu Zhenghong was merely to convey this truth to the Lu clan. Following this incident in Lingzhou, many cultivators were lost. Even though the Lu clan's strength had significantly diminished, with the presence of their patriarch, they could still barely stand equal to the Zhao clan. The crux of the matter does not lie in the strength of the Lu family, but rather in the intentions of Jiang Ning. It seems Jiang Ning desires the Lu clan to journey to the capital and seek his forgiveness. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to allow Lu Zhenghong to return. The elder of the Lu family closed his weary eyes, deep in contemplation. If he chose to remain passive, pretending nothing had occurred, what would be the consequences? Should Jiang Ning harness the residual power of the late Emperor Taizu, he would be akin to waving a tiger's skin as a banner, rendering it improbable for Jiang Ning to confront the Lu family in Lingzhou. Conversely, if Jiang Ning were to wield his own strength to annihilate 80,000 men, then when he inevitably came to their doorstep, the Lu clan would not merely face annihilation but would suffer grievous damage. Of course, Jiang Ning would also have to bear a certain cost. After all, he was but 20 years old, and Lingzhou was not his territory. This was merely the elder's analysis, unaware that if Jiang Ning truly arrived, a single step would suffice to shatter the entirety of Xiaofeng Mountain. Thus, the elder of the Lu family believed it highly unlikely that Jiang Ning would personally come to Lingzhou. Nevertheless, with matters having reached this point, the elder could not afford to gamble. The Lu family had lost this battle so thoroughly that they had plunged themselves into a position of injustice. The elder resolved to personally visit Baiyu Jing and offer his apologies to the king of Liang. After much internal conflict, the elder reached a decision. Elder, are you truly going? The members of the Lu clan expressed their concerns. They knew little of Jiang Ning, only that he was a formidable figure. Should the elder fail to return, Xiaofeng Mountain would be left without a guardian, and given the diminished strength of the Lu family, it would likely attract the covetous gaze of other powers. If I do not return within 3 days, Zhengxiong, you shall lead the Lu clan to flee, to conceal our identities and preserve the Lu lineage. The elder rose and stretched his aged back. Elder, how can I possibly shoulder such a burden? Lu Zhengxiong, a robust man, trembled in fear. The rise and fall of fortunes is an immutable principle of this world. The Lu family had enjoyed a millennium and a half of fortune in Xiaofeng Mountain, producing generations of terrestrial immortals. They ought to have accumulated strength and deepened their foundations, preparing to vie for supremacy in the future. A millennium and a half is far too brief. The elder's voice echoed in the grand hall before his figure vanished. In an instant, the elder found himself beneath the towering ancient locust tree. He raised his seemingly decayed staff, its tip weaving through the air. Streams of golden light materialized, swiftly forming a formation in the sky. Powerful waves of spiritual energy radiated outward in concentric circles. The elder stepped into the formation, which suddenly contracted, transforming into a shooting star heading northward. A gentle breeze swept by, causing leaves of the ancient locust to flutter down. Morning arrived, and Jiang Ning emerged from his dwelling to find the courtyard walls had vanished. His quarters seamlessly merged with the ruins where the old monkey roamed. This ancient monkey, having lived for a millennium, remained quite playful, sprawled on the ruins with its legs elevated, occasionally scratching its belly with its robust fingers. At that moment, over a dozen maidens entered, carrying baskets of various sizes filled with fresh berries. The old monkey's nostrils flared, and it tilted its head back to glance, swiftly flipping itself upright. Do not move. Jiang Ning issued a command, and the old monkey indeed stood motionless, stretching its neck to gaze intently at the berries in the basket. With a gentle flick of his finger, a large green berry soared from the basket, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. The old monkey swiftly opened its mouth, catching the berry with remarkable precision, chewing it twice before swallowing it whole. The old monkey gestured with its lips, signaling Jiang Ning to continue. Intrigued, Jiang Ning kept flicking his fingers, sending berry after berry flying. The old monkey's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly caught the berries, and when its mouth could hold no more, it began to use its hands. Smacking its lips, it swallowed another mouthful and gently swayed its head, emitting a series of delighted sounds reminiscent of a gluttonous executive relishing a lavish breakfast. Jiang Ning chuckled, realizing that keeping this old monkey as a spirit companion was indeed a wise choice, providing him considerable emotional value. At that moment, Yu Tianhu entered briskly, witnessing this scene. The old monkey bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, piquing Yu Tianhu's interest. Primates and bears, the spirit beasts, are known for their penchant for imitation. Jiang Ning mused that the old monkey, once it achieved human form, would surely be even more entertaining. It was indeed intriguing, though it was a pity that the royal residence was now a mere ruin, as Yu Tianhu glanced around, noting the devastation that had befallen the palace. After observing Jiang Ning feeding the old monkey for a while, Yu Tianhu nearly forgot his pressing matters. Your Highness, the elder of the Lu family has arrived outside the city and requests an audience with you. The elder had just arrived, and Yu Tianhu initially intended to escort him into the city. However, an invisible barrier prevented anyone from entering. I shall attend the morning court immediately. You take him into the city and have him wait in the palace until the court is dismissed, Jiang Ning replied, turning to leave. Understood, Yu Tianhu acknowledged, finding the old monkey's enjoyment quite amusing. He picked a berry from the basket and tossed it toward the old monkey. Shall I catch? Yu Tianhu called out. The old monkey froze, the berry striking its head and bouncing to the ground, splitting in two. Yu Tianhu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Hadn't the prince just played in the same manner? Why then did it fail with him? The old monkey stared at him with a bewildered expression, then slowly lowered its body. It promptly began picking up fragments of debris and hurled them at Yu Tianhu with remarkable accuracy, creating a small mound where he had stood. The remaining 2 baskets of berries remained untouched on the ground. The old monkey approached, grasped the basket, and tipped it into its mouth, grunting in delight. Chapter 52. The Empress is summoned to her doom. Jiang Ning ascended the jade staircase and entered the imposing Taiji Hall. The civil and military officials observed Jiang Ning traverse the grand hall in utter silence. Not long ago, a significant number of them had clamored for Jiang Ning's exile and demise. Lu Jin had reported this to Jiang Ning. It was one thing to speak behind his back, but just yesterday, Jiang Ning had overheard 2 individuals slandering him outside the Taiji Hall. To be openly mocked was an affront he could not simply ignore. Jiang Ning took his position in the front row. In the past, no one had regarded Jiang Ning with any seriousness. However, at this moment, the emaciated silhouette exudes an overwhelming sense of oppression. No one dares to underestimate Jiang Ning any longer. The Minister of War, Yao Jianan, hears Jiang Ning's cold voice call his name, causing a sudden jolt of fear within him. He now wears a grim expression, for when the Lu family approached the city under the pretext of purging treachery, he was among the loudest in his calls for action. The previous day, when Jiang Ning had thrown down the head of Lu Zhengxian, an ominous premonition had settled in his heart. Although Jiang Ning had departed after that act, Yao Jianan clung to a fleeting hope that he had evaded retribution. Little did he know, one may escape the initial blow, but not the inevitable follow-up. What does it mean for a ruler to be troubled while his ministers bear the burden? Yao Jianan's face turned ashen, his lips quivered, yet he could utter not a single word. Lu Jin, execute him. Lu Jin, waiting at the entrance of the hall, showed no hesitation upon hearing this command. Jiang Ning had ordered execution, not mere removal for execution elsewhere. Thus, Yao Jianan was to be slain within the grand hall itself. This man was indeed deserving of death. The essence of a ruler's concern is that when faced with peril, the ministers ought to toil tirelessly in resolution. Jiang Ning, as a prince, referred to himself as a son to the emperor, yet before his ministers, he stood as the sovereign. Yao Jianan's failure to alleviate the prince's concerns was one matter, but the prince had never expected this collection of inept sycophants to rectify anything. As the Lu family besieged the city, forcing the king of Liang to face death, Yao Jianan appeared as if he were celebrating a festival in his own home. If not him, then who? 2 flying swords soared into the hall. piercing Yao Jianin's body and pinning him to the floor. Blood gradually stained the ground, the almost solidified sword aura lingering in the air. The metallic scent of blood began to pervade, silencing the gathered ministers. Among them were those who could match Lu Jin in combat, yet with Jiang Ning present, none dared to intervene or even plead for mercy. Who could contest with such formidable swordsmanship? Han Yuxing, what does it mean for a minister to die in disgrace? Jiang Ning called upon another name. Unlike Yao Jianin, this one was so paralyzed with fear that he fell to his knees upon being summoned. I, Han Yuxing, accept death. These two men had previously accused Jiang Ning of shirking responsibility and seeking refuge within the imperial city, claiming he was shameless. Their words had reached Jiang Ning's ears. Execute him. Your Highness, spare Han Yuxing, he pleaded, rising in panic. But two flying swords darted towards him. One pierced his neck, the other his heart, once more pinning him to the ground. In the Grand Court, the consecutive executions of two high-ranking ministers marked an unprecedented event in the 2 millennia of the Great Xia dynasty. Ordinarily, a minister guilty of a capital offense would be tried by the 3 judicial courts before the emperor would pass judgment and execution. Yet Jiang Ning, with a mere flick of his wrist, had dispatched 2 ministers without ceremony and even in public view. At this moment, the assembly began to grasp that this was not Jiang Ning's first act of ministerial execution. He had previously eradicated the entire family of the Marquis of Wei Yuan and the lineage of Lu Jingchun. While both had some degree of familial influence, none could rival the might of the Lu family. When had he ever trembled before power? To him, it was akin to crushing 2 insignificant insects. In the Grand Hall, an atmosphere of trepidation enveloped the assembly, as all feared being summoned by Jiang Ning. Silence lingered for an extended moment until Jiang Ning finally spoke. Minister of Revenue. Upon hearing his name called, the minister immediately knelt without hesitation. I am guilty, I am guilty. When will the salaries for the Liang Wangfu be disbursed? Jiang Ning inquired with an air of indifference. The minister's head shot up in sudden realization, his eyes wide as he gazed at Jiang Ning's retreating figure. Was it not a death sentence he faced? Rather, was it not concerning the salaries of the Liang Wangfu? After the court session, I shall allocate the funds immediately. The minister hastily replied. Such trivial matters should not require my personal intervention in the future, Jiang Ning remarked coolly. Yes, 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 it is my oversight. Your Highness, please do not be angry. The minister was drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had teetered on the brink of hell before being returned to the realm of the living. The hall once again fell into a tranquil silence. Today's court session had transformed into Jiang Ning's reckoning, yet no one dared to voice any dissent. Suddenly, Jiang Ning lifted his gaze towards the queen, Zhao Shi, who stood silently beside the dragon throne. As the matriarch of the royal family, how do you justify colluding with foreign powers to eliminate the heir? The queen fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiang Ning. The ministers dared not even draw a breath. Initially, they believed Jiang Ning had orchestrated the demise of Lu Jingchun's family, inadvertently inviting the Lu clan's wrath. Little did they know, it was the queen who conspired with the Lu family to purge the court and eliminate the Liang Wang. It became clear that the queen had invited disaster into their midst. Previously, they had unanimously assumed Jiang Ning's entanglement with the Lu clan was his own undoing. Yet now, a collective desire to see the queen's downfall surged among them. Had it not been for her treachery, they would not have reveled in their previous jubilation. Was Jiang Ning truly prepared to publicly execute the queen? According to the law, the queen was the rightful mother of all princes. Should Jiang Ning proceed with such an act, it would undoubtedly be deemed an act of treason. However, no one doubted Jiang Ning's resolve. In that instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through the queen's mind, yet she refrained from offering any defense. Had she known of Jiang Ning's formidable power, she would never have dared to oppose him. A sudden idea struck her, and she declared, I shall seek His Majesty's decree for punishment. No. Jiang Ning shook his head lightly, his voice calm, yet resolute. What I inquire is how you shall justify your actions to me. As the queen gazed into Jiang Ning's tranquil eyes, her composure began to unravel. Her breath quickened, and fear gripped her heart. She feigned calmness, adopting the dignified demeanor befitting her rank. As the mother of the nation, I am your rightful mother. Even if I have erred, it is for His Majesty to determine my punishment, not you. Jiang Ning interrupted her sharply. Colluding with foreign powers, inviting wolves into the fold, plotting the murder of the heir, disrupting the court, and seeking to overthrow the Xia regime. What face do you have to call yourself the mother of a nation? His words, though spoken with a veneer of calm, resonated with undeniable authority. I call upon the queen to meet her demise. Suddenly, Jiang Ning unleashed a formidable aura. Ning, I am your true mother, do not. Before the queen could finish her sentence, a terrorizing force enveloped her. Her very essence seemed to be seared away, revealing a skeletal frame. In an instant, that skeletal form disintegrated into dust. A large pool of blood stained the 5-panel dragon screen behind the dragon throne, forming a silhouette that perfectly matched the stature of the queen. The queen, who had wielded power for many years, was dead. The civil and military officials were taken aback. They never anticipated that Jiang Ning would not only slay 2 ministers today, but also personally execute the queen. With a mere sentence, the queen was rendered to nothingness. Those unaware might have assumed the queen was merely an ordinary person, rather than a practitioner of the 12th realm. Not a single soul dared to stand forth to plead for her, not even the officials aligned with her faction. All remained silent. Jiang Ning's audacity to commit such a grave act was astonishing. He left her without even a whole corpse. To personally execute one's own mother was indeed an act of treason, one that could tarnish his name in history. Yet, his expression remained unfazed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. From this moment onward, no one would dare to underestimate this 20-year-old prince. The reckoning concluded here, and the matter was swiftly brushed aside. With Jiang Ning's proclamation, the weight that had burdened the hearts of the officials finally lifted. Those who had previously clamored for Jiang Ning's self-execution in the court were fortunate he had not overheard them. Otherwise, their fates would have been dire. My lord, to whom should we report? A minister inquired softly. Matters of state shall be discussed by the cabinet. Minor issues will be resolved by them, while significant matters shall be sent to the Qingxin Palace for your majesty's judgment. Jiang Ning replied solemnly. Understood. Dismissed, came the response. Chapter 53. Do you refuse? Then I shall take it myself. The patriarch of the Lu clan entered the city, accompanied by a contingent of golden armored guards. Prior to his arrival, he had attempted to breach the city as protective array using his arcane arts. However, the invisible barrier proved insurmountable for him. The defensive formation remained perpetually active. Such a large-scale array would typically be deactivated due to the immense energy required to sustain it. Given his status, his journey should have been surrounded by attendants. Even upon reaching the capital, he would have expected a significant reception. Yet now, he felt utterly diminished, trailing behind a troop of soldiers. After a considerable time, he finally reached the residence of the king. The lord has not yet returned from court. Please wait within the estate, he was informed. The moment the patriarch entered the royal residence, he sensed the presence of the old ape. Ahead, he beheld the left side of the main hall reduced to ruins. The remnants of walls lay scattered like small mountains, while the enormous old ape frolicked amidst the debris, seemingly delighted. The patriarch's heart raced with excitement. He had feared the old ape had perished, yet here it was, alive and well. Old ape, the patriarch called out, taking a few steps forward. In times past, upon hearing the patriarch's summons, the old ape would have eagerly rushed to him. Now, however, the creature merely glanced back at the patriarch, its gaze unfamiliar. Do you not recognize this old man? The patriarch inquired. The venerable ancestor of the Lu clan, leaning on his ancient wooden staff, took a few trembling steps forward, about to step into the ruins. Suddenly, an old ape leaped into view with a resounding thud, landing right before him. The old ape stood tall, thumping its chest in a display of authority, then bent down to roar at the Lu ancestor. Why do you come here? The Lu ancestor felt a profound sense of loss and slowly retreated a few steps. It dawned on him that the old ape had changed allegiance, no longer recognizing him as its master. He could scarcely fathom that this loyal guardian, who had protected the Lu clan for a millennium, had so abruptly shifted its loyalty. For the Lu clan of Lingzhou, this was a far graver blow than the loss of Lu Zhengxian. The combat prowess of this old ape far surpassed that of Lu Zhengxian, who had just ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals. The Lu ancestor's eyes clouded over with despair. After an indeterminate wait, Jiang Ning finally returned. Upon spotting Jiang Ning, the old ape immediately bounded over, flailing its limbs excitedly and gesturing towards the ruins. Jiang Ning surveyed the scene and remarked with a hint of amusement, "Goodness, in your absence. The old ape has demolished nearly half of the former estate. If you continue to tear it down, I shall have nowhere to reside." The Lu ancestor, observing the old ape's obsequiousness towards Jiang Ning, felt a tumult of emotions. Indeed, it had changed masters, and so thoroughly at that. Old Lu Xingxi pays his respects to the prince. I have come today to seek your pardon, the Lu ancestor declared, gradually kneeling in a gesture of profound reverence. He did not deliberately scrutinize Jiang Ning, yet he continuously employed his divination technique, hoping to unearth Jiang Ning's true nature. He yearned to discern whether this young man had annihilated countless lives through his own strength, or if he had merely leveraged the imperial lineage. However, he gleaned nothing, for he could not perceive any fluctuations of vital energy emanating from Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained silent. The Liu ancestor continued. The Liu clan has strayed from its virtues, producing rebellious individuals. It is due to my lax governance. I beseech the prince to forgive us. Provide me with a reason for your pardon, Jiang Ning replied coolly. I have long ceased to concern myself with worldly affairs. All matters of the clan and the province are managed by the younger generation. I truly had no knowledge of their rebellious actions. Had I known, I would have intervened. At this juncture, the Liu ancestor paused momentarily. I do not seek to evade responsibility. All blame lies solely with me. I implore the prince not to implicate the Liu clan further. Those who have come to the capital to cause chaos and show disrespect to you have already been dealt with by your hand. I earnestly request that, in light of the Liu clan's centuries of service to the imperial family, you spare us further bloodshed and grant us a path to survival. Whatever punishment the prince deems fit for me, I will accept without protest. The Liu ancestor's tone was sincere. Jiang Ning understood that while the Liu ancestor professed to bear the burden of responsibility, each word was a veiled attempt to shift blame. Did the Liu ancestor truly believe Jiang Ning was so foolish as to be deceived? The mobilization of 80,000 cultivators and 40 to 50,000 various beasts had caused such a stir. Could the Liu ancestor genuinely be unaware? He merely appeared frail and feeble, playing the victim before Jiang Ning. Hand over the ancient locust tree of the Liu clan, which has stood for 5,000 years. Jiang Ning stated flatly. The Liu ancestor raised his head slightly, only to catch sight of Jiang Ning's shoe. Your Highness, that ancient locust tree is a spiritual tree. Once transplanted, its ethereal energy dissipates. Moreover, the ancient locust holds great significance for the Liu clan. I implore you to consider other conditions. For I am an old fool with too much to say. With a thunderous crash, a formidable pressure pressed the elder of the Liu clan flat to the ground. He instinctively attempted to manifest his Dharma body, yet in that instant, he grasped how Liu Zhongxian had met his demise. This terrifying force was utterly beyond his capacity to resist. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed that the realm of the Liang King was surely above the 15th level. Otherwise, with his 3 centuries of cultivation, even if he encountered a presence more powerful than himself, it would be impossible for him to be subdued so effortlessly. With a soft sound, the elder's head exploded, his consciousness dissolving. Whether I wish to slay you depends solely on a thought of mine. After living for 3 centuries, do you still indulge in petty cleverness? Had the elder of the Liu clan spoken truthfully and openly from the outset, presenting ample sincerity, perhaps Jiang Ning might have considered sparing this old man. Of course, he could never be permitted to return. Instead, he would remain as a servant. Yet this old wretch either played tricks or was reluctant to part with his treasures. If he would not yield, Jiang Ning would simply take what he desired. With a delicate flick of his finger, the ancient wooden staff levitated into the air. 1,000-year-old peach wood, struck by lightning. Quite remarkable. This staff was a supreme spiritual artifact, harboring the purest elements of thunder. Jiang Ning had no need for a spiritual tool, yet this staff resonated with the attributes of the old ape. Should the old ape attain human form and wield this staff, he might even perform a dance in the thunder pool to amuse him. Take it away. With a wave of his hand, the staff soared to a waiting maid. It seemed that His Highness must make an appearance himself. Xiaobai, let us go. Jiang Ning leaped onto the old ape's shoulder, who extended an arm to grasp the elder's lifeless body, stepping into the thunder and leaping into the air. In the next instant, a rift in the void appeared. The old ape plunged into it, vanishing from sight. In Lingzhou, above the Xiaofeng mountain, a rift in the void opened wide. The old ape descended from the heavens, crashing onto the square before the Liu clan's residence. With a deafening roar, the earth trembled, and the square, spanning several miles, instantly became a web of cracks. A fierce wind swept outward, rustling the leaves of the 5,000-year-old locust tree. Jiang Ning leaped down from the old ape's shoulder, landing steadily. The ancient locust swayed with the wind, its canopy blocking out the sun. Truly, it was a spiritual tree. The ancestor has returned. An attendant, spotting the old ape, cried out joyfully. In that moment, numerous individuals rushed from the residence. It is truly the ancestor. He has returned. Quickly, Inform the masters. Chapter 54. Treacherous ministers and rebels, yet they wish to negotiate with me? Several key figures of the Liu clan emerged from the residence one after another. Upon seeing the old ape, they were filled with ecstatic joy. Old ape, you are alive. We were so worried about you. Did the ancestor bring you back? Of course. With the ancestor making an appearance, how could the Liang king dare to slight him? The old ape remained motionless, vigilantly observing the crowd. Just as everyone rejoiced, one among them was not focused on the old ape. Lu Jinghong's gaze fell upon the slender purple figure standing beside the old ape. His face began to contort, his eyes gradually moving upward until they rested upon that visage which struck terror into his very core. The cold king had personally arrived. It was him, indeed. A wave of dread washed over Lu Jinghong, causing him to collapse onto the ground, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. The sight of that face was the last thing he wished to behold in his lifetime. The moment it appeared, his mind was flooded with horrific images of 2,000 souls being extinguished as easily as swatting a fly. At that moment, someone noticed Lu Jinghong's distress. "Jinghong, what is the matter? Why are you sitting on the ground?" He stammered, trembling as he pointed frantically ahead. Initially, the crowd's attention was focused on the old ape, but soon they discovered a lean youth beside it, with refined features and an aura of harmlessness akin to a charming young neighbor. His luxurious purple and gold python robe hinted at his royal lineage. The cold king, Jiang Ning? Why has he come in person? As fear overwhelmed Lu Jinghong, an uncontrollable surge of internal energy caused blood to stream from his mouth and nose, followed by the imminent rupture of his dantian. He was desperate to avoid dying at Jiang Ning's hands, akin to being swatted like an insect, to escape the fate of becoming mere remnants. However, Jiang Ning's presence rendered the entirety of the Liu clan as insignificant as ants in his eyes. This is dire. Jinghong's dantian is about to shatter. Jinghong, steady your qi. Quickly, fetch the elixir. Witnessing Lu Jinghong's abject terror, confusion erupted among the Liu family. Jiang Ning's voice broke through the chaos. Have you lost all sense of gravity? As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Jinghong forced himself to rise, bowing deeply towards Jiang Ning. I pay my respects to the cold king. The others, devoid of any feeling of oppression from Jiang Ning, remained oblivious, while only Lu Jinghong understood that the fate of the entire Liu clan rested solely in Jiang Ning's hands. Quickly bow. Lu Jinghong grasped Lu Jingxiong's pant leg, his expression a mixture of anguish and urgency. Only then did Lu Jingxiong return the gesture of respect. I, Lu Jingxiong, the inspector of Lingzhou, pay my respects to His Highness, the cold king. The others hastily followed suit, bowing in reverence. Dare I ask, cold king, did my esteemed ancestor pass by you this morning on his way to the capital? Lu Jingxiong inquired. With the prowess of our ancestor, he could reach the capital from Lingzhou before dawn. Now that you stand before us in Lingzhou, it seems he may have missed an encounter with you. At that moment, the old ape casually tossed the corpse of the Liu clan's ancestor. The lifeless body rolled a few times before coming to rest before the crowd. The sight of the small, headless corpse sent chills down their spines, as if they had encountered a ghost. Their ancestor had departed in the early morning, and it was still only mid-morning. How could it be that Jiang Ning had personally returned the corpse to Lingzhou? Yet, Jiang Ning had not instructed the old ape to bring back the ancestor's remains. It had merely returned them out of convenience. Before his departure, the ancestor had explicitly instructed that if he did not return within 3 days, Lu Jingxiong should lead the entire clan to flee. But now the ancestor had returned, albeit in the form of a lifeless body. When they encountered the old ape, they mistakenly believed that their ancestor had redeemed him. Lu Jingxian had perished, and even the ancestor had met his end. Was the era of the Liu clan of Lingzhou, where 2 generations of terrestrial immortals coexisted, thus hastily concluded? Surrender all your martial arts manuals and secret techniques, and I may spare your lives, Jiang Ning said with a calm demeanor. Lu Jingxiong remained silent for a considerable time before stepping forward. Your Highness, you have already slain those who deserve death. Can you not spare us? In that instant, Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon Lu Jingxiong, and it was then that he comprehended the true nature of fear. He understood why Lu Jinghong had been so terrified upon seeing Jiang Ning. A mere glance from Jiang Ning unleashed an overwhelming aura of death. It was not a mere threat. Jiang Ning intended to kill him. Instinctively, Lu Jingxiong sought to flee. But in the next moment, he found himself immobilized by a powerful aura emanating from Jiang Ning. With a thunderous sound, Lu Jingxiong was overtaken by fear for just a moment before his body exploded into a gruesome demise. Blood splattered upon the faces of those nearby, leaving them all in stunned silence. Rebellious traitors, do you still wish to negotiate with me? Upon hearing these words, every member of the Lu clan present fell to their knees in terror. Your Highness, spare us. Whatever you desire, we shall present with both hands. We beseech you to grant us a chance at life. Once exalted, the members of the Lu clan now found themselves prostrating on the ground in abject supplication. They finally grasped the truth of Lu Zhenghong's words. Jiang Ning had quelled tens of thousands without lifting a finger. Jiang Ning's execution of Lu Jingxiong had been executed with effortless ease, and apart from Lu Jingxiong, no one else had sensed Jiang Ning's aura. I shall go at once to retrieve all the manuals of the Lu clan for you, Your Highness. Lu Zhenghong scrambled to his feet, hastily retreating into the estate. He dared not conceal anything, not even the clan's most treasured tomes, and without hesitation, he gathered them all into a Qinkuan ring. Stumbling as he exited the estate, he knelt before Jiang Ning, presenting the Qinkuan ring with trembling hands. Your Highness, all the martial arts manuals of the Lu clan are contained within this ring. Please accept it and spare our lives. Jiang Ning accepted the Qinkuan ring without a glance at the Lu clan members. He turned his attention to the old ape. Let us see if your strength is sufficient to uproot that ancient locust tree, he stated coolly. The old ape immediately leaped beside the towering tree, which stood nearly 300 zhang high, dwarfing the massive creature to the size of an ant. It wrapped its powerful arms around the trunk, a sight reminiscent of a mantis attempting to halt a chariot. The members of the Lu clan, witnessing Jiang Ning's ability to command the old ape, finally understood why the ancient being had returned. Their ancestral figure, who had lived for a millennium, had changed allegiance. What was Jiang Ning attempting? Did he wish for the old ape to uproot the ancient locust tree? This tree, having thrived in a realm of abundance, had evolved into a spirit tree. More importantly, it was intrinsically linked to the Xiaofeng Mountains domain, allowing the fortune of this estate to endure for 5 millennia. Otherwise, if the Lu family continues to greedily extract the essence from the celestial cave of Xiaofeng Mountain, this sanctuary would have long been drained, reduced to mere mortal land. The current vitality of the Xiaofeng Mountain-esque celestial cave is solely due to the ancient locust tree serving as its focal point. Should the ancient locust be removed, this blessed land would cease to exist. Moreover, if this spirit tree were to depart from Xiaofeng Mountain, it would merely revert to being an ordinary ancient tree. Not only does Jiang Ning covet the years of accumulation amassed by the Lu family, but he also seeks to uproot them entirely. Your Highness, no, please. A voice cried out in desperation. The next moment, that individual was struck down by a surge of energy, dying instantly. No, the fate of your ancestor was sealed in such a manner. Silence. If the prince desires the ancient locust, let it be bestowed upon him. Lu Zhenghong shouted in a frenzy. Having narrowly escaped with his life, he deemed it a favor from His Highness the Cool King. Now, if he were to refuse the prince's demand for the ancient locust, was that not courting death? Who could stand in the way of one who sought after something? At this juncture, the old ape began to exert its strength. Chapter 55. The old ape's ascendancy. The old ape was enveloped in crackling lightning, gathering energy towards its limbs. The ancient locust tree exhibited signs of disturbance. However, this tree was the nexus of the celestial cave, deeply entrenched in the earth. Jiang Ning surmised that unless the old ape unleashed its true prowess, it would be incapable of uprooting the ancient locust. The old ape raised its head high, baring its teeth as its muscles rippled beneath its fur. 2 spheres of lightning coalesced beneath its feet, while bolts of lightning danced between its hands. At that moment, the ground began to fissure and heave. The old ape's fingertips pierced into the trunk, forcefully extracting the ancient locust inch by inch. Gradually, the old ape levitated, the entangled roots of the tree lifting a mound of earth that spread outward, growing ever larger. The speed at which the roots detached from the soil quickened. The entire Xiaofeng Mountain trembled violently, the rising mound transforming into a hill. The grand and imposing Lu family residence was gradually engulfed by the rising earth, building after building collapsing and rolling towards the periphery of the mound. With a thunderous roar, the old ape unleashed its fury, ultimately leveraging its innate strength to uproot the ancient locust entirely. A vast chasm emerged in the center of Xiaofeng Mountain, and the recently elevated hill collapsed into the abyss. Yet, the members of the Lu family could only watch in stunned silence as the events unfolded before them. The old ape, nurtured by the Lu family for a millennium, was not merely uprooting a tree, but severing the very roots of the Lu lineage. The commotion on Xiaofeng Mountain resonated throughout Lingzhou City, causing tremors that reverberated far and wide. Countless citizens turned their gazes towards Xiaofeng Mountain. They beheld the towering, ancient locust slowly ascending, the soil and stones beneath its gnarled roots cascading as if it were raining. Suddenly, the ancient locust soared into the sky. Goodness, the ancient locust has become sentient. Rising of its own accord. Was it merely standing? No, it was soaring. What a spectacular display of roots. What on earth is happening? The ordinary onlookers, lacking sufficient vision, could only perceive the ancient locust suspended in midair. However, those with a certain martial prowess, possessing keener eyesight, could discern that the old ape was clutching the lower trunk of the ancient locust. Strange indeed. How could the guardian ape uproot its own sacred tree? Has this guardian ape lost its senses? Lower your voice. We must not be overheard. The Lu clan recently marched north to Bayou Jing under the pretext of purging the court, and it seems they have encountered trouble. Indeed. Let us not discuss this matter further. It is best to observe quietly. Numerous members of the Lu clan, upon witnessing the ancient locust tree being uprooted by the elder ape, were greatly alarmed and hurried to Xiaofeng Mountain. They were well aware that the Lu clan's attempt to purge the court had failed, returning only with Lu Zhenghong. Initially believing the elder ape to be dead, they were astonished to find it still alive. As they reached the outskirts of Xiaofeng Mountain, they beheld a violet figure suspended in midair. Brother, what on earth is happening? Could that person be? It is the king of Liang. The king of Liang? Did not the ancestor go to the capital? The ancestor has perished. What? The newly arrived members of the Lu clan soon discovered someone cradling a diminutive headless corpse. Who else could it be but the ancestor of the Lu clan? The ancestor is gone as well. What is the elder ape's purpose in this? Silence. Lu Zhenghong admonished sharply. He feared that someone might approach Jiang Ning to bargain, risking their lives in the process. All they could do was remain silent and await Jiang Ning's departure. At that moment, the elder ape turned to Jiang Ning, gesturing as if seeking praise. Very well, let us depart. Jiang Ning waved his hand, and a colossal rift in the void opened before him. The elder ape, clutching the ancient locust tree, laboriously stepped into the void. Jiang Ning cast a final glance, his figure gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing entirely. At this juncture, the rich spiritual energy of Xiaofeng Mountain's cave began to disperse in all directions. The Lu clan members appeared intent on salvaging this celestial abode. Quickly, activate the grand formation and seal the spiritual energy. Lu Zhenghong urged urgently. However, despite their fervent efforts, all was in vain. This celestial paradise would soon devolve into a barren wasteland. For the Lu clan, this was undoubtedly a calamity of catastrophic proportions. They had cultivated this land for 15 centuries and had produced 5 terrestrial immortals, excluding the elder ape. The once illustrious Lu residents had swiftly transformed into ruins. In the capital, a shadow suddenly enveloped the royal palace, causing the maidservants within to gasp in astonishment. They gazed upward, their eyes widening in disbelief. Before them loomed an enormous tree root, casting a shadow that darkened the sky as it plummeted toward the palace. They were all rendered speechless by fear. This root was so immense that it could easily encompass 2 or 3 royal residences. Should it crash down, the palace would be reduced to rubble, leaving them with no means of escape. Just as they braced for an unforeseen disaster, the colossal root abruptly halted. The ancient locust tree hovering above the royal palace was too conspicuous, visible throughout the entire capital. What a magnificent tree! It must be at least 300 zhang tall. It is undoubtedly among the largest trees in the realm. But how did this great tree suddenly appear? Where did it come from? Jiang Ning gently descended, measuring the size of the ancient pagoda tree's roots, contemplating its placement within the royal residence. To accommodate it, the entire estate and several neighboring manors would need to be dismantled. Initially considering alternative locations, he reconsidered, realizing that the royal residence had already been partially demolished by the old ape. Thus, he decided to excavate half of the royal mansion and acquire the surrounding residences, thereby allowing the ancient pagoda tree to take root within the palace grounds. Xiaobai, you may descend now, Jiang Ning called out. The old ape, still tightly gripping the ancient tree, gradually loosened its hold. With a single leap, it landed beside Jiang Ning, the entire tree levitating in midair. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue arrived in person. Your Highness, I have brought the salary from the Liang Prince's residence for your inspection. There's no need, Jiang Ning replied, casually gesturing. The ancient tree shifted to the side, its roots perfectly covering the ruins of the royal residence. Purchase the residences beneath the roots. I intend to plant this tree. As you command, the Minister of Revenue replied, bowing respectfully, then curiously inquired, is this the ancient pagoda tree of the Liu family? Indeed, Jiang Ning affirmed. When did you acquire it, Your Highness? Just a moment ago. The Minister of Revenue gasped in astonishment. On his way here, he had witnessed the sudden appearance of the ancient tree above the palace. It must be the Liu family's ancient pagoda tree. However, how had the prince managed to transport a tree from 8,000 miles away to the capital in the blink of an eye? The thought was utterly astonishing. The Liang prince must have some remarkable abilities that he dared not even contemplate. At that moment, it was prudent to express loyalty and allegiance. Perhaps in the near future, the Liang prince would ascend as the 16th sovereign of the Great Xia. Your Highness, should there be any tasks to undertake in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Jiang Ning acknowledged with a slight nod. I shall attend to my duties, Your Highness. The Minister of Revenue remarked before hastily departing. Turning to the old ape, Jiang Ning instructed, once the minister acquires the surrounding residences, you may dig a pit yourself to plant this tree. Roar. The old ape thumped its chest, bounding playfully around Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, outside the Qingxin Hall in the Imperial Palace, a young eunuch's voice rang out. Your Majesty, grave news has arisen. The Empress has been slain by the Liang Prince. Chapter 56. Your words have slipped. The grand doors of Qingxin Hall creaked open, revealing the emperor draped in a ceremonial robe stepping forth. Ever since the return of the ninth prince, Bai Yujing had been fraught with turmoil. His audacity was remarkable. He had dared to execute the empress. Such impulsiveness would brand the ninth prince with the ignominious title of regicide. Why? The emperor inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. The Liang prince claims that the empress conspired with the Liu family to harm the heir, the young eunuch replied earnestly. And then, the emperor's frown deepened. Then, there was nothing further. Where is the empress's body? We must inspect it. It is, in the Taiji Hall. What? The emperor's expression turned to one of horror. Jiang Ning executed the empress directly in the Taiji Hall? The ninth prince had dared to slay the empress before the entire court? The emperor could scarcely believe it. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is as you say. The emperor made his way to the Taiji Hall. Although the court had already been dismissed, several ministers remained. The death of the queen left them at a loss as to how to proceed. Such a treacherous act against a reigning monarch had not been witnessed throughout the ages. Your Majesty, they began. No need for formalities. The emperor waved his sleeve dismissively and inquired, where is the queen's body? It is there. The emperor raised his gaze to the grand hall, but saw no corpse. As he ascended the steps to stand before the dragon throne, he noticed bloodstains on the 5 dragon screens, forming a distinct human shape. In those bygone days, during the struggle for succession, it was the formidable support of the queen's maternal clan that had enabled him to ascend to the throne. Subsequently, the queen had increasingly meddled in governance, bestowing titles liberally upon the Zhao clan. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even a dog raised by the Zhao family could partake of the imperial provisions. Yet now, the queen had become a mere puddle of blood. Suddenly, the corners of the emperor's mouth could no longer contain his expression. The prospect of disposing of the queen was fraught with difficulty, as he would undoubtedly incur the Zhao family's wrath. The Zhao clan had aided him in his rise. Any action against them would tarnish his reputation as a regicide. However, now that Jiang Ning had eliminated the queen, should the Zhao clan seek retribution, their first target would indeed be the ninth prince. Given the Zhao clan's strength, could they truly contend with the ninth prince? Furthermore, the clan had already splintered into 3 factions. The emperor surmised that the Zhao clan would most likely use Jiang Ning's act of regicide as a pretext to target him. If the ninth prince could eradicate the Zhao clan completely, it would surely benefit the Jiang imperial family. Let them squabble amongst themselves. Remaining a passive observer was the wisest course of action. After all, he was an emperor who disdained involvement in state affairs. Moreover, time was not on his side. The emperor merely cast a glance, uttered nothing further, and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Taiji Hall, he spotted a towering tree standing somewhere within the city. What was the meaning of this? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the colossal tree was suspended in midair, directly above the residence of the crown prince. What trickery was the ninth prince up to, and where had he procured such a locust tree? The ancient locust tree of the Liu clan? The queen's demise had triggered an uproar. No one had anticipated that Jiang Ning would so abruptly execute the queen. Yet the instigator of this turmoil seemed unperturbed. Standing atop the tree's crown, Jiang Ning gazed serenely towards the southern part of the city. Countless cultivators had perished beyond the Vermilion Bird Gate, and the concentration of spiritual energy there rivaled that of a heavenly abode. However, without the support of formations, the spiritual energy left behind by the fallen cultivators would soon dissipate. At present, someone was fervently absorbing this energy, converting it into their own essence. When Jiang Ning had activated a portion of the formation this morning to allow the elder of the Liu clan into the city, someone had seized the opportunity to slip away. This individual was likely one of the princes disseminating the everlasting spring elixir. The second prince, Jiang Yu, could be ruled out, as he pursued the path of physical sanctification and required no external essence. To ascertain the identity of this figure, Jiang Ning merely needed to fly over for a glance. However, he also aimed to locate the source of the cursed flesh, and thus decided to first visit the Wang residence. With a mere thought, Jiang Ning found himself before the courtyard of the prince's residence. Several servants, upon seeing him, promptly bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to His Highness, the Cool King." Jiang Ning inquired nonchalantly, "Where is Prince Qin?" "The prince is not in the residence. If His Highness wishes to see him, it would be best to wait until he returns," one of the servants replied. Jiang Ning nodded slightly and proceeded toward the main hall. "Your Highness, the prince is not present," a voice called out just then, as an elderly man stepped out from the hall. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Cool King." This elder, known as Zhao Tongzhou, was a close uncle of the Empress and a formidable figure of the 14th realm, one of the mainstays of the Zhao clan. Although he held no substantial official position and merely bore the honorary title of a minor teacher, ostensibly to instruct Prince Qin, he had long since aligned himself with a faction. Compared to the other two factions within the Zhao clan, Zhao Tongzhou's influence was notably weaker. "Where has Prince Qin gone?" Jiang Ning inquired with a detached tone. "I am unaware, Your Highness," Zhao Tongzhou replied. "Is the Changchun pill sourced from the prince's residence?" Jiang Ning pressed further. At this question, Zhao Tongzhou felt a pang of anxiety. It was not surprising for Jiang Ning to harbor suspicions about each prince. Yet the directness of the inquiry was rather disarming. Aware of Jiang Ning's capabilities, Zhao Tongzhou understood that one could not gauge his actions by conventional standards. How could the prince's residence be connected to something sinister? Zhao Tongzhou responded with a warm smile. "Your words are rather ambiguous." Jiang Ning's gaze turned cold as he replied. "Your statement is lacking in clarity." Zhao Tongzhou was taken aback. How had his words been ambiguous? Before he could ponder this, Jiang Ning elucidated. "So many who have consumed the Changchun pill refuse to acknowledge it. They mostly believe it to be a miraculous remedy." "How do you know it to be a malevolent substance? Did not those items reveal their true nature during the royal sacrificial ceremony?" "Such things must undoubtedly be of a sinister nature." Zhao Tongzhou defended himself. "But the truth will be revealed once I investigate the prince's residence. If Prince Qin is absent, must Your Highness not wait for his return to investigate?" Jiang Ning's frigid gaze swept over Zhao Tongzhou, causing a chill to run down the latter's spine. The intensity of his stare was laden with threat, suggesting that should Zhao Tongzhou dare to obstruct him, he would face dire consequences. As Jiang Ning entered the main hall, Zhao Tongzhou, caught in a tumult of emotions, dared not impede him, nor even speak. Alone, he knew he could not thwart Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning wandered through the prince's residence while Zhao Tongzhou trailed behind, hesitating to voice his thoughts. When Jiang Ning entered his study, Zhao Tongzhou's heart raced with trepidation. The underground chamber was concealed by a formation, preventing any aura from escaping. Regardless of how acute one's perception might be, it was impossible to detect the ominous energy lurking beneath. At that moment, however, within the silent underground chamber, a figure materialized, an avatar of Jiang Ning's divine consciousness. Chapter 57. No need for such complexity. Jiang Ning surveyed the chamber, noting the thick black mist swirling from the skulls adorning the walls, advancing toward him. This dark mist possessed an exceptionally corrosive power, a manifestation of an incantation woven through some arcane sorcery. Jiang Ning was unaware of the nature of the formation, yet its corrosive power was utterly ineffective against him. Soon, the black mist dissipated of its own accord. Jiang Ning's gaze fell upon the floor, where a crack revealed a pulsating mass of black, oozing a viscous liquid in a rhythmic manner. The acrid stench was unmistakably the scent of cursed flesh, the very essence of the curse. According to ancient texts, eliminating this source would naturally relieve those who had consumed the cursed flesh of its malignant influence. Jiang Ning released a wave of perceptive energy, attempting to discern the true nature of this entity. However, it resembled a rootless weed, its origins shrouded in mystery. The malevolent energy it harbored was equally elusive and unfathomable. Lying quietly, it seemed innocuous, yet the sinister power it possessed hinted at a destructiveness far beyond Jiang Ning's expectations. In the study, Jiang Ning pondered why King Qin could wield such power. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" inquired Zhao Tongzhou, confused. "I have seen what lies beneath." "What?" Zhao Tongzhou exclaimed in astonishment. He stood still, yet the formation bore no flaws. How could Jiang Ning perceive what was underground? "Never mind. I have dismantled the city's protective formation. Go summon King Qin. I will question him myself." Zhao Tongzhou felt a sense of deception from Jiang Ning. Yet the latter did not appear to be lying. Could it be that he truly had uncovered everything? "Do you not wish to go?" Jiang Ning slowly turned to Zhao Tongzhou, his gaze steady. "King Qin is 3 miles outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. Your Highness, have you misunderstood?" Zhao Tongzhou was drenched in cold sweat. "Oh," Jiang Ning nodded. "Then I shall escort you there." With that, a resounding thud echoed as Zhao Tongzhou was struck in the chest, vanishing from sight. The wall of the study bore a human-shaped breach as Zhao Tongzhou flew through the air, tracing a high parabolic arc before landing outside the southern city wall. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a crater before rebounding into the air. After tumbling for a considerable distance, he finally came to a halt, bracing himself on the ground as he staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That blow had been overwhelmingly powerful. In that moment, he realized how minuscule the revered 14th realm was, which most cultivators could only gaze upon in awe. Not far away, Jiang Shui sat cross-legged on the ground, enveloped in swirling black mist. He was fervently absorbing an inexhaustible source of power. The sensation of becoming stronger in an instant was indescribably exquisite. The revelation of the Divine Emperor was indeed worthy of its reputation. He felt as though he might be the second individual, after his great ancestor, to grasp the profound truths of the Divine Emperor's revelation. Beyond the 15th realm lay vast vistas, and not merely the 16th realm, but perhaps even the 17th and 18th, stretching infinitely. Furthermore, the power that each level beyond the 15th could bestow was entirely within his own definition. This divine technique was, without a doubt, tailor-made for him. At that moment, Jiang Shui heard a commotion and opened his eyes, only to discover it was Zhao Tongzhou. Lord Zhao Tongzhou struggled to rise, forcefully stabilizing his surging vitality. Jiang Ning's casual strike had unexpectedly sent him tumbling beside Jiang Shui. "What is happening?" "The Cool King has gone to the Qin King's residence, entered the study, and mentioned discovering something in an underground chamber. However, he did not descend." Zhao Tongzhou spoke with difficulty. Jiang Shui's expression gradually grew solemn. Such a concealed formation, could it truly have been uncovered by the 9th? After a moment, Jiang Shui's demeanor began to shift towards madness. "Guardian, in an hour, I shall ascend to the 15th realm. Since it has been discovered, there's no need for concealment." At this juncture, Jiang Shui released his restraints and fully activated his powers. In an instant, he shattered the formation he had employed to mask his presence. The residual spiritual energy in the world was frantically absorbed by Jiang Shui. The ominous clouds above suddenly contracted, plunging the entire capital into darkness. Amidst the clouds, thunder roared, and the entire white jade capital flickered with a ghastly pallor. As though the apocalypse had descended, Zhao Tongzhou cast a glance at Jiang Shui, and then, in disbelief, gazed skyward. A celestial phenomenon, Jiang Shui was on the verge of becoming a terrestrial immortal. At this moment, Jiang Shui's emaciated physique visibly swelled, regaining the vigor of his youth. In less than a quarter of an hour, he transformed into a strikingly handsome figure reminiscent of his younger days. Then, the thunderous tribulation arrived. Like a colossal dragon, the purple lightning struck in waves. Jiang Shui manifested his golden body, seated between heaven and earth, embracing the baptism of the tribulation. His golden form rapidly expanded, with most of his body already enveloped in the clouds. As the tribulation continuously struck his golden form, the brilliance emanating from him intensified. In the midst of the darkness, the citizens of the white jade capital beheld the fierce golden light radiating from the southern part of the city. The entire capital was bathed in a resplendent golden hue. Jiang Ning stood upon the eaves of the study, observing the extraordinary spectacle. He was astonished by how swiftly Jiang Shui had broken through. The terrestrial immortal, in the eyes of the world, was merely the 15th realm to him. The celestial phenomenon gradually dissipated, restoring tranquility to the world. Jiang Shui appeared directly opposite Jiang Ning. Floating in midair, his flesh restored, bearing a striking resemblance to Jiang Ning. At this moment, Jiang Shui no longer exuded an aura of gloom. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming confidence. At 40 years of age, his 15th realm prowess could only be described as legendary. Even when compared to the founding ancestor, he was not lacking. Old Ninth, do you truly wish to oppose me? Jiang Shui's voice resonated. He no longer dwelled on why his concealed formation outside the city had been detected by Jiang Ning, acknowledging Jiang Ning's ability to suppress terrestrial immortals. Yet, Jiang Shui now possessed the confidence to achieve everything Jiang Ning had once accomplished. He was certain he could crush those 80,000 fools of Lingzhou in a single breath. I am curious, how did you acquire that talent, and how did you refine it? With such innate ability, why resort to borrowing the power of the spirit? Jiang Ning inquired nonchalantly. Haha. Jiang Shui laughed heartily. Old Ninth, since you insist on probing further, let us spar amidst the clouds. You have triumphed, and I shall reveal to you how. Jiang Shui suggested that if the two terrestrial immortals were to engage in a fierce battle here, the entire White Jade capital would be doomed to destruction without any external intervention. Hence, he proposed to fight in the clouds instead, deeming it unnecessary to complicate matters. Jiang Ning, however, merely shook his head in a dismissive manner. In Chapter 58, Old Ninth, you have underestimated the situation. Old Ninth, I am aware of your capability to slay terrestrial immortals, yet. Jiang Shui raised his hand into a fist, observing his restored flesh and blood. Dark energy seeped through his fingers, enveloping his fist in a shroud of black mist. Jiang Shui's gaze transcended his own fist, settling upon Jiang Ning, seemingly brimming with arrogance. At that moment, his internal energy surged, akin to an endless, boiling marshland. Jiang Ning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating a formidable aura. Suddenly, Jiang Shui lifted his head, as if the heavens themselves were crashing down upon him. What an overwhelming pressure! This was undoubtedly a power beyond the 15th realm. Old Ninth was indeed a solid 16th realm. No wonder he could annihilate countless cultivators in an instant. It appeared that Old Ninth's martial talent surpassed even his own. Nevertheless, what did it matter if Old Ninth was at the 16th realm? He was not without the strength to fight back. Judging by the intensity of the pressure emanating from Old Ninth, although there was a distinction between the 15th and 16th realms, it was not insurmountable. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Shui was forcefully slammed to the ground by this overwhelming aura. The immense pressure pinned him firmly to the earth. Jiang Shui had initially intended to hold back, but since Old Ninth had ascended to a higher level, he was compelled to showcase his own prowess. Let us see whether Old Ninth is stronger or if he shall prevail. At that moment, a powerful aura of murderous intent surged from behind Jiang Ning. He swiftly turned around, only to behold a towering, illusory golden statue, exceeding 30 zhang in height, with its upper half intact and its lower half somewhat fragmented. Jiang Ning immediately recognized it as the remnant soul of Emperor Taizu Gao. To summon the remnant soul of the Emperor, one must ignite the 9-dragon beacon. Jiang Ning glanced towards Wang City, yet the 9-dragon beacon remained unlit. His elder brother had indeed surprised him by managing to summon the Emperor's essence to aid him in battle. The statue brandished a colossal blade, striking towards Jiang Ning. In that instant, the divine radiance soared skyward. Jiang Ning raised his hand, and with merely 2 fingers, he pinched the massive blade. A golden divine might radiated outward, enveloping the entire capital in mere moments. The commotion caused by the remnant soul of the Emperor drew countless gazes, both overt and covert, within the city. The statue of the Emperor. Was that direction the Qin Wangfu? Old Ninth was battling the statue of the Emperor? What was unfolding? In the palace, the Emperor had just returned to the Qingxin Hall and had not meditated for long when he felt the Emperor's divine might descend upon the world. He immediately soared into the sky, glancing towards the Qin Wangfu. Goodness, Old Ninth was fighting with the Emperor. Old Ninth truly was a source of constant worry. Baihe, the Emperor commanded urgently, mounting his spirit crane and swiftly flying towards the Qin Wangfu. At that moment, he noticed that, in the direction of the Liang Wangfu, bolts of lightning flickered incessantly, rapidly approaching the statue of the Emperor. As that figure raced through the air, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. When the lightning in the sky converged with that streak of radiance, it struck the statue of the great ancestor. In the next moment, the figure was sent hurtling backward like a shooting star. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated against the ancient locust tree that floated in the air. The elder ape, who had just intended to assist Jiang Ning, unleashed a formidable force, but was effortlessly repelled by the statue of the great ancestor. Suddenly, Jiang Shui, who had been suppressed by Jiang Ning's aura, transformed into wisps of green smoke, coalescing behind Jiang Ning. "Old Ninth, you have become complacent," Jiang Ning uttered, a note of confusion in his voice, as he felt a heavy blow on his back. Jiang Shui's fist struck Jiang Ning's lower back, the dark energy instantly penetrating his body, surging forward and leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist in Jiang Ning's waist. 16th realm, what of it? Ha ha! Jiang Shui cackled triumphantly, believing his sneak attack had succeeded. He had anticipated that this blow would injure Jiang Ning, yet he was astonished to find Jiang Ning so fragile, easily pierced by his strike. Little did he expect that Jiang Ning, despite his boundless lethality, possessed no semblance of defense. Jiang Ning maintained his grip on the blade, and even as his body was pierced, his expression remained devoid of any emotion. It was not that he was unwilling to defend, rather, he found the effort beneath him. At that moment, the statue of the great ancestor exerted its power, forcing Jiang Ning down toward the ground. He landed heavily but swiftly rolled aside. The golden broad blade struck the ground with a thunderous impact. Jiang Ning nimbly leaped, landing on the blade's back, and then leaped again. Just then, the other hand of the statue raised high, descending upon Jiang Ning with an overwhelming force. Akin to the Buddha pressing down on the Monkey King with the five-finger mountain, crashing Jiang Ning back to the earth. Alas, old Ninth, the 16th realm of martial arts has met its downfall at the hands of your elder brother today, huh? Jiang Shui laughed wildly as he witnessed Jiang Ning suffering serious injuries and rendered nearly defenseless. If old Ninth was invincible in the world, then he was invincible in the heavens. At that moment, the elder ape, who had been sent flying, soared back into the fray. Its massive form launched skyward, fists enveloped in thunderous might, crashing toward the statue of the great ancestor. The violent power of thunder erupted, producing a deafening roar, a sight to behold. The statue suddenly lifted its leg, preparing to crush the elder ape beneath its foot. With a thunderous crash, the elder ape was driven into the ground. Through the illusionary foot, one could see the fierce visage of the elder ape, its body crackling with lightning, embodying sheer ferocity. Yet it could not break free from the hold of the great ancestor. Old Ninth, where is your remarkable prowess? Surely you are not about to conclude this without showcasing it? Jiang Ning smiled faintly as he rose from the ground. Interesting, yet devoid of meaning. Jiang Shui transformed into a cloud of black mist, instantaneously coalescing above Jiang Ning's head, delivering a punch aimed at his crown. Jiang Ning tilted his head slightly, absorbing the blow on his shoulder. The dark mist surged, instantly carving away half of Jiang Ning's form. At that moment, Jiang Ning was left as but a fragment of his former self. Facing death, yet you remain defiant? What abilities do you possess? Show them. Although the battle was decidedly one-sided, and Jiang Ning had been thoroughly battered by Jiang Shui, he still wore that expression of a lifeless fish. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of agitation welled up within Jiang Shui. He was determined to obliterate Jiang Ning, yet Jiang Ning remained utterly dismissive of him. What gave him the audacity to act so arrogantly? Jiang Shui unleashed a punch, aiming to create a gaping hole in Jiang Ning's body. Why such arrogance? Who was he attempting to impress? With such meager abilities, did he dare to covet the status of the esteemed? Ha ha ha. Jiang Shui continued to strike, reducing Jiang Ning to nothingness. What did it matter if he had reached the 16th realm, with the ancestral statue aiding him? Annihilation could be achieved with but a flick of his wrist. And what if that old ape joined the fray? Even at its peak, it remained merely a spirit beast. Devoid of the unparalleled intellect of humanity, faced with a stronger opponent, it was no different than a mere fowl. With such delusions, did he dare to vie for supremacy? Did he truly believe he could investigate within his royal manor? Who bestowed upon him such courage? At that moment, Jiang Shui suddenly turned his gaze upward, his eyes widening in shock. He beheld the ancestral statue toppling toward him. Boom! The colossal figure crashed to the ground, demolishing a substantial portion of the Qin royal residence. Jiang Shui transformed into a wisp of black mist to evade, rematerializing a short distance away. There stood Jiang Ning, poised atop the ancestral statue's head, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 59. Overwhelming Advantage. The Crown Prince's last words upon witnessing that figure, Jiang Shui's pupils constricted. He had assumed his victory over Jiang Ning was effortless, yet Jiang Ning appeared unscathed. What had transpired moments ago? The aura he had exuded unmistakably possessed the strength of the 16th realm. Could it be a projection of his consciousness? How could that be? Moments prior, Jiang Ning had clearly engaged in combat, and the pressure he had released was beyond the capabilities of a mere projection. Yet now, the ancestral deity lay beneath Jiang Ning's feet, struggling futilely to rise. In stark contrast to the earlier Jiang Ning, this was a different entity altogether. Just as Jiang Shui stood in stunned silence, a figure flashed in his peripheral vision. Instantly, he turned his head to see the old ape, infused with the force of thunder, descending upon him like a tempest. As he prepared to evade, a sudden binding force ensnared him, rendering him immobile. In desperation, Jiang Shui could only summon his protective aura to withstand the old ape's formidable assault. Bang! Jiang Shui was forcefully driven into the ground, creating a massive crater. The old ape plunged into the pit, raising its hand to strike downward, then rising again to deliver another blow. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of earth-shattering sounds erupted as debris flew from the depths of the pit. In a mere 6 or 7 strikes, Jiang Shui's protective aura was shattered by the old ape's relentless blows. Had the old ape not been injured, it could have broken through Jiang Shui's defenses in just 2 or 3 punches. Roar! The old ape emitted a furious howl, unleashing its pent-up rage upon Jiang Shui. Another series of thunderous impacts followed, causing the pit to collapse further. Jiang Shui was battered, blood streaming from his mouth and nose. His visage transformed into a mask of agony. With each punch from the old ape, Jiang Shui's legs grew weaker, rising limply. Meanwhile, the ancestral deity beneath Jiang Ning gradually dissipated into a stream of radiant light. Jiang Ning descended onto the shoulder of the old ape and spoke softly, "That is enough. If you continue, Jiang Shui will surely be beaten to death." Jiang Shui was destined to perish. Yet, Jiang Ning had promised the emperor to inform him of the truth regarding the Changchun pill once it was uncovered. Thus, it was imperative to leave Jiang Shui with a glimmer of life. After the old ape unleashed a furious roar at Jiang Shui, it finally ceased its assault. Jiang Shui lay in a depression, once the handsome crown prince, now a grotesque sight, his visage swollen beyond recognition. Had he not advanced to the 15th realm, he would have undoubtedly been rendered senseless by the old ape's relentless blows. With great effort, Jiang Shui turned his head to gaze upon Jiang Ning's cold and detached countenance. He found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled tragically despite the overwhelming advantage he had initially held. He had yet to unleash his true prowess. It was not that he lacked the desire to display his capabilities. Rather, he was completely suppressed by Jiang Ning's aura, rendering him incapable of doing so. Coughing violently, Jiang Shui expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of flesh. What had just transpired? Gritting his teeth, he weakly inquired. It was merely a manifestation of divine consciousness. Possessing a tenuous peak of the 14th realm, Jiang Ning replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's resolve nearly shattered. Was it truly just a projection of divine consciousness? Moreover, Jiang Ning claimed that this projection only possessed the pinnacle of the 14th realm, yet the oppressive force it had exerted far exceeded that of the 15th realm. How could a mere 14th realm projection effortlessly endure the might of the ancestor's divine statue and withstand so many of his punches? What kind of power must Jiang Ning's true self possess? Jiang Shui had believed that reaching the 15th realm, aided by the ancestor's divine statue, would allow him to conquer Jiang Ning and thoroughly refine him. In doing so, he would surely achieve the same greatness as the ancestor and ascend to the 16th realm. However, Jiang Ning was a genuine 16th realm master. Entering the 15th realm at the age of 40 was already enough to instill dread and awe. But to be a 16th realm master at merely 20 years of age, what did that signify? Was he even human or divine? At that moment, the emperor arrived gracefully. "I pay my respects to father," Jiang Ning declared as he descended from the old ape's shoulder, bowing respectfully. The emperor surveyed the scene, confirming that indeed, the 9th and the eldest were engaged in conflict. What is the meaning of the ancestor's divine statue? The emperor's aged visage bore an expression of grave concern. "I am unaware," Jiang Ning replied honestly. "The Taiping sect is the doing of Prince Qin, and the Changchun pill was crafted using cursed flesh by him. The source of that cursed flesh was originally concealed within the underground chamber of the Qin princess study, but I have since eradicated it." "What?" The emperor's countenance darkened significantly. He had long suspected that the Changchun pill was the nefarious scheme of a certain prince. He had prepared himself mentally for this revelation. Yet, upon its arrival, a tumult of emotions surged within the emperor. Was it you behind the events of the royal sacrificial ceremony? Were you the one who ignited the Nine Dragons beacon? The Emperor's gaze fell upon Jiang Shui, who lay in the pit, his expression complex. Jiang Shui managed a feeble smile. Although he could hardly believe that his efforts had come to naught, the outcome had become irrevocable. His deeds were entirely exposed, and any attempts at denial were utterly meaningless. Father, might I have a moment alone to speak with you? Jiang Ning did not wait for the Emperor's command and softly uttered, "Let us depart." The old monkey leaped into the air and vanished from sight. The Emperor, feeling a pang of reluctance, glanced at Jiang Shui. After all, he was his beloved son, one of the Emperor's most cherished princes in his youth. Had it not been for Jiang Shui's transformation into a being neither human nor ghost, the Emperor would likely have named him Crown Prince 5 years prior. "My father," Jiang Shui said, "I am aware of your thoughts. You aspire to attain eternal life, to replenish the fortune of the Nine-Dragon Beacon, ensuring that the great Xia dynasty endures through the ages. However, the path to immortality is elusive and intangible. Moreover, my father, your time is limited. It seems you may not have the opportunity to cultivate eternal life." He coughed as he struggled to sit up. The Emperor was displeased by these words. Yet he could not deny the truth in Jiang Ning's earlier remark regarding his dwindling time. "Father, do you know why I became what I am? It is because I practiced the Divine Emperor's revelation and was drained of my life force by the Nine-Dragon Beacon. Indeed, it was I who ignited the Nine-Dragon Beacon, a deception left behind by our great ancestor." The Emperor's expression grew grave. He had believed that only a sovereign who cultivated the Divine Emperor's revelation would have their fortune siphoned by the Nine-Dragon Beacon. But was this not the case? If you cannot attain eternal life, the great Xia dynasty's days are numbered. Within a century, chaos will surely ensue. "What do you mean?" the Emperor asked. "Are you aware why the Ling Emperor ignited the Nine-Dragon Beacon? It was because he discovered it siphoned the life force of those who practiced the Divine Emperor's revelation, and it could not prolong the great Xia dynasty's existence. You, my father, have repeatedly infused the beacon with your own life force. Could you not have realized this? Or are you merely deceiving yourself, unwilling to confront the truth?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor's heart grew heavier. He indeed sensed this reality, but believed it was due to his insufficient life force. If only he could attain eternal life, possessing boundless vitality, he could fill any void the Nine-Dragon Beacon created. Yet, the most critical point remained. The path to immortality was incredibly challenging. "My father, I have discovered another method: break and then rebuild. By utterly destroying the Nine-Dragon Beacon, I could seize boundless power, which could be passed down through generations, ultimately rebuilding the great Xia dynasty and ensuring its everlasting legacy." If the Jiang royal lineage could wield absolute power and maintain its legacy, it could indeed secure the great Xia dynasty for eternity. But where could such inexhaustible power be found? "My father, you should understand the concept of Chui." Jiang Shui's swollen eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. "Rather than entrust the fortune of the great Xia to the Nine-Dragon Beacon, why not seize it for ourselves? The power contained within the Chui spirit could undoubtedly replace the Nine-Dragon Beacon. I have already mastered the method of refining Chui flesh and controlling this power. This is precisely the ability I gained from the 16th level of the Divine Emperor's revelation." "My father, did you know that the Divine Emperor's revelation comprises more than just 15 levels?" Jiang Shui grew increasingly animated. The Emperor was taken aback. Previously, when Jiang Ning had perused the Divine Emperor's revelation, he informed him that this divine art surpassed 15 levels. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Shui had actually cultivated to the 16th level. He recalled Jiang Ning's assertion that the capabilities of the 16th level could be self-defined. Thus, Jiang Shui discerned the method to refine the cursed flesh and manipulate the cursed spirits. It turned out that among his princes, there were several who surpassed him in strength. The son understood the Emperor's intention to establish the 9th prince as the heir. He was indeed formidable. But what of it? At most, he could suppress the present era. What would follow? What destiny awaited the great Xia? "Your Majesty, your approach cannot sustain the lineage of the great Xia. Only through my methods can we ensure its legacy for millennia to come. How could you summon the remnant soul of the ancestor?" The Emperor stepped into the pit. Standing beside Jiang Shui, his gaze increasingly intricate. "The Divine Emperor's revelation, the 17th level. What? Conceal the heavenly secrets. Summon the remnant soul of the ancestor for my use." Hiss. The Emperor inhaled sharply upon hearing this. The ancestor held a sacred and supreme status in the hearts of all royal families throughout history. Yet Jiang Shui had discovered a way to summon the ancestor's remnant soul for his own purposes. Was this not a betrayal of the master? If one could wield boundless power, even the ancestor would become insignificant before us. Why should we rely on that nine-dragon beacon to perpetuate our great Xia? Father. Jiang Shui forced himself to rise. Son is unfilial. May I lean on you for support? The emperor was evidently swayed by Jiang Shui's words and assisted him into the royal residence. Upon entering the underground chamber, Jiang Shui could no longer locate the source of the curse among the fissures. He sat cross-legged, bowing his head, his breath gradually weakening. Father, beneath your feet lies a secret compartment containing my cultivation methods for the 16th and 17th levels of the Divine Emperor's revelation. Given your realm, mastering it should not be difficult. Furthermore, if you venture to Maoling and open the coffin of the Spirit Emperor, you will uncover the source of the curse. The Spirit Emperor embodies the curse. Once you master the 16th and 17th levels of the Divine Emperor's revelation, you will know that my words are heartfelt. This is my final act of filial piety, Father. My path has been fraught with challenges, yet I have discovered a feasible method. As for the path you should take, it rests solely in your divine judgment. Father, I shall take my leave first. Jiang Shui destroyed his dantian, leaving him devoid of any vitality. Eldest. The emperor's expression grew exceedingly grave, and a sudden pang pierced his heart. He had assumed eldest had become a wraith, perpetually shrouded in a sinister aura. Not realizing it was the consequence of cultivating the Divine Emperor's revelation, drawing vitality from the nine-dragon beacon. He had not contemplated how to deal with Jiang Shui. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang Shui took matters into his own hands, sparing him the burden of a father's difficult decision. According to Jiang Shui's revelations, the nine-dragon beacon was a ruse, and they, the descendants of the ancestor, were merely chives sown 2 millennia ago. Once harvested, another crop would follow. Had the Spirit Emperor truly uncovered the mystery and thus sought to destroy the nine-dragon beacon? Moreover, the benevolent emperor, who had sealed the Divine Emperor's revelation, might have also cultivated it. Thus, he too had discerned the underlying truth, leading him to prohibit the transmission of this technique. Yet why did the rulers from Emperor Renzong to him have such brief lives? This question remained unanswered for Jiang Shui. At that moment, the emperor suddenly fell into a state of self-doubt. Is the method he discovered to save the great Xia truly unfeasible? As for whether the old knight's approach is viable, a conclusion can only be drawn after thorough validation. Chapter 60. The eccentric third prince. The commotion at the Qin Wangfu was substantial, yet it arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. By the time the patrolling soldiers reached the scene, the Qin Wangfu had already returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Soon after, the imperial guards arrived and sealed off the Qin Wangfu. The court issued an announcement of mourning. Qin Wangshui had succumbed to a sudden illness at the age of 40. The emperor decreed a 3-day court recess to express his sorrow, as the Qin Wang had not yet taken a bride. The emperor ordered the second prince and the Ministry of Rites to jointly manage the funeral arrangements for Jiang Shui. Before his death, a brief skirmish had occurred within the Qin Wangfu. The disturbance caused by the statue of the great ancestor was visible throughout the city. Many did not catch sight of Jiang Ning, yet they witnessed the relentless attacks of the old ape upon the Qin Wangfu. The circumstances surrounding Jiang Shui's demise were well understood among the high-ranking officials, with the general consensus leaning towards Jiang Ning as the perpetrator. This morning, Jiang Ning had slain the empress, and the emperor had not issued any directive, leaving the ministers uncertain on how to proceed. Yet, in a swift turn of events, Jiang Ning also eliminated the crown prince. Such tactics were nothing short of astonishing. However, for the Ministry of Rites, the timing of the crown prince's death was rather fortuitous. With the arrangements for Jiang Shui's funeral commencing, the matter of the empress could be conveniently set aside. Yet, the reason behind the appearance of the great ancestor's statue at the Qin Wangfu remained a mystery to nearly all. As for the court's declaration that Jiang Shui had died from a sudden illness, those in the know recognized it as a face-saving measure for the Jiang royal family. On that day, aside from the incident at the Qin Wangfu, various issues arose throughout the capital. This included, but was not limited to, numerous workshops where laborers within the construction sites exhibited widespread symptoms of fatigue, vomiting, and even fainting. The affected populace exceeded 100,000. Previously robust men, whose skin was smooth and physique strong, suddenly began to visibly waste away, their complexion turning sallow. All these individuals had ingested the Changchun pill, relying on its medicinal properties and having abstained from rice for an extended period. Jiang Ning had just eradicated the source of the malevolent flesh, leading to the disappearance of the malevolent energy within them, which subsequently triggered a series of adverse reactions. In an instant, the city's medical establishments were overwhelmed with patients. Those with some means could afford the cost of herbal remedies and seek the physician's counsel. However, the beggars, who had consumed the Changchun pill believing it would grant them boundless strength, had come to the city in search of work, thinking their days of hardship were over. They viewed the Taiping sect with reverence, considering themselves its most devout adherents. When the Liang Wang labeled the Taiping sect as a cult, they perceived the lofty Liang Wang as someone unable to discern right from wrong. Upon the loss of the pill's efficacy, they assumed it was merely a matter of expiration and continued to consume the Changchun pill. Yet, rather than alleviating their dizziness and hunger, the adverse effects intensified. They could no longer experience the overwhelming strength that the Changchun pill had once bestowed upon them. The owners of the workshops, upon discovering the situation, were greatly alarmed, and none dared to harbor those who were continuously spitting black blood. The death of one or two individuals might have been manageable, a mere financial loss. However, should the fatalities mount excessively, the officials would hold these small proprietors accountable, a burden they could scarcely bear. Consequently, they unceremoniously expelled those experiencing adverse reactions. Tens of thousands found themselves in a half-dead state, wandering the streets. If these starving individuals were left unattended and without aid, their fate would be grim, exposed corpses lining the streets. Jiang Ning had anticipated that, following the eradication of the source of the malevolent flesh, circumstances would unfold. As he patrolled the streets, he was taken aback by the severity of the situation. Accompanying him was the commander of the Tianlang Guards, Wen Kai. In the eyes of the aristocracy, those unable to cultivate were no different from ants. The higher one's status, the less one cared for the lives of the common folk. The so-called public sentiment and expectations were mere puppetry, controlled by the noble families. These famished individuals, having drifted from who knows where, ought to have awaited the court's charity beyond the city walls, clinging to life as best they could. Now abandoned, their only prospect was to be cast back into the shanty houses outside the city, left to fend for themselves. Yet, Wen Kai discerned a flicker of compassion in Jiang Ning's gaze. Wen Kai, gather all the military physicians and allocate some rations to aid these commoners, Jiang Ning stated calmly. How could this lofty prince, indifferent to all, exhibit sympathy for a mere throng of ants? To Wen Kai, their plight was wholly self-inflicted. Who urged them to believe in the existence of a free lunch? My lord, why waste resources on them? The value of military rations is incomparable to that of ordinary food, Wen Kai expressed, both puzzled and astonished by Jiang Ning's decision. Providing aid to these ordinary people bore no substantial benefit for the Prince of Liang. Understanding Wen Kai's thoughts, Jiang Ning realized he could not forcibly alter his perspective. He simply felt that this matter deserved a proper conclusion, a small act of kindness. Though they may be but ants struggling for survival, no one deserved to become a sacrificial pawn in the internal strife of the royal family. In the vast capital, the presence of a few tens of thousands more would hardly matter. Heaven has a benevolent nature. Proceed accordingly, Jiang Ning whispered. As you command. Then inform the Minister of Revenue to establish more porridge shelters throughout the city. As long as these commoners possess some strength, they can earn a livelihood within the city. Understood. At that moment, Jiang Ning suddenly realized he had overlooked one individual, Zhao Tongzhou. After being cast outside the city by him, he had not returned. Most likely, he had escaped. A few days later, clad in simple attire, Jiang Ning, accompanied by concubine Yu, attended the funeral of Jiang Shui at the Qin Wangfu. The emperor was present, along with members of the royal family and civil and military officials. The atmosphere at the Qin Wangfu was solemn and mournful. Since Jiang Shui had not married, all funeral arrangements were managed by the second prince, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, along with the fourth prince, Jiang Xing, and the eldest prince, were all born of the empress. As Jiang Shui had not taken a spouse and had no offspring, his two younger brothers donned mourning clothes in his honor. All members of the royal family had been acquainted with Jiang Ning. As was customary, he only paid his respects to the emperor, neglecting to greet any of his other siblings. He proceeded directly to the mourning hall, offered incense and veneration, and then exited. At that moment, an individual obstructed Jiang Ning's path. This person, whose age was indiscernible from his appearance, was slightly plump, wearing a benign smile. It was the third prince, Wang Jing. Oh, ninth brother, quite impressive, Jiang Jing remarked with apparent amiability towards Jiang Ning. While it seemed a compliment, It was laced with sarcasm. Those present believed that Jiang Shui had fallen victim to Jiang Ning's hand, and Jiang Jing was no exception. On that fateful day, Jiang Shui had broken through to the 15th realm, witnessed by the world. That Jiang Ning could effortlessly subdue someone newly ascended to the 15th realm did not surprise him. What astonished him was the abruptness of Jiang Ning's actions. He had slain Jiang Shui seemingly without cause. Jiang Ning, ever forthright, casually stated, "It was not I who killed the King Qin." Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing merely smiled faintly. Indeed, elder brother succumbed to a sudden illness, as everyone knows. Jiang Jing felt that Jiang Ning was incapable of even lying convincingly. A newly ascended being of the 15th realm, aged 40, suddenly succumbing to illness? Who would believe such a tale? Everyone was aware that Jiang Ning had engaged in battle with Jiang Shui that day. If it wasn't him, then who could it possibly be? Anticipating more from Jiang Ning, he was met with silence as Jiang Ning brushed past him. Turning to gaze upon Jiang Ning's retreating figure, Jiang Jing perceived a veneer of indifference that belied an underlying arrogance, as if he could not be bothered to weave a falsehood. His demeanor suggested, "Believe it or not, I shan't bother to explain further." Chapter 61. Conditions to become the crown prince. The funeral proceeded according to protocol. Jiang Yu read the obituary, and the ministers offered incense and farewell to Jiang Shui. Following this, they partook in a meal before the final rites. King Qin, Jiang Shui, was posthumously honored with the title of respectful. Although King Qin had no heirs, his funeral was grand, replete with solemn honors. Concubine Yu glanced at Jiang Ning from time to time, yearning to offer counsel, yet unsure how to articulate her concerns. She had previously advised Jiang Ning to maintain a low profile, a suggestion he had acknowledged but never acted upon. The incident in the Tai Chi Hall, where Jiang Ning executed the queen, had terrified Concubine Yu. Still reeling from that shock, the news of Jiang Shui's demise soon followed. She was well aware of the rumors surrounding it. The strife among the princes was a matter of life and death. Now, however, Jiang Ning had fully revealed his prowess. While this exposure bore some advantages, the disadvantages were starkly evident. His personal strength far surpassed that of his siblings, enabling him to accomplish feats they either could not or dared not attempt. He had become the disruptor of the delicate balance in the struggle for succession. It was likely that the other heirs would conspire against him, seeking to eliminate the strongest contender first. "Ninger, did you truly slay King Qin?" Concubine Yu inquired. "Your son did not take the life of the prince," he replied. "After the old ape struck Jiang Shui, even in his grievous state, he would not have perished, merely fallen in rank. Ah, regardless of whether you are indeed the killer, the world believes you are," Concubine Yu sighed. "On that day, I left him with a breath. Even had he survived, I would have claimed his life." Yu Fei intended to offer Jiang Ning some advice, hoping to deflect the matter at hand. Yet, Jiang Ning's response was clearly indicative of his indifference to public opinion. Now that her son had matured, he remained as dutiful as ever, yet he undeniably possessed his own convictions. "By the way, did you finish the pastries that Lu Jin sent you yesterday?" Yu Fei inquired, attempting to change the subject. There were certain matters where her capabilities fell short, and she felt unable to assist Jiang Ning. Thus, she could only express her concern for him in her own manner. This time, Mother has modified the recipe for the peach blossom pastry, and has even included preserved plums? Jiang Ning asked with a smile. "Not just any preserved plums. These are the Zhu Mei from Yanzhou, a spiritual fruit highly beneficial for cultivation. Do you recall that sweet and sour berry Mother used to give you when you were little?" "Of course," he replied. "Mother always brought me those berries whenever she returned from Yanzhou. Tonight, she will return to the palace and prepare more for you." After the funeral, the emperor issued a decree that all princes must attend the morning court the following day. After more than 5 years, the emperor finally seemed to remember his primary responsibilities. Speculation arose as to why the emperor had suddenly summoned the princes for court. Many believed he intended to establish a crown prince. Rumors had circulated within the palace for some time, and now, with the empress gone and no one to preside over court affairs, officials flocked daily to the Qingxin Hall, where the emperor, consumed by the pursuit of longevity, surely grew weary of their presence. Should a crown prince be named to govern, the emperor could focus more intently on his cultivation. On the following day, at the morning court, the emperor, clad in a Taoist robe, sat regally upon the dragon throne. Despite his frail appearance, he retained an air of imperial authority. "All princes, heed my command." The princes stepped forward in unison. "The mist spirit flower fruits from the mist hidden realm have ripened. Whoever can bring them back intact shall be named crown prince." As expected, Today's court was convened specifically for this purpose. Unbeknownst to all, the emperor had initially intended to directly appoint Jiang Ning as his successor. However, the words spoken by Jiang Shui prior to his demise prompted the emperor to reconsider his plans. He still wished for Jiang Ning to assume the role of crown prince and govern in his stead, yet he feared the potential backlash, as some might underestimate Jiang Ning's capabilities. Moreover, the emperor hoped Jiang Ning could accomplish a few more deeds before taking on the crown prince's responsibilities. As the court concluded, the emperor, scarcely having settled into his seat, made a brief statement before rising and departing. This left the increasingly excited heirs and the bewildered officials in a state of confusion. No one had anticipated that the emperor would establish a crown prince in such a manner, rather than through merit. By sending the princes to compete for the mist spirit flower fruits, was he not directly inciting them to conflict? However, upon reflection, one might ponder what type of struggle was not a struggle. The power struggles of the emperor's generation had resulted in the demise of many, with 7 princes each backed by formidable factions. Now, only Jiang Shui had perished. Furthermore, with each appearance, the emperor appeared more aged. It seemed he had little time left, prompting him to resort to such brutal, almost manipulative methods to determine his successor. At that moment, the 2nd and 4th princes exchanged a knowing glance. In the ethereal misty secret realm, they sought the elusive mist spirit flower fruit, and the two possessed a natural advantage. The misty secret realm lay within Fengzhou, the very territory of the Zhao clan. The mightiest force backing them was indeed the Zhao clan. Subsequently, they exchanged a tacit glance at Jiang Ning, who had slain the empress, their mother, and Jiang Shui, their fraternal brother. Jiang Ning had long since become a formidable enemy of the Zhao clan. The emperor's decree to dispatch the heirs to Fengzhou was tantamount to inviting Jiang Ning into the lion's den. After the court session, the brothers convened. Second brother, what does father mean by this? Jiang Xing inquired softly. It is most likely due to the ninth's overwhelming power. He kills indiscriminately, even our mother. Father fears that the ninth may usurp the throne, Jiang Yu murmured. The implications were all too clear. Regarding the deaths of the empress and Jiang Shui, the brothers felt no trace of sorrow. They were natural adversaries. Had it not been for Jiang Ning's extraordinary strength, they would not have reached such an understanding. What you say is indeed correct, yet the ninth possesses the ability to annihilate tens of thousands. Who can rival such prowess? Jiang Xing frowned deeply. Dealing with Jiang Ning is our shared resolution. We must concede to the ninth's might, but as long as he is not invincible, he can be slain. I believe others share our sentiments. The Liu clan of Lingzhou perished at the hands of the ninth, having arrogantly believed they could overturn the imperial lineage of the great Xia after a millennium of dominance. We shall unite and prepare thoroughly. Even if we cannot slay the ninth, we must seize the mist spirit flower fruit and establish the title of crown prince. As Jiang Yu spoke, he gently patted Jiang Xing's shoulder. Fourth brother, I have watched you grow. We are blood brothers. You know that I am but a martial artist, utterly ignorant of governance. You, however, are a scholar of profound knowledge, far more astute than I, well versed in the strategies of statecraft. If we can obtain the mist spirit flower fruit, I shall clear the path for you to claim the title of crown prince. Do not forget your elder brother when that time comes. Chapter 62. An audacious undertaking. Jiang Xing, somewhat swayed by Jiang Yu's flattery, felt a sense of elation. He feigned humility, yet harbored a lofty self-regard. Having immersed himself in literature from a young age while not neglecting martial pursuits, he considered himself a paragon of both intellect and strength. Nevertheless, he was not easily swayed by Jiang Yu's machinations. Years of study had not been in vain. Jiang Yu professed to be solely a warrior, feigning disinterest in the throne. Yet even a fool would not be deceived by such pretense. However, one thing was abundantly clear to Jiang Xing: before the ninth's demise, they could not afford to quarrel among themselves. They needed to consolidate their strength to eliminate the most formidable rival for the title of crown prince. After that, whoever claimed the prize would depend on merit alone. Second brother, you are mistaken. Your intelligence and capability make you the most suitable candidate for crown prince. If we were to acquire the mist spirit flower fruit, it should rightly be delivered to the emperor by your hand. When the emperor's reign concludes, and you ascend to the throne, I shall wholeheartedly assist you. My second brother has always been rather dim-witted. He could never be emperor. The two exchanged a few more words before their conversation fell silent. Second brother, fourth brother. The third prince, Jiang Jing, hastened to catch up, greeting his two brothers with a smile. In the past, such exchanges among brothers were limited to mere salutations before parting ways. The emperor's actions carry profound implications. Jiang Ning remarked with a squinting smile. Have you discerned this as well, third brother? Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile. Now, as we venture to Fengzhou, a territory belonging to our second and fourth brothers, I shall rely on your esteemed guidance upon my arrival, Jiang Ning said, bowing slightly to both. Third brother, there is no need for such formality. We are bound by blood. Let us travel to Fengzhou together, and I shall arrange for you to meet some exquisite maidens. Jiang Ning stated as he departed from the Taiji Hall and made his way to the harem. Before reaching the Wutong courtyard, he encountered Concubine Yu approaching. I come to pay my respects to mother, he said. Concubine Yu's face instantly brightened with a gentle smile upon seeing Jiang Ning. She yearned to remind him once more not to be overly courteous in her presence, yet her words had proven futile after countless repetitions. I have prepared some pastries for you and intended to deliver them personally, Concubine Yu said cheerfully. Such trivial matters need not trouble mother. Sending someone would suffice. Jiang Ning replied with a mild smile, then turned to follow Concubine Yu. Fortuitously, His Majesty has just decreed the establishment of an heir. Your maternal uncle and elder brother have returned to the capital. Mother has instructed Lu Jin to inform them to proceed directly to the Liangwang residence. So she too shall visit your estate. They should be arriving shortly, Concubine Yu continued. In the courtyard of the Liangwang residence, two elegantly attired men stood. One was robust and imposing, with a serious demeanor. The other was tall, youthful, and charming, exuding an air of elegance. The elder was Concubine Yu's brother, the heir of the Ying State Duke's residence, Yu Chenghong, and also Jiang Ning's maternal uncle. The younger was Yu Tianxiang, son of Yu Chenghong, and Yu Tianhu's elder brother. Since Jiang Ning's return to the capital, he had firmly established his position through decisive measures. Upon learning of the situation, the Yu family promptly orchestrated the recall of the once exiled Yu Chenghong and his son back to the capital. They had heard of Jiang Ning's previous feats, including the reported decline of the Lu family in Lingzhou, which had fallen to disgrace after his intervention. Yet, upon their arrival in the capital, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Half of the Liangwang residence lay in ruins. The ancient locust tree, over 5,000 years old, stood majestically before them, its crown piercing the clouds. An old ape perched in an odd posture on a branch, curiously tilting its head and gazing at the two men with its large, bulging eyes. The ancient locust tree and the mountain-moving ape? Father, what is happening here? Yu Tianxiang asked, somewhat perplexed. The rumors they had gathered on the road seemed to diverge from the reality they now witnessed. Ultimately, it seems to be a positive development. Yu Chenghong mused, though he too felt a sense of confusion. At that moment, Concubine Yu and Jiang Ning entered the courtyard. Elder brother, you have finally returned. Ninger, quickly pay your respects, Concubine Yu exclaimed with joy. I pay my respects to uncle, Jiang Ning acknowledged with a slight nod, his tone somewhat indifferent. Indeed. After 10 years apart, you have returned, Yu Chenghong remarked, nodding with a serious expression. Just then, Yu Tianhu dashed in. Father, elder brother, it has been too long. Upon encountering Yu Tianhu, Yu Chenghong and his son finally revealed a hint of a smile. Truly, he is my son, already at the 10th realm. Surpassing even your elder brother in innate talent, Yu Chenghong nodded with satisfaction. Elder brother, let us not converse outside. Let us retire to the main hall and converse leisurely. Yu Fei hastily suggested. Indeed, the group then proceeded into the grand hall of the royal residence. Yu Chenghong took the lead, directly occupying the principal seat with a commanding presence. Jiang Ning assisted Yu Fei to the secondary seat, while the three brothers settled into the side seats. According to familial hierarchy, Yu Chenghong was indeed an elder, qualified for the main seat. However, he seemed to have forgotten that his nephew was now a prince, with status and position far exceeding his own. Not to mention Jiang Ning, even Yu Fei, as a royal consort, held a higher status than Yu Chenghong. By the rights, upon Jiang Ning's entrance, Yu Chenghong and his son should have paid their respects to the Liang king, followed by Yu Fei. Thus, in the grand hall, the principal and secondary seats should rightfully belong to Jiang Ning and his mother, relegating Yu Chenghong and his son to the side seats. This delineation of authority between sovereign and subject was significant. Yu Chenghong's presumption did not leave a favorable impression on Jiang Ning. I am already aware of His Majesty's decree, Yu Chenghong stated, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Ning. This time, Ninger should not partake in the venture to Fengzhou. Fengzhou is the territory of the Zhao clan. And since Ninger has already slain the Zhao Empress and the Crown Prince, should he venture there, the Zhao clan will undoubtedly spare no effort to retaliate against him. Yu Qinghong spoke gravely, each word imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Father, are you not aware of His Highness's strength? Yu Tianhu promptly interjected. Is it at the 15th realm? Yu Qinghong countered, his expression one of apparent understanding. Yu Tianhu's lips twitched. It was highly likely that Jiang Ning exceeded the 15th realm. Precisely because Ninger is at the 15th realm, he should not be going to Fengzhou, Yu Qinghong continued. Why is that, father? Yu Tianhu inquired, perplexed. Because Ninger is too conspicuous. It is likely that other heirs have already begun to conspire against him, both overtly and covertly. Furthermore, this journey to Fengzhou entails entering a secret realm. I need not elaborate on what a secret realm is. You are all well aware, Yu Qinghong elucidated. A cave possesses rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth, typically giving birth to spiritual treasures that prolong the cave's lifespan. Yet, caves also have a lifespan. For instance, the Xiaofeng Mountain Cave nurtured a spiritual tree, with the cave and the tree complementing each other. Conversely, a secret realm is a place of peril. The treasures born within a secret realm are incomparable to the blessings of a cave. Thus, the secret realm harbors extraordinary opportunities, yet it is fraught with immense dangers. Some high-level practitioners may enter a secret realm only to meet their demise before even encountering an opportunity. Even those who manage to seize an opportunity may struggle to safely extract it from the secret realm. Hence, Yu Qinghong resolved to prevent Jiang Ning from entering the secret realm personally. However, would Jiang Ning heed his counsel? As much as it was pleasant to say that Yu Qinghong was his uncle, Jiang Ning had scarcely seen him throughout his life. Previous chapter was updated just past 2 o'clock yesterday morning and was delayed for review. Chapter 63. Family does not speak as strangers. When Jiang Ning returned to the capital, Yu Tianhu had already given him a stern warning, which Jiang Ning took lightly. Observing Yu Qinghong, one cannot help but note that like father, like son. However, Yu Qinghong's demeanor was even more assertive than that of Yu Tianhu. Why should I heed your arrangements? Jiang Ning suddenly inquired. The gravity of his words caused the expressions of several individuals present to shift uneasily. By referring to himself as this king, Jiang Ning indicated a lack of respect for Yu Qinghong. Though Yu Qinghong harbored discontent towards Jiang Ning, he did not express it overtly. What do you know about the secret realm? Yu Qinghong questioned. During his travels, Jiang Ning had indeed heard tales of the secret realm. Recently, he had been fervently acquiring knowledge about this world, yet his understanding of the secret realm was limited to hearsay and ancient texts. It had been millennia since the first human cultivator discovered the secret realm, and countless lives had been lost within its confines, while opportunities for fortune remained scarce. The origins of the secret realm and the reasons it could harbor extraordinary treasures were not clearly documented in ancient literature. I am not well informed, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. No one knows the misty hidden realm better than the Zhao family of Fengzhou. Yet, the emperor, fully aware of your enmity with the Zhao family, still decrees that the princes must enter the secret realm. Do you not comprehend the implications of this? Yu Qinghong remarked coldly, adopting a didactic tone. The emperor's actions are indeed fraught with ulterior motives. Perhaps he seeks to utilize Jiang Ning to eliminate the Zhao family in one fell swoop? Even if he cannot eradicate them, he surely aims to inflict severe damage. Moreover, the emperor's second objective is glaringly apparent. The misty spiritual flower and fruit is a supreme celestial treasure, blooming and bearing fruit only once every 1,000 years. Its petals can enhance cultivation. With the increase proportionate to the practitioner's realm, the fruit can extend one's lifespan by a minimum of 100 years. The royal family has never lacked for extraordinary treasures that assist in cultivation and prolong life. For cultivators, the more longevity-enhancing treasures they consume, the diminishing returns they experience. For instance, if a cultivator consumes a treasure that extends their lifespan by 10 years, and then another that does the same, regardless of whether they are of the same type, the effect will reduce to merely 3 additional months. Should a third be consumed, the benefit may dwindle to just 2 or 3 days. Beyond that, further consumption yields almost no benefit whatsoever. However, the misty spiritual flower and fruit possesses remarkable efficacy. It can extend anyone's lifespan by at least 100 years, regardless of previous consumption of longevity-enhancing treasures. The emperor's own lifespan is waning, and acquiring the misty spiritual flower and fruit would not only enhance his cultivation, but could forcibly extend his life by at least a century. Across the entire Liang continent, and indeed the realm of humanity, There exists but one verified account of the misty spiritual flower. A millennium ago, Emperor Xuanwu Gate personally led an army into the misty hidden realm, successfully retrieving the flower and fruit. Now, the time has come once again for the misty spiritual flower to bloom and bear fruit. Observing Jiang Ning's contemplative demeanor, Yu Chenghong assumed he had grasped the inherent dangers and continued. Initially, you disregarded your family's opposition and resolutely departed. Later, when the Yu family faced oppression, you chose to bide your time and flow with the current. Do you truly believe that the Yu family's strength is inferior to that of the Zhao family? The Yu family awaits your return, which is why they choose to conceal their talents. A decade ago, you were but a child, and your obstinacy could be forgiven. Venturing into the world would not have been a misstep. However, now that you have matured into adulthood, you must no longer act recklessly. Every endeavor must be aimed towards a specific goal. Heeding the counsel of your elders will undoubtedly benefit you. Presently, Yu Chenghong seeks to influence Jiang Ning, desiring his compliance in all matters. His assertive demeanor is designed to ensure that when the larger picture is revealed, the Yu family will be the first to partake in the feast. Cloaking his intentions under the guise of familial concern, he earnestly persuades Jiang Ning, projecting an image of unwavering devotion to the younger generation, which leaves Jiang Ning somewhat repulsed. Yet, such is the nature of most maternal relatives. It is not solely the Yu family that exerts pressure upon Jiang Ning. Various factions behind other princes are similarly assertive. During the reign of the late emperor, he frequently faced interference from the Zhao family. The emperor's sudden turn towards the pursuit of immortality ensured that as long as he remained detached from court affairs, external relatives could not encroach upon his authority. Yu Chenghong's ability to articulate such sentiments before Jiang Ning suggests he possesses undisclosed strengths. For he, being of the 13th realm, assumes Jiang Ning to be of the 15th realm, yet he still perceives the Yu family as superior. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Ning remarked coolly, "If the Yu family is indeed so formidable, then venture into the misty secret realm and retrieve the mist spirit flowers." Upon hearing this, Yu Chenghong's expression darkened progressively. After conversing with Jiang Ning for some time, it seemed as though not a single word had registered with him. "Do you not comprehend my words? The misty secret realm lies in Fengzhou, the territory of the Zhao family. The success of those entering the secret realm in retrieving the celestial fruits remains uncertain. Should they succeed, we merely need to intercept them along the way. If we take the initiative, are we not merely sewing garments for others?" Yu Chenghong retorted coldly, "If you lack the courage, then I implore you not to dictate our course of action. The decision of whether I go or stay lies solely with me, not you." The tension escalated with just a few exchanges. Observing Yu Chenghong's increasingly grim demeanor, Yu Fei hastily intervened. "Elder brother, Ninger has grown. He now possesses his own thoughts. I act in his best interest." Yu Chenghong interrupted her sharply, "Look at your beloved son. Since being conferred the title of prince, he disregards even our family elders. Does he expect me to bow before him? Elder brother, please do not take offense. We are family. Let us speak amicably," Yu Fei urged, sensing Yu Chenghong's mounting fury. She understood Jiang Ning's temperament, yet she wished to avoid a scene that would reflect poorly on the family. Even within a family, there should be a hierarchy. Yu Chenghong replied icily, "Brother, it is rare for you to return. We should unite moving forward," Yu Fei expressed, feeling somewhat helpless. As the heir to the Duke of Yin's estate, her elder brother was accustomed to being dominant. However, Jiang Ning's demeanor remained indifferent toward everyone except her. She felt at a loss regarding how to proceed. "Indeed, father, we are a family. How can we harbor discord? Wouldn't that simply provide amusement for outsiders?" Yu Tianhu chimed in quickly. Yu Chenghong pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Ning. "If he insists on going, I cannot stop him. But neither my father nor I will extend our assistance." Jiang Ning rose from his seat. "Since your uncle understands the distinction between priorities, I beseech you to pay your respects to the Empress Mother upon your next meeting." Jiang Ning turned and strode outside. A third-rank official was making a fool of himself within the royal residence. Yu Chenghong, watching Jiang Ning's retreating figure, felt a surge of anger. Yu Fei hastily rose and pursued him. Yu Tianhu also wished to follow, but was restrained by Yu Chenghong. "Tianhu, where do you think you're going?" Yu Chenghong asked grimly. "Father, my cousin is now a prince. Do you not believe that he is in the wrong?" Yu Chenghong replied coldly. "No, father. My cousin has likely attained the 16th realm in martial arts." Yu Tianhu whispered. Chapter 64. He needs to understand the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. An update for esteemed readers. The platform is currently experiencing issues. Chapter 63 has been delayed for review. and it is uncertain when it will be resolved. Yu Chenghong fell silent for a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Do you truly believe a 20-year-old could reach the 16th realm? Father, have you not heard of my cousin's exploits? Jiang Ning's name has likely spread across the entire realm. It was improbable that Yu Chenghong had not heard of him. If Jiang Ning had not reached the 16th realm, how could he have exhibited such prowess? Perched upon the ancient towering locust tree beside the main hall of the royal residence was an old ape, displaying a demeanor more obsequious than that of a human in the presence of Jiang Ning. But what do you know of the information regarding the misty hidden realm? Yu Chenghong retorted. That, I truly do not know. The latest intelligence indicates that anyone entering the misty hidden realm will have their martial arts level suppressed to below the 10th realm. Even the earthly immortals are not exempt. Even if what you say is true, and he has reached the 16th realm, once he enters the misty hidden realm, all will be equal. Do you think the other heirs would not unite against him? Would the Zhao clan allow him to exit the realm alive? Yu Chenghong spoke coldly. Yu Tianhu was taken aback by his words. Father, why did you not mention this before? Look at how he carries himself. He treats me as an elder in family. So young yet so arrogant. If he wishes to go, let him. Only when he realizes the dangers of this world will he understand how much he truly needs our support, Yu Chenghong declared coldly. Before Yu Tianhu comprehended Jiang Ning, he shared similar sentiments. However, he now perceived Jiang Ning as a valuable ally. Yet, after hearing Yu Chenghong's words, he felt the complexities of the world were far greater than he had imagined. One thing was well known. The treasures born from the hidden realms were not easily obtained. But should we not report this matter? Would it not be inappropriate? Yu Tianhu murmured. Tianhu, my father and I have discovered that the world is indeed larger than we imagined. He has wandered the martial world for a few years and believes he understands everything. Does he not need to learn the true meaning of humility? Yu Daxiang spoke solemnly. Ninger, your uncle means no harm. He only wishes the best for you. Do not hold it against him, Yu Fei advised, following Jiang Ning closely, trying to persuade him patiently. I will take heed next time, Jiang Ning replied with a gentle smile. Although spoken lightly, her heart whispered, if they were not of the Yu lineage, that father and son would not even qualify to enter the royal palace. Is Ninger truly determined to go? Mother feels your uncle's suggestion is rather agreeable. Fear not, mother. This matter is not as formidable as you imagine. It appears that Jiang Ning is resolute in his decision, and Consort Yu understands that she cannot dissuade him. If you must go, then take Lu Jin with you. I have observed his unwavering loyalty towards you, and he is indeed trustworthy. Oh, and do not forget to bring Xiaobai along. With its presence, you shall be well protected. At this moment, the keen-eared old monkey suddenly leaped down and landed softly. It gestured towards Consort Yu with exaggerated movements, as if to affirm her words. Jiang Ning smiled faintly. Xiaobai, guard our home diligently. Until my return, no outsider is permitted to step into the royal palace. Upon hearing this, the old monkey's demeanor drooped in disappointment. It cast lingering glances back as it made its way to the ancient locust tree, subsequently climbing up. Ninger, you are not bringing Xiaobai? Then take Lu Jin. You cannot possibly go alone, can you? Very well, I shall take Lu Jin. Good, I will immediately send someone to the palace to inform Lu Jin. Jiang Ning perceived a deep concern reflected in Consort Yu's gaze. Though she recognized her son's strength, a mother's worry for her child is eternal. A mother worries for her child who travels 1,000 miles. I have journeyed before and have acquaintances in Fengzhou. They are formidable individuals. Mother, rest assured. When I arrive in Fengzhou, I will assess the situation. If it proves too perilous, I shall refrain from entering that secret realm. Alas, Consort Yu could not ascertain the reliability of Jiang Ning's assurance and could only sigh helplessly. Shortly thereafter, Lu Jin arrived at the royal palace. Since the demise of Wang Zhong, Lu Jin, as the chief eunuch, had naturally ascended to the pinnacle of the court's eunuchs. The young eunuchs, once Wang Zhong's adopted sons and grandsons, now regarded Lu Jin as their forebear. With the sudden death of the empress, Lu Jin initially feared that Jiang Ning would face repercussions. However, the empress's passing did not stir any ripples. In the palace, he dutifully adhered to Consort Yu's commands. This humble servant has come, as per Consort Yu's orders, to pay respects to your highness. Arrived so swiftly? There is no rush to depart. We shall set out in 2 days, Jiang Ning replied calmly. As you command. Just as Lu Jin departed, when Kai arrived, this humble general greets his highness. What brings you here? If I am not mistaken, your highness intends to journey to Fengzhou. I, lacking in skill, wish to accompany your highness. To serve you to the best of my abilities, Wen Kai proclaimed with a bow. Accompanying the prince to Fengzhou equated to directly engaging in the struggle for succession. Thus, it was evident that Wen Kai was steadfastly aligning himself with Jiang Ning. The influence behind Wen Kai was not substantial, hardly even reaching the second tier. His thoughts mirrored those of many others. The emperor's directive for the princes to travel to Fengzhou ostensibly harbored the potential to eliminate Jiang Ning. Yet, he was willing to stake the fate of the entire Wen clan on this gamble. Victory would yield abundant rewards, while defeat would spell utter ruin. Very well. We shall depart on the morning of the second day. Thank you, Your Highness. May I inquire if you require additional personnel? Wen Kai asked. No need. Understood. On Jiang Ning's decisions, Wen Kai harbored no objections. As the imperial decree spread throughout the realm, Fengzhou swiftly became the center of attention across the land. Fengzhou City, an ancient fortress, predates Baiyu capital. 3 millennia ago, it served as the capital of the Yu dynasty, which lasted 4,000 years, while Fengzhou boasts a history of 7,000 years. Despite enduring the ravages of a millennium of turmoil and countless battles, this venerable city remains steadfast and unyielding. 2 days hence, 200 miles north of Fengzhou City, an ancient path is interrupted by a towering mountain. This mountain is known as Mist Mountain, and on its opposite peak lies one of the 12 secret realms, the Mist Hidden Realm. At the foot of Mist Mountain, a multitude of people has gathered, including valiant heroes of the martial world and disciples from various sections. Some seek the opportunity to align with the prince's faction, while others come merely to witness the grandeur of the occasion. Numerous cultivators have taken advantage of the situation, setting up stalls at the base of the mountain, transforming it into a bustling marketplace. Look, the royal carriage! Someone shouted, causing the crowd to turn in unison. An extraordinary beast was pulling a chariot, soaring through the sky and leaping over the heads of the spectators, heading towards the peak of Mist Mountain. Is this the 4th wave already? Why don't they stop at the foot of the mountain? No need to rush. There may still be opportunities, as a few princes have yet to arrive. Jiang Ning and his companions arrived at the foot of Mist Mountain, walking amidst the throng. Earlier, Jiang Ning had traversed the void, swiftly transporting them from the capital to outside Fengzhou City in the blink of an eye. After emerging from the void, they had walked for over a quarter of an hour, yet his companions remained in awe of the experience. They understood the concept of traversing the void, with Lu Jin adept at such techniques for self-preservation. However, crossing 5,000 miles in an instant from Baiyu capital to Fengzhou, what an astonishing notion. At this moment, both Lu Jin and Wen Kai seemed to comprehend how Jiang Ning had brought back the ancient locust tree from the Lu family to the capital. Wen Kai felt fortunate to have aligned himself with such a formidable ally. As the trio stepped into the crowd, they curiously glanced around. Suddenly, a young woman blocked their path. Are you Jiang Ning? In the midst of the crowd, someone called out Jiang Ning's name, causing Lu Jin and Wen Kai to become alert simultaneously. Although the young woman appeared harmless, Lu Jin had already gathered his energy at his fingertips, ready to draw his sword at a moment's notice. Addressing Jiang Ning by name was a significant breach of decorum. The young woman, around 18 years of age, was clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her athletic and statuesque figure. With a wheat-colored complexion, an oval face, and exquisite features, she sported a folded spear slung across her back. It is said that a fair complexion can conceal many flaws, yet her bronze skin radiated an undeniable elegance. With her expressive eyes intently scrutinizing Jiang Ning, she exclaimed, "Ah, you truly are Jiang Ning. What a coincidence." Upon recognizing him, her excitement grew. "I remember now. You are the one from Yang Waste." Jiang Ning responded with a faint smile. In that moment, both Lu Jin and Wen Kai relaxed their guard, having seldom witnessed Jiang Ning display such warmth. Lu Jin had only seen Jiang Ning smile at Yufei before. This young lady was the second person to elicit such a response from him. Jiang Ning would also display a smile for the old monkey. Yet the girl he referred to as Yang Yao was not a mere monkey. Upon hearing this, she puffed her cheeks and playfully smacked Jiang Ning on the shoulder. "My name is Yang Yao, not Yang Yao," she exclaimed. "Jiang Xiao Gu. It's only been 5 years since we last met. How could your memory be so poor? Who is this?" A few individuals gathered around, among them a young man in his 20s who scrutinized Jiang Ning with a rather unfriendly gaze. "Senior brother, this is the Jiang Ning I mentioned to you, Jiang Xiao Gu. It was he who guided me 5 years ago, enabling me to make remarkable progress in my martial arts," Yang Yao said with evident excitement. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression turned even more hostile. He had heard the name Jiang Ning from Yang Yao on numerous occasions. Each time she spoke of him, She extolled his handsomeness, charm, and profound martial prowess. It was enough to incite envy in him, as he had been Yang Yao's childhood companion and held no fondness for this Jiang Ning. Now that he beheld this Jiang Ning, he had to admit that he was indeed as striking as Yang Yao had described, which only heightened his jealousy. 5 years prior, while in Xuanwu, Jiang Ning had encountered this young lady practicing martial arts alone in a forest. After watching her for a brief moment, he remarked that her technique was lacking. At the time, she had been indignant, eager to spar with him to gauge his abilities. The outcome was inevitable. Jiang Ning triumphed effortlessly, while Yang Yao couldn't even lay a finger on him. Subsequently, he offered her a few casual pointers, and before long, she successfully broke through the bottleneck in her training. Jiang Ning remembered her not for her martial talent, but for her spirited personality, reminiscent of a chivalrous heroine from the rivers and lakes. During their time in Xuanwu, Yang Yao had treated Jiang Ning to drinks multiple times, showcasing her remarkable capacity for alcohol. Through their conversations, Jiang Ning learned that she hailed from a local gang known as the Xuanwu Gang. Unlike sects, which adhered to a more resource-intensive cultivation path, the gangs focused solely on the physical refinement of their members. However, their standing was far inferior to that of the mountain sects, where even the most minor sects could boast cultivators above the 10th realm. The pinnacle for pure martial artists was typically the Great Master realm, with very few achieving it, and even fewer surpassing it. Who would have thought it's such a coincidence that you've come to Fengou as well? Are you here to try your luck? Yang Yao approached Jiang Ning. 5 years had passed, and she had grown to match his height of just over 6 feet. I plan to explore the secret realm. Jiang Ning replied with a faint smile. Come now, don't boast. What kind of place is the secret realm? How could you possibly enter? Even if you could, that place is fraught with danger. Jiang Xiaogu, I've made considerable progress in the past 5 years. Let us find a place to spar first, and then I'll treat you to a drink. I've heard the Flowing Clouds wine here in Fengzhou is exceptional, and I haven't had the chance to taste it yet. At that moment, the young man approached and obstructed Yang Yao's path. He casually cupped his hands towards Jiang Ning. I am Zheng Kaihe, the chief disciple of the Blue Fish Gang. If you wish to spar with my junior sister, you must first defeat me. Zheng Kaihe crossed his arms, exuding hostility. I never expressed a desire to spar with you, Jiang Ning replied. That's good to hear. I heard your name is Jiang Ning. Which Ning? Zheng Kaihe inquired. A Ning, Jiang Ning responded. To think you share a name with the esteemed King Liang Ning? Jiang Ning chuckled. I am indeed King Liang Ning. Humph, Zheng Kaihe rolled his eyes. With so many princes arriving aboard their fantastical beasts, you chose to walk here on foot? You claim to be King Liang Ning? The world knows that King Liang Ning is a terrestrial immortal capable of splitting the heavens with a single sword. If you are truly King Liang Ning, why not demonstrate your prowess? Zheng Kaihe sneered. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. It was not entirely surprising that Zheng Kaihe lacked insight. His words held some truth. Who among the princes would walk here unaided? Lu Jin and Wen Kai exchanged displeased glances. If His Highness the Liang King possesses such abilities, why should he perform for a mere martial artist? Zheng Kaihe, seeing that Jiang Ning remained unmoved, began to taunt. You claim to be King Liang Ning, yet you cannot even split the heavens with a sword. How can you assert your identity? Jiang Ning smiled faintly and asked, Are you a man? What do you mean by that? Am I not a man? Do I resemble a woman? If you are indeed a man, then remove your trousers. What do you mean? Prove you are a man. If you are afraid to remove your trousers, does that not imply you are not a man? The others accompanying them erupted in laughter, caught off guard by this unexpected cleverness. In just a few exchanges, Jiang Ning had turned Zheng Kaihe's face a shade of green. Lu Jin sensed that Jiang Ning was in good spirits. Otherwise, he would not engage in a verbal sparring match with a mere martial artist. Do you dare insult me? You seek death. Zheng Kaihe seethed with rage, raising his fist to strike Jiang Ning. In an instant, Wen Kai charged forward, meeting Zheng Kaihe's punch with one of his own. A sharp crack echoed as Zheng Kaihe stumbled backward, falling to the ground. His level of cultivation was not high in the presence of Jiang Ning and Lu Jin, merely at the 11th realm. Yet against a pure martial artist below the 10th realm, he was no match. With a cry of pain, Zheng Kaihe found himself unable to rise, as an imposing foot pressed firmly against his chest, rendering him immobile. The scene unfolded so swiftly that the members of the Blue Fish Gang were momentarily stunned, their smiles still evident as Zheng Kaihe was subdued. Enough, Jiang Ning stated with a calm smile. If you dare to show disrespect towards my lord again, be wary of your head. Wen Kai threatened, retracting his foot. Zheng Kaihe glared fiercely at Jiang Ning, then scrambled to his feet, retreating hastily. fearful that Wen Kai might truly render him incapacitated. "Let us go," Jiang Ning said as he moved forward. And the members of the Blue Fish Gang quickly parted to clear the path. Zheng Kaihe fixated intently on Jiang Ning's retreating figure, enduring his pain with clenched teeth, and indignantly exclaimed, "He merely relies on a wicked servant. What does that amount to?" He immediately turned his gaze to Yang Yao. "Junior sister, this person is unreasonable. Do not associate with him." Clearly, it is you who lacks reason." Yang Yao shot Zheng Kaihe a glare before hastily following in Jiang Ning's footsteps. "Hey, junior sister, where are you going?" Chapter 66. The Conspiracy of the Zhao clan on Misty Mountain. There stood a meticulously constructed altar. At that moment, a considerable assembly gathered on the altar square, comprising the imperial heirs and their retinues, alongside members of the Zhao clan. A carriage descended from the sky and halted in the square. Jiang Yu and Jiang Xing, the two brothers, alighted from the carriage, whereupon they were greeted by attendants. "We pay our respects to Prince Qi and Prince Zhao." The foremost among them was the heir of the Duke of Lu, Zhao Ying, who was also the emperor's father-in-law and the maternal grandfather of Jiang Yu and Jiang Xing. In the entire Fengzhou, Zhao Ying held significant influence. Since Zhao Tongzhou's return to Fengzhou, the Zhao clan had become acutely aware of the events transpiring in the capital. The empress, Zhao Chunhua, his legitimate eldest daughter, had been ruthlessly slain by the ninth prince, Jiang Ning, within the Tai Chi Hall. This incident had ignited the wrath of the Zhao clan. Had it not been for the Lu clan's hasty endeavor to meet their demise, Zhao Ying, as the imperial father-in-law, would have personally journeyed to the capital to demand justice for his daughter. The empress's death had occurred in such a muddled manner. Yet the emperor exhibited no sign of acknowledgement, behaving as if nothing had transpired. Had he forgotten the means by which he ascended to the throne? However, the emperor's decision to summon the princes to Fengzhou to seize treasures from the secret realm to determine the heir had taken the Zhao clan by surprise. They surmised that the emperor intended to grant the Zhao clan an opportunity for vengeance, thereby quelling their fury. "Grandfather, please, there is no need for such formalities. I would not dare accept such honor," Jiang Yu quickly interjected, grasping Zhao Ying's hands before he could bow. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, Zhao Ying's spirits lifted considerably. "Has he arrived?" Zhao Ying inquired directly. "He will undoubtedly come," Jiang Yu affirmed. "What is his level of power?" Zhao Ying pressed further. "It is likely to align with your expectations," Jiang Yu replied. Zhao Ying inhaled sharply. Indeed, the Jiang royal family has produced an extraordinary individual. It is no wonder he dares to act recklessly. Surpassing the 15th realm at merely 20 years of age, a feat unmatched throughout history. If he dares to step into the secret realm, he cannot possibly emerge alive. "Grandfather, the ninth strength is not as simple as you might envision. The eldest brother has just entered the terrestrial immortal realm, cultivating the divine emperor's revelation, and possesses mastery over the power of the celestial spirits. Yet he was effortlessly slain by the ninth." Jiang Yu spoke gravely. "You too, follow me," Zhao Ying commanded, leading the brothers forward while releasing an aura to cloak their movements. The misty secret realm harbors a secret. All who enter are subjected to suppression of their realms. The higher one's realm, the greater the suppression encountered. No one entering the misty secret realm can exceed the 10th realm, Zhao Ying stated. Upon hearing this, the two brothers exchanged glances. The secret realms possess their own unique characteristics, and the powers that control access to these realms typically keep their secrets concealed. Within the 10 realms, the second brother truly stands unrivaled. Jiang Xing's eyes gleamed with excitement. "My intention is not to incite you to act against the Liang King once you enter the secret realm. Rather, I emphasize that this secret must remain undisclosed. There are many ignorant individuals gathered at the foot of the mountain. You need to recruit a group to accompany you as scouts. Most of them will likely not survive the ordeal, and even if some manage to survive until the end, you two brothers must ensure that no one escapes alive." Zhao Ying spoke solemnly. "Grandfather, many royal heirs will enter the secret realm this time. I fear this secret cannot be kept." Jiang Yu expressed his concerns. "Your objective, both of you, is to unite with the other princes to confront Jiang Ning. None of you should take action, merely find a safe place to wait. Once Jiang Ning is dead, the other princes, along with all others who enter the secret realm except for you two, will not emerge alive." Zhao Ying's gaze swept across the square. "Once all the heirs are dead, the realm will belong solely to you brothers. It seems that in these past few days, the Zhao clan has made ample preparations." This was somewhat unexpected for Jiang Yu. He had presumed that everyone, including the Zhao clan, would first target Jiang Ning. However, he did not anticipate that his grandfather had devised a comprehensive plan not only to eliminate Jiang Ning, but also all the other royal heirs. In that case, only he and Jiang Xing would remain. Thus, ultimately, only one person would emerge alive, and that would be Jiang Yu. As they enter the secret realm, their abilities will be suppressed, particularly their magical powers. Yet, Jiang Yu's physical prowess has already reached saintly levels. This misty secret realm seems tailor-made for his contest. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu was prepared for the worst, which included the possibility that Jiang Ning might emerge from the secret realm with the mist spirit flower. Should that occur, he had contingencies in place. However, with the Zhao clan schemes, it was highly unlikely that the ninth brother would escape. Without further ado, I shall send someone to the foot of the mountain to assist you in recruiting personnel. Zhao Ning concluded, immediately summoning a person to descend the mountain. At that moment, the arriving heirs approached Jiang Yu and the others to greet them. I have seen the royal brother, and I have met the national uncle. Your Highness, the King of Wu, is too courteous. It is the subject who pays his respects to you. No, you hold the esteemed position of national uncle, being both a prince and a high-ranking official, as well as our elder. At the foot of the mountain, Yang Yao followed in Jiang Ning's footsteps. Brother Jiang, do not take offense at my martial brother. He is not a bad person. He just lacks experience and does not realize how high your martial arts talent is. Jiang Ning replied with a faint smile. For your sake, I shall not hold it against him. I knew you were magnanimous, embracing all with open arms. By the way, have you been wandering as a rogue these past few years? Yang Yao tilted her head to observe Jiang Ning's profile. Previously, she had only regarded Jiang Ning as a skilled martial artist with handsome features. Now, she discovered that his elegance and refined demeanor were truly rare in the world. Oh, Jiang Ning sighed lightly with a faint smile. With no diligence in martial practice, I must return home to inherit the family fortune. I knew it. Your origins must be extraordinary, Yang Yao remarked, turning to observe Lu Jin and Wen Kai trailing behind her, flashing them a sweet smile. Just from Wen Kai's casual punch that subdued Zheng Kaiya, it was evident that his cultivation level was remarkable. With such formidable retainers by Jiang Ning's side, one could only surmise his noble lineage. What inheritance do you have to assume? Yang Yao inquired. My family possesses a throne that I am to inherit. At this, Yang Yao nearly stumbled in disbelief. She playfully patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder, saying, All right, stop teasing me. If you prefer not to share, that's fine. However, your name is truly splendid, sharing the same name and surname as the Liang King. Having traveled the world, you must certainly be familiar with the Liang King, right? His sword opened the heavens. What grandeur that entails. Just as Yang Yao rambled on, a resonant voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Esteemed heroes, a figure was seen suspended in midair. I am the steward of Zhao Mansion, entrusted by the Qi King to recruit brave souls to accompany His Highness into the misty secret realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd at the foot of the mountain began to converge eagerly. Initially, when they saw the imperial heir ascending towards the summit, many had resigned themselves to the thought that their chance had passed. Yet unexpectedly, the Qi King was calling for warriors to join him in entering the secret realm. Secret realms are not easily accessed, and they hold immense allure for all, particularly for martial artists. It is not merely the prospect of obtaining treasures unique to these realms that draws them in, but the countless top-tier cultivators who have perished within, leaving behind invaluable techniques and artifacts. The chance to stumble upon a vital cultivation method or a potent treasure could change one's destiny. Such occurrences are not unheard of, and many have risen to prominence after seizing opportunities within secret realms. Thus, when the Qi King issued his recruitment decree, it felt like a glimmer of hope had emerged in the dark. Although the likelihood of gaining fortune within the secret realm is slim, accompanied by significant risk, the potential rewards are enough to entice many to pursue this path. However, entry into any secret realm is not granted to all. Those willing to accompany the Qi King into the realm would receive a reward of 1,000 taels. Any treasures uncovered within would be theirs to keep. Furthermore, whoever aids the Qi King in procuring the mist spirit flower would be bestowed with a premier cultivation technique, along with a bounty of 1,000,000 taels in gold, and the honor of being conferred a title. These words ignited a fervor among all present. Truly, the illustrious Qi King offered conditions that were grand indeed. To accompany him into the secret realm and potentially discover the coveted mist spirit flower would be a meteoric rise. The allure was simply overwhelming. The Tianzhou Tiger Head Gang declared, We are willing to follow His Highness, the Qi King, into the secret realm to clear the path for him. The Luzhou Zhenyang sect proclaimed, We shall accompany His Highness, the Qi King, into the secret realm. The Tongzhou Tianhe sect asserted, we are eager to follow His Highness, the Qi King, into the secret realm. Countless voices clamored in eager anticipation towards the steward of Zhao Mansion. Silence, everyone. There is a condition. Only those above the fifth realm possess the qualifications to follow the footsteps of the Qi King. After all, the secret realm is perilous, and the Qi King cannot ensure your safety. Although the steward has set a threshold, countless individuals still rush to apply. Opportunities are fleeting. Brother Jiang, did you not express your desire to explore the secret realm? With your cultivation, you are sure to qualify. Our Qingyu gang is also capable. Why don't we go together? Yang Yao said to Jiang Ning with enthusiasm. Very well, Jiang Ning replied casually. After the steward registered the names on the list, he distributed 1,000 taels of silver notes to each of the over 1,000 applicants. Soon after, several flying boats descended. The applicants boarded the boats one by one, following the steward of the Zhao residence as they soared towards the misty mountains. Those who were unable to qualify could only watch enviously as the others took flight. This time, the Qi King unexpectedly brought over 1,000 people. Perhaps someone might indeed encounter good fortune. On one of the flying boats, Zheng Kaihe glared at Jiang Ning with displeasure. You only managed to qualify because of our Qingyu gang's influence. What are you saying? Brother Zhang's cultivation is far superior to yours. Did you not hear the conditions set forth by the Qi King? As long as one possesses sufficient cultivation, it matters not whether he is with our Qingyu gang. He could go on his own, Yang Yao retorted, looking at his frail appearance. Who knows what his cultivation level is? Zheng Kaihe's gaze swept over Lu Jin and Wen Kai, inwardly muttering, fortunately, you have two powerful attendants by your side. Otherwise, I would make you understand the consequences. The flying boat swiftly landed at the altar square, and the mountaintop buzzed with activity. Listen up. From this moment on, all of you shall obey the commands of the Qi King. Do you understand? The crowd responded in unison. Zhao scanned the assembly, a flicker of darkness crossing her eyes. Is Jiang Ning not here? Could it be that he dares not come? Zhao pondered. He has arrived. There he is. Jiang Yu replied. Following Jiang Yu's gaze, Zhao quickly recognized Jiang Ning. In truth, she had only seen the youthful Jiang Ning once before. She recognized him due to the presence of the old eunuch Lu Jin and the commander of the Tianlang Guard, Wen Kai. Lu Jin indeed possessed some skills, having gained notoriety for his prowess in the realm of divine travel. As for Wen Kai, he was merely a scion of a minor family. How could he mingle with such a crowd? Zhao found herself perplexed. Was it not said that he was proud and aloof, dismissive even of his own maternal clan? The Yu family? The fact that not a single member of the Yu family had come only underscored the poor relationship between them and Jiang Ning. She secretly hoped that more members of the Yu family would attend, thus providing more targets to eliminate. Alas, the Yu family had indeed missed a fortuitous opportunity to ascend directly. Who knows? Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently. Go ahead, grandfather. I shall take my leave. Jiang Yu led the way towards the azure stone steps leading to the mountaintop behind the altar. Everyone followed suit. The steward of the Zhao residence raised his hand and gestured for the crowd to proceed. Upon reaching the summit, I gazed ahead, where a murky fog rolled ceaselessly, obscuring any semblance of light within. It felt as though a colossal beast lurked within the gray mist, stirring the winds and clouds. At that moment, a halo flickered at the edge of the fog, and suddenly, the dense mist erupted forth. The boundary sealing the secret realm had been breached. Jiang Yu turned back, bowing respectfully to the gathered crowd, exuding an air of courtesy. Esteemed warriors, united with your respective sects and clans, I implore you to enter the secret realm first. To pave the way for this king, I entrust this task to you. His gesture of respect left the frontline soldiers astonished. After all, he was the Qi King. Jiang Yu, a pure martial artist of the 12th realm, a paragon among all pure martial artists in the world. We are honored to serve the Qi King. They replied in unison. Jiang, the mist is thick. Let us proceed together. Listen closely, hold tightly to the rope, and if any situation arises, pull the rope to signal for help. Yang Yao produced a bundle of hemp rope from somewhere, first handing it to Jiang Ning before distributing it to the others. Then, with determination, Yang Yao stepped boldly into the impenetrable fog, followed closely by Jiang Ning. As the group slowly descended a slope, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The scene before them suddenly opened up. Jiang Ning scanned the surroundings, only to find himself utterly alone. A wave of oppressive force descended upon him, the very essence of the rules governing this realm. However, Jiang Ning remained unfazed by this pressure. Before him appeared towering buildings and bustling traffic. As he found himself seated in a CAF, surrounded by the familiar faces of his 2 lifetimes. They greeted him warmly, yet he paid them no heed. It became evident that this hidden misty realm possessed not only the power of suppression, but also an extraordinary ability to induce illusions in those who entered. Had his cultivation not reached such heights, he would have surely succumbed to the mirage, mistaking his 20 years of experience for a mere dream. Break, Jiang Ning uttered calmly. The scene before him rapidly receded, coalescing into a single point of light at the edge of his vision. At that moment, he beheld a desolate world. A city, precariously perched upon the mountainside, lay in ruins, its walls crumbling and ravaged. Dead and decaying wood was scattered everywhere, adorned with tattered remnants of fabric that swayed gently. Dilapidated burial mounds, constructed from stone, lay strewn about, while broken weapons lay rusting in the debris. The entire world exuded a lifelessness that weighed heavily on the heart. Reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, Jiang Ning lifted his gaze toward the city. It was tiered, its upper sections obscured by the mist, revealing only faint outlines. This is my first foray into a secret realm, and what an eye-opener it has been, Jiang Ning remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 68. There are demonic beasts above. All those who traversed the thick fog had fallen prey to the illusion. Jiang Ning surveyed the scene, which resembled a chaotic dance of demons. Lu Jin knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing and exclaiming, "Long live my emperor." Meanwhile, Wen Kai stood resolutely with his blade, envisioning himself as the commander of a 1,000,000-strong army. Zheng Kai He, with a look of rapture, embraced a withered tree, repeatedly murmuring, "Junior sister, you are finally mine." As the aura of Jiang Ning dispelled the illusion, those around him instantaneously emerged from the mirage. Everyone maintained their previous postures, their minds swirling in a haze. Before gradually realizing their identities, their whereabouts, and their actions, having just fallen victim to an illusion. Lu Jin hastily scrambled to his feet and approached Jiang Ning, remaining vigilant of his surroundings while stating, "This is dire. This secret realm can suppress our realms." A grave expression enveloped Wen Kai's countenance. His cultivation level had been suppressed to the 8th tier. At that moment, Lu Jin also realized he had been reduced to the 9th tier. Attempting to break free from this suppressive force, he began to channel his energy, only to be met with a powerful backlash. "Do not attempt to break the suppression. There will be repercussions," Jiang Ning calmly advised. Lu Jin promptly ceased channeling his energy, and the backlash lessened somewhat. Both Lu Jin and Wen Kai nodded in agreement, uncertain if Jiang Ning had also been affected by the suppression. As the dazed crowd regained their senses, they became acutely aware of the invisible suppressive force. Practitioners and martial artists below the 10th tier found themselves diminished by at least one major realm. At that moment, other princes and their retinues began to cross the gray mist barrier into the secret realm. Several princes swiftly shattered their illusions and assisted their followers in doing the same. What a formidable suppressive force! One prince exclaimed. "Indeed, 5th brother, to which tier have you been reduced?" inquired the 3rd prince. "Are you jesting with me, 3rd brother? How could I possibly deceive you? We must unite our efforts to locate the mist spirit fruit. Only by understanding one another can we collaborate effectively." The 3rd prince replied with a smile. "Collaborating to find the mist spirit fruit? It would be more effective to unite against Jiang Ning," the 5th prince retorted. "Have you been suppressed as well, 3rd brother?" he countered. Just then, the 2nd prince stepped forward. "In this realm, there are rules that suppress our levels." Jiang Yu's voice resonated within everyone's ears. Before entering the secret realm, this secret could not be disclosed, but now the situation is different. To confront Jiang Ning, we must minimize our internal strife. Even I have been suppressed to the 9th tier, so everyone must remain vigilant, Jiang Yu stated solemnly. Turning to face the crowd, Jiang Yu declared, "Brave warriors, I have made a promise and shall not reiterate it. Whether you have the chance to defy fate rests upon your own endeavors." He gestured invitingly. "I await good news. Please proceed." The martial artists entering the secret realm for the first time felt a surge of excitement. Whether they could find a celestial treasure was uncertain, but even discovering a technique or artifact would be sufficient to alter their destinies. A throng of individuals surged toward the city walls. Noticing the multitude of followers Jiang Yu had gathered, the other princes contemplated emulating him, seeking to recruit a host of aides at the foot of the mountain. "9th brother, among us, you possess the greatest strength. You are the most likely to obtain the mist spirit fruit. When the time comes, I shall ensure your safety," Jiang Yu remarked with a gentle smile. Jiang Ning remained silent, lifting his gaze towards the veiled gray mist, a flicker of light glimmering in his eyes. Through the haze, he discerned the full visage of the mountain city. The city walls, shrouded in fog, rose in 7 or 8 tiers, their grandeur overwhelming. Each weathered wall was entwined with dark, serpentine vines. Atop the highest level stood a tower, perched upon the mountain's peak. Suddenly, a surge of malevolent energy emanated from the tower. A demon? Within the dim confines of the tower, destruction reigned. The ground was littered with scattered bones. Clinging to one side of the wall was a winged stone gargoyle, its head resembling that of a colossal lizard. The creature was bound by several thick iron chains that extended upwards into the nebulous mist, rendering its head invisible. A lone figure entered the tower, approaching the gargoyle. "Old friend, it's time to feast." The individual invoked a spell, and dark red runes materialized upon the gargoyle's form. In an instant, its petrified eyes regained vitality. Subsequently, the stone exterior began to shed. The gargoyle, measuring over 5 zhang in length, leapt from the wall, shaking off the remnants of its stony hide. Its head leaned closer to the figure, scrutinizing him intently. "Zhao family scion, it has been decades, yet you have only reached the 14th realm?" The gargoyle spoke in a deep, resonant voice, exuding an aura of authority. "I have marked the 2 whom you cannot kill. The one most deserving of death has also been marked. When I finally break free from this accursed chain, I shall devour every member of the Zhao clan." The creature's fierce gaze fixated on Zhao Ning. Standing unfazed, Zhao Ning clasped his hands behind his back. TSK, he scoffed. "Were it not for the Zhao family, you would have perished long ago. We have treated you well. As the saying goes, your kind are indeed ungrateful wretches." The gargoyle retorted, "With half your cunning. Why would I ever end up as a servant to the Zhao family? But are you not well fed and comfortably resting now?" With a mighty shake, the creature leapt into the air, flapping its wings as it ascended towards the ornate dome above. "Little ones, it's time to dine." From the stone walls of the tower, dozens of monsters burst forth, scaling the dome and descending along the walls. Below, "Jiang, hurry up," called Yang Yao, glancing back to see Jiang Yu still lingering behind. Jiang Ning promptly followed. All had ascended the stairs, reaching the first tier of the city walls, standing before a massive gate. Within lay only ruins, devoid of life. "Do not wander. There are demons above," Jiang Ning remarked coolly. "Listen up," Wen Kai suddenly shouted. The group, poised to enter the city, halted, turning to face Wen Kai. "If you wish to live, do not stray. Stay close to us, and we will ensure your safety," Wen Kai bellowed. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. "Who are you to tell us not to run? It seems you are the one seeking to seize opportunities for yourself. Are you a prince or a princess to command us all? Indeed, we are all employed by His Highness, the Prince Qi. What justification do we have to heed your commands now?" Chapter 69. The Great Ones are approaching. A group of ungrateful fools. Wen Kai, seeing the crowd's sarcastic remarks, scolded them with disdain. "Who are you cursing? Clearly, it is you who are afraid for your lives and wish for us to remain by your side to protect you. How naive you are. The members of the Tiger Head Gang, listen closely. Follow me inside. Our priority is to seek the celestial fruits for His Highness, the Prince Qi." Under the lead of their captain, the Tiger Head Gang entered the city gate without a glance back. With their leader, more individuals soon followed into the city. Before long, there were few left outside the city gates. "Junior sister, let us move. Do you also wish to obey their orders?" Zheng Kaiha urged Yang Yao. Standing beside Jiang Ning, Yang Yao quietly inquired, "Brother Jiang, what did you mean when you said there are demonic creatures here?" "Demonic beings from the demon clan," Jiang Ning explained. "The demon clan and the demon cult are entirely different matters. Historical records of the Great Xia document that during a millennium of chaos, the demon clan invaded the human realm. Humanity once ceased their internal conflicts and united for a century to barely repel the demon clan back to their own domain. The Summer Spirit Emperor of that time initiated a war against the demon clan but achieved no success, suffering significant losses instead. What demonic beings? He is merely alarmist. Do not listen to his nonsense, junior sister. With so many entering the secret realm, if we delay, we may miss our chance," Zheng Kaiha exclaimed anxiously. Yang Yao, however, did not hasten to enter. Instead, she stood beside Jiang Ning in contemplation. "Junior sister, if you do not leave soon, I shall go ahead," Zheng Kaiha declared impatiently. He merely wished to remove Yang Yao from Jiang Ning's side, as he felt her gaze towards Jiang Ning was excessively admiring. "Brother, do not rush. Let us wait and see." So you wish to stand idly here like him? If you do not go, I truly will. Brothers, let us proceed. Zheng Kaihe led the members of the Qingyu gang forward. He assumed Yang Yao would follow, but glancing back, he noticed she remained motionless. This was disastrous. Yang Yao was resolute in her decision to accompany Jiang Ning. Now that he had walked away, he could not return for the sake of pride. Jiang Ning remained still, not due to reluctance, but because he was searching for the location of the mist spirit flower fruit. He had expanded his perception to encompass the entire secret realm. Initially, he suspected that the suppressive realm and hallucinatory powers were artificially created, possibly set by the Zhao clan within the secret realm. However, he could easily locate the source of any human influence. Yet now, he had not discovered the origin of this force. These two powers could potentially be released by the mist spirit flower fruit. Ancient texts state that each celestial fruit possesses extraordinarily mysterious powers and is exceedingly difficult to find. At this moment, the individuals who had entered the city had dispersed. Some did not linger at the first-tier city, but sought paths leading to higher-tier cities. At this time, Zheng Kaihe and the Qingyu gang ascended to the second tier. Elder brother, I have found a martial arts manual. Come quickly and see. A voice of excitement suddenly echoed from an unknown source. Zheng Kaihe and his companions followed the sound, only to discover a group of over a dozen individuals gathered around a pile of ruins. They quickly approached the scene. At the forefront stood a man clutching a tattered book, the title obscured and indecipherable. As he opened the tome, the contents within were remarkably clear. What is this? Senior brother, is this a cultivation technique? It is indeed a cultivation technique. This is truly a technique. Our Tiger Head gang is destined for greatness. Ha ha ha. The excitement in the senior brother's eyes intensified, and he began to shout in a frenzy. Alas, we are just a moment too late. The Tiger Head gang has struck it lucky, finding a technique right upon arrival. The secret realm truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone has the chance to alter their fate. Damn it, Zheng Kaihe cursed, lamenting that had he not hesitated moments ago, wasting precious time. This technique might have belonged to the Green Fish gang. Suddenly, several lizard-like creatures emerged from the crevices of the scattered stones, two of them circling back. One lizard creature perched atop the rubble, and after a brief pause, it leapt forward. The onlookers were caught off guard as the creature lunged at the senior brother's face. What the hell? It's just a foul lizard. The senior brother reached out, grasping the lizard's back, and with a forceful tug, the creature's claws embedded themselves into his flesh. The sudden movement nearly tore his own skin. He screamed in agony. The lizard creature suddenly opened its jaw to an exaggerated angle and, with a single bite, shattered half of the senior brother's skull. The crowd, witnessing this unexpected horror, felt their pupils dilate in terror. Senior brother. Kill it. Avenge our senior brother. One disciple of the Tiger Head gang drew his broad sword and swung it at the lizard creature. The creature neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the blade to strike it. Clang. A sharp sound rang out as the sword broke instantly, causing the disciple to stagger back 2 steps. In an instant, the lizard creature, like a bolt of lightning, lunged at the disciple and bit off half of his head. The disciple's expression morphed into sheer terror before he collapsed lifelessly. Initially intent on eliminating the lizard creature, the others now froze in fear upon realizing their weapons were futile against it. Just then, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. 2 additional lizard creatures emerged, their speed astonishing as they swiftly shattered another victim's skull. In a frenzy, the remaining individuals brandished their weapons, striking wildly. However, the lizard creatures were undeterred, charging straight for their faces, claiming one head after another. Moments later, over 10 lives had been extinguished in the chaos. Run, someone shouted, and the remaining dozen turned to flee. These creatures were no ordinary lizards. They were formidable beings beyond their comprehension. The lizard creatures continued their merciless slaughter as the terrified crowd attempted to escape. A few individuals fortuitously escaped the confines of the courtyard, yet continued to flee for their lives. The lizard-like creatures refrained from attacking. After slaying one who had not fled far, the 3 lizard beasts conferred amongst themselves. Subsequently, one of the creatures seized the manual of martial arts with its claws and departed with its companions. Upon reaching another location, the lizard beast discarded the manual onto the ground and swiftly concealed itself. At that moment, a harrowing wail echoed throughout the city walls, reverberating far and wide. Those who had yet to encounter danger, upon hearing the anguished cries emanating from the ominous mountain city, were filled with trepidation. This mountain stronghold resembled a realm of hell. Zheng Kaihe, along with several disciples, narrowly escaped, having dashed beyond the city walls and out through the gates. In their haste, they shouted, "Monsters, monsters! What is happening?" Yang Yao, perceiving Zheng Kaihe's terror-stricken demeanor, hurriedly approached him. Although Zheng Kaihe was not particularly courageous, he had never been one to succumb easily to fear. How could he be so utterly frightened? Those creatures cannot be harmed by blades or axes. They have devoured many. Zheng Kaihe exclaimed in horror. Had he run just a moment slower, he would have surely become a lifeless body by now. At that instant, his gaze fell upon Jiang Ning, who had just mentioned the presence of demonic entities above. Were those creatures truly demons? Yang Yao had already heard the dreadful screams from above, and a chill ran down her spine. She quickly glanced around for her fellow disciples. Where is the third senior brother? It was then that Zheng Kaihe realized they were missing one member. He swallowed hard, struggling to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning gazed into the mist and quietly remarked, "Something significant is approaching." Chapter 70. Are they truly demons? Above the gray mist, a shadow spiraled back and forth, at times becoming distinct and at others shrouded in obscurity. Each beat of its wings stirred the fog into a swirling tempest. Outside the city gates, several individuals looked up, observing the shadow diminishing in size. Suddenly, the shadow abruptly expanded before their eyes. A creature, over 5 zhang in length, swooped down from above, leaving in its wake a trail of black flames. A fierce wind surged forth, scattering dust and debris. Can you see it? What is that? Does such a creature exist in this world? Are they truly demons? The creature bore a head resembling that of a lizard, its body enveloped in dark, armored scales, with an expansive wingspan. The black flames emanated from the crevices of its scaled hide. However, Jiang Ning's attention was not fixated on the creature itself, but rather on the iron chains that bound it. The chains extended deep into the mist, their end obscured from view. When Kai, Lu Jin called out. Understanding the urgency, when Kai and Lu Jin positioned themselves protectively around Jiang Ning, the others, witnessing the massive beast swoop past, were rendered speechless by fear. They were aware of the perilous nature of the secret realm, yet they could not fathom that the dangers within were beyond their capacity to withstand. Undoubtedly, that creature was a being of the demonic race. At this moment, the other princes also gazed at the demonic creature swooping overhead. Oh dear, it is indeed alarming that the misty hidden realm harbors demons, and what is more, a rare stone statue demon. The third prince, Jiang Jing, feigned astonishment. Look at what you're saying, third brother. What demon isn't rare? It's only within the hidden realm that one might encounter such creatures. Outside, where could you possibly see a demon? The fifth prince interjected. Indeed, fifth brother speaks the truth. It is only in this realm that one might behold demons. This one is quite sizable, yet it remains unclear whom it targets. The third prince pretended to inquire knowingly. The presence of demons within this hidden realm, while unexpected for the princes, was not entirely inconceivable. Was it not orchestrated by the Zhao clan? The Zhao clan has unleashed these demons, presumably intending to directly assassinate Jiang Ning. Fifth brother, Jiang Jing pulled the fifth prince, Jiang Sheng, closer. This realm imposes boundary restrictions. Can you guess who this demon will target following the death of the ninth prince? Jiang Jing whispered, casting a sidelong glance at the departing Jiang Yu and his brothers. Third brother, are you implying that this is the Zhao clan's territory, and they are vying for the celestial treasure that determines the rightful heir? Just moments ago, fourth brother subtly urged us to take action against the ninth prince. Now it seems we might not even need to intervene on that front. Thus, we should contemplate our next steps. Do you understand? Jiang Jing murmured. After the ninth prince's demise, will the second brother and the others turn against us? Naturally, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, few will emerge alive from the misty hidden realm. Within this realm, as our abilities are suppressed, who do you think is the strongest? Jiang Jing continued, glancing once more towards Jiang Yu. It is the second brother. Had I known the misty hidden realm would impose such constraints, I would never have set foot in this place. Therefore, our primary concern should be how to survive the impending ordeal. The fifth prince, Jiang Sheng, inhaled sharply, his gaze fixed upon Jiang Yu's silhouette, feeling a palpable sense of pressure. If you join forces with me, third brother, I assure you that I can lead you to safety. As for the celestial treasure, let the second brother and his companions pursue it. Once we are outside, the balance of power will be uncertain. At that juncture, let the treasure be claimed by those with the skill to do so. What say you? Jiang Jing proposed. After a moment of contemplation, the fifth prince readily acquiesced. Although he was aware of Jiang Ning's ulterior motives, cooperating with someone was far more advantageous than facing the challenges alone. In this hidden realm, no one could rival Jiangyu, especially not with the presence of a demon. However, once they exited the realm, Jiangyu would hold no advantage. Meanwhile, on Jiangyu's side, the second brother remarked, "It appears our brothers are united in appearance but divided in spirit." The fourth prince spoke in a hushed tone. "Once the ninth prince is dead, we shall strike first. The third brother is the most cunning and possesses the most tricks. He must be eliminated first. Without him, the remaining threats are negligible," Jiangyu replied solemnly. The fourth prince, Jiang Xing, immediately glanced at the third prince, who returned the look with a nod of acknowledgement. "What of the mist spirit flower fruit?" Jiang Xing inquired. "Rest assured, it will be located. This hidden realm is akin to a slaughterhouse. If Jiang Xing emerges as the sole survivor returning to the capital, does it truly matter whether the mist spirit flower fruit is obtained?" At that moment, the stone statue demon, concealed within the gray mist, plummeted from the sky, heading straight for Jiang Ning's position. Its form expanded instantaneously in the eyes of the onlookers, and a cavernous maw opened wide, emitting a shrill, ear-piercing shriek that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. "Wen Kai, act now." As Lu Jin spoke, he circulated his vital energy and formed a sword gesture with his hands. Two flying swords simultaneously soared from their sheaths, hurtling towards the stone statue demon. Wen Kai, wielding his blade with both hands, leapt into the air, striking down with a fierce blow that sent a torrent of blade energy surging towards the stone statue demon. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness erupted within both of their hearts. They were suppressed by several major realms, rendering their unleashed strength woefully inadequate. Moreover, they had no inkling of the demon's depth of power. Lu Jin's sword control technique astonished the nearby martial artists, who widened their eyes in disbelief. Sword control. This elder was indeed a sword cultivator. Such formidable sword energy. Lu Jin thought to himself, what strength? The two flying swords intertwined and struck simultaneously at the head of the stone statue demon, only to be deflected. While Wen Kai's blade energy was instantly shattered by the demon's assault, the stone statue demon surged forth like a tidal wave, causing everyone present to stare in horror. Even a mere collision with this colossal creature would likely result in death or severe injury. At that moment, the descending demon crashed directly into the ground. With a thunderous boom, debris flew in all directions. Half of the demon's body was buried into the earth, a spectacular fall indeed. The onlookers snapped back to reality from their fright. These two masters, how powerful they were. Their combined strike had actually vanquished this demon. Was this the essence of sword control? Lu Jin and Wen Kai shared expressions akin to those of the crowd, both wearing masks of trepidation, though their backs were turned, rendering them unseen. This entity was incredibly hard, impervious to blades and spears. Under the constraints imposed by their suppressed realms, Lu Jin and Wen Kai were entirely outmatched by this demon. It was conservatively estimated that the demon possessed the strength of a 10th realm. Such a formidable creature was beyond the comparison of any human of the same tier. Furthermore, the two of them were nowhere near the strength of the 10th realm. The martial artists assumed that Lu Jin and his companion had engaged the foe. However, both knew that it was undoubtedly His Highness who had made that decisive move. Under the oppressive rules of this realm, His Highness could fell the demon with merely a flicker of his energy. They simply could not fathom whether His Highness's own realm had been affected by the suppression. Chapter 71. The Demon Clan's Great Cultivator, I suddenly clear dead? This demon was so effortlessly slain? How could that be? Just moments ago, I witnessed numerous martial artists and cultivators struggle against even a minor demon. All eyes turned to the stone statue demon, which paused momentarily before stirring back to life. Witnessing this, the crowd recoiled in fear. The stone statue demon braced itself against the ground and strained to extract its half-buried body from the earth. It shook its head vigorously, dislodging the dust clinging to it, releasing a cloud of dark mist from its scaly armor. Its maleficent eyes scanned the crowd before locking onto Jiang Ning. The stone statue demon opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash its powers. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it felt a tremendous force crash down upon its head. With a resounding thud, the demon's head was once again driven into the ground. Immediately, the stone golem extracted its head and prepared to open its mouth. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed as the golem's head collided with the ground once more. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left utterly bewildered. They were completely unaware of who had intervened. It appeared to them as though the creature was in despair. incessantly battering its head against the earth. What was happening? Was this creature attempting to end its own existence? Stop! Suddenly, a murky and resonant voice emerged from the ground. Astonishingly, the creature was capable of speech. The golem then pulled its head out once more. Stop, stop, stop! It bellowed, flailing its limbs in a fit of rage. Its eyes brimming with fury. It was indeed furious and deeply frustrated. For countless years, not a single human had dared to pummel its head into the ground. Even the Zhao clan, who had confined it within the misty secret realm, had never treated it this way. Moreover, the degree of realm suppression within the misty secret realm had reached its zenith. How could anyone possess such terrifying power within it? The stone golem raised its forepaw, pointing at Jiang Ning. Human boy, do you think you're impressive? If you have the ability to shatter these damn chains binding me, I shall show you the true power of the demon race's foremost. The golem's demeanor was unexpected. It was evidently in a state of frantic anger. Had it not been the golem itself smashing its head against the ground, but rather someone forcing it to do so? To their astonishment, Yang Yao and the others realized that the target of the golem's ire was not the sword-wielding cultivator or the one wielding the great blade. It was Jiang Ning. Had Jiang Ning just made a move? Fine, Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly. With a resounding crack, the chains restraining the stone golem shattered completely, scattering into fragments upon the ground. The golem braced itself against the earth, its heavy breaths causing its body to rise and fall slowly. As the sound of grinding bones echoed, the stone golem gradually straightened its form. What had initially appeared as a colossal lizard-like creature now resembled an enormous lizard man. Dark red luminescence streamed from its eyes. Tracing two arcs in the air, the golem tilted its head skyward. 700 years, huh? It sneered coldly, suddenly consumed by unbridled rage. Do you know how I have endured these 700 years? Those Zhao brats have imprisoned me like a beast, forcing me to live in perpetual darkness for a full 7 centuries. The golem's frenzied roar reverberated through the air. It began to emanate an overwhelming demonic aura, a crimson light shooting upwards into the sky. I shall make you humans. Before it could finish its sentence, Jiang Ning interrupted sharply. Silence. Clang. The stone golem suddenly felt a tremendous force pressing down on its upper and lower jaws, forcing them to collide with a resounding impact. The force was nearly enough to give the creature a concussion. MMM. The golem attempted to speak, yet could not open its mouth. A practitioner of the 14th realm of the demon race. Do you really think you are so formidable? Jiang Ning remarked as he slowly advanced. A 14th realm demon. The misty hidden realm is said to suppress one's cultivation level. How could it possibly possess a creature of the 14 realms? The gaze of Yang Yao and his companions fell upon Jiang Ning's silhouette, standing before the towering stone statue demon, which exceeded 5 zhang in height. Jiang Ning appeared diminutive. Suddenly, they witnessed Jiang Ning raise his hand slightly and make a gentle gesture. The stone statue demon's form nearly vanished from sight, leaving only a fleeting shadow darting into the distant haze. Almost instantaneously, a thunderous crash reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath them. Turning towards the sound, they beheld the demon smashing through a thick expanse of fog, crashing against a sheer cliff and rendered immobile. With a delicate flick of his finger, Jiang Ning sent the embedded stone statue demon soaring from the cliff, following a graceful parabolic arc before it landed heavily at his feet. Jiang Ning had not anticipated that. While this realm could suppress human cultivation, it would not have the same effect on this creature. The demon's prior level had been restrained to the 10th realm solely due to the chains that bound it. Breaking the chains equated to lifting the suppression placed upon it. However, the demon could not fathom that Jiang Ning's realm was entirely unaffected by this domain. Having broken the chains, what would follow? Jiang Ning inquired, fixing his gaze upon the demon's colossal head. The stone statue demon, facing Jiang Ning, had its naturally curling lips upturned, resembling a smile, its previously frenzied eyes now astonishingly clear. Blue blood trickled from its mouth as it silently regarded Jiang Ning. As a creature of the 14 realms, one that had engaged in numerous confrontations with 15-realm human cultivators, it quickly discerned the nature of Jiang Ning's existence. The technique Jiang Ning had just employed was one of Confucianism's mystical powers. It had indeed faced 15-realm Confucian sages before. Such beings were undeniably formidable. Yet none could rival Jiang Ning's absurdity. Thus, it was evident that this young human cultivator was beyond the 15 realms, exceedingly powerful. Moreover, before this human cultivator, the demon found itself bereft of any opportunity to retaliate. Should it wish to act, Jiang Ning would perceive it in an instant. The intense mark left by the Zhao clan upon Jiang Ning was unmistakable. This young man was undoubtedly a prince. But how audacious of the Zhao clan to wish for its extermination. Even liberated from the accursed chains, it stood no chance against such a terrifying existence. To command it to kill? That was akin to sentencing it to its own demise. After being trapped by the Zhao clan for 7 centuries, having finally broken free from its shackles, it now confronted such a formidable human powerhouse. It suddenly felt the weight of its own existence pressing down upon it. If I say that I bear no malice towards you, would you believe me? The stone statue demon spoke in a subdued tone. Truly? Jiang Ning replied with a hint of indifference. The demon, surprisingly candid, responded, No, I must admit there was some, but now, I certainly dare not harbor any ill intent. You are simply too powerful. I am in complete awe of you. Chapter 72. One must prepare for the worst upon witnessing the sudden shattering of the chains. Zhao Ying felt an ominous foreboding. Those chains were pivotal in restraining the stone statue demon's power. Their destruction signified that the demon would regain its strength at the 14 realms. Within this hidden realm, it would be invincible. Zhao Ying leaped down from the summit of the mountain city and swiftly located Jiangyu. The stone statue demon is about to go berserk. We must flee the secret realm at once, she urged urgently. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xing stood in a daze, gazing into the distance. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the stone statue demon being struck away, only to be drawn back again. It seems that Lao Jiu has defeated that creature, Jiang Yu said incredulously. While he was above, he had indeed heard the commotion below. How is that possible? That stone statue demon possesses the strength of the 14th realm. Moreover, the suppressive force within this secret realm has no effect on it. The iron chains are the true key to restraining its power. Now that the chains are shattered, it will completely regain its peak strength. Zhao Ying's face was etched with concern. A 14th realm demon? Did Lao Jiu manage to strike it before it could retaliate? Jiang Yu had not sensed any demonic energy, indicating that the creature had not yet gone berserk, but it was likely enraged and on the verge of doing so. We must leave the secret realm immediately. I will activate the formation to seal it off. Those who remain will surely be slaughtered by the stone statue demon. Hurry, or it will be too late. With that, Zhao Ying led Jiang Yu and Jiang Xing away from the secret realm. At that moment, Jiang Jing noticed that Zhao Ying had taken the 2 brothers with her. He immediately whispered to the 5th prince, We must go now. If we delay any longer, we may not escape. What do you mean? Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Did you not see Zhao Ying take 2nd brother and 4th brother away? It is plainly dangerous. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. After speaking, Jiang Jing quickly followed Zhao Ying and the others. The 5th prince glanced back once more before hastily pursuing them. Additionally, 2 other princes sensed the impending danger and decisively departed the secret realm with their subordinates. Thus, only the 7th prince and the 9th prince remained within the secret realm. The unforeseen circumstances within the secret realm were utterly unexpected. The stone statue demon had broken free from its chains. If no one could extract the mist spirit flower from the realm, even the Zhao family would hesitate to enter it again. The mist-hidden secret realm would ultimately become a perilous domain. Zhao Ying had originally intended to bring Jiang Yu and Jiang Xing out, but unexpectedly, for other princes had followed them. She could not forcibly confine these princes inside, so she allowed them to exit the secret realm before activating the sealing formation. Her initial plan to eliminate the other princes was now completely thwarted. However, the 9th prince, Jiang Ning, remained inside, and his death was inevitable. Once he perished, the Zhao family could concentrate all their efforts on aiding either Jiang Yu or Jiang Xing in seizing the position of heir apparent, thus paving the way for future ascension to the throne. The group stood atop Mist Mountain, gazing at the swirling mists within the barrier. Everyone, we must prepare for the worst, Jiang Yu spoke solemnly. 2nd brother, what do you mean? The 3rd prince, Jiang Jing, inquired as he leaned closer. If Lao Jiu successfully extracts the mist spirit flower, how shall we respond? Jiang Yu surveyed the group before posing the question. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present turned grave. Earlier in the secret realm, you all held back, and I can understand that. Should the worst-case scenario unfold, and the 9th prince manages to escape, it is imperative that he does not present the mist spirit flower fruit before our father, the emperor. The princes exchanged glances, each one of them having withheld their intentions, none daring to act against Jiang Ning. They all believed that the Zhao clan would assist them in eliminating the 9th prince. Now that he is confined within the secret realm alongside the demon, based on his recent conduct, should he indeed vanquish that demon and retrieve the mist spirit flower fruit. Their only course of action would be to unite and eliminate Jiang Ning, or they would have no opportunity left. My dear colleagues, I have already laid some contingency plans in the capital. Henceforth, you shall adhere to my directives, and we shall surely eliminate the ninth prince, Jiang continued. His brothers were naturally inclined to follow the arrangements of the second elder brother. Jiang Jing offered a respectful nod towards Jiang Yu, his smile devoid of warmth. At that moment, Zhao addressed the assembly with a bow, stating, "We are all astute individuals. I implore you to keep the occurrences within the secret realm confidential. Once matters are settled, my Zhao clan shall provide all of you esteemed princes with a satisfactory token of gratitude." It was evident that the Zhao clan had been harboring demons within the secret realm, a grave accusation indeed. The Zhao clan and the princes needed to utilize one another. Thus none would hastily sever ties, at least not until after the ninth princess' demise. "My lord, your words are misguided. We have seen nothing at all," Jiang Jing replied with a faint smile. "Second brother, what shall we do now?" Jiang Xing inquired of Jiang Yu. "You all should return to the capital at once." "I shall follow shortly," Jiang Yu instructed. "Very well, we shall head back to the capital. Once you return, we can deliberate further," Jiang Jing remarked, taking the fifth prince by the arm and departing. The other princes also made their exits, leaving only Jiang Yu and Zhao behind. "Grandfather, I must obtain the mist spirit flower fruit," Jiang Yu stated. Zhao expression grew grave as she shook her head with a sigh. "The demon has lost its restraint. I truly cannot venture into the secret realm in search of the celestial treasure. The mist spirit flower fruit is elusive. We have searched for many years without a trace." Jiang Yu smiled broadly. "I sincerely hope the ninth prince can indeed procure the mist spirit flower fruit. Otherwise, this endeavor would be devoid of meaning and quite challenging. Let us return home first and prepare." Within the secret realm, hundreds of individuals stood scattered throughout the dilapidated mountain city, gazing downward. What had just transpired was nothing short of extraordinary. When they beheld the stone statue demon emerge, they feared they would be annihilated. The larger ones soared above, while the smaller ones wreaked havoc on the ground, leaving no sanctuary. Yet now, that colossal demon lay prostrate, bowing in submission to the young man. None comprehended the circumstances, but they all recognized that the threat posed by the demon had dissipated. Lu Jin and Wen Kai breathed a collective sigh of relief. "It is indeed His Highness. It appears the suppressive forces of this secret realm have minimal effect on Jiang Ning." "Cease your actions," Jiang Ning uttered calmly. "How could I await your command, my lord?" "I have already halted," the stone statue demon exclaimed. "My lord, will you spare my life? Will you treat me as though I am insignificant?" It pleaded repeatedly. "How many lives did you take just now?" Jiang Ning inquired. The diminutive creature, seemingly unaware, attributed its actions to its kind. Suddenly, the stone golem emitted a sound wave, resulting in the immediate demise of the dozens of small monsters that had ceased their activities and concealed themselves in the shadows. "Those who commit heinous acts deserve punishment. I have already dealt with that wretched group of disobedient little ones," declared the stone golem. Tilting its head, it lay on the ground, obediently gazing at Jiang Ning, appearing as if it would not dare to rise unless permitted. This stone golem exhibited a degree of intelligence, possessing a rudimentary understanding akin to that of humans. It even demonstrated a knack for evasion and blame shifting. However, the lack of true cleverness was evident in its discerning gaze. Chapter 73. A single slap from the elder could obliterate the little one. Jiang Ning had no intention of destroying it. Otherwise, it would have been reduced to mere dust by now. This creature had been imprisoned by the Zhao clan for over 7 centuries, and it was likely privy to a wealth of knowledge. Jiang Ning was deeply intrigued by everything it knew. "You just mentioned being imprisoned by the Zhao clan. Please elaborate," Jiang Ning stated coolly. "Indeed, over 700 years ago, your Emperor Jiangmin of the Great Xia Kingdom launched an attack on the demon race," the stone golem began. But Jiang Ning interrupted. "I want to know why you were imprisoned here. Such matters could be explored later." "How infuriating." The stone golem seemed to recall something painful as it lifted its head momentarily, only to gradually lower it back to the ground. "Over 700 years ago, the Zhao clan captured me and bound me with iron chains, suppressing my realm to a mere 10th stage, rendering me utterly incapable of breaking free from those cursed chains. Each time the secret realm was activated, the Zhao clan would awaken me, compelling me to assist them in their killings. That old wretch of a Zhao would absorb the life force of the slain to nourish himself. Just earlier, That scoundrel Zhao Ning instructed me to eliminate everyone except for 2 individuals, emphasizing that you, esteemed elder, were the primary target. I am but a guest in this realm. Should I defy their commands, the Zhao clan would forcibly drain my life force. I was on the verge of ascending to the 15th stage 7 centuries ago, akin to a terrestrial deity in human terms, a position of great prestige. However, the Zhao clan siphoned my essence for hundreds of years, causing my descent through several stages. Leaving me at the initial phase of the 14th stage, I had no choice but to engage in this grim task of killing. Esteemed elder, you must understand the extent of the harm that the Zhao clan has inflicted upon a humble stone golem like me. The creature's expression was almost tearful as it spoke. A shiver ran down the spines of those who listened to the stone golem's words. If the creature spoke the truth, then this misty secret realm was, in fact, a harvesting ground for the Zhao clan. Those who sought opportunities and wished to alter their fates were merely regarded as crops by the Zhao. Anyone daring to enter would meet their demise within the secret realm, their life force siphoned away. That despicable Zhao clan is inhumane. Who is this old wretch? Jiang Ning inquired. Zhao Zhou. He seems to have lived for over 700 years and still refuses to perish. Is it not said that your human race's land deities possess a mere 500 years of lifespan? The stone statue demon exclaimed with indignation. The name Zhao Zhou is not unfamiliar to the world. For those well-versed in the history of the Great Xia dynasty, it resonates like thunder. This figure flourished during the reign of Emperor Ling of Xia. Following his reign, the Great Xia dynasty descended into a chaotic turmoil of internal strife and external threats. Zhao Zhou rose to prominence during the era of Emperor Ren, assisting him in quelling disturbances and restoring order. Subsequently, under the reign of Emperor Ming, he vanquished foreign adversaries and reclaimed lost territories. Zhao Zhou governed the court of the Great Xia for over 3 centuries, spanning 5 monarchs, thus securing his illustrious position in history. Upon reaching the age of 350, he retired to his homeland, and after a few more years, he passed away at the Zhao residence in Fengou. Recently, Jiang Ning has delved deeply into historical texts and ancient literature, leaving him with a profound impression of Zhao Zhou. Had he lived during the era of the 3 ancestors, Zhao Zhou's prowess and capabilities would have warranted his status as a chancellor, etching his name into history. However, he was born after Emperor Ling's reign, where circumstances gave rise to heroes. Zhao Zhou was also hailed as the foremost contributor to the revival of the Great Xia. His accomplishments were directly proportional to his strength. He once attained the 15th realm of spear mastery, earning the title of Spear Immortal. During his peak years, he stood unrivaled, dominating all challengers. This is the mark by which Zhao Zhou is remembered, the Spear Immortal of Great Xia, the finest under heaven. After his demise, he was posthumously granted the title of a king of a different surname within the Great Xia dynasty, honored with the epithet of loyal and martial. Upon learning of Zhao Zhou's passing, the reigning emperor visited Fengzhou to mourn, bestowing upon him the utmost honors of grief. Yet, the decline of imperial power commenced with Zhao Zhou. Throughout his dominion over the court, nearly all edicts were first submitted to Zhao's residence. During the reigns of Emperors Ren and Ming, the monarchs retained considerable authority. However, subsequent rulers became mere puppets of the Zhao lineage. King Zhao of Zhongshan. Is he truly still alive? At over 700 years, does his life surpass even that of our revered ancestor? Our ancestor, a supreme deity of the mortal realm, did not exceed 500 years, passing away in his 400s. If King Zhongshan still lives, then his posthumous honors and titles would amount to treason. What treason? The imperial power has long since waned. Before so many witnesses, do you dare to speak recklessly? Beware for your head. At that moment, the 7th prince, who had just been exploring the periphery, slowly approached Jiang Ning. He had overheard the stone statue demon's words and was profoundly astonished. Is it true, old ninth? Inquired Prince Jiang's son. What do you mean by that? I would not dare utter a single falsehood. This esteemed gentleman wields power beyond the 15th realm. To lie before him would be courting death. With a mere slap, he could end my life, the stone statue demon replied sheepishly. Above the 15th realm? Him? Wait a moment. The group, led by Yang Yao, remained in shock, completely taken aback. This young man, adorned in a regal python robe, was clearly a prince, and he referred to Jiang Ning as Old Ninth. The name of the 9th prince is indeed Jiang Ning. At this moment, several disciples of the Qingyu gang recalled all of Jiang Ning's words spoken before entering the secret realm. I am the Liang Wang Ning. I have not dedicated myself to martial arts, hence I must return home to inherit my family's fortune. There exists a throne awaiting my succession. They could never have imagined that Jiang Ning was indeed Liang Ning. The words he spoke were never mere fabrications. Initially, Zheng Kaihe dismissed Jiang Ning's statements as a jest, even deriding Liang Wang. However, Jiang Ning did not deign to respond, not out of arrogance, but because he genuinely possessed extraordinary prowess, completely indifferent to the trivialities of such a small figure. Suddenly, Zheng Kaihe's legs weakened, and he knelt down. This esteemed individual truly was the Liang Wang who could cleave the heavens with a single sword. Just moments ago, the stone statue demon had claimed that Liang Wang's realm surpassed the 15th level. Was it indeed the 16th? Thus, his realm remained entirely unaffected. How else could he have subdued a great demon of the 14th level with such ease? The one who had just vanquished the stone statue demon was not Liang Wang's two servants, but the man himself. Zheng Kaihe stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded as he looked at Yang Yao. Heaven knows the immense karmic bond his junior sister had forged, and this bond nearly shattered due to his jealousy. At this very moment, he wished he could drive a dagger into himself. Zheng Kaihe silently raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps to his own face. This brought him to clarity. Chapter 74. The celestial fruit acquired effortlessly. Old Jiao and second brother have all departed. Jiang Sun's expression was exceedingly grave. Initially, he too contemplated fleeing the secret realm alongside Jiang Yu and the others, as he regarded Jiang Ning as an adversary, intent on allying with the other princes to eliminate him. However, upon further reflection, he realized that if he joined forces with second and ninth brothers against ninth, once ninth was vanquished, how could he contend with the others? Especially with second and third, one appearing magnanimous and the other seemingly amiable, yet both were exceedingly treacherous. Despite their feigned camaraderie, true unity was utterly unattainable. Within the secret realm, who did not harbor ulterior motives, if they were genuinely united, they would have banded together to confront Jiang Ning from the moment he set foot in the secret realm. Associating with such individuals risked leading to his own demise without understanding how it transpired. Furthermore, judging by Jiang Ning's exhibited strength, he was undoubtedly the one most likely to vie for the position of crown prince. As he drew closer, he discovered that the demon that had descended from the heavens had already been thoroughly subdued by Jiang Ning. The stone statue demon claimed that old Jiao was above the 95th level, indicating that old Jiao's realm had not been compromised. Perhaps old Jiao could procure the mist spirit flower fruit to take with him. Jiang Ning showed no concern for the whereabouts of others. Are there any other ferocious creatures within the secret realm? Jiang Ning inquired. There were indeed numerous fierce beasts. However, the smaller ones have been trapped within the secret realm for over 700 years, leading to their inevitable boredom, resorting to consuming ferocious beasts merely to sustain themselves. Rest assured, all the living creatures within this secret realm have been devoured by me. If you manage to find a single fly in the secret realm, it would merely indicate my poor appetite over these 700 years. It was no wonder the secret realm lay in utter silence, devoid of any living being. It turned out they had all been consumed by the stone statue demon. Do you know how to locate the mist spirit flower fruit? Jiang Ning continued to inquire. The mist spirit flower fruit holds little significance for the young one, who has not actively sought it out. Nevertheless, the young one indeed knows how to locate the celestial fruit. This secret, the young one has not shared even with the Zhao clan. I implore you, my lord, grant me my life, said the stone statue demon. If you find the mist spirit flower fruit, I shall spare you and guide you out of this secret realm, replied Jiang Ning with a calm demeanor. Truly, upon hearing this, the stone statue demon sprang to its feet. Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall swiftly procure the celestial fruit. With a powerful flap of its wings, the demon soared into the sky, vanishing amidst the clouds. It was only at this moment that the onlookers realized that this seemingly harmless creature was immensely powerful. The demonic aura emanating from the stone statue demon exuded a formidable pressure, particularly overwhelming for martial practitioners of lower realms. Even Lu Jin and Wen Kai, whose realms had been suppressed, could not help but marvel at the creature's might, though it behaved obediently like a dog due to Jiang Ning's control. The fluctuations of demonic energy indicated a realm of the 14th stage, Lu Jin remarked gravely. The 14th stage? Is that true? That would mean it's a high-ranking demon from the demon clan. I have only heard of such beings in legends. I never imagined I would witness one today. This situation slightly surpassed Jiang Ning's expectations. He had thought the Zhao clan would possess formidable methods. Yet, they merely released a demon, which he easily subdued. Subsequently, the Zhao clan allowed the other princes to flee, perhaps believing that once they entered the secret realm, their realms would also be suppressed, rendering them incapable of contending with the stone statue demon. Hence, they did not prepare additional contingencies. Shortly thereafter, the stone statue demon descended from the mist. As it drew near, everyone present felt an escalating force of oppressive energy. Powerful mental waves relentlessly assaulted their minds, causing the images before their eyes to blur. The most affected was Lu Jin, whose mind was inundated with chaotic visions, as an invisible force mercilessly constricted his dantian. Although these two mysterious powers could not affect Jiang Ning, he sensed their presence. It became clear that the hallucinatory and suppressive powers stemmed from the mist spirit flower fruit. As it was the season of the fruit's ripening, these forces reached their zenith. The closer one approached the celestial fruit, the more potent these energies became. Jiang Ning released a wave of his own energy, directly suppressing the two forces. At that moment, a multitude of individuals suddenly knelt, gasping for breath, their expressions rife with terror. Were it not for Jiang Ning, they would have either perished from internal explosion or succumbed to madness under the overwhelming mental assault, spiraling into demonic frenzy. Truly, the celestial fruit is terrifying, gasped Wen Kai. I just encountered the former emperor again. Lu Jin exhaled deeply, relieved. With this terrifying power diminished to its original level, it must surely be the prince's doing. It is hard to fathom that the prince could suppress such a force of rules. At this juncture, the stone statue demon had landed, its form rapidly shrinking until it gradually transformed into human shape. Its entire body was adorned with black scales, and muscular wings hung beneath its arms. Its face was an abyss of darkness, yet its eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, complemented by two pairs of gleaming fangs protruding from its lips. Esteemed elder, your celestial fruit, the stone statue demon knelt on one knee, presenting the mist spirit flower fruit with reverence. In its hands, it cradled an exceptionally alluring red flower, vibrant and full of life, as if it belonged to a realm untouched by the apocalyptic desolation surrounding them. At the center of this captivating blossom lay a diminutive, pale red fruit, exuding a faint mist that seemed dreamlike and ethereal. Many gathered around, intrigued and scrutinizing the enchanting flower. Is this the legendary celestial fruit? The mist spirit flower fruit? Who would have thought we would be fortunate enough to witness such a treasure? They marveled. This flower is simply breathtaking. Where does this bloom grow? Jiang Ning inquired. Esteemed elder, observe those black vines. They are the roots of the mist spirit flower fruit. They have not withered, but have always appeared thus, and the flower blooms atop them. The stone statue demon pointed towards the ubiquitous black vines, and then at the gray mist above. This entity can become invisible and is mobile. Its true form only reveals itself once harvested. Hence, the Zhao clan searched for a long time without success. Without the aid of the stone statue demon, Jiang Ning would have undoubtedly faced considerable difficulty in locating this celestial fruit. Indeed, you have accomplished a great feat. I shall escort you from this secret realm. Jiang Ning stated calmly. Thank you, esteemed elder. I am finally able to escape this wretched secret realm. Jiang Ning tossed the mist spirit flower fruit to Lu Jin before turning to the other martial artists. The Zhao clan has sealed off the secret realm. If you wish to seek opportunities, I shall not hinder you, but know that you will remain trapped here for eternity. Those who wish to leave may follow me to the exit, Jiang Ning declared coolly. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated, realizing they dared not linger in search of fortune, for it could cost them their lives. They had clearly heard the stone statue demon's warning. This secret realm was a harvesting ground for the Zhao clan. Thus, they hastened back along the path they had come. How about serving as my steed? Jiang Ning suggested to the stone statue demon. The demon felt a twinge of indignation. After all, it was a formidable entity of the 14th realm. How could it stoop to being a mount? Yet, recognizing the immense power of this human prince, it had no choice but to comply without hesitation, transforming into its true form and lowering itself to the ground. I am willing to serve, esteemed elder. Please, take your place. Jiang Ning gracefully leaped onto the demon's back. Everyone, climb aboard. The 7th prince and several followers quickly followed suit, soon joined by Lu Jin and Wen Kai as they ascended onto the stone statue demon's back. Gentlemen, hold on tight. Chapter 75, The Breaking of the Sealing Array. The stone statue demon strikes. The stone statue demon soared towards the edge of the secret realm, coming to an abrupt halt. Before them materialized a shimmering barrier, inscribed with floating runes. The steward of the Zhao estate and several attendants were taken aback upon witnessing Jiang Ning and his companions riding the stone statue demon. Earlier, the young master stated that if the demon broke free from its chains, it would undoubtedly go on a rampage, slaughtering everyone within the secret realm. However, it now appears that the stone statue demon has been subdued. Sir, this is not good. The barrier formation is quite formidable. I shall attempt to breach it. The stone statue demon opened its mouth, emitting a piercing sound wave that surged towards the barrier. The barrier erupted in golden light, and in the next instant, the sound wave rebounded, striking the demon squarely on the head. The stone statue demon was immediately sent flying back by the force of its own attack. Spinning into the mist, the onlookers leapt from the demon's back, landing safely on the ground. Once the stone statue demon regained its composure, it promptly shook its head and darted towards the edge of the barrier. Sir, this formation is rather potent. Unless I can break through to the 15th realm on the spot, it is utterly impossible to shatter it. After witnessing the stone statue demon being sent flying by its own sound wave, the crowd erupted in laughter. No wonder the demon could be easily subdued by Jiang Ning. It appeared to be rather dim-witted. Ha! This is the Zhao clan's celestial sealing and spirit-locking formation, one of the strongest barrier formations in existence. Do you really think a mere demon can breach the grand formation personally set up by the Duke? Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, you shall not escape this barrier. Several individuals stood outside the barrier, their expressions filled with derision. The seventh prince, Jiang Sun, wore a grave expression. Open the formation and let us out, he commanded. I'm afraid I cannot. I am merely the steward of the Lu residence and cannot open the formation. The young master has already left. You must wait for his return to be freed. How dare you, Zhao clan, imprison a royal heir? Such audacity. At this moment, the martial artists of the Jianghu also climbed up, realizing they had been trapped in this secret realm by the Zhao clan. Jiang Ning stepped forward slowly, extending his hand, and a golden light shimmered before him. A ripple spread across the barrier. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, dissipating into radiant light. In that instant, the servants of the Zhao residence, who had been shouting and hollering, were left utterly stunned. The celestial sealing and spirit-locking formation has been destroyed? The stone statue demon leaned forward to test the barrier, and indeed, it had broken. It descended from the air, casting a vast shadow over the Zhao residence's steward and several servants. The steward, taken aback, raised his head in disbelief, his mouth agape, unable to close it. Before he could comprehend the situation, the stone statue demon opened its mouth wide and bit off a significant portion of the steward's body, leaving him with only his legs. The demon tilted its head back and swallowed the steward whole, leaving the remaining servants trembling in terror. Run! Before they could utter another word, the stone statue demon tilted its head forward and snatched each of the remaining servants in turn. After a moment of chewing, the unfortunate servants were swallowed whole by the demon. Mock me, will you? You shall pay for it in your next life. The stone statue demon immediately turned its gaze towards Jiang Ning. Sir, am I free now? Jiang Ning gracefully leaped onto the demon's back. Now that we are here, shall we not settle the score with those who tormented you? To Fengzhou City, Zhao residence. Absolutely, sir. Hold on tight. The stone statue demon soared into the sky, carrying Jiang Ning straight to Fengzhou City. Wen Kai, hurry and keep up. Lu Jin summoned his flying sword, which followed him closely. Within the orderly side hall of the Zhao residence in Fengzhou City, a lavishly dressed elder frowned deeply. Father, the stone statue demon has broken free from its chains. But most people remain trapped within the secret realm. He never expected such a turn of events during the prince's entry into the secret realm. How many are aware of this? All the princes who had exited the secret realm were informed. Uncle, Jiang Yu interrupted their conversation. Give me that item. I shall return to the capital first. Just in case. Rest assured, news from the secret realm will not leak. Jiang Yu spoke with urgency. At that moment, Duke Lu, Zhao De, suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. The celestial locking spirit formation has shattered. The stone statue demon is coming." Zhao De reached out and summoned a package, handing it to Jiang Yu. There was no time for leisurely discussions. Your Highness, you should leave first. Jiang Yu accepted the package and departed immediately. Zhao De and Zhao Ying swiftly exited the side hall, ascending to the eaves to gaze at the sky. An overwhelming, terrifying demonic aura was rapidly approaching. It's here. A shadow streaked across the horizon with astonishing speed. Zhao De focused his gaze and was startled to see a figure standing behind the stone statue demon. Come forth, Zhao family's little beasts, and meet your doom. The murky voice of the stone statue demon reverberated throughout Fengzhou City. Everyone in the city could clearly see a colossal creature soaring above them. Duke Lu Zhaoda did not dare to underestimate the threat and instantly manifested his towering golden body. The golden form rose into the air, invoking the might of heaven and earth, radiating brilliant golden light. My lord, hold on tight. This creature is not easy to deal with. It will take me some time to subdue it. Break. Jiang Ning gently uttered a word. Time. What a joke. As Jiang Ning's voice echoed, the golden body vanished without a trace. The stone statue demon was baffled. Where has such a grand golden body gone? Although it was not afraid of it, the golden form possessed the power to command the forces of nature, capable of unleashing formidable divine abilities. Destroying a towering golden body was no simple feat yet, with just one word from this gentleman. The immense golden body that could only be summoned by those at the 15th realm had simply disappeared into thin air. Very well. It is time for me to perform. Zhaoda plummeted to the ground, caught off guard by the abrupt dissolution of his golden form. Father! Zhao shouted, turning towards Zhaoda, who was now spitting blood. The Confucian immortal Zhaoda, his face filled with terror, gazed at the dark figure floating in the sky. Father, what did you say? Zhaoda urged, quickly. Command our clan members to engage. Zhao Ying immediately issued the order. At that moment, members of the Zhao clan began to emerge from various corners of the residence. Witnessing the demon descending from above, they gathered together, preparing to unleash their spells and divine abilities in defense. Unbeknownst to them, just moments ago, even Zhao Da's golden body had been obliterated. They believed that with a terrestrial immortal stationed within the residence and numerous powerful individuals among them, this demon was of little consequence. Within the halls of the Zhao residence, there was one individual who remained uninvolved. Zhao Tongzhou first cast a glance at Jiang Ning, who was suspended high in the air, and then, without a backward glance, soared towards the horizon. His arrival, notably without the mountain-moving ape, signified a profound implication. He required not the strength of the ape at all. Furthermore, it was evident that the stone statue demon had been subdued by him. The destructive power of a demon from the 14 realms surpassed that of the old ape. After all, no matter how clever the ape was, it was merely sentient. In contrast, this demonic creature possessed an intellect akin to that of humanity, its wisdom only marginally inferior to that of the beastly races. Regardless of any latent prowess the Zhao clan might still possess, it was prudent to flee. The stone statue demon dove towards the Zhao residence, enduring a barrage of damage, and emitted a piercing shriek. In an instant, it soared past the estate, leaving behind a petrified line. Viewed from above, it appeared as though a grayish-white line cleaved the Zhao residence in two. Those unfortunate souls caught within that line were all turned to stone. The stone statue demon was not merely a pitiable creature that could only wag its tail before Jiang Ning. It was simply that Jiang Ning was far too formidable, leaving the demon no opportunity to unleash its arcane powers. A streak of black and crimson flame lingered in the air as the stone statue demon ascended again, preparing for another assault on the Zhao residence. Such resilience from a demon of the 14 realms? It was returning. Where was the Duke? Why did he not intervene? They struggled to comprehend why. In the face of a demonic onslaught, the Duke remained passive. A demon of the 14 realms was not something that mere human cultivators of the same realm could contend with. Just moments ago, the stone statue demon had withstood countless spells, not emerging unscathed. Yet, compared to its 7 centuries of confinement, this minor injury was trivial. The Zhao clan had treated it like a mere dog for 7 long years. Today, it would exact a most severe toll upon the Zhao family. Ensuring they understood the consequences of offending the stone statue demon, it intended to annihilate the entirety of the Zhao clan. However, just as the stone statue demon was about to unleash its long-suppressed wrath and commence a thorough slaughter, an unexpected event transpired. A radiant beam of golden light descended from the heavens. The golden flash plummeted like a meteor, dividing the heavens and the earth with its resplendent glow. As the stone statue demon dove downward, it suddenly turned its head in astonishment. A dark spear was hurtling from the sky. The spearhead flashed with golden light, and the demon had no time to react before the spear pierced through its neck. With a resounding thud, the stone statue demon was struck down, impaled in the front courtyard of the Zhao residence. The spear stood upright, suffused with an overwhelming divine aura. The demon's eyes reflected profound agony as it emitted a sharp, mournful cry, its massive form thrashing about. The dense demonic energy rapidly enveloped every corner of the Zhao residence. Soon, the demon's struggles began to wane, and a swirling mist of red and black emanated from its body. Its colossal head drooped to the ground, spewing blue blood, its enormous eyes turning to stone, until it fell silent. All within the Zhao residence remained in a state of terror, feeling the demonic energy gradually dissipate as they slowly approached the courtyard. As the members of the Zhao clan beheld the complete disappearance of the stone statue demon, their once anxious hearts gradually settled. This formidable fiend possessed an absurd degree of power. Had the long spear been a moment slower, the Zhao residents would have witnessed the demise of dozens, if not hundreds. Meanwhile, in a secluded mountainous area beyond the city, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged upon a colossal rock. Fools will always be fools, he muttered to himself. 700 years ago, my Zhao clan had the ability to suppress you. Did you truly believe that after 7 centuries, you could act with impunity? Have you forgotten that I still live? He lamented the decline of the Zhao heirs, who, despite having a 15th realm expert and several at the 14th realm, had nearly been outmaneuvered by the stone statue demon. With a nonchalant demeanor, he reclined slowly, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs, resembling a wandering hero of the realm. Leaning against the doorframe of the main hall, Zhao Da, upon witnessing the fall of the stone statue demon, gradually slid down the wall to a seated position. In this world, only 2 beings were aware that Zhao Zhou still lived, specifically, 1 man and 1 demon. Zhao Da understood perfectly that it was none other than the illustrious ancestor of the Zhao clan, the spear immortal Zhao Zhou, who had struck down the stone statue demon. It was unlikely that anyone else in Fengzhou City could have dispatched the demon in an instant. Yet, just as Zhao Da felt a slight sense of relief, he suddenly recalled that his own Dharma body had been shattered. Only he could perceive the force that had dismantled his golden form, an essence infused with the power of Confucianism and Taoism, where words became reality. Zhao Da promptly rose, casting his gaze skyward. The figure had vanished. At that moment, a cold voice echoed from the roof of the main hall. Esteemed guests, I have arrived uninvited, so do not take offense. The gathered individuals in the courtyard hastily looked up to see a young man standing with his hands clasped behind his back on the eaves above. This person, who referred to himself as my king, could only be the cold King Jiang Ning. Zhao Da had encountered all the royal princes, yet he had never met Jiang Ning. Meanwhile, Zhao had already crossed paths with Jiang Ning atop Misty Mountain. This individual harbored a deep-seated enmity with the Zhao clan, having personally executed Zhao Da's daughter, the reigning empress Zhao Chunhua. Despite the collective disdain the Zhao clan held for Jiang Ning, they dared not act recklessly in his presence. He stood there, motionless and expressionless, resembling an ancient, unmeltable iceberg. His extraordinary aura and indifferent gaze suggested he regarded the myriad beings of the world as mere ants. Indeed, prior to Jiang Ning's arrival, most of the Zhao clan had underestimated him, even though they were aware of his formidable achievements. They merely speculated that he had somewhat relied on the power of the royal lineage. The downfall of the Liu clan was attributed to their foolishness and excessive arrogance. With only a single land deity, leading a mere 80,000 to Baiyu capital was hardly different from courting death. Presently, the Zhao clan had been discreetly concealing their strengths. Their power divided into 3 factions, each supporting a different prince. In truth, the Zhao clan had never truly fragmented. They await the decisive moment, concentrating all their forces to support the most suitable prince, subsequently eliminating the others. Presently, the Zhao family has already designated a candidate who may not necessarily be Jiang Yu. The prince they favor may not even be the offspring of Zhao Chunhua. The Zhao family, having nurtured demonic creatures within the secret realm and perpetrated atrocities against sentient beings, as well as manipulating power in the court, has dominated the Great Xia for over 7 centuries. This reign is approaching its end. On that day in Lingzhou, the absence of corpses strewn across the ground failed to instill dread in these aristocratic clans. Even when Jiang Ning personally arrived in Fengzhou, the Zhao family dared to engage in petty schemes. Today, their conspiracies shall be rendered null and void. Your Highness, Zhao Da said, looking at Jiang Ning with an expression of utmost gravity. We are aware of your capabilities. However, this is not the capital. You stand alone, and it is likely you cannot fully utilize the imperial lineage. The Zhao family has always remained loyal to the imperial family, harboring no treacherous intentions. You are a prince in attendance, thus a sovereign. Whatever terms you propose are welcome. There is no need for matters to escalate into irreconcilable conflict. Zhao Da's words were abruptly cut short by a sharp crack, and in an instant, he was struck down. Blood, both crimson and pale, pooled on the ground. A grotesque mingling of flesh and bone. In that moment, silence enveloped the assembly. They were aware of Jiang Ning's ability to slay terrestrial immortals, yet none had anticipated his ease in doing so until faced with the dire situation. Duke Lu, Zhao, had not even moved before meeting his demise. Initially, the fear instilled by the death of the stone statue demon had begun to dissipate, but a greater terror swiftly took its place. The prince's methods, while lacking the visual impact of the stone statue demon, radiated a far more profound horror. The Zhao family finally comprehended the essence of true oppression. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. At that moment, an invisible wave of power emanated forth. Such formidable demonic energy. This is bad. He is unleashing demonic powers. Run. The cry echoed, and those gathered in the courtyard were seized by terror, each invoking their abilities and fleeing in panic. One by one, Zhao family members were rendered to tatters. Regardless of their exalted realms or their resistance, they could not withstand the horrific force that tore their bodies apart. At that juncture, the stone statue demon, previously pinned to the ground, suddenly regained vitality. It swiftly transformed, shrinking in size, and pulled the spear embedded in its neck. The demon sensed the overwhelming demonic energy and glanced at Jiang Ning, who stood atop the eaves. This unseen malevolence was terrifying even to a formidable demon of the 14th realm. They bore witness as human cultivators were shredded, their limbs scattered throughout the courtyard. Who, indeed, was the true demon here? Fortunately, I possessed foresight, or I would have met my end. The stone statue demon felt a surge of vindication. The accursed Zhao family was finally facing extinction. They deserved it, those fools. Scanning the surroundings, it grasped its spear and made its way to an archway at the rear of the hall, noticing that some oblivious individuals were still advancing toward the courtyard. If action is not taken soon to slay a few, all will be annihilated by Jiang Ning. A figure leaped over the archway, only to be pierced through the heart by a single thrust of the spear. One comes, I shall kill one. Two come, I shall kill one. As long as someone crosses the threshold, it will drive the spear into their back. In no time, the stone statue demon had already dispatched over a dozen individuals. Eventually, it encountered a cultivator of considerable prowess. With a thrust, the opponent swiftly reacted and seized the spear. Upon a closer look, he beheld a figure shrouded in darkness standing behind him. Who are you? How grotesque. Where do you hail from? The Zhao cultivator demanded coldly. The stone statue demon remained silent, its head suddenly morphing into a circular shape, and it lunged forward, biting down and shattering half of the man's body. After expelling a torrent of blood, the stone statue demon proudly proclaimed, Of course, I am the one here to slay you. Oh no. I am the demon that will kill you. Chapter 77. The bloodbath at the Duke of Lu's manor in the courtyard. The Zhao clan members beheld their kin, each reduced to fragments, as fear reached its zenith. They were utterly oblivious to the actions of Jiang Ning, helplessly witnessing the disintegration of their family. Then, they watched as their own existence began to shatter. Among them, Zhao Ning found himself engulfed in chaos, surrounded by the floating remnants of his kin. Amidst his frantic escape, he beheld this scene and was consumed by despair. His gaze fell upon Jiang Ning, who stood there, motionless. Upon seeing the twin crimson glimmers in Jiang Ning's eyes, Zhao Ying's pupils contracted to mere pinpoints. Was that still a human? It resembled a malevolent specter. No, it was a being far more terrifying. The illustrious Zhao lineage, which had flourished for over 7 centuries, was being washed away in this most horrific manner today. His father, the Duke of Lu, a peak 15th realm cultivator, had not even the chance to unleash a single spell before his demise. And he, the heir to the Duke of Lu's estate, once a formidable figure of renown, a 14th realm master, had believed that the emperor's summons of the princes to Fengzhou was an opportunity for the Zhao clan to avenge the empress by slaying Jiang Ning. He had assumed it was a political accord between the emperor and the Zhao clan. But what the emperor delivered was not a grand gift, but utter despair. Zhao Ning now comprehended the profound significance of Jiang Ning's previous massacre of 80,000 cultivators from Lingzhou. He did not need to rely on any royal lineage. He held it in disdain. Zhao Ning found himself powerless to do anything but succumb to despair. All that remained was despair. At that moment, he witnessed his own form beginning to fragment, before losing consciousness. After a brief pause, the stone statue demon, seeing no one else emerging from the gate, brandished its spear and ventured inside. It then realized that in the short span it had taken to slay a mere 20 individuals, the entire manor was devoid of life. Looking up, it beheld a sky filled with dismembered limbs, which began to rain down like a storm. The Zhao manor flowed with blood, resembling a hell on earth, steeped in an atmosphere of death. Apart from the singular figure of Zhao Zhou, the Zhao family's profound arsenal of tactics had remained entirely unutilized, as Jiang Ning had afforded them no opportunity to manifest their prowess. How remarkable! The stone statue demon gazed at the devastating scene, suddenly overcome with excitement, gesturing animatedly. The Zhao clan, which had oppressed it for over 7 centuries and shone brightly in the Great Xia for just as long, had been mercilessly decimated by its newly acknowledged master. When the Ling Emperor of Xia led his forces to assault the demon realm, it had never witnessed such formidable human cultivators. Was it not commonly believed that the potential of human cultivators was limited, generally inferior to that of demons and beasts? What was this spectacle? The stone statue demon, with its colossal, inky black head, found itself perplexed. Master, you have annihilated them all. Your might is unparalleled. Truly worthy of the title of my master. It danced with joy, overwhelmed with emotion. Some mysteries were better left unexplained. There were countless enigmas in this world. For instance, why does love blossom between human men and women? Why are human men so often beguiled by demon women, yet not vice versa? Moreover, why can humans and beast kind produce offspring, while humans and demons cannot? Regardless, its master had avenged its grievances, and that brought it unbridled joy. At that moment, Lu Jin, riding in on his sword, arrived at the Zhao estate, dragging Wen Kai along. Before they could step through the gates, they were met with a pungent stench of blood. Outside the Zhao estate, dismembered limbs lay scattered across the ground. The two hastily entered the courtyard, where the horror intensified. Blood stained every corner, and dismembered bodies floated amidst the crimson pools. Lu Jin's gaze fell upon a familiar severed head, that of Zhao Ying, the heir of the Duke of Lu. Standing in the blood-soaked ground, they looked up at Jiang Ning, who stood atop the eaves. Both recalled a previous scene. Jiang Ning had cleaved the heavens with a single sword, causing the heads of Lingzhou's cultivators to roll. Even now, the ground outside the Vermilion Gate remained a vivid scarlet. The clandestine advance of the Lu clan towards the north and their attempt to coerce Jiang Ning outside the White Jade capital had been a fool's errand. Yet this was different. It was the stronghold of the Zhao clan. The depth of resources the Zhao clan possessed could hardly be less than that of the Lu clan from Lingzhou. However, now, the entire Zhao estate was devoid of life. There was likely not even a living fly remaining. As for Duke Zhaoda, he was surely in pieces. A duke's estate could be extinguished in an instant. Iron-fisted and ruthless. That was the essence of the 9th prince. Lu Jin instructed Wen Kai to head to the governor's office and summon all officials within Fengzhou City. Understood. They promptly turned and departed. At that moment, outside Fengzhou City, a middle-aged man reclining upon a massive stone rose to his feet. His gaze sharpened, fixating on the direction of Fengzhou City. Such potent demonic energy. Could there be members of the demon cult lurking within Fengzhou? He immediately extended his senses, beyond the overwhelming dark energy enveloping the Zhao estate. There was a potent aura of bloodshed. Alas, what were these descendants doing? How could they allow members of the demon cult to invade their homes? It seemed that this old man would have to intervene once more. His figure vanished in an instant, reappearing above the Zhao estate. Looking down, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the Zhao residence be under siege? Clearly, it had been completely annihilated, with over 1,000 souls perishing within. How little time had passed. From the moment he dispatched the stone statue demon to his appearance above the Zhao estate, no more than 10 breaths had elapsed. Within this brief span, not a single living person remained in the Zhao residence. A vivid image flashed through his mind, just moments ago. His descendant Zhao had manifested his golden body of law but had vanished in an instant. He had assumed that the one who shattered Zhao Da's golden body was the demon of the 14 realms. Indeed, such a demon possessed the power to dismantle the golden body of an earthly celestial. Yet now, he realized that atop the grand hall stood a figure, while another in the courtyard brandished a long spear, exulting in victory. Astonishingly, that stone statue demon had not been slain by a single thrust. However, that seemed inconsequential compared to the fact that the entire Zhao clan had been exterminated, and the perpetrator of this massacre was none other than that young man, Jiang Ning. How could he possess such formidable abilities? Where were the Zhao clan's hidden resources? The protective formations? The divine artifacts he had bequeathed to his descendants? None had been employed. At merely 20 years of age, had Jiang Ning truly ascended to the same realm as he? The 16 realms. Though Zhao Zhou could not fathom how Jiang Ning had reached the 16 realms at such a tender age, he could not ignore the fact that even if he had begun cultivating from the womb, he had only trained for 20 years. Damn it! Having observed the rise and fall of clouds for centuries, Zhao Zhou had cultivated a temperament as tranquil as water. Yet never in his life had he felt such fury. The legacy he had nurtured would undoubtedly flourish in 2 or 3 generations. But that boy had struck with such ruthless ferocity, leaving not a single survivor in the Zhao residence. All he wished for now was to grind Jiang Ning to dust and eradicate the entire Jiang royal lineage. Otherwise, his wrath would never be quelled. Zhao Zhou's eyes ignited with fury. A divine might surged forth, enveloping the entirety of Fengzhou City. Chapter 78. You harmonize with heaven and earth, and I shall shatter this realm. The 15 realms, referred to by the world as earthly celestials, bore the connotation of being bound to the earth. The most potent technique of a 15 realms practitioner was to commune with heaven and earth, harnessing their divine power to manifest a towering golden body of law, thus enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Beyond the 15 realms, there indeed existed higher realms. Yet, over the past 2 millennia, only the revered Emperor Gao had ascended to the 16 realms, regarded as the supreme deity among mortals. The 16 realms could unite with a fragment of heaven and earth, becoming a true sage within that realm, capable of ruling all, harmonizing with a small realm. In that moment, Zhao Zhou's figure suddenly vanished. Countless streams of light surged from the ground towards the heavens, merging with the cosmos. Instantly, Fengzhou City was suffused with an incredibly dense aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Above the stone statue demon, crimson mist billowed upward. The stone statue demon immediately raised its hand to shield its head. Master, this is dire. That treacherous Zhao is siphoning off the weak. Not only was the malevolent energy of the stone statue demon absorbed, but every cultivator within the city of Fengzhou, regardless of their level of mastery, was similarly affected. Lu Jin, who was traversing toward the governor's mansion with his sword, suddenly plummeted to the ground. When Kai hurried forward to assist him, "My vital essence is being drained," Lu Jin exclaimed gravely, casting his gaze skyward. "I feel it too." The force siphoning their inner energy was insurmountable. At that moment, a more terrifying pressure descended upon Fengzhou. Every inhabitant of the city looked up towards the heavens in unison. A spearhead gradually emerged from the firmament, shimmering with a resplendent golden light, exuding an infinite divine might. Layer upon layer of terrifying divine energy clung to the spearhead. Under the oppressive force of this divine presence, fissures suddenly appeared across the land of Fengzhou. The earth was sinking, and those standing upon it could only watch helplessly, for their vital essence had been entirely drained. The spearhead, inverted against the sky, began to descend slowly, dragging its shaft with it. "What is that? Run, run!" cried the people of Fengzhou, engulfed by despair. Such an assault was insurmountable unless they could instantaneously flee 800 miles. Otherwise, even the residual force from the spear's impact would obliterate them into mere dust. That single thrust was potent enough to sink the entire city of Fengzhou. "This is dire, my lord. Hurry up, let me guide you to safety. We cannot confront this. We must evade." The stone statue demon, inexplicably concerned for Jiang Ning's fate, yearned to escape with him. "My lord, you aren't paralyzed by fear, are you? That scoundrel Zhao intends to annihilate all of Fengzhou." At this moment, a voice of extreme authority reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. "Boy, can you withstand this strike of mine, honed over 700 years? The voice echoed, reaching thousands of miles away. 700 years? Could it be the spear immortal Zhao Zhou? Was he not a figure from the era of the Spirit Emperor? Why does he still live? Does he intend to slaughter the millions of souls in Fengzhou? As the city appeared on the brink of being crushed by this divine might, Jiang Ning swiftly unleashed a surge of energy to shield Fengzhou. In that instant, the oppressive weight upon the city vanished without a trace. Jiang Ning slowly raised his head, gazing at the spear that had now fully revealed itself against the sky. Indeed, there existed cultivators of the 16th realm in this world. The spear immortal Zhao Zhou had feigned death over 300 years ago, surviving stealthily and manipulating power from the shadows. Now, witnessing the slaughter of his descendants, he could no longer remain passive. "There is no escape," Jiang Ning stated calmly. "No, there is still time to flee. Hurry, hurry. Though I may not claim to be the foremost among the demon clan in battle, when it comes to fleeing, I am unparalleled." The stone statue demon exclaimed in alarm. With me here, if we cannot fight, surely we can outpace them. Jiang Ning raised his right hand, deftly performing a sword gesture, and lightly flicked upward. At that moment, the stone statue demon finally sensed the pure fluctuation of human vital essence emanating from Jiang Ning. It was not particularly strong, yet it was undeniably pure. Alas, esteemed elder, with such limited prowess, how could you possibly contend against a spear capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth? The stone statue demon suddenly realized something amiss. Indeed, this elder appeared formidable, so how could he emit such feeble vital energy? At that moment, a sword that had fallen beside Lu Jin flickered and vanished in an instant. In but a heartbeat, the flying sword pierced through the spear's tip and emerged from its tail. Beams of white light erupted from the spear, instantly weaving through the cosmos. In the blink of an eye, a colossal orb of white energy was spun into existence, densely packed with sword chi. This was a magnificent spectacle the world had never witnessed, far more astonishing than the spear itself. The Xian Yin Jueshi sword formation? Could it truly be unleashed over such an expansive area? A voice resonated through the heavens. It was Zhao Zhou, who recognized the sword technique employed by Jiang Ning. Yet, he dismissed it as merely the swordsmanship of a second-rate sect. No matter how elevated Jiang Ning's realm, or how vast the range he could wield, its lethality remained limited. It was akin to a butcher wielding a pencil knife to slay an elephant. No matter the strength or finesse, how could a pencil knife inflict harm upon an elephant? Utterly ludicrous, death awaited. The spear, infused with boundless divine might, plummeted with astonishing speed. Is that so? Jiang Ning's expression remained serene as he raised his hand and waved gently, effortlessly inscribing his intention. You align with heaven and earth. I shall shatter this very realm. The sword chi, solidified within the cosmos, erupted instantaneously. The spear, endowed with immeasurable divine power, shattered in an instant. All divine might surged back into the firmament, hidden within the heavens. Zhao Zhou was struck with shock as he witnessed the spear's fragmentation. That was a weapon forged from the convergence of divine power. How could it be so easily cleaved by sword chi? Even if that young man was at the 16th realm, Zhao Zhou had already established his alignment with the cosmos, thus securing an advantage. Unless the young man possessed a celestial treasure capable of defying fate, he had no hope of destabilizing Zhao Zhou's dominion over the heavens. In a flurry, Zhao Zhou summoned greater vital energy, attempting to maintain his strike. Yet, in the next moment, not only did the spear shatter, but the very fabric of the universe nearly ruptured. The heavens could not contain Jiang Ning's surging sword chi, which forcefully expelled Zhao Zhou from the cosmos. At that moment, engulfed by the explosive sword chi, Zhao Zhou bore hundreds of sword wounds as he plummeted from the sky. Could it be that he had lost? He, who had aligned with the universe and wielded its divine might. Yet, that young man's single strike had caused the heavens to tremble and forcibly ejected him. How could he possibly lose to a mere 20-year-old youth? Chapter 79. Never before had such an extraordinary individual been witnessed. The inhabitants of Fengzhou City beheld with their own eyes as a spear threatened to obliterate the entire city. They were unaware of the level of cultivation required to unleash such terrifying supernatural powers. Yet, at an unknown moment, the pressure emanating from the spear dissipated into thin air. Soon after, the heavens were filled with countless streams of exceedingly pure sword chi. At the instant of the sword chi's eruption, all the white jade suspended in the firmament was swept away. The sky transformed into a brilliant azure, basking under the blazing sun. Although they were unaware of the events that had transpired, they were acutely aware that someone had intervened to save millions of lives in Fengzhou. By heavens, my dear sir, how remarkable! The stone golem, momentarily stunned, suddenly bellowed in a hoarse voice, cracking as it did so, gazing at Jiang Ning, who stood elegantly on the eaves. The golem's dark face was awash with admiration. Throughout its existence, it had encountered numerous formidable beings on the demon continent, some capable of cataclysmic destruction. Yet the power of that single shot just moments ago could only be wielded by the mightiest among them. However, this esteemed gentleman of the human race, with a mere flick of his sword, effortlessly obliterated everything. It had never witnessed such extraordinary prowess. Just moments after being rescued from the secret realm by this gentleman, it was granted a glimpse into the extraordinary. The 7 centuries of patience suddenly felt worthwhile. My dear sir, how incredible! Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a figure plummeted from the sky, landing squarely on the golem's head and sending it sprawling to the ground. Ouch! Who dares to ambush me? The stone golem hastily grasped its spear and sprang to its feet, only to find a battered man lying beside it. The golem instantly recognized Zhao Zhou. "You rascal! Today, you have finally fallen into my grasp. I shall pierce you through." The golem lunged its spear at Zhao Zhou, who rolled to evade. Startled, the golem executed a tactical retreat, holding its spear at the ready, its gaze filled with vigilance. Zhao Zhou, suddenly overwhelmed with blood and energy, coughed up a mouthful of blood, stumbling 2 steps before nearly collapsing. "Damn it! You startled me. Today, you face your reckoning. Aren't you the one who loves to poke at me with your spear? Come, face my weapon." The golem yearned to pierce Zhao Zhou with numerous holes, yet it merely held its spear, hesitant to advance. After all, it was not the golem that had brought Zhao Zhou down, but rather the esteemed gentleman. Zhao Zhou turned to gaze at Jiang Ning, who stood poised on the eaves. The disparity in strength was evident. Victory and defeat were already determined. Even in his current profound state of the 16th realm, he was no match for this young prince. After accumulating power for over 7 centuries, he had believed himself invincible in this world. Yet with just a single sword strike, he found himself utterly defeated. No wonder the prince had the audacity to confront him. No wonder he dared to annihilate the Zhao estate without mercy. He truly possessed methods that defied the heavens. The rage within Zhao Zhou had wholly transformed into fear. However, having lived for 7 centuries, he had learned to conceal his trepidation. "Your Highness, the Prince of Coolness, what transgressions have we of the Zhao clan committed to deserve such ruthless treatment from you?" Zhao Zhou inquired. Jiang Ning's demeanor remained indifferent as he replied, "They are all dead now. Does it truly matter? I, Zhao Zhou, once devoted my heart and soul to the royal family of the Great Xia, striving to secure peace from external threats and restore prosperity after the turmoil of the Spirit Emperor's rebellion. Is it too much to say that my achievements are noteworthy?" Zhao Zhou questioned. "Indeed," Jiang Ning gently nodded. Zhao Zhou had indeed accomplished much, and not insignificantly so. Yet it was precisely because of him that the royal family had gradually weakened, increasingly influenced by external forces. "I am unlike you. I do not require schemes to slay, nor do I need elaborate plans to seize power, all while masquerading under a facade of concern for the world. Upon my arrival in Fengzhou, I effortlessly dealt with your Zhao clan. What remarkable achievements do you possess that concern me?" As the words escaped his lips, Zhao Zhou felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure descend upon him. The turbulent energy within him was instantly crushed, resulting in the shattering of his dantian. A vast surge of energy overflowed from his core. At that moment, the sheer terror was unmistakably etched across Zhao Zhou's face. The longer one lives, the greater the fear of death becomes. Zhao Zhou had cultivated for over 7 centuries, reaching the same realm as his revered ancestor. Given time, when the fate of the great Xia dynasty inevitably wanes, he could follow in his ancestors' footsteps, sweeping through the lands to claim the throne and ascend as the new patriarch of a fresh dynasty. Although much of the Zhao clan had perished, remnants of his lineage still existed. He still possessed longevity. Given the opportunity, he could resurrect the Zhao clan anew. Thus, his fear of death surpassed that of anyone else. After 700 years of accumulation and planning, he did not wish to see it all crumble. Had he known of Jiang Ning's formidable abilities, he would never have dared to act against him. "Your Highness, you cannot kill me." Zhao Zhou shifted his self-reference. "With my illustrious achievements, slaying a loyal minister would tarnish your name in history. Moreover, with my capabilities, I could undoubtedly assist your ascension to the throne. Spare my life, and I shall serve you with unwavering loyalty. In the 16th realm, while I do not claim to be invincible, it would be exceedingly difficult to find anyone who could rival me, aside from your Highness." Desperately, Zhao Zhou laid out the stakes. Jiang Ning squinted slightly. "So fearful of death? You would readily demean yourself to prolong a life lived for 7 centuries. I have even slain the queen. Do you think I would hesitate to eliminate a minister from a fallen dynasty? Besides, you are already dead, Duke of Zhongshan. What crime is it to deceive the sovereign?" As Jiang Ning spoke, the pressure intensified. "Your Highness, have mercy." Zhao Zhou frantically circulated his energy, but it was futile against the overwhelming force. Gradually, he sank to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "For the great Xia dynasty, I have devoted over 300 years of my life, even without merit. My toil counts for something. I have long ceased to concern myself with worldly affairs. I know not what my descendants plot or ponder, your Highness. You cannot slaughter the innocent." Only when faced with imminent death did he realize the extent of his fear. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, the pressure did not relent. When he sought to strike Jiang Ning, he had given no thought to Jiang Ning's fate, nor to the lives of those within Fengzhou. Did he not deserve to die? Give me a reason not to kill you, Jiang Ning replied coolly. Right. I know the secrets of the Tianqi rebellion, the secrets of the Ling Emperor. If you spare my life, I will divulge everything. These matters are of utmost importance to you and to the great Xia dynasty. Tianqi is the era name of the Xia Ling Emperor. Speak. You must promise not to kill me, or else. Jiang Ning signaled to the stone statue. It approached Zhao Zhou from behind, brandishing a long spear, and with a swift thrust, pierced through his back, leaving a gaping hole. With a sudden and devastating blow, Zhao Zhou spat blood, yet Jiang Ning's oppressive presence restrained him from moving. Damn it! Was it you who just pinned me to the ground with a single strike? The stone statue demon finally fulfilled a long-held desire of 7 centuries, to personally stab the treacherous Zhao Zhou. Drawing his spear, the stone statue demon stomped on Zhao Zhou's back, relentlessly stabbing him repeatedly until his spine was obliterated. Still unsatisfied, he transformed his head into a round shape, clamped down on Zhao Zhou's head, and wrenched it off with ferocity. Then, he dismembered Zhao Zhou's body into 8 pieces. Realizing his physical form was lost, Zhao Zhou's consciousness swiftly fled, soaring into the sky, desperately escaping towards the void beyond. As long as the Green Mountains remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood. Jiang boy, wait for me. Once I restore my corporeal form and grasp a deeper understanding of the realm, I shall surely take your life. As Zhao Zhou's consciousness ascended, he suddenly spotted a sword hovering in the high heavens. It was the very sword Jiang Ning had used to shatter the Divine Might spear, cleaving through the fabric of existence. Zhao Zhou could scarcely believe that, while this sword might be deemed a treasure by cultivators of the 12th or 13th realms, to those of a higher echelon, it was not but a mere chunk of mundane iron. The absurdity of being vanquished by such a trivial object struck him as an utter farce. Yet, in the next instant, he comprehended why the sword lingered in the sky. It awaited him. In a flash, the sword's light extinguished Zhao Zhou's consciousness entirely. Once a formidable figure in the Great Xia for over 300 years, and having concealed himself for another 3 centuries, the renowned spear immortal of the 16th realm was now obliterated, body and soul. Chapter 80. Your Highness, what sin have I committed? Jiang Ning had never intended to spare Zhao Zhou. The old wretch even dared to negotiate, with no ability to withstand a single strike. What right did he have to bargain? Concerning the issues left over from the Spirit Emperor's era, Jiang Ning had already discerned some clues. Zhao Zhou was a figure from that time. If he wished to speak, he could, but if not, Jiang Ning had no interest in listening. Engaging in a back and forth with him was inconceivable. Regardless of how significant the problems from the Spirit Emperor's era were, Jiang Ning was indifferent. His visit to Fengzhou to eradicate the Zhao clan would surely send ripples through the aristocracy. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Ning turned to the stone statue demon. Did you consume his head as well? The stone statue demon paused, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Should I spit it out? Never mind. Originally, he had intended to keep Zhao Zhou's head as a deterrent for the officials of Fengzhou. However, it mattered little. If it was eaten, so be it. Perhaps allowing the officials to visit Zhao's residence to witness the aftermath would yield an even greater effect. My lord, though this may be quite unpalatable, it is indeed a great tonic. Would you care for a piece? The stone statue demon courteously offered a severed limb of Zhao Zhou to Jiang Ning. There's no need for formality. Surely, my lord does not wish for any? It is truly a good thing. Jiang Ning shook his head. After this meal, I can finally recover from 700 years of losses. What a waste of 700 years. The stone statue demon lamented, tears streaming down his face as he devoured. Take your time to eat here. I shall call for you when we depart. Certainly, my lord, please take your leave. I will await your call. At this moment, within the city, at the governor's office, everyone was aware that a significant event had transpired today. Initially, most believed that the Zhao residents had been ambushed by monstrous entities, and they remained uncertain about the fate of the Zhao household. However, judging by the recent commotion, it was apparent that the outcome for the Zhao residents would not be favorable. Under such circumstances, no one dared to venture near the Zhao residents to observe. Officials of Fengzhou City arrived one after another at the governor's office. Fengzhou served as the administrative center, housing various governmental offices from the county level to the governor's office, with the total number of principal officials reaching into the hundreds. It was not uncommon for a provincial capital like Fengzhou to have county-level institutions. Indeed, Every state capital boasted such establishments, and even within the imperial capital, there were county-level offices. Essentially, every level of government in Fengzhou included members of the Zhao clan. The governor and the inspector were held by the father-son duo of Zhao De and Zhao Ning, both of whom had perished. Some members of the Zhao clan had met their demise within the Zhao residence, while others, fortunate enough to escape, had now made their way to the governor's office. Among them were several high-ranking local officials who were required to report to the capital periodically. Consequently, a portion of these individuals were acquainted with Lu Jin and Wen Kai, the two officials from the capital. While Wen Kai held little standing within the military hierarchy, Lu Jin had once been the second-in-command within the eunuch system. Recent changes in the capital had led Lu Jin to align himself with Jiang Ning, a fact widely recognized. At first, upon seeing the signal of assembly issued by the governor's office, they assumed it was a call for the Zhao clan to unite against the monsters. Upon encountering Lu Jin and Wen Kai, many officials appeared perplexed. Their uncertainty extended not only to the happenings at the Zhao residence, but also to the events transpiring in the misty hidden realm. Master Lu, have you accompanied His Royal Highness, the Prince of Liang, to Fengzhou to procure celestial fruits? An official inquired of Lu Jin. Indeed, it has been a while, Secretary High. Lu Jin acknowledged with a slight nod, maintaining his consistently humble demeanor. What transpired just now? Was the Zhao residence indeed attacked by monsters? Where did they come from? The high official leaned closer to Lu Jin, whispering, "Please remain calm, Secretary High. When the prince arrives, he will elucidate matters," Lu Jin responded. The prince has entered the city? Wasn't he seeking celestial fruits in the misty hidden realm? Another official interjected. Yes, Master Lu. Did something occur in the hidden realm? I believe I just saw Prince Qi enter the city as well. Several officials familiar with Lu Jin gathered around, pressing him with questions. Everyone, please quiet down and remain patient. You will soon learn what you need to know, Lu Jin assured them. As the crowd engaged in animated discussion, a sudden breeze swept through the grand hall of the governor's office. A figure emerged from the gust, stepping into the chamber before turning to take a seat at the principal position. These officials had never encountered Jiang Ning, and they scrutinized his appearance. He was slender and handsome, with refined features, and although clad in simple blue attire, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Salutations, His Royal Highness, the Prince of Liang. They intoned in unison. There's no need for formalities, Jiang Ning replied mildly. At that moment, one individual took a seat directly, only to rise again weakly when he realized the others remained standing. Secretary of Revenue, Jiang Ning called out. Present, replied the Secretary of Revenue, Hai Tian, stepping forward immediately. The Secretary of Revenue was also known as the Provincial Secretary. As the third highest official of a province, second only to the governor and the inspector, one's power is often determined by lineage in regions dominated by aristocratic clans. In Fengzhou, those bearing the surname Zhao wield considerable influence regardless of their official rank. Thus, the former leader of Fengzhou, the governor, was Duke Zhao De. The second-in-command in Fengzhou was the inspector, Duke Zhao Ning, the heir of the Zhao family. The Zhao clan exercised control over the entirety of Fengzhou, yet, for the sake of reputation, they orchestrated several superficial projects and distributed key positions. Haitian was appointed as the governor of Fengzhou, overseeing civil affairs, a position that, despite being of the second rank, was merely a facade of prominence in the eyes of the common people. Not being part of the Zhao system, his rank rendered him merely a tool. He summoned all official records from Fengzhou. As you command. Soon after, Haitian presented all official records to Jiang Ning. Inspector Yang Junshin. I am here. Behead him. What? The high-ranking official Yang Junshin, taken aback, thought Jiang Ning was about to issue some orders, but the sudden command to behead him left him bewildered. Not only was Yang Junshin in shock, but other officials were equally stunned. Lu Jin quickly realized he was to play the executioner again. However, just as he prepared to employ his sword technique, he remembered that he had recently expended his energy and had yet to recover. Lu Jin drew his sword and approached Yang Junshin. Your Highness, what crime have I committed? Why must you execute me? Yang Junshin felt utterly wronged. As a provincial inspector, a high-ranking official of the second class, he had done nothing yet found himself on the brink of execution. What kind of world is this? Just as Yang Junshin attempted to summon his energy to resist Lu Jin, he realized he was utterly depleted. Your Highness, my father-in-law is Duke Zhao, the heir. Lord Zhaoing, you cannot kill me. Jiang Ning cast a glance at Yang Junshin before returning his attention to the official records. Hurry. Lu Jin raised his sword to strike, and Yang Junshin hastily raised his hands in a defensive gesture. "Your Highness, please." With a swift stroke, Lu Jin's sword descended, severing both hand and head, which rolled away. In that moment, all officials in the hall were left wide-eyed in terror. Chapter 81. The Great Purge of Fengzhou Now. Everyone had their energy drained by Zhao Zhao. Despite some possessing considerable realms and physical prowess beyond ordinary humans, even impervious to blades, a similarly drained Lu Jin was not of ordinary caliber. "Your Highness, why must you commit murder? This is the governor's office, after all." Thud. The one speaking, clearly defiant, did not finish his sentence before being crushed by an overwhelming force. The others, witnessing this, struggled to swallow hard. Hadn't everyone been drained of their energy? Who had just unleashed such pressure that could effortlessly obliterate a person? At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Ning, their expressions turning increasingly fearful. Who else could it be but him? Transport Inspector Zhao Hui. "I behead him." "Your Highness, what crime have I committed? Even if you wish to execute me, I must be given a reason. I am a court-appointed official." "Slay." Lu Jin stepped forward and severed his head with a single stroke of his sword. As Jiang Ning recited another name, all present fell into a profound silence, too terrified to step forward or utter a sound, fearing that with a single word from Jiang Ning, their own heads would roll. Jiang Ning repeated the name Zhao Yi, and the official bearing that name was suddenly paralyzed with fear, turning on his heel to flee. "My grandfather is Duke Lu. I should not die. I should not die." Wen Kai, blocking the doorway, raised his hand and delivered a fatal blow, cleaving Zhao Yi in two. Salt and Iron Commissioner Zhao Xiang. At the sound of the name, one man dropped to his knees. "Your Highness, if you intend to take lives, at least provide a reason," was met with a swift execution. Lu Jin advanced, his sword again claiming another head. The moment the name Qian Shi Zhao Jin was uttered, the man's pupils dilated, and he collapsed to the ground in despair. His face was etched with terror as he turned to see a flash of sword light, and in an instant, his head was severed. Lu Jinshun, upon hearing his name, froze in fear, unable to move. Lu Jin continued his grim task, dispatching him as well. At this juncture, every official present comprehended Jiang Ning's intent. He was enacting a thorough reckoning against the Zhao clan. The names Jiang Ning spoke were either those of Zhao clan members or their direct relatives. The distant kin of the Zhao family had not yet been called, but their faces had already turned a ghastly hue. This seemingly innocuous prince had transformed into a figure of death, merely summoning names while Lu Jin acted as the harbinger of doom, severing heads with each invocation. Time flowed slowly as Jiang Ning methodically recited name after name. The hall, both inside and out, was littered with severed heads and corpses, the blood saturating the floor. Fresh blood continued to flow from the fallen, layering upon the already crimson-stained ground. When Jiang Ning finally called the last name, and the final head tumbled to the ground, he gently closed the official register and placed it upon the table. By this point, over 50 heads had fallen in the hall. Jiang Ning then slowly rose. "This prince owes no explanation to the dead, but I owe an account to those of you who still draw breath. The Zhao clan has deceived the sovereign and wreaked havoc upon the innocent, committing heinous crimes. According to the law, their entire lineage deserves annihilation." With that succinct pronouncement, Jiang Ning encapsulated the Zhao clan's transgressions. His decree of annihilation struck fear into the hearts of the distant relatives, including Duke Lu Zhaoda and the heir of Duke Lu's estate. Everyone within the Zhao household had been executed by this prince's own hand. Those who still lingered in the world, like Zhao Zhou, shared a similar fate. "If there are questions, now is the time to ask," Jiang Ning stated coolly. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Zhao Zhou truly survived, living for over 7 centuries. Yet he deserved death, nearly obliterating the entire city of Fengzhou with a single act. But Jiang Ning had just declared he personally executed the entire Zhao household. Was it not a monstrous creature that descended upon the Zhao estate? Could it be that Jiang Ning was that very creature, single-handedly annihilating the Zhao clan? Most of the prominent members of the Zhao family are gathered at the Zhao residence, and the thought that he could have eliminated them all single-handedly is chilling. While many harbor doubts, no one dares to voice them, except for one. Haitian steps forward and respectfully states, "Your Highness, I have a question." Despite his high position, Haitian feels a twinge of fear. His presence is not particularly notable among the aristocracy, and he, too, fears for his life. Yet, certain inquiries must be made. Earlier, a demonic creature invaded the city and attacked the Zhao residence. What is the nature of this creature? Haitan musters his courage and asks in a hushed tone. Haitan, this is not a question for you to pose, Lu Jin quietly cautions. Fear not. I shall address your concerns, Jiang Ning replies. The creature is a stone statue demon, possessing the cultivation of the 14th realm. It was confined within the misty hidden realm after being suppressed by the Zhao family. I inadvertently brought it with me upon my exit from the realm. Surely, this 14th realm demon poses no threat? Haitan cannot help but gasp in alarm. You need not worry. I will ensure its safe transport when I leave Fengzhou. Do you have further questions? Jiang Ning inquires indifferently. Haitan swallows hard and continues. Your Highness has executed numerous officials, and the heads of several departments have perished. How shall we manage the affairs of Fengzhou? The administration of Fengzhou will temporarily fall under the jurisdiction of the Fancy Yamen. Those who remain will continue their duties, while the vacant positions await edicts from the court, Jiang Ning elucidates. Haitan comprehends. The Fancy Yamen refers to the Bureau of Revenue. I understand. He bows in acknowledgement. He realizes that while Jiang Ning's methods are ruthlessly iron-fisted, there is no hint of superiority in his demeanor during their exchange. Had it not been for the gruesome sight of severed heads and corpses strewn about, one might easily overlook Jiang Ning's status as a prince with a reputation for brutality. Minister of Revenue, present. The Zhao family's assets are to be confiscated entirely and sent to the capital. You are responsible for this matter. Furthermore, all of Zhao's real estate is to be sealed, Jiang Ning states coolly. I obey. Haitan feels a surge of excitement at this declaration. Confiscating a family's wealth is a highly lucrative undertaking, and in all his years in Fengzhou, he has never encountered such an opportunity. Previously, such matters were monopolized by the Zhao family. Moreover, it is the Zhao family that he is tasked with confiscating from, a family that has amassed wealth over centuries in Fengzhou, with riches beyond measure. To seize the Zhao family's fortune is to achieve instant prosperity. I have one more question, Haitan quickly interjects. What shall be done with the families of the officials you have executed, as well as the Zhao officials in the local counties? Having dealt a crippling blow to the Zhao family, Jiang Ning momentarily forgets the remaining loose ends without Haitan's reminder. All descendants of Zhao, along with those who are directly related by marriage within 3 generations, regardless of their official status, are to be subjected to confiscation and execution, with their family members exiled to the northern borders. Who will take charge of this matter? Jiang Ning inquires. It seems Jiang Ning is intent on conducting a thorough cleansing of Fengzhou. The once mighty Zhao clan of Fengzhou has utterly collapsed, akin to a substantial portion of cake being removed. For those unscathed by the turmoil, this is undoubtedly a momentous blessing. Had Jiang Ning not purged the Zhao residents in blood, his attempts to cleanse the Zhao name would have proven exceedingly arduous, potentially igniting chaos throughout Fengzhou, as the Zhao clan previously dominated the territory. However, the times have changed, and even Duke Lu, Zhaoda, has perished. Thus, those oppressed local officials are now eager to eradicate the Zhao lineage entirely. I, Xiaoyan, the defender of Fengzhou, am willing to serve His Highness. Very well. This matter is entrusted to you. As you command. Jiang Ning surveyed the assembly, and the officials immediately nodded in agreement. Let the downfall of the Zhao serve as a cautionary tale. I do not demand that you devote yourselves to the point of death, but I hope you will dutifully fulfill your responsibilities. I have no desire to return to Fengzhou simply for the purpose of bloodshed, Jiang Ning declared solemnly. We shall obey, and we will certainly take the Zhao as a warning, performing our duties diligently. The officials responded in unison with respectful bows. You may all leave now. Go inspect the Zhao residence thoroughly. The officials took their leave. Chapter 82. Do I resemble a mere mortal? As the Fengzhou officials departed from the governor's office, each breathed a sigh of relief. According to Jiang Ning's intentions, those present who were distantly related to the Zhao clan had narrowly escaped disaster. All prominent members of the Zhao family wielding power within Fengzhou had been eradicated, with the governor, the provincial inspector, and the procurator of Fengzhou all deceased. The highest administrative authority in Fengzhou now fell to the treasurer, Haitian. With this lucrative appointment, Haitian was poised for rapid ascension. Congratulations, my lord. What is there to celebrate? Let us first visit the Zhao residence, Haitian retorted, flicking his sleeve as he mounted his carriage and departed. The officials arrived at the Zhao residence, where a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Upon seeing the officials approach, the common folk hastily cleared a path. Before the officials could enter, they were greeted by the sight of severed limbs strewn across the entrance. Haitian was the first to step inside, followed closely by the others. What place remained within the Zhao residence? It was a veritable scene of bloodshed. Compared to the previous chaos at the governor's office, the Zhao residence resembled a hell's cape. The former glory of the Zhao clan had met with a most brutal end. This was the handiwork of the cold King Jiang Ning. A genuine bloodbath that was nothing short of shocking. The Zhao clan was utterly finished. Look over there, what is that? Haitian raised his gaze and immediately spotted a gigantic black creature lurking in a corner of the courtyard. The stone statue demon, having taken its true form, was consuming the remnants of flesh and bone as it found its previous guise inadequate for the task. Following Haitian's line of sight, the others witnessed the statue demon skillfully catch a severed limb in midair, tossing it into the air before effortlessly swallowing it whole. The act was seamless. Burp. The statue demon belched, and upon hearing the commotion, it quickly turned around. A demon. A monster. Hadn't it just flown from the heavens to assault the Zhao residence? Hadn't the prince mentioned that he would take the stone statue demon with him upon leaving Fengzhou? Fear not. The stone statue demon is remarkably astute. Without the commands of its master, it would not dare to kill indiscriminately. It is acutely aware that humans differ from demons. Humans prefer to take lives surreptitiously and are deeply averse to blatant slaughter of the innocent. Would you care to join me? The stone statue demon graciously invited the assembly to partake in a meal. For it, this feast was excessively lavish, and sharing a portion with these humans seemed inconsequential. Are you truly a stone statue demon? Pray, does my appearance resemble that of a human? It retorted. Do you wish to dine? If not, I shall disregard you entirely. Feel free to do as you please. Please, carry on. Hai Tian swallowed hard. Merely witnessing this scene sufficed. There was no need to delve deeper into the mansion. After all, the spectacle before them was already profoundly intimidating. It seemed that the Zhao family could scarcely muster a complete defense, and after death, they would face the stone statue demon's consumption of their remains. This was the fate that awaited the Zhao family. Leave now. Following Hai Tian's departure, the others hastily exited through the mansion's grand doors. No one wished to linger in the presence of a formidable demon of the 14th realm. For them, the day's monumental upheaval felt surreal, as if they were ensnared in a waking dream. The situation in Fengzhou had irrevocably transformed. As Jiang Ning emerged from the government office, he was met by a throng awaiting him outside. We humbly thank the prince for his life-saving grace. Hundreds bowed in reverence. And this marked Jiang Ning's first encounter with such an overwhelming display of gratitude. These were the martial artists he had recently rescued from the misty hidden realm. Had it not been for Jiang Ning, they would have long since become fodder for the Zhao family. Thus, upon entering Fengzhou City and learning of Jiang Ning's presence at the governor's mansion, they chose to wait outside. Please rise. Thank you, your highness. In the crowd, Zheng Kai nudged Yang Yao with his elbow. Yang Yao immediately shrugged him off and shot him an irritated glare. She understood Zheng Kai's intent. He wished for her to approach Prince Liang and forge a favorable connection. Not long ago, you were envious of him. Now you want me to speak with him. What do you mean? Do you want me to sell myself out? Yang Yao whispered in indignation. Not at all, sister. Do not misunderstand. He is a prince, influential and powerful. If you can converse with his highness, perhaps you can establish a beneficial rapport for our Qingyu gang. No longer envious? Zheng Kai awkwardly scratched his head. Initially, he had felt a surge of jealousy when he saw Yang Yao's enthusiastic demeanor towards Jiang Ning. However, that jealousy had dissipated entirely. Who was Jiang Ning? A prince of high standing. Yang Yao was merely a female martial artist from a modest sect. Even if she were to leap to greatness, she would not come close to Jiang Ning's stature. With a huff, Yang Yao turned to leave. Sister, where are you going? Zheng Kai immediately followed her along with a few fellow disciples. Sister, do not be upset. What do you truly mean? I have already stated my position. I cannot be bothered with you. She had no intention of pursuing someone merely due to their elevated status. As a martial artist, one must uphold a certain integrity. Yang Yao had not walked far when she gradually halted, noticing Jiang Ning standing not far off. Did you leave without even saying goodbye? Jiang Ning remarked with a smile. Yang Yao was not the only individual Jiang Ning had encountered during his travels. He was acquainted with several others whose talents surpassed hers. However, Yang Yao left a profound impression on him due to her carefree nature and the aura of a chivalrous heroine she exuded. Jiang Ning had few friends and yearned for companionship. He sincerely regarded Yang Yao as a friend and nothing more. Greetings, your highness. Yang Yao immediately bowed with respect. It was evident that her demeanor towards Jiang Ning had undergone a complete transformation. Her expression was filled with reverence. A mere glance at Yang Yao made Jiang Ning feel a tinge of melancholy. Perhaps she would never again approach him, pat him on the shoulder, and engage in conversation. Previously, Yang Yao had been aware of Jiang Ning's significance, believing him to be merely a disciple from a certain sect traveling abroad. In such a context, she could still relate to him as a brother. However, now, the disparity in their statuses loomed like an insurmountable chasm between them. In the future, if you have the opportunity to visit Bayou Capital, remember to seek me out. I shall treat you to the finest wine. I owe you a few meals, after all. Jiang Ning said with a gentle smile. How could I dare? To be acquainted with your highness is already a tremendous blessing for a humble woman like me. Yang Yao replied with a nod. Jiang Ning, upon hearing her words, maintained an impassive facade, yet felt a slight sense of loss within. Perhaps his princely status in this lifetime destined him to forego true friendship. Jiang Ning did not depart, nor did the entourage before him. Zheng Kaihe was anxious, even feeling a sense of frustration, as it was clear that the prince had extended goodwill towards her, yet she remained unappreciative. Still, Zheng Kaihe dared not voice her thoughts. Jiang Ning released a surge of energy, and a colossal figure descended from the sky, scattering a throng of onlookers in its wake. Wen Kai, handle the aftermath. Lu Jin. We are leaving. Jiang Ning gracefully leaped onto the back of the stone demon, and Lu Jin swiftly followed suit. Until we meet again. Jiang Ning left behind those words as the stone demon soared into the heavens. Zheng Kaihe no longer reproached Yang Yao, but sighed in resignation. Deep down, he understood that the arm of the Liang King was too formidable. Their small faction could never truly rely on such power. Yang Yao gazed at the stone demon as it rapidly diminished into a tiny black dot in the sky, her heart a tumult of emotions. During their journey to Fengzhou, she had encountered an old acquaintance. A faint smile crossed her lips. The one who had once guided her in martial arts had become so formidable. Chapter 83. Sarcasm and Irony. Stone Demon. From now on, you shall be my steed. How about I give you a name? Jiang Ning said, standing atop the back of the stone demon. How delightful. To have the Lord bestow a name upon me is a great fortune. Little Black. My lord. Do you realize I am a millennium old? Being called Big Black or Old Black would be more fitting than Little Black. Then you may choose for yourself. Then from now on, I shall be called Big Black. Speaking of which, my lord, will I be following you from now on? Will there be ample provisions? The stone demon inquired. Jiang Ning had promised that it would serve as his mount henceforth. Indeed, there was an undeniable sense of security in being alongside such a powerful human figure. It had just indulged in a hearty meal, fully restoring its strength to the pinnacle of the 14th realm, and it had even grazed the threshold of the 15th realm. Given its prowess, remaining among the human race seemed more favorable than returning to the demon realm. After all, the humans capable of single-handedly slaying it would have to be at least of the 15th realm, and if they were mere warriors, they would need to be at least at the 13th realm. Wouldn't it be far more comfortable to be by the side of a formidable ally than to dwell in the demon continent? If you desire to feast upon humans, I cannot guarantee you will dine well at every meal, Jiang Ning remarked indifferently. The stone statue demon emitted a sound of grievance. Also, do you know the way? Jiang Ning then reminded it. I don't know. You ran the wrong way, you know. Why didn't you say so earlier, my lord? The stone statue demon immediately turned around. Seeing this, Lu Jin, who stood behind Jiang Ning, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had intended to warn Jiang Ning that the stone statue demon had veered off course, but given Jiang Ning's conversation with it, he felt it inappropriate to interrupt. My lord, would you prefer a swift or leisurely pace? Either is fine. Then I shall proceed slowly. The stone statue demon claimed it would fly slowly, yet its speed was anything but slow. The scenery of the world appeared as if it were engaging in a temporal traversal, rapidly retreating. Those on the ground could merely glimpse a shadow streaking across the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a tiny black dot on the horizon. The stone statue demon suddenly roared. The air of the human realm is truly sweet. The sights of the human world are exceptionally beautiful. And the moon of the humans. It looked up at the sky, how dazzling. In truth, Jiang Ning could have traversed the void directly back to Bayou Jing. He estimated that if he returned now, Jiang Yu and the others would likely not yet be prepared. Allowing them some time would provide an opportunity to observe the remarkable skills of this elder brother, enriching his experience. Lu Jin had also considered this and initially intended to remind him. However, upon reflecting on Jiang Ning's strength, he felt such a reminder might be superfluous. Jiang Ning's displayed power had consistently grown more formidable. Your Highness, was that wielder of the spear truly Zhao Zhou? Lu Jin inquired. Indeed. May I ask, what realm does Zhao Zhou occupy? Lu Jin was initially uncertain whether the individual was indeed Zhao Zhou. If Jiang Ning confirmed it, then it must be so. Having lived for over 700 years, such longevity could not be possessed by one of the 15th realm. The 16th realm. Indeed, Zhao Zhou had reached the terrifying realm of the 16th level, rivaling the great ancestor. Thus, Jiang Ning's realm must be even more formidable than that of Zhao Zhou, who had lived for 7 centuries. Lu Jin had never truly grasped what realm Jiang Ning occupied. To effortlessly obliterate Zhao Zhou, could it be that there exists a realm beyond the 16th? The thought was simply unimaginable. Speaking of which, Your Highness, do you intend to bring the stone statue demon back? Is there anything amiss with that? Yes, what could possibly be amiss? The stone statue demon echoed in query. No, nothing is amiss. Lu Jin had initially intended to express that Jiang Ning was traversing the demon realm, fearing it might lead to complications. However, Jiang Ning would hardly concern himself with such matters. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone within the court would dare to criticize Jiang Ning in his presence. By Yu Jing, each of the princes entered the city one after another, utilizing their aerial and terrestrial abilities. The imperial palace, Wudong Garden. In the courtyard, Lady Yu was engulfed in unease, uncertain of what was transpiring in Fengzhou. Your Highness, a eunuch hurried into the Wutong courtyard, his expression fraught with anxiety. What troubles you? The princes have returned one after another, yet the 9th prince has not made his way back to the city, nor has the 7th prince. The princes set out from Baiyu capital just a couple of days ago. It is likely that several of them have only just arrived in Fengzhou today. How can they return so swiftly? Your Highness, I noticed the princes were in a great hurry, yet none have entered the palace as of now. They likely have not brought back the celestial fruits. Lady Yu was entirely unconcerned with the celestial fruits. Quickly inquire into the specific circumstances, and also find a way to learn about the situation of King Liang. At once. Now, the eunuch system was under the control of Lu Jin, which meant that Lady Yu's sources of information were far more reliable than before. A young eunuch sent out inquiries, but the servants accompanying the princes to Fengzhou remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Consequently, Lady Yu's anxiety intensified. Let us depart for the Yu residence. Lady Yu hastily left the palace and made her way to the Yu residence, where she soon encountered Yu Chenghong. At this moment, Yu Chenghong was leisurely enjoying tea at home. Upon seeing Lady Yu's arrival, he greeted her nonchalantly. Welcome, sit down. This is a new tea I brought back from the south. Do give it a taste, it's quite good. Lady Yu had no inclination to savor tea. Elder brother. The princes have suddenly returned to the capital, yet Ninger has not returned. Are you aware of this? Lady Yu asked urgently, without waiting to be seated. I have just learned of it. I had the eunuchs gather information, but nothing has surfaced. I fear for Ninger's safety. Elder brother. You must find a way to ascertain his whereabouts. Yu Chenghong continued to sip his tea, gradually placing the cup down. I have already warned him that he should not go to Fengzhou, but he refused to listen. Just because he possesses some talent, does he think himself invincible? Elder brother. Is this really the time for such remarks? He is my only son, our hope for the Yu family. Lady Yu, feeling irked by Yu Chenghong's sardonic tone, spoke sharply. Yu Chenghong's expression darkened in response. I consider him family, yet he regards me as nothing. You were present during our discussions. He referred to himself as this prince. Is that the attitude of someone who sees us as kin? Yet you cannot simply turn a blind eye. Do you think I wish to ignore him? Have I not been concerned? If I did not care, why would I have endured humiliation in the south for all these years? Let us not forget, our father is still at the northwestern frontier. Yu Chenghong's anger flared. Lady Yu had always worried that Jiang Ning's temperament might hinder his relationship with the Yu family. She had to admit that her son was excessively aloof, nearly devoid of human sentiment. Nevertheless, Jiang Ning was still her child, the beloved nephew of Yu Chenghong. Moreover, as children grow, they develop their own thoughts, which is inherently a positive development. If the Yu family truly considered Jiang Ning as one of their own, they ought to refrain from sardonic remarks during times of crisis. When a child is in peril, the elder must unconditionally protect their progeny. Otherwise, what purpose does the elder serve? Should one merely listen to their elders? Is it mockery and sarcasm when one refuses to listen? Upon reflection, Consort Yu does not perceive Jiang Ning's indifference towards the Yu family as an erroneous approach to handling matters. born into a royal lineage. The concept of familial affection is virtually non-existent. Does the current emperor allow himself to be encumbered by familial ties? Whether it is the demise of the empress or the crown prince, does it exert any influence on him? If my elder brother chooses to remain detached, then I shall devise my own solutions. With that, Consort Yu rose to depart. Come back. She halted but did not turn. His nature necessitates some hardship, does it not? It is precisely because of your excessive indulgence that he has become spoiled. At these words, Consort Yu felt a pang of disappointment. She ceased to respond and walked away without looking back. It dawned upon her that the Yu family is unreliable. Yet, once she exited the Yu residence, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. As she entered her carriage, her thoughts were in disarray, feeling akin to a headless fly. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a small brocade box at her waist. Hastily, she opened it. Ninger, a wisp of white mist emerged, gradually coalescing into Jiang Ning's form. Mother, what troubles you? Jiang Ning smiled gently. In that moment, Consort Yu's anxious heart finally found peace. If Jiang Ning's spiritual projection was unharmed, it indicated that his true self was safe as well. Ninger, are you well? Mother need not worry. Even if the heavens were to fall, I would remain unscathed. And what of your current situation? All is proceeding smoothly. The celestial fruit has been acquired, and I am en route back to Baiyu capital. Mother, there may be some changes in the capital. You should proceed to the Liangwang mansion and await my return. Understood. As Jiang Ning's figure gradually faded, Consort Yu promptly closed the brocade box and altered her course towards Liangwang mansion. Not long after Consort Yu departed the Yu residence, an unexpected visitor arrived. Reporting to you, my lord, the Qi Wang seeks an audience. The Qi Wang? What brings him here? Just as Yu Chenghong spoke, Qi Wang strode in with great confidence. What? Am I not welcome? Jiang Yu's cheerful voice echoed. How could that be? Yu Chenghong quickly rose and performed a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the Qi Wang. No need for that. Jiang Yu took a seat across from Yu Chenghong, wearing a relaxed smile. Yu Chenghong found himself momentarily perplexed. He was aware of the prince's return to the capital, but the speed was indeed rather swift. Moreover, there had been no news of anyone delivering the celestial fruit to the palace, suggesting it had likely not entered Baiyu capital. Yet, Jiang Yu's demeanor suggested he bore tidings of joy. Your arrival, my lord, brings what commands? Yu Chenghong inquired softly. The 9th prince is trapped within the misty secret realm, which harbors a creature of the 14th realm. Except for the 7th and 9th princes, all other princes have returned to the capital. Do you understand what this implies? Jiang Yu questioned. Yu Chenghong narrowed his eyes slightly. A creature of the 14th realm is neither weak nor strong. Please speak freely, my lord. The misty secret realm is governed by heavenly rules that suppress the levels of all cultivators who enter, regardless of their power, once they step into the realm. All cultivators are reduced to a level below the 10th. Jiang Yu spoke with a grave tone. Yu Chenghong feigned a solemn demeanor, having already received this intelligence in advance, albeit without verification. He dismissed those around him, leaving only himself and Jiang Yu in the courtyard. The 7th prince and the 9th prince are trapped in the secret realm? Yu Chenghong inquired softly. The emperor's decision to send the heirs to Fengzhou likely aimed to deliver Jiang Ning to the Zhao clan, seeking retribution for the late Empress Zhao. Thus, once Jiang Ning arrived, it was improbable that the Zhao clan would remain idle. With all the princes departed, the 7th and 9th princes' inability to escape must certainly be attributed to the Zhao clan employing sorcery to ensnare them within the secret realm. Had Jiang Ning's cultivation been unrestrained, he might have managed to navigate the situation unscathed. However, if his realm were suppressed to below the 10th level, he would be mere prey before a 14th level demon. The demon race would heed not Jiang Ning's identity. They would consume him without hesitation. What sort of demon? Yu Chenghong asked. A stone demon, came the reply. A 14th level stone demon, the leader of the stone demons? Precisely. The demon race comprises numerous subdivisions, with their numbers rivaling the surnames of the human race. Yu Chenghong had initially thought that if Jiang Ning were to suffer, it would serve as a lesson. Yet, should he lose his life, their family's years of planning would amount to naught. With Jiang Ning's demise, the Yu clan would be reduced to a state of desolation. He never anticipated the gravity of the situation. As for the presence of stone demons in the misty hidden realm, it must surely be the handiwork of the Zhao clan. Among the prominent families, who lack some unsavory means, the Yu clan is no exception. Why does His Highness the Prince share this with me? Yu Chenghong leaned forward, inquiring softly. If the 9th prince cannot return, What future is there for your Yu clan? Jiang Yu asked with a faint smile. If Jiang Ning does not return, and the Yu clan wishes to maintain its standing in the court, it must realign its allegiances. What counsel do you offer, my lord? The left minister of the imperial censorate, the minister of revenue, the minister of works, the governor of Lingzhou, and the mining interests of the Lu clan in Lingzhou. I wonder if my sincerity suffices? Jiang Yu inquired with a grin. Such words were straightforward, yet Jiang Yu did not seek to win over the Yu clan. To the world, he was merely perceived as a valiant but unstrategic warrior. However, he recognized the abundance of fools in this world, with the deceivers often proving inadequate. As long as he dared to paint a vision, Yu Qinghong would undoubtedly dare to seize it. Yu Qinghong, in contrast to his father, Yu Shengquan, was markedly less astute. Were that old fox present, Jiang Yu would not have ventured to pay a visit. Had the ninth prince still been alive, even with your Yu clan's support, given his temperament, it would have been unlikely for him to bestow significant power upon you, Jiang Yu stated solemnly. Yu Qinghong had never harbored a favorable opinion of Jiang Ning, and Jiang Yu's words rang true. With Jiang Ning's arrogant nature, should he rise to power, he would undoubtedly be a treacherous ally. Such were Yu Qinghong's thoughts. In urgent matters, one must act decisively. I cannot afford to grant you much time. This time, failing to bring back the celestial fruit has made the competition for the crown prince's position unavoidable. Should you be willing to lend me your support, the Yu clan will bask in immeasurable glory and wealth in the future. Yu Qinghong's gaze fixated on the teacup. This cup of tea mirrored the tumult within his heart. The surface was merely rippled, yet beneath it burned a fervent heat. Jiang Yu produced 4 second-rank official positions in one breath, 3 high-ranking ministers, and 1 regional governor. Lingzhou, a land of auspicious fortune, was not just a matter of assistance. It was ultimately about the continuation of the Yu lineage. Yu Qinghong had indeed advised Jiang Ning, but his counsel fell on deaf ears. Jiang Ning's self-destructive choices could hardly be blamed on anyone else. Reflecting on this, Yu Qinghong perceived Jiang Ning as a stumbling block to the Yu family. Were it not for Jiang Ning, the Yu family would not have endured such hardship. After Jiang Ning's long-awaited return, he dared to show disdain to his own uncle, leaving Yu Qinghong feeling increasingly uncomfortable. His restless heart could no longer be contained. Your Highness, I am willing to lend you my assistance, Yu Qinghong declared with a bow. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Those who recognize the times are indeed the true talents. You are among the foremost of them. Should I ascend to the throne, it would be no surprise to see you appointed as a prince or minister. Upon hearing this, Yu Qinghong felt an impulse to bow in gratitude. This was the decisive leadership one should embody. In comparison, he felt Jiang Ning fell woefully short. Although Jiang Yu was merely a martial man, he nonetheless understood the intricacies of human relationships. Then I extend my thanks in advance, Your Highness. Hold your horses. I require 2 items from you. Please, speak freely. The Zhengyang blade and the Butian stone. The Zhengyang blade was a celestial weapon, one of the treasures of the Yu family. The Butian stone was a divine artifact, unknown to the world as belonging to the Yu family. Your Highness, we, the Yu family, are but a small household. How could we possess such a divine artifact? Jiang Yu, wishing to avoid a prolonged exchange with Yu Qinghong, stated plainly. I merely wish to borrow them. Whether you can lend them or not is entirely up to you. If you wish to partake of the benefits I offer, some form of contribution is essential. Besides, do you think I am unaware of whether the Yu family possesses the Butian stone? Yu Qinghong pondered carefully and replied leisurely. Both the Zhengyang blade and the Butian stone are with my elder. He is in the northern region, and while I wish to lend them to you, I cannot procure them at this moment. Understood. You desire to graze while avoiding the race. Thus, I shall not press further. Farewell. With that, Jiang Yu rose to leave. A flurry of thoughts raced through Yu Qinghong's mind. This opportunity for cooperation was singular. If the Yu family did not assist Jiang Yu, many in the capital would be eager to offer their support. The Yu family possessed celestial weapons and treasures, but others might not be lacking in such resources. Just as Jiang Yu was about to step out, Yu Qinghong hastily stood up. Your Highness, please wait. Chapter 85. Jiang Yu's scheme. Jiang Yu halted, but did not turn back. What you desire, I can lend. However, the Butian stone is non-renewable. Each use diminishes its spiritual power, so I hope you will refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Yu slowly turned around. He had anticipated Yu Qinghong might carry the Zhengyang blade, but he was genuinely surprised to discover that Yu Qinghong had the Butian stone in his possession. The old man was quite audacious to entrust such a divine artifact to someone like Yu Chenghong. After acquiring the necessary items, Jiang Yu quietly departed from the Yu residence. He did not mention the matter of the monsters leaving the secret realm and launching a surprise attack on Zhao Mansion in Fengzhou City. This was because he had never intended to reinstate the Yu family. He merely sought to obtain those two treasures from them. With the secret realm breached, there was a possibility that Jiang Ning could escape, and he might return to Baiyu capital at any moment. Had Jiang Yu candidly acknowledged the hope of Jiang Ning's return, Yu Chenghong would not have been so easily swayed. People often wish to believe what they desire. For instance, Yu Chenghong was quite eager to believe that Jiang Ning was already dead. If it were assumed that Jiang Ning could return, Jiang Yu would have to prepare as much as possible within a limited time frame. He was acutely aware of Jiang Ning's formidable strength. Yet he himself was not weak. After over 30 years of cultivation, tirelessly honing his physical form and enduring hardships unimaginable even to cultivators, his aim was to ascend to the Eastern Palace and ultimately claim the throne as a sovereign ruler. The position of crown prince was not something he could relinquish. If Jiang Ning were not to return, things would become considerably easier for Jiang Yu. The challenge of eliminating the other princes would certainly be far less arduous than dealing with Jiang Ning alone. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt that his elder brother had died too soon. Had he been alive, he would have undoubtedly done everything in his power to confront Jiang Ning. As for the others, Jiang Yu had perhaps overestimated them. Upon Jiang Yu's departure, Yu Tianxiang immediately entered the courtyard. "Father, what did Prince Qi discuss with you?" "Nothing of importance," replied Yu Chenghong, who was lost in grand daydreams, feeling he was but a step away from success. With Jiang Yu taking those two celestial treasures, he intended to subdue the other princes. It was not merely a simple task, but he had the means to achieve it. Once Jiang Yu ascended to power, the Yu family would reclaim its former glory. "Father." At that moment, Yu Tianhu rushed in hastily. "The princes have returned to the capital, but neither King Liang nor King Jin has come back." "Why have they returned so quickly?" Yu Tianhu inquired urgently. "It seems Jiang Ning and Jiang Sun may not return." Yu Chenghong replied with a hint of trepidation. "What?" Yu Tianxiang exclaimed in shock. "This is impossible. King Liang possesses at least the strength of the 16th realm." "Tianhu, why are you so concerned about that ungrateful wretch?" Yu Chenghong narrowed his eyes, his tone darkening. Initially, Yu Tianhu was displeased with Jiang Ning, considering him overly presumptuous. However, at this juncture, Jiang Ning undeniably had the grounds for his arrogance. If it were someone else, attaining the 16th realm at merely 20 years of age would assuredly render them more overbearing and conceited. "Have you forgotten what I told you? The misty hidden realm can suppress the cultivation levels of practitioners. Even at the 16th realm, entering the misty hidden realm would reduce him to below the 10th realm." Jiang Ning is fully aware that the expedition to Fengzhou is a conspiracy devised by His Majesty in collusion with the Zhao family. He knowingly ventured into danger, and if he does not return, it is merely his own demise. He is not deserving of sympathy, Yu Chenghong stated solemnly. "How can you be so sure that King Liang will not return? Are you certain?" "Certain," he affirmed. Yu Tianhu's body trembled, and he felt a sudden weakness. Could it be that the young prodigy truly perished just like that? "Father, if Jiang Ning does not return, what will become of our Yu family?" Yu Tianxiang hastily asked. "The royal family has more than one prince. If Jiang Ning does not return, can we not support the other princes?" Yu Chenghong countered. "It is inadvisable. I must venture out to ascertain the situation." Yu Tianhua had entirely dismissed Yu Chenghong's words. "At this moment, you should refrain from going anywhere. Let alone concern yourself with Jiang Ning's fate," Yu Chenghong stated coldly. "What merit does that self-righteous individual possess to warrant such concern? Even if he is not a prince, he is still a member of the Yu clan. Has he ever regarded you as family?" Yu Chenghong inquired with a hint of disdain. Upon reflection, Yu Tianhua realized that Yu Chenghong's assertions held merit. Indeed, Jiang Ning had not considered him family. However, upon deeper contemplation, it became clear that Jiang Ning had not regarded him as an outsider either. "No, I must investigate further. Should you pursue Jiang Ning now, it would signify our unwavering support for him. Consequently, regardless of which prince ascends to power, the future of the Yu clan would be jeopardized." "Do you wish to jeopardize the clan's future?" "I have recently detected some upheaval in the capital. There may be grave developments ahead," Yu Tianhua remarked with gravity. "Indeed." Yu Chenghong nodded slightly. "Jiang Yu intends to strike against the other princes, and they will not remain passive. It would be most advantageous for the Yu clan if the Jiang family were to engage in a mutual downfall. At that moment, within the Longxiang guards camp in the city, aside from Yu Tenhua, who had just returned home, and Wen Kai, who had departed with Jiang Ning to Fengzhou, the other 4 commanders had gathered. His Majesty's decree: all capital troops are to heed the commands of Prince Qi. Thus proclaimed, the 4 commanders immediately bowed in acknowledgement of the edict. Gather all troops from the 12 guards at once and seal off the palace, Jiang Yu commanded solemnly. Lacking sufficient time to assert control over the 12 guards, he chose the most direct approach, to issue a false imperial edict. Before the situation stabilizes, the 80,000 capital troops must remain under his command. This course of action bore the risk of exposure. An 80,000-strong force surrounding the palace would undoubtedly create considerable commotion, potentially even alarming the emperor. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu was resolved to execute this plan to its fullest extent. After a few brief remarks, he swiftly departed for the Prince Qi mansion. In the main hall of the Prince Qi mansion, all princes had assembled. Second brother, I pay my respects to you. There is no need for excessive formalities. Jiang Yu waved dismissively, opting not to take a seat. Previously in Fengzhou, they had all been somewhat reserved, leading to potential oversights. Now that he was fully prepared, he required the unity of all present should the 9th prince return alive. Does anyone dissent? As the princes exchanged glances, it became apparent that during their time in Fengzhou, they had all directed their efforts toward the Zhao clan, thus preserving their own strength. However, could Jiang Ning truly have vanquished the 14-tiered demons within the secret realm and emerged unscathed? The oppressive force of that realm rendered even the artifacts they brought ineffective. If, against all odds, Jiang Ning managed to return, it would surely be a terrifying feat. We must unite to eliminate the 9th prince. The 4th prince, Jiang Xing, was the first to declare, "Yes, we shall unite and first eliminate the 9th prince. We will undoubtedly heed the 2nd brother's arrangements." Jiang Jing concurred. The other princes also voiced their determination to join forces against Jiang Ning. "Second brother, is it truly possible for the 9th prince to return?" Jiang Xing inquired once more. "I can only say, just in case, my brothers, we shall promptly enter the palace now, fully prepared to welcome the return of the 9th brother." "Second brother, I shall accompany you." Jiang Xing immediately approached Jiang Yu. "Second brother, I too shall go." The crowd stepped forward in unison. "Excellent, we stand united. Should the 9th brother fail to return, it would be for the best. Yet if he truly manages to come back, we shall ensure he meets a most gruesome fate." Upon finishing his words, Jiang Yu departed from the grand hall of the Qi Wangfu, stepping outside to cast a glance at the imposing 5-section, 3-opening crimson gates. Nearly all necessary preparations had been made. Regardless of the outcome, he was destined never to return to Qi Wangfu. Either he would enter the Eastern Palace or descend to the Netherworld. Chapter 86. Do you think the 9th brother will return? The 3rd prince, Jiang Jing, stood before the Wei Wangfu's entrance, thoughtfully stroking his chin, his expression intense. The 5th prince, Jiang Sheng, hurriedly exited the gates, halting upon seeing Jiang Jing standing outside. "Third brother, what brings you here? Shall we enter the palace together?" Jiang Jing turned, offering Jiang Sheng a faint smile. "Fifth brother, do you believe the 9th brother will return?" Jiang Jing inquired softly. "How could I know? Did I not leave Fengzhou alongside you? Earlier today in Fengzhou, we witnessed that demon being sent flying. According to Zhao Ying, after breaking free from the chains, the stone statue demon regained its strength to the 14th realm. If the 9th brother can effortlessly send a demon of the 14th realm flying, it suggests that even if his own realm is suppressed, he is unlikely to be weaker than that demon. Would you not agree?" Jiang Jing asked in a low voice. Jiang Sheng pondered this and found it indeed plausible. "So, your implication is that the 9th brother can surely vanquish that demon and escape from the secret realm?" Jiang Jing refrained from answering that query, instead directing his gaze toward the ancient locust tree standing tall at the Liang Wangfu. "Fifth brother, who do you think is stronger, the 2nd brother or the mountain-moving ape?" Jiang Jing questioned. "They have never fought, so I cannot say for certain." "Fifth brother, are you genuinely confused or merely pretending?" Jiang Jing withdrew his gaze to look at Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng shook his head. "The 9th brother is highly likely to return. The 2nd brother is well aware that the mountain-moving ape, having achieved sanctity in its physical form, can contend with a practitioner of the 15th realm. Coupled with the 9th brother's unfathomable strength, why would he dare to confront him?" Jiang Jing's tone turned slightly somber. The second brother has the support of the Zhao clan. And Duke Liu, in the 15th realm, possesses strength that is equally inscrutable, Jiang Sheng remarked. Jiang Jing shook his head in resignation. The second brother's unwavering intention to oppose the ninth brother indicates he possesses confidence in battling him. Let us not forget who it was that annihilated tens of thousands of cultivators from Lingzhou outside the Vermilion Bird Gate. Are you suggesting that the second brother may have attained such terrifying strength? Sanctified in body. It seems you have yet to grasp the crux of the matter. You are truly befuddled. Jiang Jing sighed deeply, casting a look of pity toward Jiang Sheng. Third brother considers you one of his own, hence my counsel. When the ninth brother returns to the capital, the second brother shall hold nothing back. What realm the second brother has reached remains unclear to me. However, Jiang Jing paused. However, what? Third brother, do please continue, Jiang Sheng urged. Today, the second prince is actively maneuvering within the city, seemingly laying an intricate trap. Should we venture into the palace, two outcomes are probable. First, the second prince may conspire with us to eliminate the ninth prince, only to turn against us thereafter. Alternatively, if the second prince fails to subdue the ninth, all who engage, including us, shall meet their demise at the hands of the ninth prince. Once any prince enters the palace, it is certain that death awaits. Ultimately, it will be a contest between the second and ninth princes, with only one surviving. Upon hearing Jiang Jing's words, Jiang Sheng's eyes widened in alarm, revealing a trace of fear. According to Jiang Jing, the second prince intends to lure them into the palace for slaughter. What if we align ourselves with the ninth prince? Jiang Sheng proposed. Yet, if the ninth prince cannot withstand the second, we too shall face death, Jiang Jing replied. But if the ninth prevails, we would escape execution, Jiang Sheng countered. Jiang Jing rolled his eyes. You truly believe you are clever. Standing with the ninth prince, do you still harbor hopes of claiming the throne? With your dull intellect, such aspirations are beyond your reach. If I am not mistaken, aside from the fourth prince, the sixth and eighth princes will not enter the palace, Jiang Jing stated solemnly. But earlier, we agreed so readily. The ninth prince is formidable. Without uniting to vanquish him, who can contend with his might? Jiang Sheng questioned. Brother, I am looking out for your well-being. However, should you insist on entering the palace, I shall not hinder you, Jiang Jing replied. What if the second prince emerges victorious and seeks retribution for our non-participation? You must decide for yourself. I am leaving, Jiang Jing concluded, departing in a carriage. Watching the carriage recede, Jiang Sheng felt a twinge of doubt. According to his brother, they would only have a glimmer of hope if the ninth prince triumphed over the second. Why not assist the ninth prince in eliminating the second directly? Contemplating this, Jiang Sheng suddenly conceived a plan he deemed exceptionally clever. Brother, you underestimate me. Watch how I navigate this crisis. Resolute, Jiang Sheng commanded, prepare the carriage. We shall enter the palace. As night fell, the palace was abruptly sealed off, prohibiting all entry and exit. The palace, originally a private residence of the Jiang royal family, was not to be entered without summons. The lockdown did not cause significant disruption. However, many officials, upon leaving court, sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Currently, apart from the seventh and ninth princes, all other princes had returned to the capital. The 12 guards surrounded the palace, clearly indicating the onset of a court coup. The specifics of this upheaval were unknown to the officials. It was a matter of royal concern, and they preferred to remain uninvolved. Perhaps by morning, they might awaken to news of the emperor's demise. In response to this situation, the courtiers chose silence. The sky darkened ominously, and within the brightly lit palace, not a single figure was visible in the courtyards or corridors. Everyone remained indoors, reluctant to show their faces. In the imperial garden, Jiang Yu and Jiang Xing stood before the four commanders. Adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, the robust Jiang Yu, accentuated by the swirling dragon patterns, appeared even more imposing and majestic. This is his ceremonial robe, worn sparingly on ordinary days. It also serves as a protective artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the 15th realm without sustaining any damage. He bears a slender, ancient-style dagger at his waist, and a hollowed dragon-patterned pendant hangs from his white, cloud-patterned belt. The commanders, awaiting Jiang Ning's return to the city, feared he might never return from Fengzhou. The fall of that resolute young prince, endowed with exceptional talent, elicited a sense of regret. This night, Jiang Yu has assembled the 12 guards and an army of 80,000. It seems not merely a royal decree, but rather an indication of a potential coup to usurp the position of the crown prince, possibly even forcing the emperor to abdicate. Jiang Yu remained silent, and the four commanders dared not speak, for the intensity of his gaze was laden with murderous intent. He harbored not just a desire to kill Jiang Ning, but also sought the lives of other princes. It was agreed that they would all enter the palace and await Jiang Ning's return. Yet, apart from Jiang Xing, none of the other princes had arrived. These foolish individuals, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still aspired to seize the throne. A soldier rushed in, reporting that something large was approaching the northern gate of the palace. Possibly a spirit beast. At the palace's northern gate, the Xuanwu Gate, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and steadied his grip on the hilt of his sword. The 12 guards gathered at the Xuanwu Gate. Jiang Yu leaped over the towering palaces, landing directly within the inner wall of the Xuanwu Gate. He raised his hand and retrieved the stone of heaven repair. The stone transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, enveloping the inner wall with an invisible force. Following this, Jiang Ning produced a compass, placing it in the center of the inner wall. The intricate compass began to operate autonomously, its inscriptions glowing with luminescence. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yu ascended the walls of the Xuanwu Gate. He gazed upward at the somber horizon, where a colossal figure was slowly approaching the Xuanwu Gate. It was not a spirit beast, it was a stone statue demon. Had the 9th prince subdued this creature of the 14th realm? Was it possible that the stone statue demon's attack on the Zhao residence had been orchestrated by the 9th prince? Now, as the 9th prince rode the stone statue demon back to the capital, the Zhao family likely faced dire consequences. Chapter 87. Your Majesty has arrived. Master, is this truly the first city of the Liang continent, Bai Yujing? Its scale is astonishing, seemingly endless. Is that a tree? Towering into the clouds, lush and vibrant. Exuding spiritual energy. Indeed, it is a spirit tree. Master, are your kind so audacious? A spirit tree of such magnitude, simply planted outside? Aren't you afraid of it being stolen? Wait, Master, something appears to be moving on that spirit tree. It seems to be a dog. Can dogs climb trees? The stone statue demon chattered incessantly. Having flown for so long, Jiang Ning had grown accustomed to the demon's incessant prattle. Every unfamiliar sight prompted its astonishment, as if the demon race possessed nothing at all. The stone statue demon flapped its wings and descended slowly. Master, there is a murderous aura within, the stone statue demon cautioned. At that moment, the soldiers stationed outside the Vermilion Bird Gate gasped in astonishment as the enormous demon landed before them. From half a mile away, one could sense the formidable demonic aura emanating from the creature. Demons? Have the demon clan invaded? How could a single demon dare to invade? This is the Xuanwu Gate. On the city wall, Jiang Yu observed as Jiang Ning and Lu Jin descended from the stone statue demon. Indeed, he had subdued the stone statue demon. However, Jiang Yu did not regard the stone statue demon as a significant threat. It was merely a demon of the 14th realm, which he could easily obliterate with a single punch. The several commanders also recognized Jiang Ning. Prince Liang, one of the commanders exclaimed in astonishment. It dawned on them that Jiang Yu's imperial edict summoning them to the palace and sealing it was, in fact, to deal with Jiang Ning. Prior to this, they had been under Jiang Ning's command. The commanders exchanged glances before their eyes collectively fell upon Jiang Yu. It was evident that a fierce battle intent surged within him. His excitement etched across his imposing face. The 9th Prince Jiang Ning has colluded with demons. You must join me in executing him. Wait until Jiang Ning enters the Wang city, then we strike. Boom. Upon hearing these words, the four commanders felt as if struck by divine lightning. Instantly, they recalled the scene of Jiang Ning splitting the heavens with a single sword strike. Wait, are we really going to fight Jiang Ning? Your Highness, are you serious? At that moment, Xiong Wenjing quietly took a step back. General Xiong, where are you going? I will go down to have a look, Xiong Wenjing stammered. Make us fight Jiang Ning? Wouldn't that be akin to paying respects to the King of Hell? Who could possibly defeat him? I have already laid a heavenly net. The only path left for you is to either unite to eliminate Jiang Ning or face my wrath. The four commanders swallowed hard. Previously, everyone had regarded Jiang Yu as a mere brute. Who would have imagined he was capable of such cunning? This purely martial prince had already ascended to the 12th realm. Could he possibly possess the same astonishing might as Jiang Ning? Otherwise, how could he dare to confront Jiang Ning directly? Xiong Wenjing's legs trembled uncontrollably. as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Striking against Jiang Ning would surely lead to certain death. Yet, if he did not act, Jiang Yu would have them killed. Either way, it seemed death was inevitable. Xuanwu Gate thought it better to flee now, for otherwise, there would be no chance of survival. Your Majesty, His Majesty is coming. Xuanwu Gate quickly turned to gaze in a certain direction. Everyone followed his line of sight. Yet they saw no sign of the emperor within the Wang city. Xuanwu Gate, you seek death. Jiang Yu turned back to discover that this scoundrel had already leapt from the city wall, rushing towards Jiang Ning. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yu could not help but feel a tinge of irony. He had set up an elaborate trap with an army of 80,000 and utilized various celestial treasures to ensnare them. Yet at this moment, Jiang Ning was only accompanied by a single demon and an elderly eunuch of the 12th realm. Under such circumstances, this scoundrel had the audacity to flee. Moreover, he had done so in such a ridiculous manner right under Jiang Yu's nose. The other three commanders witnessed Xuanwu Gate's clever escape and felt a surge of resentment. If only they had reacted more swiftly, they too might have fled alongside him. Gentlemen, I possess absolute confidence in subduing Jiang Ning. All I require is your assistance, and in return, I shall ensure your future is filled with untold riches and glory. Fearing that Jiang Yu might strike from behind, Xuanwu Gate scrambled towards Jiang Ning. Your Highness, there is danger. You must flee at once, he shouted, rushing to Jiang Ning's side. In such a moment, it would only take a modicum of wisdom to discern which side to align with. From where had Jiang Ning returned? From Fengzhou, the very stronghold of the Zhao clan. And he had recently eliminated the queen. Surely, the Zhao clan would not allow Jiang Ning to escape unscathed. His very return spoke volumes. Let us converse calmly, Jiang Ning said, coming to a halt. The king of Qi has falsely proclaimed an edict, summoning the 12 guards into the palace. I have just learned that he intends to target you, Your Highness. He has already laid an intricate trap within Xuanwu Gate. Xuanwu Gate exclaimed fervently. That is of no consequence, Jiang Ning replied coolly, resuming his stride forward at a measured pace. Lu Jin and the transformed stone demon followed closely behind him. Your Highness, all the 12 guards are assembled within Xuanwu Gate, totaling a staggering 80,000. That is of no consequence, Jiang Ning reiterated. While Xuanwu Gate understood Jiang Ning's formidable strength, he could not fathom the wisdom in knowingly venturing into danger. With Jiang Ning's prowess, he could easily avoid any harm that Jiang Yu might attempt within the gates. Yet, Jiang Ning appeared utterly unfazed, as if the matter was of little significance, maintaining his usual air of indifference. Pray tell, are you